He discovered that the girl's hands were stained with the blood of the innocent, and he witnessed countless cultivators cowering before two mere mortals. It was only when he reached the edge of this world that he finally acknowledged its pervasive strangeness. What indeed is this world? The realm of chaotic demons, a name whose inception remains shrouded in mystery. Its expanse is minuscule, so inconspicuous that it quietly manifests and subtly fades away. Yet, it possesses the capacity to unwittingly consume all unfortunate lives that venture too close to it. Are you certain he has entered? Inquiring with an air of elegance, a stunning woman clad in a red robe adorned with golden patterns stood by the edge of a fish pond, gently scattering fish feed. In the crystalline waters, a kaleidoscope of fish gathered at her feet, vying for the morsels, yet she only cast a mere pinch each time. Indeed, the moment he approached, he was drawn in. A man clad in white armor responded respectfully. Excellent. The enchanting woman smiled faintly, her grace mesmerizing. From this day forth, the world shall be ours. The white-armored man lowered his head, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Yet, that smile inexplicably bore a hint of mockery. Crash! A small body tumbled into the rushing stream, swiftly carried downstream by the current. Obstacles soon obstructed its path, and the body was quickly marooned. It stirred, opening its eyes, initially bewildered as it gazed upon the clear blue sky, gradually regaining some semblance of awareness. A splash of water struck its face, and Tanyu jolted awake, quickly sitting up, only to inadvertently step into the stream once more. In a frenzy, with flailing arms, he grasped something soft, and with a forceful tug, he finally emerged above the water's surface. Cough, cough! He expelled a considerable amount of water, which, to his astonishment, was tinged with crimson. Ah! Tanyu yelped, tumbling backward with a childish cry. Yet, upon finally lifting his gaze, he remained oblivious to the gravity of his situation. Corpses, scattered remnants of bodies lay everywhere. The once urgent stream could only rise in waves, silently flowing downstream, mingling with the blood as it navigated through the spaces between the lifeless forms. Turning his stiff neck to survey his surroundings, Tenyu finally comprehended that he was sitting atop a human corpse. The banks of the stream were flanked by towering cliffs, with only one area worthy of being termed a Shorian indentation at the cliff's base, equally littered with bodies. He inhaled deeply, attempting to rise, yet found himself devoid of strength. Compelled to glance down, he noticed the corpse beneath him clad in white garments, its body truncated, the head missing. A fleeting glimpse revealed the lower half nearby, with intestines still tethered, floating in the stream, yet not fully washed away. A wave of nausea washed over him, and Tanyu stifled the urge to vomit, summoning his courage with a mighty shout. Ah! Accompanied by a clear child's voice. Tenyu froze, mouth agape, then closed it. Extending a hand, he observed it was a tender little hand, the body of a child. He touched his face, noting the soft, delicate skin. Ha ha! He laughed heartily. Surely, this must be a dream. How terrifying. Once his laughter subsided, he struggled to stand, cautiously making his way toward the shore. As he walked, he muttered to himself, "Yes, these clothes are so peculiar, they cannot possibly be real." Upon reaching the shore, he sat in bewilderment, sensing something amiss, an inexplicable unease settling in his heart. He endeavored to recall his last memories before awakening here, but found himself at a loss. "I'm so hungry." Tenyu instinctively sighed while patting his stomach. A sudden realization struck him could feel hunger. Well, it hardly mattered, this was certainly not his body, and this place was unequivocally foreign to him. Thus, he decided to treat it as an adventure. With that thought, he cast aside his hesitation and scrutinized his surroundings once more. The area was relatively small, and he soon spotted the partially open cave at the base of the indent in the cliff. The cave entrance bore a stone door, indistinguishable from the surrounding wall, and Tanyu perceived that if it were to close completely, it would be nearly impossible to discern. At this juncture, there was no other path available. Tanyu rose again, making his way toward the cave. The entrance was obstructed, and upon closer inspection, he found a shard of a blade, its hilt emanating an ethereal blue glow that seemed to whisper of its extraordinary nature. Tanyu displayed little interest in the broken blade. He peered into the cave, discovering more fragmented corpses, accompanied by a heavy scent of blood, leading deeper into an abyss of darkness. He swallowed hard, glancing back over his shoulder. Yet his curiosity proved irresistible, and he stepped inside. Intentionally avoiding the light from the entrance, he allowed his eyes to adjust to the gloom and soon noticed a toppled torch rack. Numerous torches lay submerged in bloodied water. Tenyu selected one that appeared relatively dry, but lacked a means to ignite it. After searching at the entrance for a while, he finally discovered a fire starter on a nearby stone table. Once the torch blazed to life, Tenyu was finally able to discern the full extent of the entrance. Chapter 2. The Great Hall. This place was rather unremarkable, measuring a mere 20 feet square. On one side stood a stone table, cluttered with various trinkets. Opposite it lay a disheveled torch rack. Directly facing the entrance was a dark corridor. After a moment's contemplation, Tenyu secured a torch to his waist and strode boldly into the abyss. The passage was not extensive, and after a brief walk, he emerged into a spacious stone chamber, devoid of anything particularly noteworthy. A few scattered torches flickered weakly on the walls through the unsteady light. He discerned 3 openings in the stone walls, though the 2 on the sides were sealed shut. At the center of the chamber rested a large round table, split in half, with an assortment of fruits strewn across the floor. While there were still corpses present, they did not resemble the overwhelming mass of bodies encountered earlier. Driven by hunger, Tenyu paid little heed to his surroundings and quickly wiped a few clean fruits on his sleeve before devouring them. Although they were not particularly palatable, they provided a modicum of strength. Tenyu surveyed the 3 passages before him, lightly patting his belly, and then proceeded into the central, open corridor. The passage was 3 men wide, and the darkness obscured any view of its end. A gentle breeze occasionally sent a chill through him, prompting him to shed his sodden garments and hastily wrap himself in some tattered cloth he found amongst the corpses. Time passed unmeasured until a faint, ethereal blue light appeared ahead, an exit. Tenyu quickened his pace, stepping out of the passage into a vast, open space. He found himself on a platform extending from the stone walls, with an abyss beneath him, where dim, scattered lights flickered. Distant beams of light filtered in from far above, casting an otherworldly glow throughout the expanse. Before him lay a narrow stone path, delicately supported by towering stone pillars, gradually shrouded in mist. After a moment's hesitation, he resolutely continued onward. After an indeterminate duration, the torch in his hand finally extinguished. However, this did not hinder his vision. He suddenly realized that the ambient light rendered the torch unnecessary. Discarding it nonchalantly, he pressed on. Suddenly, a splash echoed from below. Water, he thought, as another series of splashes ensued. In the oppressive silence of this space, the sound felt unsettling. Tenyu instinctively stiffened, straining to listen, but silence enveloped him once more. Contemplating, he surmised it must merely be an echo. With renewed determination, he resumed his advance. He then recalled that this was not his body, but likely just a bizarre dream. This thought emboldened him, quickening his steps considerably. After traversing for a while longer, he finally reached his destination, a descending spiral slope. Tenyu swallowed hard, beginning his descent down the incline. He walked until the narrow path was no longer visible and the light grew dimmer. He ultimately arrived at the bottom. There lay an expanse of water, seemingly boundless, exuding a faint, putrid odor. The surface of the water lay still and shadowy, glimmering with a faint sanguine light. As he gazed intently, Tenyu abruptly felt as though he were confronting an ancient beast of terror, its gaze imbued with a chilling mockery. Shaking his head to dispel the unsettling vision, Tenyu shifted his focus and, to his surprise, noticed a stone wall had emerged from an unknown direction, featuring yet another archway. Simultaneously, the slope he had descended moments before had vanished. A sense of agitation gripped Tenyu as he strode purposefully towards the stone door. The door stood ajar, revealing a grand hall of astonishing height. Scattered across the floor were numerous corpses, yet they lay in an orderly fashion, unlike the chaotic scene he had encountered previously in the innermost recess of the hall. A broad staircase ascended. At its pinnacle, a figure radiating golden light appeared to be seated upon a throne, motionless, leaving one to ponder whether it was indeed alive. Tenyu approached the throne, when suddenly, a cough shattered the silence. He turned towards the sound, but the vastness of the hall rendered it impossible to discern its origin. Then, he spotted a small body on the ground convulsing slightly. Momentarily taken aback, Tenyu hurried over. It was a child, perhaps 6 or 7 years old, drenched in blood, rendering their features and gender indistinguishable. With eyes tightly shut and utterly still, the child clutched a spectral blue broken dagger with a vice-like grip. Strangely, despite being seemingly submerged in blood, the blade appeared immaculate. Paying little heed to the evidently remarkable dagger, Tenyu reached out to check for signs of life, listening for a heartbeat and confirming the child was alive. He gently patted the child's face, exclaiming, "Hey, It's quite a rare occurrence to find a living soul. You must hold on with that. He forcefully dragged the child closer to a nearby brazier, prying the dagger from their grasp and attempting to remove their blood-soaked clothing to locate any wounds and staunch the bleeding. Once he had stripped away the trousers, he realized the child was a girl, yet after searching extensively, he could find no injuries and resolved to cover her with another garment. After waiting for a while with no signs of consciousness returning, Tanyu, unable to remain idle any longer, decided to stretch his limbs and once again approached the throne at the top of the staircase. Upon getting closer, he discovered that the throne was not of a size befitting a normal human, nor was the figure upon it. Standing alongside the throne, he found that he barely reached the height of the figure's calf. Upon closer inspection, he realized the being was merely a golden skeleton adorned in gilded attire and boots. Tanyu examined the area, left and right, but found nothing of significance. After a time, undeterred, he returned to the skeleton, gazing at it thoughtfully before beginning to clamber upwards. This skeleton was the most suspicious element in the chamber. Tanyu mused, continuing his ascent while feeling about. Suddenly, the air around him thickened, and the flickering of the torches ceased. Tanyu found himself frozen in place, maintaining his exploratory posture. Then, everything around him began to blur, and a colossal golden skull gradually materialized before his eyes. The deep black voids where the eyes should be were so hollow, they seemed to connect to the very fabric of eternity. After a moment, a beam of golden light shot forth from the center of the skull's forehead, instantly penetrating Tanyu's brow. The wave of excruciating pain surged through him, causing him to tumble down from the gilded skeleton. Everything had returned to normal, and the golden skeleton seemed as though it had never been disturbed at that moment. The only sound that resonated through the grand hall was the anguished cries of Tanyu. It felt as if something was growing within his mind, filling his entire head, inescapable and insufferable, an excruciating pain accompanied by a gnawing sensation, intermittently interspersed with a burning discomfort. Tanyu's temples throbbed violently, and he yearned to lose consciousness, yet he remained acutely aware. Desperately, he began to strike his head against the ground, attempting to alleviate the torment within by inflicting pain from without. He even contemplated shattering his own skull, pleading for the liberation that death might bring. But in that fleeting moment, he recalled that this body did not truly belong to him, and in that instant, it was as though he had returned to his original form. He beheld himself lying on the ground, beside a bustling road. His newly acquired motorcycle sprawled nearby, and his childhood companion collapsed not far away. The surrounding noise suggested that someone was calling for help. Blinking, Tanyu found himself back in the dimly lit hall, his head still somewhat disoriented. Yet the soul-wrenching pain had dissipated at that moment. He sensed a refreshing stream within his mind, invigorating his spirit. Chapter 4. The blood pool. After sitting in a daze for a while, Tanyu felt a chill enveloping him, only then realizing that he was completely soaked. Licking his parched lips, he approached the little girl. Lifting her onto his back and retracing his steps, he recalled that there were still 2 intersections he had not explored. Perhaps there were other escape routes. Moreover, hunger gnawed at him, urging him to forage for some fruit. Upon returning to the edge of the pool, Tanyu was taken aback. He had forgotten that the slope had vanished before entering the grand hall. Once more licking his cracked lips, he gazed at the pool of water. Hesitating, he then gently placed the little girl on the bank, carefully cupping some water in his hands, bringing it to her lips while murmuring, "You are barely clinging to life, so just take a sip for now. Once you drink, I'll have some too." Feeling a pang of guilt, he offered her another handful of water. After observing her for a moment without any reaction, Tanyu could no longer withstand his thirst and turned to drink from his cupped hands. Suddenly, a small hand pressed against his arm. "Don't drink." A faint voice whispered in his ear. "Ah?" Tanyu jumped in surprise, only to realize it was the little girl. She had awakened. A wave of guilt washed over him. Her obsidian-like eyes gleamed with an unsettling calmness that belied her age. She glanced at the pool of water, then gently released her grip, saying, "Follow me." With great effort, she managed to rise to her feet, though she stumbled after taking only a few steps. Tanyu hurried to support her. The girl appeared to sketch something in the air, and the slope re-emerged. They ascended the slope in silence, stepping onto the stone path. Being children, they could barely walk side by side on the narrow path. After a few paces, however, the little girl halted, softly stating, "Walking like this is too dangerous. You don't need to worry about me. Just go ahead. If you follow the main path, you will reach the exit. The other side of the river is an illusion. Ignore it, and simply walk into the mountainside to find the way out." Perhaps overwhelmed by her own words, she began to cough lightly. Tanyu paused. realizing that the other side of the stream was indeed the exit. He mused to himself how remarkably vivid this dream was. It had yet to conclude after all this time. He wished to leave directly, yet upon gazing at the frail little girl, he found himself inexplicably rooted to the spot. The memory of having surreptitiously given her the undrinkable water from the pond caused his cheeks to flush with shame. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "I shall carry you across." The little girl responded with a faint smile, shaking her head as she said, "You may go. I shall be fine here after all. This is my home." At this, her forced smile faded, replaced by a bitter gloom. Home? Tenyu pondered for a moment, surveying the desolate surroundings, inhaling the air tinged with the scent of blood, and asked, "What transpired here?" The little girl lowered her head, offering no reply. Tenyu continued, "I have encountered no other living soul on my way here." The girl remained silent. With a sigh, Tenyu urged, "Please accompany me. I possess nothing, and if we are to leave, we must at least procure some sustenance. I am unfamiliar with this place. Moreover, despite not knowing what has transpired, are you certain it is safe now?" The girl lifted her gaze, opened her mouth slightly, then lowered her head again, saying, "Very well, but I can walk on my own." "You need not assist me," in response. Tenyu nodded and released his grip. Though the girl still appeared weak, she seemed to stand firm. "Then let us proceed," Tenyu said with a faint smile, taking the lead. After a few steps, he turned back, only to see the girl teetering forward. "Hey!" Tenyu exclaimed in alarm, swiftly stepping forward to catch her. But without further ado, he pivoted and hoisted her onto his back. Chapter 5. Names. "I'm sorry," the girl whispered gently near Tenyu's neck. "Silence. Let us endure this place first," Tenyu retorted indignantly. The girl fell silent once more. Gradually, only the sound of Tanyu's labored breathing remained. Upon completing the stony path, he set the girl down and leaned against the stone wall at the entrance to rest, his face pale. The little girl appeared somewhat dazed, staring blankly toward the passage, lost in thought. After a brief respite, Tenyu felt considerably better, though his mouth grew increasingly parched. Remembering the fruit on the ground at the far end of the passage, his urgency heightened, prompting him to rise and say, "Let us go." The girl snapped back to reality, nodded, and pushed herself up against the wall for support. Lighting a torch, they assisted each other as they moved forward. "What is your name? How old are you?" Now free of burdens, Tenyu finally had the strength to converse as they walked. After a moment's pause, the girl replied, "Yijia, 7 years old." Though he was unaware of the specific characters for Yijia, at least he had a name to call her by. Tenyu thought to himself, then added, "I am called Dapetian." He spontaneously bestowed upon himself a resonant name. Yijia fell silent for a moment before saying, coughing lightly. Tenyu felt that his name held a certain gravitas here, unlike in the mundane world, where it would be dismissed as common. Why does the term mundane world come to mind? He wondered, but he had no time to dwell on it. As he suddenly recalled something significant, back in the grand hall, it seemed he had glimpsed a moment of reality. "Did you remove my clothes?" Suddenly, Yijia posed a significant question that jolted Tanyu's thoughts. Tanyu's small face flushed crimson once again, but she quickly reminded herself that this little child was still quite young, and such matters need not be taken too seriously. Thus, she replied, "Yes, I saw you covered in blood earlier and wanted to help you tend to your wounds, but I couldn't find anything." Yijia indeed showed little reaction. By the way, why can't that pool of water be consumed? Tenyu recalled the 2 handfuls of pool water she had given to Yijia earlier and began to feel a twinge of guilt. After a moment of silence, Yijia stated that water, if consumed by someone unaccustomed, could be fatal. Tenyu was taken aback. "Then what about you?" "I am an acclimatized individual. I will be fine." Tenyu pondered asking what an acclimatized individual was, but her throat was parched, so she resolved to remain silent and conserve her energy. It was unclear how they managed to traverse this stretch of road, but when Tenyu finally stumbled out, she immediately dropped to the ground in search of fruits to eat. Yijia also consumed several, indicating that there was indeed no grave issue, merely a case of hunger. After a brief respite, Yijia abruptly said, "Wait here for a moment." She then walked towards a closed doorway on the right. Just as Tenyu was about to inquire, she noticed that Yijia did not attempt to open the door, but instead stepped straight into the adjacent stone wall and vanished. Startled, Tenyu hurried over, but where Yijia had disappeared, no matter how she touched or kicked, it remained solid rock. Frustrated, she sat down. After a while, Yijia emerged from the opposite side of the wall. Tenyu rushed forward, exclaiming, "Why are you being so secretive?" Yijia appeared momentarily taken aback and explained earnestly, "The place I just visited has a complete array." Only the elders know how to close it. I know the way, but it's unsafe to take you along. As she spoke, she handed Tanyu a bundle, saying, I gathered some provisions and clothing for you, and this is a water pouch. You should go now. Tanyu hesitated, accepting the items. You want me to leave just as I've barely recovered? Aren't you curious about how I arrived here? Don't you find me rather suspicious? Chapter 6. Abduction. Yi Jia cast her gaze upon the corpse on the ground before lowering her eyelids, saying, It doesn't matter anymore. Tanyu was at a loss for words. She had felt that this little girl spoke with an unsettling maturity. Was it genuine maturity or merely an act? What experiences could possibly grant a 6 or 7-year-old child such a cold, still gaze? And you? Will you remain here? Tanyu asked as she leaned closer to scrutinize Yi Jia's expression. Unfortunately, the child's face was smeared with blood, and the poor lighting made it difficult to see clearly. Yi Jia turned her face away, avoiding Tanyu's gaze. Why? Tanyu inquired, perplexed. This truly was a peculiar little girl. How could anyone reside here? Even if it were to be cleaned up, it was not something a mere child could manage. Yet, upon further reflection, perhaps this child was merely feigning calmness and truly understood nothing. The sensation was akin to a puppy lingering beside its deceased mother, unwilling to depart. With that thought in mind, Tanyu added, Why don't you come with me? We can't stay here. Yi Jia's eyes widened in surprise as she looked at Tanyu. Tanyu gently patted her head, feeling the hardened clots of blood beneath her palm, which was anything but soft. Yi Jia opened her mouth slightly before lowering her head. Departing. Tanyu flung the package over his shoulder and, without further ado, grasped her hand, striding purposefully outwards. Yi Jia, caught off guard, followed him in a daze, glancing at her hand before lifting her gaze towards the advancing Tanyu, only to be momentarily blinded by the light streaming through the cave entrance. As they emerged from the still ajar stone door, it took a moment for them to adjust. The dazzling sunlight cascaded down the mountainside, adorning the creek with a shimmering golden veil. The sight of countless corpses remained jarring, yet Tanyu resolved to disregard it, seizing the opportunity while Yi Jia was lost in thought to lead her directly across the stream, then stepping boldly against the mountainside. Before them lay a verdant forest. Tanyu blinked in disbelief and turned to look back, wondering where the mountains had vanished. Had they truly emerged? He found it hard to believe. Indeed, beneath the weight of the formation, although the exit had always been present, the entrance transformed endlessly. Without the incantations of my clan, one could not enter. As she spoke, Yi Jia cast a glance at Tanyu. I awoke right there, she continued, but I'm not a suspicious person. Tanyu hurriedly interjected, realizing he had just claimed it mattered little. He had forgotten that he was merely a child, slightly older than Yi Jia, and thus possessed no cause for suspicion. Yi Jia merely nodded, then absently offered her thanks. Tanyu was puzzled as to what she was thanking him for, yet felt a swell of pride. He had indeed persuaded this little girl to accompany him. Drawing from years of gaming experience, it felt akin to completing a significant side quest. However, the sight of the blood-soaked garments was disconcerting. In his haste to leave, he had neglected to clean himself first. Yi Jia was still clad in the tattered clothes Tanyu had hastily stripped from the altar, only marginally better than the bloodied attire she had originally worn. Tanyu himself was hardly in a better state, draped only in a ragged cloth. After a considerable while, they finally heard the sound of water. Following the sound, they discovered a broad river. Tanyu let out a cheer and, disregarding Yi Jia, dashed forward to cast aside the package before leaping into the water. Though his body had transformed, he quickly regained the sensation of swimming, having been adept at it before. After washing for a while and feeling refreshed, he emerged from the water and reached for his clothes from the package. Suddenly, he realized Yi Jia was nowhere to be seen. He looked around, finding only the melodious chirping of birds in the vicinity. Taking a couple of steps forward, he noticed that the river's surface bore only the ripples he had created moments earlier. Yet still no sign of her. Yi Jia, with a splash, her dark red hair broke the surface, her pale skin appearing somewhat fragile, and her youthful face, exquisitely delicate, seemed almost otherworldly. Then, there was her petite frame. Tanyu immediately turned away, mentally chastising himself. Yi Jia, noticing Tanyu's sudden movement, paused. She had emerged upon hearing his call. Gradually, she made her way to the shore and retrieved her clothes from the package. Inside, there were only 2 sets of clothing, both of a similar design, gray and reminiscent of Han attire. Tanyu had only donned half of his own clothing earlier. Upon seeing her, he hastily finished dressing. Fortunately, the garments fit reasonably well. Once properly attired, Tanyu placed his shoes and socks in the sunlight to dry, only then realizing that his feet were sore and blistered. After pondering for a moment, he decided to wash the rag he had been wearing and set it out to Dr. White. Waija followed suit, washing her blood-stained shoes and socks, laying them out to dry as well. However, as he settled into stillness, Tenyu found himself reflecting on the earlier scene. When he had awakened, the corpses were undeniably in a state that suggested recent death. What could have possibly caused their demise? From these grand formations, it was evident that he possessed a profound ignorance of this world, leaving him utterly unable to fathom its mysteries. He turned to inquire of Yi Jia, only to discover her seated cross-legged, her eyes gently closed, and her hands resting naturally on her knees, an image of a seasoned practitioner of the martial arts. Why Yi Jia? Tenyu attempted to call softly. Him? Yi Jia opened her eyes and glanced in his direction. Tenyu scratched his head in puzzlement, asking, "What are you doing?" "Oh." Yi Jia pondered for a moment, her gaze somewhat distant, replying, "I had a nightmare. I wish to check if there is anything wrong with my body before I recover." Tenyu felt that her statement lacked coherence, as if something crucial was missing. Nevertheless, his focus lay elsewhere. "I feel a bit unwell too. Would you teach me how to check and recover?" he said with anticipation. Yi Jia regarded Tenyu earnestly and instructed, "Extend your hand." Following her command, Tenyu reached out. Yi Jia took his hand, placing her fingers on his pulse point, and closed her eyes. After a considerable time, she opened her eyes and hesitated, saying, "It seems you are not suited for cultivation. Moreover, you are merely a bit fatigued. There is nothing to worry about." Tenyu felt a surge of frustration, lingering in his gloom for quite a while. Uncertain how to console him, Yi Jia eventually remarked, "What I said is not absolute, and cultivation requires considerable time. Here, it is impossible to cultivate with peace of mind. Besides, you are not of my clan. If you were to cultivate using my clan's methods, you might never transcend the first level." Hearing this made Tenyu feel somewhat better, leading him to ask curiously, "What level? Is your clan's cultivation method particularly unique? Are there many different cultivation methods?" Yi Jia adjusted her posture, embracing her knees, and spoke slowly. "Do you remember the blood pool? Beneath the blood pool lies some strange entities. They are both alive and dead. My kin must drink a mouthful of the pool's water upon birth. Only those who survive are considered truly born, while the deceased will forever sink into the blood pool. Those who survive drink from the pool from a young age, beginning cultivation at the age of 4, consuming the creatures from the depths. I have heard that external cultivation focuses on the body, whereas my clan believes that without attaining divinity, one must inevitably fall into demonic paths. Thus we cultivate the spirit. Our clan's cultivation is divided into 7 realms. I have just entered the 2nd realm. As for the realms of external cultivation, I am not very clear on them either, nor have I heard of other cultivation methods. I see." Tenyu mused, however, practicing such unconventional methods, filtering infants, speaking of cultivating the spirit while consuming peculiar substances. It all sounded alarmingly like a cult. He recalled the immense golden skeleton and touched his forehead, feeling an instinctive certainty that it could not have been an illusion. "What was that colossal golden skeleton in the innermost hall?" he inquired. Chapter 8. Withered branches. That is the relic of our revered deity, the night. The elders have stated that we are all descendants of the night, and that I am the hope for the revival of the Night Clan. Yet now as Yi Jia spoke, she buried her head in her knees. Tenyu could only think that her words sounded increasingly like those of a cult. But if it indeed belonged to some deity, then what was it that had penetrated his mind earlier? With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Tenyu unconsciously reached for his forehead, recalling that the light had emanated from this very spot. Indeed, he faintly remembered seeing himself at the scene of the accident. The imagery was strikingly vivid. Upon further reflection, Tenyu became convinced that he must have perished in the collision, awakening here as a result. But where exactly was here? Hell? Heaven? Contemplating this notion, a tinge of sadness washed over Tenyu, leaving him uncertain about the circumstances on the other side. Observing Tanyu's silence, Yi Jia resumed her meditation, her youthful and flawless visage adopting a serious demeanor. As Tenyu gazed at her profile, he suddenly pondered how such a beautiful little demon could possibly exist. This place could not be hell. Moreover, his immediate entanglement with the divine suggested that his fate would hardly be ordinary. If that were the case, why not relish this entirely new life? With this thought, Tenyu drifted into slumber. Albeit not particularly restful in his dreams, he found himself lying on a patch of grass. A black beast, devoid of eyes, slowly approached his head. Its movements were languid, yet he found himself unable to react, helplessly awaiting the creature's advance. Tenyu jolted awake, glancing at the sun, which indicated it was still midday. He touched his still cool head and nervously looked back, discovering that the branch he had previously felt above him had inexplicably fallen. Regaining his composure, Tanyu realized he was somewhat hungry. He shuffled over to his belongings and retrieved some dry rations, only to confront a grave issue. Yi Jia had packed only a single portion of food, and in his haste to escape with her, he hadn't allowed her the opportunity to prepare an additional supply. The endless forest stretched before them, and he had no idea how long it would take to find their way out. Picking up the shoes still drying in the sun, Tanyu sighed and set them down again. They were not yet dry, and he truly lacked the courage to put them on. However, it was unwise to waste time idly as dawn broke. "What is it?" Perhaps sensing Tanyu's sigh, Yi Jia opened her eyes. "Oh, nothing. I just think we should be on our way, but the shoes are still damp." Tanyu replied as he reclined again. Closing his eyes, Yi Jia sat beside him, and after a brief moment, she suddenly proclaimed, "All done." "All done?" Tanyu rose in confusion, and Yi Jia handed him a pair of dry shoes. Stunned, Tanyu witnessed the items that had been drying transform into dryness in her hands. At that moment, he was filled with both excitement and perplexity. It was astounding that such a small girl could perform such wonders. How formidable would she be if she were to become a master? Yet, he found it baffling that, given her remarkable abilities, she had chosen to mimic him in drying things earlier. After wrapping his feet in tattered cloth and donning his shoes and socks, the two set off once more. Having never ventured into the outside world, Yi Jia was unfamiliar with the terrain, and Tanyu was equally at a loss. Thus, they proceeded along the direction of the river. Unbeknownst to them, as they departed, the fallen branch had ceased to resemble a mere twig. It had transformed into a serpent-like creature, with a large head tapering into a slender tail. Unlike a snake, however, its body was only half the length of an ordinary serpent, devoid of eyes, with its mouth barely discernible. Were it not for the legs protruding from its abdomen, it might have easily been mistaken for an oddly shaped ribbon fished. At that moment, it scuttled along sideways like a crab, closely trailing behind the pair. Chapter 9. The double moon. The two wandered along the river, persistently making their way until dusk, yet they had still not emerged from the forest. Along the way, Yi Jia attempted to reach the treetops for a better view, but all she could see was an endless expanse of trees. It seemed they would have to camp out for the night. Tanyu suggested, "Let's gather some branches to start a fire." Fortunately, he still had some fire starters with him. Yi Jia nodded in agreement. In a few swift motions, a large pile of branches fell from above, leaving Tanyu, who had been bent down to collect them, feeling rather awkward. The branches were plentiful, yet they were not dead, which could lead to sparks when ignited. Understanding the situation, Yi Jia promptly dried the remaining branches. Tanyu even wondered if Yi Jia could kindle a fire without the fire starters at all. As night fell, the two sat quietly before the flickering flames, engaging in a desultory conversation that lasted a considerable time. Tanyu yearned to glean more information about this world, only to discover that aside from her cultivation, the other had little knowledge of anything else. Eventually, the dialogue transformed into Tanyu recounting stories, which were merely familiar tales from the mundane world. Yet, Yi Jia listened with rapt attention. As Tanyu narrated, he gradually succumbed to slumber, and noticing this, Yi Jia refrained from disturbing him. She reflected on the stories several times and soon drifted into her own dreams. A soft, elongated shadow stealthily approached the ground, moving with utmost caution, taking a few steps before pausing. Each time it halted, it blended seamlessly into the environment, resembling a withered branch. Upon reaching the two, it lingered longer this time before suddenly rising on one leg. Its head tilted skyward. Tanyu appeared to be trapped in a nightmare, his brow furrowed and head slightly swaying. Yet he did not awaken. Beside him, Yi Jia was also deeply asleep. Cultivators typically required little rest, but perhaps influenced by Tanyu, she had rare moments of relaxation. After all, she was still a child. The shadow paused momentarily before its mouth began to slowly split open, widening gradually. Its mouth expanded to an alarming size, transforming from the size of a walnut to that of a watermelon, and it lunged towards Tanyu's head. Just as it enveloped his head, ready to close its jaws, a flash of golden light flickered from Tanyu's forehead, sending the shadow careening backward. With a peculiar sound, the shadow collided against a tree trunk. Yi Jia awoke with a start and, upon hearing the noise, struck out with her palm. The shadow, which had been falling, was once again slammed against the tree. A burst of flames erupted, and the shadow writhed in a frenzy before plummeting to the ground. Rolling about, Yi Jia seemed to command the flames, allowing them to dance regardless of the shadow's movements. With no sign of extinguishment, Accompanied by a shrill, almost anthropomorphic scream, the shadow began to expand rapidly, becoming increasingly translucent until it ballooned to the size of a water buffalo. With a resounding boom, it detonated, showering the two with a dark, viscous liquid, filling the air with a foul stench. The echo of the earlier scream lingered in the woods. Tenyu felt a sudden jolt of unease wash over him. At that moment, Yijia furrowed her brow, remarking, "Something seems off," though she could not pinpoint what was amiss. Wiping the black goo from his face, Tenyu felt overwhelmed by the stench and glanced around for any other disturbances before heading straight to the river. Yijia stood there with her eyes closed for a while before also running to the river. The odor was unbearable. After washing up, they both felt considerably better. Yijia swiftly dried the moisture from their bodies. Tan Yozhin yearned to master this skill in its entirety. The ground was too filthy to rest upon, yet the night lingered on. The two tidied up the campfire and moved it to a more distant spot to continue their respite. However, no matter what, Tan Yozhin found sleep elusive. Yijia resumed her meditative practices, while Tan Yozhin propped his head on his hands, gazing at the night sky. Through the sparse leaves, he finally discerned the moon hanging high above, two moons, one a radiant gold and the other a silvery white. Apart from the moons, not a single star was visible. Upon closer inspection, he noticed intricate patterns adorning the surfaces of both moons, complex and elaborate, evoking an inexplicable sense of familiarity from deep within his mind. Chapter 10. The monster suddenly, a thud echoed as Yijia collapsed. Tan Yozhin was startled and rushed to support her, but no matter how he called out, there was no response. Checking for her breath, he was relieved to find it still present. In such an instance, all Tan Yozhin could resort to was pinching her. Yet, this yielded no reaction, leaving him with no choice but to lay her flat and sit beside her, waiting in silence. After a moment's thought, he gently placed her head on his lap. It was only when dawn began to break that Tan Yozhin finally succumbed to sleep, and this time, it was deep and untroubled. When he awoke again, it was already close to evening. Yijia remained unconscious, and Tan Yozhin's stomach rumbled with hunger. He consumed a small portion of the last remaining rations and managed to turn the rest into powder to administer to Yijia. Initially, Tan Yozhin thought it was still morning until he noticed the sun had shifted, its light dwindling. The twin moons hung in the sky, seemingly never having set. The thought of possibly starving here crossed his mind. He pondered the river, knowing it contained fish, but he had no tools, and his only hope lay in Yijia still being in a state of unconsciousness. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted as a flock of birds soared into the sky. The sensation of foreboding returned, leaving Tan Yozhin perplexed as to its origin, yet he felt an urgent need to depart from this place. Seizing the remaining light, he hoisted Yijia onto his back and pressed onward. The dual moons, coupled with the river's position providing less obstruction to light, meant the path was not overly dark. Thus, after nightfall, Tan Yozhin only paused briefly for breath, not halting his journey. Time slipped by until Yijia stirred gently on Tan Yozhin's back. Her gaze unfocused for a moment before she regained her senses, tightening her arms around his neck. To this point, Tan Yozhin was ravenous, his hunger so acute that the meager evening sustenance had barely sufficed. Therefore, he remained oblivious to Yijia's awakening, his mind solely fixated on the hope of spotting lights ahead. Yijia did not immediately request to be set down. Instead, she struggled to lift her head and glance back. Tan Yozhin's soaked back felt a chill from the wind, and only then did he realize she was awake. He halted, gently placing her down, catching his breath, and inquired, "How are you? Can you walk?" Reflecting on Yijia's earlier display of resilience, Tan Yozhin believed that even if she struggled now, her awakening indicated a swift recovery was possible. Thus, upon seeing her conscious, he let out a sigh of relief. Yet, Yijia shook her head, stating, "Something is approaching." Startled, Tan Yozhin looked up, seeing nothing amiss. "What is it?" he asked. Yijia remained silent, suddenly shoving Tan Yozhin away with considerable force. He stumbled back, pain shooting through him, and just as he was about to utter a curse, he noticed the ground beneath Yijia crack open unexpectedly. No, it is not a mere crack. Rather, the ground has opened up into a vast maw. This gaping chasm is only covered by a thin veil, darkening as it yawns wider. Under the moonlight, that great mouth gradually rises, enveloping Yijia, while Tanyu faintly senses that the entire ground seems to be concentrating towards that very spot. Soon, he discovers that other parts of this monstrous body have long since pressed against his feet. It is of the same ilk as the creature he encountered before, only exponentially larger. Were it not for Yijia pushing Tanyu aside, Both would have surely been consumed in that moment. As he witnesses this scene unfold, Tan Yu's sense of dread is slowly replaced by an inexplicable fury. Lacking any weapons, he snatches a branch from the ground and charges forward. He deeply regrets not having thought to pick up a weapon upon leaving. In truth, with He Jia on his back and a knife in hand, this young lad would hardly have been able to traverse much distance. Chapter 11. Rescue. The branch's assault naturally fell into oblivion, and Tan Yu was swiftly engulfed by the gaping maw of the earth. His fall directly toppled Yi Jia. Struggling to regain his composure, he glanced down at Yi Jia, whose state was such that she could not muster the strength to rise, let alone counterattack. The last remnants of light above gradually faded, the walls closing in, and Yi Jia, her eyes clouded with confusion, clung tightly to Tan Yu with her remaining strength. Tan Yu, with great effort, managed to sit up while cradling her in his arms, and in a haze of despair, he thought to himself that there was no way out. If death were to come, so be it. Perhaps this was merely a dream, and he would awaken to find himself dozing in class in utter darkness. He could not discern whether his eyes were open or shut. Surrounding them were incessant rustling sounds, as the walls continued to constrict them. Tan Yu fought desperately against this encroaching pressure, but it proved futile. Soon, even breathing became a luxury. Just as he was on the verge of losing consciousness, a sudden hissing sound pierced the air, and the entire creature inexplicably lost its strength, collapsing onto the ground. They were released, and Tan Yu gasped for air. Noticing that Yi Jia had ceased to breathe, he hurriedly laid her flat on the ground, preparing to administer artificial respiration. At that moment, a figure appeared before him, swiftly grasping Yi Jia and striking her back with a firm hand. Coughing, Yi Jia emitted a sound. Although she did not regain consciousness, her breathing resumed. Tan Yu accepted her back with gratitude. The newcomer was a middle-aged man with a streak of gray in his beard and a delicate countenance. He scrutinized Tan Yu intently, causing him to feel a rush of nervousness. Suddenly, the man spoke. "Do you not recognize me?" Startled, Tan Yu instinctively thought of the former owner of this body. He shook his head and feigned amnesia, saying, "I'm sorry, I remember nothing," and no sooner had he spoken than the man seized Tan Yu's left arm, rolled up his sleeve, muttering incantations before exhaling gently. In an instant, a perfectly square golden emblem appeared on Tan Yu's arm. "Indeed, it is you," the man declared, stroking his chin in thought before adding, "Very well, come with me." "Where to?" Tan Yu instinctively inquired, then recalled the bizarre creatures lurking here. Leaving certainly seemed preferable to staying. He pointed to Yi Jia and added, "Can I bring her along?" The middle-aged man grasped the arm of Yi Jia, securing his pulse point. After a prolonged moment, he emitted a sound of realization, then uncertainly stated, "Let us take her along for now. We shall discuss matters upon our arrival." Upon finishing his words, he called out, and a massive shadow soared across the riverbank. Tan Yu was startled, instinctively retreating behind the middle-aged man, who appeared remarkably composed. The shadow halted before him, bringing only a gust of wind, devoid of any aggression. Upon closer inspection, the visitor resembled a great bird, yet its head bore a striking resemblance to that of a lizard. A mane of upright bristles extended from its head down to its nape, bifurcating into 4 strands along its back, with the 2 central strands slightly apart, stretching toward the tail, while the remaining 2 extended along the edges of its wings. Its plumage shimmered with a spectral blue hue in the nocturnal ambience. The creature stood as tall as 2 adults combined. Tan Yu felt as though a double-decker bus had come to a halt before him. The middle-aged man seized a hold of a perch atop the bird's back with one hand, while his left pressed against a blanket adorned with golden patterns on its feathers. With a gentle pat on the bird's back, it flapped its wings twice and ascended into the sky in midair. Gazing down at the undulating contours below, he beheld an endless expanse of mountains and forests. The wind howled around him, yet it did not touch Tan Yu in the slightest, as if shielded by an invisible barrier. Chapter 12. The middle-aged man. "Who are you?" Tan Yu inquired. "I am the one tasked with your protection," the middle-aged man replied. "And who am I?" Tan Yu pressed, unwilling to relent in due time. "You shall come to know," the man responded. Frustrated, Tan Yu felt exasperation rise within him. The man spoke in veils, yet he could not press for answers forcefully. After a moment of contemplation, he couldn't restrain himself any longer. "What was that black creature that nearly devoured me?" The middle-aged man stroked his beard, his expression peculiar as he replied, "That is referred to as?" Most are not particularly large, yet should a sleeping individual be ensnared by its grasp, they would soon find their heads devoured. It generally does not attack those who are awake. You may have inadvertently killed one using an improper method. which led to this enormous pursuing you. This particular must have sensed my approach, prompting it to strike preemptively. Tanyu instinctively touched his neck, pondering before asking, what constitutes an improper method? The creature's legs are its Achilles heel. If one can sever them, it is guaranteed to perish. However, its form is ever-changing, and those of lesser cultivation may know the method yet fail to execute it. Apart from that, all other methods are deemed improper and may even attract more formidable kin. As he spoke, a flicker of curiosity crossed his face. You truly managed to kill one? Tanyu nodded. The middle-aged man glanced at Yijia. How did you manage to slay the first one? Tanyu hesitated, contemplating whether to speak the truth, but the man interjected, never mind. This girl possesses a rather unique constitution. If she can be trusted, that would be advantageous. He paused momentarily before continuing, given her earlier reaction. She should indeed be reliable. I shall now escort both of you to the Yanbei El Tang. Once there, you need not concern yourselves with the gazes of others. At the appropriate moment, I shall return for you. With that, he placed a reassuring hand on Tanyu's shoulder. Tanyu felt perplexed by the remarks made, pondering the meaning of not caring about the gazes of others. After a brief moment of contemplation, he suddenly inquired, have you been watching us from the side all along? The middle-aged man cleared his throat and replied, I harbor no ill intentions. Oh, Tanyu nodded obediently, yet inwardly cursed, thinking, regardless, I cannot best you. You are always right. Perhaps feeling somewhat guilty, the middle-aged man turned his gaze towards Yijia and reassured her, do not worry. She will be fine after a short rest. It is merely that her body has borne too heavy a burden and has become exhausted. Upon hearing this, Tanyu felt a tad more at ease, recalling how Yijia had initially been in a similar faint state when they first met. Yet she recovered remarkably quickly. By noon the following day, Yijia indeed awakened on her own. Perhaps her memories were still trapped in the moment of being engulfed, as she suddenly sat up with a start. Tanyu recounted the events to her, which allowed her to relax slightly, though she remained wary of the middle-aged man. Perched upon the back of the great bird, Tanyu observed that the moon in this world truly never descends. Even now, it merely faded under the sun's brilliance. As evening approached, a range of mountains emerged on the plains, and after soaring for a considerable time, they descended at a mountain gate. The mountain gate stood 3 guards, and the middle-aged man presented a scroll to them. One guard, evidently distinguished by his attire, accepted it without opening, inquiring, why are there 2 individuals? The middle-aged man replied, the other is an additional companion. Whether to accept him is up to your mountain lord's discretion. With that, he patted Tanyu's head and pushed both of them towards the guards before taking flight on his beast. Tanyu stood in astonishment, while the other 2 guards exchanged whispers nearby. Follow me, commanded the distinctively dressed guard, casting a stern glance at the murmuring duo, before beckoning Tanyu and Yijia to follow. Chapter 13. The Law Hall. Upon passing through the mountain gate, they encountered a staircase wide enough for 4 individuals. Beyond the stairs lay a winding dirt path ascending the mountain. As they ascended, Tanyu noticed that every so often, a gate-like structure appeared, formed by 2 stone pillars of considerable height on either side, topped by a stone beam. Each time they passed through these gates, Tanyu felt a refreshing chill. The guide introduced himself as Wei, the chief guard of this place. He provided a brief overview of the mountain circumstances. This was the Yanbei Hall of the 4 great law halls. Like the other law halls, it was divided into 2 main sections, the True Court and the Human Court. Those who entered the Law Hall were stripped of their surnames, with only the royal family retaining theirs. If one possessed a surname, they were required to adopt a new one. The True Court focused on internal cultivation, bearing the surname Zhua, while the Human Court practiced external skills, bearing the surname Yu. Outside of the Law Halls, no one in the world would dare to use these 2 surnames casually. Tanyu felt a surge of excitement. This Law Hall appeared to be an extraordinarily formidable sect. After traversing for some time and passing through a spacious tunnel, they arrived at an exit guarded by 4 sentinels. Upon recognizing Zhua, they did not impede their passage, though they could not resist casting curious glances at Tanyu and Yijia. Stepping out of the tunnel, they finally reached the site of the Yanbei Hall. Contrary to his expectations, it lay in a depression atop the mountain, sprawling widely and thus not feeling gloomy. Rather, it resembled a colossal city fortified by a ring of walls. However, within this city, the architecture seemed sparse, and from Tanyu's vantage point, he could scarcely discern its full layout. He could only see a distant tower-like structure, seemingly towering even higher than the city walls. Quite conspicuous from the entrance, there lay a vast expanse of lawn. Beneath his feet a stone path. After a short walk, he entered the first building, which was merely a hall, empty and desolate. A table was set at the far end, behind which sat a portly man with a bushy beard, leaning his head on one hand, displaying little expression. Beside him stood a young man who appeared rather youthful. Upon seeing the newcomers, he gestured with his hand, prompting Zhuai to bring the two forward. "Why are there two of you?" Upon noticing Zhuai, he echoed the same question. "The other one is just an accompaniment. If there are no issues, let him be accepted," Zhuai replied. The hefty man stroked his beard, then scrutinized Tanyu up and down before pinching his wrist, stating, "Ren Yuan." He then produced a wooden token from his waist and handed it to the young man standing behind Zhuai, saying, "Bai Nong, it's your responsibility to arrange this." The young man named Bai Nong respectfully accepted the token with both hands, affirming, "Yes." After securing the token, he grasped Tanyu's collar and pulled him closer. Tanyu paid little heed, reflecting instead on Zhuai's mention of Ren Yuan as the place for external training. He had always felt that internal cultivation held a greater mystery, yet with no options available, he deduced that the two divisions were likely not vastly different in merit. The portly man then seized Yijia's wrist, closing his eyes for a moment before exclaiming, After pondering for a while stroking his beard, he suddenly grasped Yijia's arm, saying, "You others may disperse. This child still requires some testing." Yijia turned in alarm, and it was then that Tanyu finally witnessed a child's expression of genuine concern. He smiled and nodded at Yijia, who seemed to wish to say something, but was whisked away by the man with the bushy beard in a sudden movement, disappearing from sight. Subsequently, Zhuai ruffled Tanyu's hair and also exited the hall. Bai Nong, with a hint of disdain, took out a handkerchief to wipe his left hand, which had just grasped Tanyu, saying, "Let us go." Tanyu happened to catch sight of the man's unreserved gesture of wiping his hands, causing him to frown slightly. However, after rolling about in the forest, he hadn't bothered to clean himself either, so he thought little of it, merely cursing inwardly at the effeminacy and truth. Bai Nong was quite handsome, with flowing hair, and if one were to insist, he did appear somewhat lacking in masculine vigor. Chapter 14. The monument of 100 people upon exiting through the back door of the hall. A vast open space greeted him, at the end of which lush trees could be seen. In the center of the clearing stood a colossal statue, considerably larger than the golden skeleton he had previously encountered in the cave. Though its identity remained a mystery, yet Tanyu felt that it paled in comparison to the golden skeleton, though he could not quite articulate why. "What is your name?" Bai Nong inquired, walking ahead without turning back. "Patian." "Which Tian?" Tanyu hesitated, pointing at the sky above. "Ha, is your clan surname Pu? Do you have a national surname?" Tanyu was taken aback again, asking, "What do you mean?" Bai Nong was also momentarily stunned. But after a long pause, he burst into laughter, exclaiming, "A little brat without even a national surname dares to include Tian in his name." Before Tanyu could respond, Bai Nong continued, "Do not think that arriving here makes you superior. Without strength, be wary of never descending the mountain for the rest of your life. Follow me." Having delivered his ominous warning, Bai Nong strode ahead, leaving Tanyu momentarily startled by the notion of being trapped on the mountain forever. Yet, recalling the middle-aged man's promise to come for him, he felt a sense of reassurance wash over him. Following Bai Nong, they proceeded toward the left front, and soon enough, they encountered a narrow path winding through the woods. After walking along the path for a while, they found that the trees on either side were relatively short, their canopies spreading out and merging into a unified expanse. The leaves were not densely packed, allowing the sunlight to filter through in captivating patches beneath the vast tree cover, creating a scene of enchanting beauty. Upon exiting the path, they finally beheld a sprawling complex of buildings. At the forefront stood an archway, adorned with characters that Tanyu could not decipher. Entering the archway, he noticed a tall stone tablet on the right side, densely populated with wooden plaques. As one looked higher, the plaques grew larger in size yet diminished in number, each seemingly inscribed with text. It was then that Tanyu suddenly realized that the language spoken here was vastly different from that of his own world, yet he could understand it for reasons unbeknownst to him. While pondering over the stone tablet, he inadvertently collided with a figure. "Are you all right?" The figure quickly steadied him. Looking up, Tanyu saw a slightly slender youth, appearing no older than 13 or 14, clad in a blue robe, which bore an embroidered design the size of a palm on the right chest. This same design adorned Bai Nong as well, though the patterns were similar yet distinct, leaving Tanyu curious about their meaning. Just as the slender boy was about to respond, Bai Nong interjected, "Humph, perfect timing. You, take him to report." With that, he pulled out a wooden plaque from his pocket, marked it with some unknown substance, and tossed it to the boy before striding away. The boy examined the plaque and remarked, "Ah, so you're the new junior disciple, and my name is Ku, and I will take you to report." Feel free to ask me anything you don't understand. All right, Tanyu thought, brimming with questions, eager to learn. Through their conversation, Tanyu discovered that the earlier Bainong was the senior disciple of the human courtyard, and the stone tablet at the courtyard entrance ranked the disciples based on their strength. This tablet could accommodate the names of 100 individuals, hence it was referred to as the 100-person tablet. Those who earned a place on the tablet would undoubtedly form elite groups upon entering the world. When Tanyu inquired about the reasoning behind the grouping, Ke mentioned that the instructors would explain it, advising him not to dwell on it for now. As for the Law Hall, it was an independent department founded by the esteemed Zhentian Jinren, closely affiliated with the royal courts of the two great dynasties. Some even said it could be regarded as the royal court of the cultivation world. The term entering the world referred to the allocation of disciples to various law offices across the two great dynasties, whose function was to hunt down malevolent cultivators. Chapter 15. The guides' first gathering. After listening for a while, Tanyu found himself with even more questions, but they had finally arrived at their destination. It was an elegant small building, inside which a young woman clad in yellow sat at a table, deeply engrossed in her studies. As they approached, Tanyu realized she was examining an unfurled bamboo scroll. "I have brought the junior disciple to report," Ku announced. The woman known as the guide glanced up briefly, seemingly displeased. She then stretched lazily, pursed her somewhat full lips, and extended her hand towards the shell. The shell hesitated momentarily before quickly producing a wooden plaque and placing it in her palm. She inspected the plaque, drew a scroll of bamboo slips from behind her, unfurled it, and ultimately marked it with a pointed pin resting on the table before closing it. Afterward, she retrieved a key from behind and tossed it to Tanyu. Having completed these tasks, she resumed her examination of the earlier bamboo slips. Just as Tanyu was about to inquire, he was abruptly pulled away by the shell from the small building. Was that all? Tanyu pondered, looking at the key in his hand, utterly bewildered. The shell cast a furtive glance behind before stating, "As long as you've registered, it's sufficient. This key bears the room number. I shall escort you there." That guide is rather indolent. If you ask too many questions, you might find yourself reprimanded. "Oh," Tanyu replied, somewhat unconvinced, as he thought the guide merely appeared to be a bookish individual who neglected her appearance. Departing from the reporting station, they ventured deeper for quite a while before entering the residential area. According to the shell's description, this place comprised numerous square courtyards. The higher the rank of the disciple, the fewer individuals resided in each courtyard. For beginners like Tanyu, the courtyard could accommodate 30 individuals. Before long, they finally arrived at Tanyu's residence. It was a square courtyard. Aside from the main entrance, there were rooms on the other three sides, with 5 rooms on each side. That moment, a considerable number of young individuals clad in green garments gathered in the courtyard, each adorned with a unique emblem. Much like the shell, upon noticing the newcomers, they cast curious glances, which swiftly transformed into a mix of expressions. "Isn't that the shell? Who is this?" A boy with short hair, thick eyebrows, and large eyes, seemingly no more than a decade old, approached with an air of arrogance, pointing at Tanyu and inquiring. He appeared to possess some degree of skill. "This is the new little junior brother who arrived today." "Little junior brother? Greetings, senior brother." Tanyu quickly responded, thinking to himself that although the boy was merely a child, he was younger than him and possessed no particular abilities, so it was prudent to be courteous. The short-haired boy responded dismissively, scrutinizing Tanyu for a while before shaking his head and muttering something incomprehensible before walking away. Observing them retreat into their own discussions, the shell said nothing further and guided Tanyu to his room. After unlocking the door with the key, she handed it over to Tanyu. The room was designed for 2 occupants, but Tanyu currently had no roommate. It contained 2 cabinets and a desk, which housed several rolls of bamboo slips along with some basic living supplies. The shell assisted Tanyu in tidying up the space, which was not particularly dusty. She then remarked, "The bamboo slips on the table contain some fundamental techniques. You may choose which to study. Each morning, you must practice under the guidance of an instructor, while afternoons are free time. However, in this place, martial prowess reigns supreme. If one does not diligently cultivate their skills, they may easily become a target for bullying." As Tanyu perused the bamboo slips, which resembled pictographs, he found himself completely unable to decipher their contents. Frustrated, he muttered, "But I can't read. Can't read. This perhaps you could mention it to the instructor tomorrow and see if you can arrange to use your afternoon time for literacy." The shell appeared genuinely astonished. Tanyu believes that it is not too exaggerated for a child of around 9 years old to be illiterate. "If there are no issues, I shall take my leave." Ku is preparing to depart. How could Tanyu have no questions? He immediately called out to him, saying, "Ku Shixiang, I still have a matter I wish to inquire about." Chapter 16. The distinction between humans and gods. Speak on. who appeared to be in a rather good temper. Tenyu collected his thoughts and asked, "You mentioned that strength is paramount here. Is there any classification of this strength?" Well, Ke cleared his throat, as if he was swallowing back some words, took a breath and said, "To cultivate, one must first learn to refine qi, which can be divided into 4 stages: initial, intermediate, advanced, and perfection. After reaching perfection, if one possesses sufficient talent, there lies the potential for foundation establishment. To be selected as a disciple of the Human Academy, achieving refinement to perfection is not particularly difficult. The challenge lies in foundation establishment. For actual strength. The annual competition of the Human Academy determines the ranking of its disciples, yet the disparity in realms is exceedingly difficult to overcome. This sounds vastly different from what Yijia described as the 7 realms of divine cultivation. With this thought, Tenyu asked, "I see. What follows after foundation establishment?" Ke blinked, his expression profound. "That is beyond our consideration. Such matters are reserved for the true academy." "True academy?" Tenyu was genuinely taken aback, asking, "What do you mean? Is the true academy significantly more formidable than the Human Academy?" "Humph." A disgruntled grunt suddenly emanated from the entrance, revealing a youth who appeared to be of similar age to Ku. He did not enter but leaned against the door, saying, "A mere piece of rubbish picked up on the street dares to speak of the true academy." "Picked up? What does that mean?" The group of children from earlier had somehow gathered around. "Greetings, Shixiang." Ku stepped forward and said, "May I ask who this Shixiang is?" The youth waved the package in his hand, stating, "Delivering clothes?" As he spoke, he tossed the package into Tan Yu's arms, shaking his head at the younger disciples who were inquiring behind him. "Picked up means just that. I heard from the De Shixiang that the true academy has accepted a disciple of exceptional talent, and this one here was merely found on the way. Perhaps out of pity, the Honorable One took him into the Human Academy." Now the group of children became animated, with the short-haired boy from earlier putting his hands on his hips and saying, "Ha! I wondered why they were accepting new disciples at this time. I thought it might be some illegitimate child sent through backdoor dealings. Turns out he drew such luck. No wonder he looks so disheveled. Go away, go away." The youth appeared quite impatient with the younger disciples, shooing them away. He then turned his attention to Tanyu, scrutinizing him from head to toe, and clicked his tongue, saying, "The Human Academy and the True Academy represent a chasm between mortals and deities. Remember that well. Even if you exchanged a few words with a disciple of the True Academy before entering the mountains, they will have no further connection with you henceforth." With that, he waved his hand and departed. Ke glanced at the entrance, then at Tanyu, saying, "I have matters to attend to as well. I shall take my leave. If there is anything else you do not understand, do not hesitate to ask your fellow disciples." Having spoken, he swiftly departed. Tanyu felt a bit disoriented. It was evident that these individuals were mistaken, for it was Yijia who had been picked up inadvertently. However, given their connections and the formidable nature of the Zhen Yuan, why was he not sent there? Tanyu recalled how the Venerable Shou had behaved similarly when assessing Tanyu's talents. A wave of uncertainty washed over him. Could it truly be related to innate abilities? Nevertheless, he decided to accept the situation. Listening to the child's earlier remarks, it was possible he was indeed a loved child from some distant land. Reflecting on the man on the bird who had explicitly stated he would return for him, it seemed increasingly plausible. With these thoughts, Tanyu reclined on his bed and closed his eyes. The world around him remained profoundly unfamiliar, and there was an abundance of knowledge yet to be uncovered. He recalled the moment when Yijia was taken away, uncertain of how she was faring. Judging by the boy's words, her future appeared bright. Yet, he could not shake the haunting memory of their initial encounter. A nightmarish scene that felt unsettling. Even now, he still harbored a sense of being ensnared in a dream, rendering it difficult to discern reality from illusion. Chapter 17. Night talks. His eyelids began to flutter as Tanyu gradually slipped into slumber. The siren of an ambulance pierced the stillness, and he felt as though he were being lifted by unseen hands. Suddenly, he sat upright, surrounded by darkness, save for a sliver of light streaming through the window. Rising from his bed, he approached the window and opened it, gazing up at the sky, where 2 moons shone brightly. A dream. Where lay the boundary of dreams? Tanyu rubbed his eyes and stifled a yawn. In an instant, a figure materialized before him, seizing him and fleeing. Tanyu instinctively attempted to cry out, only to have a hand clasp over his mouth. "Sure, it's me." The newcomer tucked him under an arm and leaped away, covering considerable distance in a matter of moments. The voice seemed vaguely familiar. After a moment's reflection, he realized it belonged to Zhuo Yi, and he immediately quieted down. The rush of wind whistled past his ears, and after a considerable period, they finally halted. Zhuo Yi set Tanyu down and addressed someone unseen. The The person has been brought. Once Tanyu regained his footing and looked up, he discovered himself in a pavilion at the center of a lake. Water surrounded him on all sides, and a towering spire loomed across the water, appearing to rise from the lake itself. It must have been the same tower he had glimpsed upon entering. And now, viewed from such proximity, it exuded an even greater sense of oppression. Before him stood a man clad in black, his hair white as snow yet his visage youthful, adorned in garments embellished with intricate patterns. The man scrutinized Tanyu, then grasped his hand, pressing down on his pulse point, closing his eyes as he uttered. Indeed, there is not a trace of cultivation talent. It cannot be mistaken. Opening his eyes, he continued, I am aware of your circumstances. Amnesia is not a grave matter, for you have a lengthy journey ahead. Now that you have arrived here, even if you are placed in the Ren Yuan, your innate gifts will surely make it difficult for you to find your footing. Yet, this too can be seen as a form of experience, not wholly detrimental. Tanyu found himself bewildered, but the respectful demeanor of Zhuai indicated that this man held a significant position. Thus, he nodded in acknowledgement, though the phrase not a trace of cultivation talent echoed painfully in his mind. Couldn't he have chosen a more favorable body for rebirth? At that moment, he suddenly felt a tug at the hem of his garment. Turning to look, he was astonished to find Yijia standing there. At this moment, she had tidied herself up, adorned in a flowing white robe, resembling a delicate sprite untouched by the mundane world. The man in the black robe stepped forward, gently caressing the heads of the two, and then addressed Yijia. While I consider myself well-versed in many matters, I have never encountered a talent as astonishing as yours. Thus, although I have accepted you as my direct disciple, I shall not impose the necessity of cultivation upon you. However, should you wish to walk alongside him in the future, he gestured towards Tanyu, it would undoubtedly be advantageous for you to enhance your skills. Tanyu paused, finding the statement somewhat awkward. He glanced at Yijia, who was looking down, lost in thought. Before he could voice his curiosity, the man in black interjected, you two, despite your tender age, share a bond akin to that of life and death. Please take a moment to converse. We shall wait to escort you later. With that, he vanished. Zhuai nodded at Tanyu, and a few agile leaps later, they disappeared over the lake's surface. Yijia still clutched the hem of Tanyu's garment, leaving him bemused. What was the purpose of her bringing him here at such a late hour? Surely she was not attempting to persuade him to agree to her cultivation. He quickly dismissed the notion. Yet, given that the child had no kin outside, remaining here to cultivate seemed quite beneficial. With that thought, he unconsciously ruffled her hair and said, if you have no other place to go, it would be quite fine to stay here for now. Yijia nodded and then shook her head, remaining silent for a considerable while before finally speaking. If I become stronger, I can assist you, right? Tanyu considered her extraordinary talent, then reflected on his own abilities, and replied without hesitation, absolutely. The distinction between the true academy and the human academy was stark, and the terrifying nature of Yijia's talent had been eloquently described. Even if he could not become formidable himself, having her by his side would surely bring him a sense of ease and prestige. As this realization dawned on him, he found himself admiring Yijia's delicate features, growing more fond of her with each glance. Aside from her somewhat stoic expression, her features were exquisitely sculpted. She would undoubtedly be a captivating beauty in adulthood, and with such a pleasant disposition, he felt compelled to woo her as his future wife. Thus, Tanyu couldn't help but feel a swell of pride. He reached out and playfully pinched Yijia's cheeks, tugging at the corners of her mouth to coax a smile. You shouldn't always be so serious. You're just a child. It's perfectly fine to cry when you need to and to laugh when you feel like it. Upon reflection, it indeed seemed abnormal that she had not shed a tear after the demise of her entire clan. What kind of upbringing had she received? Yijia, with her face in his grasp, looked at him with eyes shimmering under the moonlight, and with a hint of solemnity, she replied, the first tenet of our clan's teachings is that sorrow and joy are the roots of all evils. Chapter 18. The human heart with a soft thud. Yijia's head was gently tapped, and Tanyu remarked with annoyance, how can one be human and devoid of sorrow and joy? Oh, Yijia responded, though it was unclear whether she fully comprehended his words. Reflecting on the man in black from earlier, Tanyu asked, by the way, who was that individual in black? Did you speak with him? Yijia replied, he is known as the Great Respect of Bingley. I did not share any personal matters with him. Tanyu nodded, contemplating that perhaps the middle-aged man who recognized him had subsequently sought out this figure in black. However, on the contrary, this Yambitang is far larger than one would imagine. The real courtyard and the human courtyard are quite distant from each other, and it remains uncertain when there will be another opportunity for such a meeting. Reflecting on the child Yijia, It seems that aside from her adeptness in cultivation, she appears rather naive in matters of daily life. I genuinely fear that she might be led astray before the truth of her identity is revealed. Therefore, Tenyu cleared his throat and took this opportunity to impart some earnest wisdom to Yi Jia regarding various common knowledge. While it is unclear how much Yi Jia comprehended, her frequent and obedient nods instilled a sense of reassurance within him. After approximately an hour, Zhuo Yi and the man in black returned. The man in black instructed Zhuo Yi to escort Tenyu back to the human courtyard. After acknowledging the request, Zhuo Yi seized Tenyu and leapt back. Not allowing even a moment for farewells, in the cool pavilion at the center of the lake, the man in black stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the twin moons in the sky, and spoke. Have you thought it through? Yes, Yi Jia replied softly, yet her tone was resolutely firm. The man in black retrieved an object from his sleeve and presented it before Yi Jia. She accepted it, opening it to reveal a red, transparent pill. Under the moonlight, it appeared as if something tiny within was subtly writhing. With a slight blink, she gingerly took the pill and swallowed it. A faint smile involuntarily crept upon the lips of the man in black. After Zhuo Yi escorted Tenyu back, he patiently took out a manual for disciples and earnestly explained its contents to Tenyu. He also sketched a simple map of the human courtyard for him. Upon completing these tasks, he suddenly inquired, "Can you not read?" Tenyu replied with a wry smile, "Indeed." Zhuo Yi appeared somewhat regretful. Yet he continued, "Then I shall arrange for someone to assist you tomorrow. Just remain here peacefully, avoid causing trouble, and should you require my help, simply place this object outside your window after nightfall. I shall come to find you." Saying this, he handed Tenyu a black feather. Tenyu reached out to catch it. The feather was small but felt surprisingly heavy in his hand, resembling metal more than actual plumage. After providing his instructions, Zhuo Yi gracefully departed. Tenyu carefully stored the feather away and, feeling the onset of drowsiness, succumbed to sleep once more. The following day, upon hearing some commotion within the courtyard, Tenyu rose, changed into his clothes, which felt slightly oversized but preferable to being too small. Exiting his room, he noticed a large water vat in the courtyard, where someone was pouring water into it. Upon seeing him, the individual hesitated momentarily but eventually greeted Tenyu. This person was named Xiaodu, 12 years old, and had been in the human courtyard for 2 years, his cultivation level remaining mediocre, thus placing him at the bottom of the hierarchy. According to the unspoken rules of the courtyard, those with the weakest abilities were tasked with fetching water, and he had been doing so for 2 years. Unbeknownst to Tenyu, given that there was only this one large vat in the courtyard, he felt no reluctance and, after exchanging greetings, scooped some water to wash his face and rinse his mouth. "Are you called Pa? I am Xiaodu. What is your cultivation level?" Xiaodu inquired, observing Tenyu's attire. Following his gaze, Tenyu noticed the emblem on his chest. "Nothing, I have not engaged in any cultivation." Tenyu replied, gesturing to the emblem on his chest. "What does this symbol mean?" Chapter 19. Disciples of the Inn Courtyard. Xiaodu responded, "This is your name. Our names are all displayed on our clothing." "Ah, so that is the case." Tenyu reminisced while speaking, recalling that he had indeed introduced himself as Putian yesterday. Could it be that Bai Nong took the liberty of omitting a character? At that moment, Xiaodu picked up an empty bucket and a yoke, saying, "I shall fetch some water. Would you care to accompany me for a stroll?" With nothing pressing on his mind, Tenyu readily nodded in agreement. They exited the courtyard and walked eastward, encountering very few individuals along the way. The two continued until they had left the residential area behind, revealing a lake before them, albeit smaller than the one they had seen the previous evening. As Xiaodu filled the bucket with water, he remarked, "Our living water in the human courtyard is primarily sourced from this lake." Oh, Tenyu replied, his gaze drifting across the lake's surface to the opposite shore, where several buildings stood. That was the abode of the leaders of the human courtyard. Xiaodu glanced at Tenyu and said. Tenyu nodded, suddenly pointing at the tall tower he had been so curious about, asking, "What about that one?" Xiaodu gazed at the tower, a mixture of longing and bewilderment on his face, shaking his head as he replied, "I am uncertain, but it is said to be a place for the disciples of the true courtyard to undergo trials. However, there are rumors that it serves as a prison for advanced malevolent cultivators, as ordinary disciples of the human courtyard. We lack even the qualification to take a closer look, let alone know the details." This was the second time Tenyu had heard the term malevolent cultivator, and he could not help but inquire, what is a malevolent cultivator? As he carried the water back, Xiaodu explained, they are essentially individuals who have taken a wrong turn during their cultivation, devoid of humanity and unable to communicate. They must be eradicated. Our law hall's primary duty is to eliminate malevolent cultivators. In due time, you will come to understand. Tanyu had initially thought that malevolent cultivators were merely practitioners of unorthodox methods, but now he learned that they were individuals who had strayed during their cultivation process. Was this akin to losing one's way in the path of cultivation? After fetching the water, Xiaodu led Tanyu to the dining hall for breakfast. Located on the northern side of the residential area, inside the dining hall, there were not many people. Along one side, a row of food items was available for anyone to take at will. Following Xiaodu, Tanyu selected some dishes and found a table to eat. The flavors differed considerably from those of the modern world, yet perhaps due to his physical condition, Tanyu felt no discomfort in adapting. After finishing breakfast, the two exited the dining hall and continued northward, arriving at the lecture hall. Although referred to as a lecture hall, it was divided into several courtyards. Tanyu followed Xiaodu into the largest courtyard on the far right, where many individuals had already gathered, approximately 50 in total. They appeared relatively youthful, and several familiar faces from Tanyu's courtyard were among them. Xiaodu guided Tanyu to the back and began to introduce a few individuals from the same courtyard. The boy at the forefront, with short hair, was named Rao. Despite being only 10 years old, he had already reached the initial stage of qi refinement, making him the strongest among their courtyard. It was anticipated that after this year's grand competition, he would be able to leave there and enter their courtyard was divided into several levels, with the already established disciples above and the remaining classified as A, B, C, D, and there were 4, each capable of accommodating 30 individuals. Since Tanyu's courtyard was not fully occupied, it housed only 20. Beside Rao stood a little girl named Wu Yu, who shared a close bond with him. She was also 10 years old and had recently entered the initial stage of qi refinement. She also resides within the same courtyard, though previously, Tanyu had not noticed that a girl lived there as well. According to Xiaodu's introduction, there were not many girls in the courtyard, and among the 20 of them, she was the only one. Subsequently, Xiaodu introduced several others to Tanyu. From what he gathered, these children were all around 10 years of age, most of whom had not even entered the initial stage of qi refinement. However, once they did, they would essentially qualify to enter the Ding courtyard. Chapter 20. The incompatibility of literature and martial arts. In less than 15 minutes, a burly middle-aged man entered, prompting the disciples in the courtyard to stand straight and form a line. Unsure of where to position himself, Tanyu was pulled together with the others by Xiaodu. The newcomer was named Kaido, a lecturer from the Mo courtyard. He stepped to the front of the crowd and proclaimed, "Step forward," and no one responded, and as Tanyu was nudged by Xiaodu, he suddenly realized that he was being called and hurriedly stepped forward. Kaido scrutinized him, pinched his shoulder, shook his head, and remarked, "You cannot read?" Tanyu nodded in acknowledgement. A few derisive chuckles emerged from the crowd, but they were silenced instantly by a glare from Kaido. Tanyu felt a twinge of annoyance, unaware that the admission standards for disciples in the courtyard were quite stringent. At his age, the other disciples had already learned to read proficiently. Kaido sighed and instructed, "You should go to the reporting station from yesterday to find Ji Xian Dao. She mentioned she would make arrangements for you." Oh, Tanyu responded, glancing at Kaido's lantern-like eyes, and quickly corrected himself, "Yes," before hastily departing. Behind him, he faintly heard Kaido's voice. "First, practice a set of qi guiding fist." Relying on his memory, Tanyu made his way back to the reporting station. Upon entering, he found Ji still seated at the desk, resting her chin on one hand while the other held a partially unfurled bamboo slip, her brow furrowed in contemplation. Upon hearing the noise, she merely shifted her gaze, spotted Tanyu, and then returned her focus to the bamboo slip, stating, "Though I do not know your background, since someone has entrusted you to me, I shall personally teach you. For now, you will study literature with me in the mornings and learn the fundamentals of qi refinement in the afternoons. After all, it's just a matter of recognizing a few characters. It won't take long." Tanyu responded, "Understood." However, in the blink of an eye, 4 years had slipped by. Ji, who still was not fond of tidying up, cradled her head in her hands, feeling somewhat exasperated. There must be something amiss. 13-year-old Tanyu sat nearby, a look of helplessness on his face as he stared at the ceiling beams, lamenting, "Master, I believe you should just give up." No. I am determined to uncover the cause and remedy your situation, Ji asserted resolutely. This matter began with Tanyu's lessons in reading characters. Initially, there appeared to be no issues, as Ji taught him character by character, and Tanyu learned them one by one. However, trouble soon arose. Tanyu learned quickly but forgot just as swiftly. He could not retain the meanings of the characters, let alone interpret sentences. To this day, the only characters he could recognize directly were the simplest ones. From 1 to 10 and over the 4 years, Ji had attempted various methods, all culminating in failure. She now attributed the situation to a peculiar affliction and began actively searching for its cause. It must be noted that Ji had become quite fixated on this matter. While Tanyu had given up, she grew increasingly spirited after a series of setbacks. You take your time to think it over. I will step outside to practice some boxing, Tanyu remarked. Jifeng lowered one hand and, tilting his head, remarked to Tanyu. You ought to relinquish that pursuit. When it comes to cultivation, innate talent is paramount. Consider it merely a means to strengthen your physique. Tanyu retorted, somewhat vexed. Upon entering the courtyard, Tanyu commenced his practice of the Qi induction fist. Over the past 4 years in the mountains, Tanyu had encountered setbacks not only in his studies, but also faced a complete lack of progress in his cultivation. He believed he had maintained a commendable attitude, yet found it disheartening to endure such hardships in this obscure world to which he had traversed. Each year, the Institute welcomed 30 to 40 new disciples, and the faction he belonged to had undergone a complete transformation. Even the least skilled among them had ascended to the initial stage of Qi refinement 3 years prior, advancing to the Ding courtyard, while the likes of Rao and Wu Yu had now reached the mid-stage of Qi refinement. Meanwhile, he had yet to cultivate even a modicum of true Qi. Chapter 21. The abandoner to say he was merely at the initial stage of Qi refinement would be an exaggeration. All that had changed was a slight increase in his physical robustness. Within the Institute, apart from the so-called Qi refinement, Tanyu had discerned no substantial difference from ordinary exercises in the mundane world. However, under similar levels of training, he remained unable to condense Qi, which rendered him the least accomplished among his peers. Moreover, the disciples in this courtyard were fervent practitioners of cultivation. Those who lingered at the initial stage of Qi refinement by the age of 22 were seldom dispatched externally, relegated instead to the mountains as menial disciples. Consequently, Tanyu, with his stagnation, had long been classified in private as one of the menial disciples. Despite this, he remained resolute, performing the Qi induction fist dozens of times daily. Only he understood that whenever exhaustion enveloped him, a fleeting sensation of coolness would emerge in his mind, sharpening his senses thereafter. This feeling was ineffable, seemingly unrelated to true Qi, yet it offered him a semblance of progress. Prompting him to persist in his practice, he refrained from disclosing this phenomenon to Jixian, partly due to his inability to articulate it, and partly because he feared that, given Jixian's nature, he might transition from an object of observation to a subject of scrutiny. It was not until the sun dipped below the horizon that Tanyu bid farewell to Jifeng and made his way to the dining hall. Within the hall, disciples congregated in groups of 3 or 5, animatedly discussing various topics as they dined. The already boisterous atmosphere today felt particularly raucous. Tanyu collected his meal and, noticing the absence of familiar faces, scanned the hall until he spotted a few known figures and approached them. Given Tanyu's background steeped in the myriad dramas, films, and games of his former life, charming words flowed effortlessly from his lips, and he could readily recount tales of heart-stopping suspense and poignant sorrow. Although most of these stories had been distorted beyond recognition by Hiyu's muddled recollections, they still captivated the female disciples and junior brothers alike, even garnering the attention of the eldest sister in the Jia courtyard, Insu. Naturally, in this male-dominated institute, Tanyu's behavior was bound to attract disdain, especially since he possessed little tangible skill, rendering him even more of a target for resentment. However, Tanyu remained unfazed, unsure whether it was the genuine simplicity of this world or merely the naivety of the institute's culture. In any case, bullying was hardly a formidable concern here. Furthermore, with his keen perception, he found that those of higher cultivation seldom engaged in such antics, leaving only those of average skill, who, as long as they did not resort to serious measures, allowed Tanyu to evade many ill-intentioned maneuvers. For instance, this seemingly straightforward journey of merely over 30 steps has suddenly been fraught with unexpected legs extending into his path, inexplicably flying bones, and bodies toppling over during others' playful scuffles. He adeptly navigated each perilous encounter, managing to preserve his evening meal in the process. I remarked that this lad resembled a monkey. Tanyu successfully traversed the entire distance. A few individuals behind him whispered among themselves. Yet, one cannot act too outrageously, for if the instructors were to become aware, the consequences would be dire. Alas, he would not be participating in this grand competition. Otherwise, I would have taken the opportunity to teach him a lesson. Hush! There will be plenty of chances. A few female disciples were seated together, engaged in lively conversation and laughter. Upon noticing Tanyu's arrival, they did not stand on ceremony, even going so far as to make space for him. As he settled down, he greeted them warmly, saying, "Hello, senior sisters." Among them, C was the one with whom Tanyu was most familiar. As soon as he took a seat, before he could even pose a question, she immediately remarked, "Hey, I heard you forfeited in this year's competition." Tanyu nodded and shrugged, responding, "I haven't even entered the Qi refinement stage. Participating would mean competing against a bunch of children. If I lose, I'll be ridiculed, and if I win, it won't be honorable. It's better not to compete at all. Just as C was about to retort, a voice called out from behind, "Ha ha ha. You certainly possess self-awareness. However, your assertion that winning isn't honorable is utterly superfluous." The speaker was Zhao Yi, a 15-year-old in the mid-chi refinement stage. He considered himself quite charismatic and had openly declared his affection for C, yet she paid him little heed. Consequently, Tanyu, who maintained a decent rapport with C, became an unwitting target for Zhao Yi's ire. Despite being merely 13, Tanyu's closeness to C irked Zhao Yi, who could not tolerate the notion that a mere insect, whom he regarded with disdain, could be closer to C than he was. Tanyu, whose actual age was considerably greater, had been tempered by several years of hardship at the bottom of society, rendering such levels of mockery utterly ineffective against him. He nodded perfunctorily and said, "You make a valid point," while focusing intently on his meal, eager to finish and make his escape. I wished to defend Tanyu, but found herself at a loss for words, especially since he had already opted out of the competition. Noticing that Zhao Yi showed no intention of leaving, C hastily took a few bites of her food before making her exit. As C departed, Zhao Yi instead settled in, and Tanyu, sensing impending trouble, prepared to leave but was too late. Zhao Yi called out to him, asking, "Do you know what everyone is discussing?" Tanyu pondered for a moment. Although the atmosphere was considerably livelier than usual, the topic could only pertain to the upcoming competition starting tomorrow. Wasn't it always this way each year? What else could there be to discuss? His forfeiture? Tanyu did not believe this matter warranted discussion. However, since the question had been posed, he replied, "The competition tomorrow?" Having received the anticipated answer, Zhao Yi beamed with pride and said, "Indeed, tomorrow's competition is noteworthy, but this year's event is markedly different from previous ones." At this juncture, he created a suspenseful pause before continuing, "Tomorrow, disciples from the True Academy will be coming to watch." True Academy? Tanyu felt his heart race slightly. Having been here for 4 years, it was quite rare to hear anything related to the True Academy. Since their last parting at the Lakeside Pavilion, he had not encountered Yi Jia again, which left him feeling a mixture of concern and anticipation. Logically speaking, his time spent with Yi Jia was rather brief, yet in his heart, the weight of this young girl held no less significance than that of Ji Xiandao. Observing the evident change in Tanyu's demeanor, Zhao Yi, possibly misinterpreting the situation, felt a sense of triumph and enigmatically remarked, "Typically, someone like you would never have the chance to associate with them in this lifetime. But this time is an exception." The disciples of the Human Institute each had their designated roles, and most were of considerable age. Thus, Brother Bainong stated that tomorrow during the grand competition, you are to serve the visiting disciples from the True Institute. Tanyu was taken aback. Although it involved menial duties, this was a rare opportunity to engage with the True Institute. However, upon glancing at Zhao Yi, he couldn't shake off the feeling that this individual always brought trouble, rendering him somewhat unreliable. Zhao Yi, undeterred by Tanyu's hesitation, rose to pat him on the shoulder and said, "Come find me tomorrow morning, and I will explain the specifics to you." With that, he departed. Although Tanyu was uncertain about Zhao Yi's intentions, he was not one to shy away from challenges. The following morning, he arrived at the courtyard where Zhao Yi resided. The courtyard was eerily quiet. At this hour, one would expect the disciples to be gradually waking up, yet it seemed Zhao Yi was the only soul present. Upon Tanyu's arrival, Zhao Yi said nothing and simply ushered him inside to converse. Once inside, Tanyu was surprised to find another individual seated there, Chao, known as the foremost person of the Jia Institute. His age suggested he was nearing the end of his tenure. Zhao Yi closed the door and stated, "The reason I summoned you is to assign you a special task." Tanyu felt a wave of frustration wash over him, realizing that this could not bode well. Nonetheless, he refrained from outright refusal and inquired, "What task?" Noticing Tanyu's lack of resistance, Chao's eyes flickered with a hint of delight, which he quickly masked, responding calmly, "You are to seek out a particular item, one that the disciples of the True Institute undoubtedly possess. However, it is exceedingly difficult for us in the Human Institute to obtain. Have you not been unable to advance to the initial stage of chi refining until now? With this item, you will surely be able to progress." What item? Although the nature of this task seemed ominous, Tanyu's curiosity was piqued. Chao declared with gravity, "This item is called a Ji Yuan Dan. I have never seen one in person, but it is said to be generally a pale yellow, about half the size of a fingernail. When distributed by the True Institute, it is usually contained in a small pale yellow vial." As he spoke, Chao gestured with his fingers to illustrate the size. Tanyu pondered and replied, "But they carry it with them. How am I supposed to obtain it? They are disciples of the True Institute." Chao adopted a condescending tone, as if speaking to a child. and said, "First, go and observe for yourself, devise a plan. The grand competition will last several days, and we will assist you with ideas. If you can procure just two, one for you and one for me, the disciples from the True Institute may not notice immediately, and even if they do later, they may lack evidence to implicate you. Once you have secured them, come find me, and I will instruct you on how to use them, if you can successfully accomplish this task. No one in the Human Institute will dare to bully you in the future." Tanyu was entirely ignorant of the affairs concerning the disciples of the True Institute, so this was no simple undertaking. Although he instinctively felt it was highly inappropriate, he nonetheless agreed to undertake the task, because he truly felt a stirring in his heart. Having finally arrived in such a fantastical world, it would be an immense pity to remain an ordinary person. If he could at least enter the initial stage of chi refinement, it would signify that he had crossed the threshold, and perhaps he could soar to great heights thereafter. Moreover, to speak of the present, as he observed his fellow new disciples effortlessly surmounting the formidable wall of chi refinement, he could remain composed. Yet there was an undeniable discomfort gnawing at his heart as for the last remark made by Chua. It might hold considerable allure for typical children, yet it bore little significance for Tanyu. The venue for the grand competition was situated before the hall of the Human Academy. By traversing the cultivation area and heading east, one would arrive at the hall. The competition arena bore a resemblance to the coliseums Tanyu had known in the past, with the ground depressed below, while the spectator stands rose in a tiered fashion around the arena. At the very top of the northern tier, the hall was located. During the competition, ordinary disciples sat around the arena's periphery, as those of lower cultivation could sit closer due to their observational advantages. However, the disciples of the First Academy and those at the Foundation establishment stage were permitted to occupy the foremost tier nearest to the arena, while the instructors resided upon the viewing platform above the hall. Tanyu was uncertain about the distinction between the title of Xian Dao and that of an instructor, but having participated in 3 grand competitions, he had yet to witness the appearance of any Xian Dao. Zhaoyi escorted Tanyu to the front of the hall, where open staircases on either side led directly to the viewing platform. The platform comprised 2 layers, with the upper layer slightly recessed, yet its actual area was significantly larger than that of the lower layer. Generally, the instructors seated themselves on the lower level. At that moment, there was still some time before the competition commenced, and a few individuals were scattered throughout the arena. After instructing Tanyu to wait for the instructor's arrangements, Zhao Yi departed. Left to stand idly, Tanyu could not help but feel a twinge of lament at his unremarkable existence, as some peers of his age pointed and whispered upon catching sight of him. He chose to feign ignorance, though internally he couldn't help but reflect on the monotony of his life. Before long, the instructors began to arrive in succession. Upon encountering Tanyu, their initial surprise quickly gave way to understanding. Tanyu had gained a certain notoriety among the instructors. After all, it was quite rare for someone to have yet to enter the chi refinement stage at this point, and his inability to grasp even the most basic literacy was truly remarkable. Among the instructors, Kaido was the one most familiar with Tanyu, having been his mentor for 4 years in the final academy. Till this day, he had made it clear to Tanyu that his attendance in class was of no consequence, not out of malice, but rather in hopes that he would pursue activities that brought him joy. Upon seeing Tanyu standing there, Kaido glanced around and approached him, inquiring, "Have they assigned you to attend to the true disciples?" Tanyu nodded, affirming, "Yes." "Then come along with me," Kaido replied, gesturing for Tanyu to follow. Without hesitation, Tanyu complied and kept close behind. Among the accompanying instructors was a rotund fellow named Ji Cheng, who, like Kaido, was also an instructor of the final academy and not particularly aligned with him at that moment. He paid no heed to Tanyu, casually addressing Kaido. "I heard that one of your disciples has outright forfeited their rights in this competition. Is there any truth to that?" Kaido, fully aware of the situation, shot a glance at Tanyu and, with a stiff resolve, replied, "Yes." The rotund man, appearing somewhat smug, let his facial flesh quiver as he remarked, "Indulging such behavior is detrimental. As instructors, we must not only attend to our disciples' prowess, but also their character." Chapter 24. The True Academy disciples, upon hearing this, Tanyu couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. What qualifications did this rotund fellow possess to lecture Kaido? Moreover, his own character was beyond reproach. Yet, seeing Kaido merely smile and say nothing, Tanyu felt a sense of deflation, even contemplating that perhaps he should have merely gone through the motions instead. Now he had unwittingly implicated someone else. However, upon further reflection, even if he had abstained, witnessing his juniors pummel him would hardly have spared that plump man from voicing his opinions. Ascending to the observation platform, Kaido did not pause, leading Tanyu directly to the second level. The second level was adorned with a square canopy, beneath which were several spacious chairs, a table laden with fruits, and tools for brewing tea. Unable to restrain himself, Tanyu inquired, "Master Kaido, are we expecting guests? Will you remain here?" Kaido replied, "I know not how many will come. In any case, this place is entrusted to you. Though the true academy disciples hold a different status, we are still regarded as instructors, so sacrifice a little, remain vigilant, and do not cause me any trouble." As Tanyu nodded in agreement, trepidation gnawed at him. The pomp of the true academy disciples surpassed that of instructors, and here he was, scheming over their possessions, truly a precarious endeavor. Yet, one must seek fortune amidst peril. Outright abandonment was not an option. With Tanyu left to oversee, Kaido descended the stairs, while Tanyu positioned himself in a corner of the observation platform, gazing down upon the entire arena. Logically speaking, with his level of cultivation, it should have been impossible for him to discern the details of the competition from such a distance. Yet, he was an anomaly. He could perceive the countenances, subtle movements, and even the expressions of each participant with remarkable clarity. This was his sole achievement in cultivation, albeit of limited utility, and no matter how keen his senses, he could not keep pace once his opponents engaged earnestly. As more disciples gathered, the instructors filled their seats. Suddenly, a gust of wind brushed past him, and Tanyu instinctively turned his head, his heart racing in surprise. Within the canopy, a delicate and petite figure had appeared unbeknownst to him. Clad in white, her garments bore no embroidery, and a light veil obscured her face, revealing only her inky brows and gem-like eyes. She stood there, her long lashes gently drooping, surveying the crowd with an innate air of authority. After a moment of composure, Tanyu noticed her raven hair and felt a twinge of disappointment. The true academy disciple made no further movements upon her arrival, leaving Tanyu uncertain whether to approach or not. After standing for a while, he inadvertently shifted his gaze back to the unfolding spectacle below. At that moment, several senior disciples cast glances in their direction, though most seemed devoid of focus. Suddenly, Tanyu inadvertently locked eyes with a penetrating gaze. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was the senior sister Insu. Their eyes met for a fleeting second before Tanyu hastily averted his gaze. Below, Insu's breath caught momentarily, and she rubbed her eyes, convinced that her recent arduous training had caused her to hallucinate, for how could she have just shared a gaze with him? As the seats gradually filled, time pressed on. The first order of business was the grouping of participants. The competition would initially be divided into 5 major groups based on cultivation levels, followed by a lottery to determine the order of appearances within each group. Except for the 4th Academy, which would compete in 4 groups simultaneously, and the Ding Academy, which would have 2 groups compete together to save time. The remaining major groups would feature solo appearances. Although the initial delineation was based on one's cultivation level, the regulations stipulate that after the conclusion of the group matches, the first ranked of a lower tier may challenge the last ranked of the higher tier. Yet, this provision merely serves to facilitate additional challenges, as there has yet to be a successful instance of a successful cross-tier challenge. Under the auspices of the esteemed Chief Instructor E of the True Academy, the drawing of lots commenced. At that moment, Tanyu suddenly recalled his purpose of serving, glancing back to find that the True Academy disciple remained motionless, prompting him to approach her. Chapter 25. Warmth ahem. As Tanyu stepped forward, he found himself at a loss for how to address her. Senior sister? Or junior sister? From a distance, he had not noticed that this young woman appeared rather petite, and she seemed to be of a similar age to him. Upon hearing his voice, the True Academy disciple finally shifted her gaze towards Tanyu, scrutinizing him for a moment before turning away and taking a seat on a chair. After a brief pause, Tanyu reasoned that, given her status as a True Academy disciple, it would be most appropriate to address her as senior sister. Gathering his courage, he approached her and said, "Senior sister, if you require anything, just let me know. Then come here," the girl responded with a melodious voice. Tanyu took a few steps closer, only to be unexpectedly pulled towards her. Fearing he would topple onto her, he quickly bent his knees to brace himself against the chair, gripping the armrests. Yet, he found himself enveloped in a firm embrace. Stunned, Tanyu was momentarily struck by a realization, yet he remained incredulous as he breathed out, "Ijia? She affirmed, gently releasing her hold but still clutching his garment tightly. Tanyu half squatted down, carefully peeling away her veil. Her delicate nose and exquisite lips were nothing short of perfection. She lifted her head and offered a faint smile. Tanyu felt a wave of confusion wash over him, internally exclaiming, "What an enchanting, ethereal little girl." However, since it was indeed Yijia, he thought little of it. exhaling in relief and settling into a nearby chair. To his surprise, as soon as Yi Jia released her grip, she swiftly turned and sat closely beside him. They were both still quite small, and a single chair was indeed sufficient for them to share. Tanyu was taken aback, suddenly recalling that they were still on the observation platform. He instinctively looked up and around, only to realize that the curtains had been drawn down around them. "Did you not come to watch the grand competition?" Tanyu inquired, puzzled. Yi Jia leaned slightly against him and replied, "Even with the curtains drawn, one can still watch. However, I did not come to watch the competition at all." Tanyu was momentarily flummoxed. If she did not come to watch the competition, what was her purpose? Had she come merely to seek him out? Reflecting on this, his heart raced. She had indeed appeared to be searching for someone while standing there, and given that he occupied a corner of the observation platform, it was evident she would not have found him if she had been gazing towards the arena. Observing Yi Jia now, he noted that she seemed considerably more vivacious than when he first encountered her. While this was undoubtedly a positive development, he couldn't help but wonder if she might be a tad too open for a girl in this world. A sense of unease began to creep in. Suddenly recalling something, he glanced around again, uncertain, and asked, "Did you come alone?" She replied, closing her eyes as she spoke. Tanyu sighed in relief. This little girl truly was a delightful surprise. However, he noted that her hair color had shifted from a dark red to black. What could have caused such a change? Upon reflection, one realizes that the predominant hair color here is indeed black. The dark red hue she sported may have merely been a product of her lifestyle or cultivation practices within her clan. He toyed with a lock of hair for a moment, pondering, and then inquired, "How come you have had no news for the past 4 years?" Although he was aware that Yi Jia was not the type to neglect communication, for years of silence inevitably led one to entertain fanciful speculations. However, now that they had reunited, such strange notions dissipated instantly. He was nonetheless curious about her experiences at the True Academy. Cultivation, Yi Jia answered without hesitation. "I just emerged from seclusion a few days ago. I happened to hear about the grand competition at the Human Academy, and thought it would be a convenient opportunity to find someone. So here I am. By the way, what brings you here? Aren't you participating?" Tanyu felt a wave of embarrassment at the question, pondering how to articulate his response in a more palatable manner. Yet, Yi Jia seemed to suddenly recall something and remarked knowingly, "Ah, indeed." "What do you mean, indeed?" "Your innate talent." Tanyu was momentarily speechless, unable to muster a retort. Remembering Yi Jia's earlier mention of her seclusion, he scratched his chin and asked, "What level of cultivation are you at now?" Yi Jia slightly opened her eyes, hesitating for a moment before replying, "Golden Core." "Golden Core? Is your cultivation system the same as that of the Human Academy?" "They never mentioned that term." Yi Jia replied, "Yes, I was unaware of it before, but now I understand. Cultivation is divided into 6 major realms: Qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, Tao attainment, and spirit transformation, with each realm further divided into 4 minor stages. I am currently at the early stage of golden core." Tanyu momentarily struggled to grasp the implications. If he calculated correctly, did this mean that this 11-year-old girl had already left all those arrogant foundation establishment disciples of the Human Academy far behind? Moreover, her cultivation level was not limited to this. Recalling the fireball he had witnessed years ago, he remembered that Yi Jia also possessed a unique cultivation method from her clan. He felt a surge of excitement, as if he himself had attained the golden core, exclaiming, "Tell me more about cultivation." "What should I talk about?" Yi Jia asked. Tanyu pondered briefly before responding. "For instance, the cultivation levels of the mentors here, the primary distinctions between the realms, the cultivation levels of the True Academy disciples. And what exactly is this innate talent? Can it be enhanced?" In the Human Academy, he had never encountered these inquiries. When he asked the guiding elder, he was merely told that it was unnecessary for him to know. Reflecting on the hierarchical nature of cultivation, did they fear he would be unable to comprehend it? Or did they believe he had no need to engage with such matters? After spending 4 years in the End Academy, Tanyu had remained somewhat numb, yet a sense of unfulfilled aspiration lingered in his heart. In this second chance at life, who would willingly settle for mediocrity? At this moment, the grand competition commenced below, but Tanyu found himself utterly disinterested, wholly absorbed in Yi Jia's narrative. Cultivation begins with the guidance of the divine to draw in qi. Once qi is drawn into the body, it circulates through the meridians, marking the process of qi refinement. During this process, true qi stimulates the meridians. The more meridians that are opened, the larger the range of true qi circulation. Based on the 4 major circulatory pathways of true qi within the body, the qi refinement stage is also divided into 4 tiers. This had indeed been taught at the Human Academy. At this stage, true qi can traverse the dantian but cannot be stored. Thus, The so-called usage of true qi is merely a temporary borrowing, serving only auxiliary purposes. Yet, the more meridians one opens, the more sensitive the body becomes. When the entire body's blood vessels are connected, it signifies the establishment of a foundation. This may sound straightforward, but for those lacking innate talent, the challenge intensifies as one progresses. Forced breakthroughs may even pose a threat to one's life. Once the foundation is established, one can gradually accumulate true energy in the dantian as it circulates throughout the body. This true energy continuously accumulates, subdividing in the dantian into 4 states. The initial storage of true energy, a full reservoir of gaseous true energy, the compression of true energy into a liquid state, and finally, the saturation with liquid true energy. These represent the 4 stages of foundation establishment. Despite all being in the foundational stage, there exists a profound qualitative divide between the early, middle, late, and perfected phases. Consequently, although many disciples have succeeded in establishing their foundation at a young age, few can ever reach the late stage of foundation establishment in their lifetime. The true energy stored in the dantian can be wielded for attack and defense during combat, and occasionally, individuals with distinct attributes can unleash true energy imbued with elemental properties such as wind, fire, or water. Upon achieving the great perfection of foundation establishment, the dantian brims with liquefied, solidified true energy, which can be guided to undergo another qualitative transformation, compressing it into a solid form known as the golden core. However, due to the differentiation of attributes among individuals, the resulting golden cores vary in properties and strengths. While stronger attributes may exhibit greater power, they can also adversely affect one's body and mind. After forming the golden core, most cultivators can utilize techniques aligned with their inherent attributes. The golden core also possesses 4 stages. The initial golden core manifestation, the mid-stage where the dantian contains no liquid and is entirely solidified, the late stage where true energy can be directly manipulated to expand the golden core, and the perfected stage where the golden core can no longer expand but becomes increasingly smooth. Upon reaching the golden core phase, a formidable type of true energy known as true source energy emerges. This can be regarded as the essence of the golden core, possessing boundless power, yet it cannot be replenished like ordinary true energy. True source energy cannot be directly absorbed from the external environment. It can only be painstakingly refined within the golden core, and the quantity of true source energy directly determines the quality of the golden core. Thus, golden core cultivators refrain from utilizing true source energy unless absolutely necessary. Beyond this realm, the distance to the next stage is too vast for Yijia to articulate at present. However, the path of cultivation grows increasingly perilous and solitary as one advances. For the greatest taboo for cultivators lies in being consumed by the uncontrollable passions and desires that arise from enhanced power. The malevolent cultivators are the irreversible byproducts of the cultivation process. Chapter 27. Traps. Some may turn to evil due to limited talent, unwilling to accept obstacles, and forcibly break through. Others may lose themselves in amplified emotions as they grow stronger, or perhaps they stray due to improper cultivation. Regardless of the reasons for becoming a malevolent cultivator, they can no longer be regarded as human, nor can they ascend to divinity. If one must categorize them, they could only be deemed beasts. Malevolent cultivators cannot elevate their cultivation through orthodox means, yet they can enhance their abilities through various nefarious paths, allowing them to kill opponents of higher levels with ease. The Law Hall was established specifically to confront these malevolent cultivators, with the Human Institute organizing groups based on strength to deal with those below the foundational stage, while the True Academy addresses those beyond. As for the cultivation levels of the instructors at Yanbei Hall, Yijia could only discern that they were all at the foundational level, with the lead instructor presumably at the golden core stage. Beyond that, she remained unaware. Listening intently, Tenyu felt that his 4 years at the Human Institute had rendered him entirely ignorant of what he had truly learned. He asked again, "What about talent? Is it possible to enhance it?" This was the matter of greatest concern to Tenyu. Yijia pondered for a considerable while before responding. Logically speaking, it cannot be improved, unless the so-called talent is what my clan refers to as the divine legacy. Divine legacy? Tenyu inquired with curiosity. I should have mentioned that members of my clan must drink from the pond upon birth. Yijia paused for a moment before continuing. You possess not a shred of talent. If this is indeed the divine legacy, you might very well end up like those infants at the pond's bottom. Unable to consume even a drop of pond water. It would be best not to attempt it. Tenyu found this somewhat difficult to comprehend, yet he held a deep trust in Yijia. Reflecting on the peculiar cultivation methods she had previously described, he felt a sense of unease, fearing he might inadvertently become a practitioner of dark arts. Recalling the tragic fate of Yijia's clan, it was possible that they had been annihilated by the very dark practitioners that had emerged from within their ranks. With this avenue closed off and that one unfeasible, Tanyu let out a sigh. Suddenly, he remembered the elixir mentioned by Cha, and if it truly could aid him, why had Yi Jia not brought it up? He then asked, "Do you have the Foundation Establishment pill? Would it be beneficial for me to consume it?" Yi Jia furrowed her brows slightly, inquiring, "Who mentioned this to you? You absolutely must not consume it indiscriminately." Tanyu sensed that there was indeed an issue, and he had not anticipated it would revolve around the elixir. He asked, "What would happen if I took it?" "That is meant for cultivators above the Foundation Establishment stage," Yi Jia explained, "and even those at the peak of qi refinement use it to force a breakthrough. However, it is an extremely perilous endeavor. Hence, the Academy strictly prohibits the circulation of the Foundation Establishment pill within the Inner Academy. For someone like you, who has yet to even enter the early stages of qi refinement, consuming it would likely lead to an explosive demise." Tanyu was no mere 13-year-old child. Upon collecting his thoughts, he discerned a malicious truth. Cha, being the foremost among the First Academy, was undoubtedly at the peak of qi refinement, while he, being the most talentless disciple, had endured scorn from others and was thus the one most in need of elevating his cultivation. Tempted by the prospect of advancement, Cha had incited the naive Tanyu to steal the Foundation Establishment pill. If he failed to acquire it, he would suffer no loss. If caught, he could easily feign innocence. And if he did manage to steal it, when Tanyu ultimately perished from consuming the pill, who would suspect Cha as the instigator? All he needed was to wait for the dust to settle before making his own breakthrough. Upon realizing this, Tanyu felt a surge of resentment. "By the way, what else had Yi Jia said earlier? How do you know I have yet to enter the early stages of qi refinement?" Tanyu asked with a grimace. "Why, Yi Jia, who was rising to brew tea, casually remarked, once you reach the Foundation Establishment stage, you can sense the cultivation levels of those around you. It becomes even clearer at the Golden Core stage, but beyond that, one cannot discern the higher realms." Alas, Tanyu could not help but sigh. "In any case, I will always be by your side from now on. Whoever you choose to confront, I shall assist you," Yi Jia comforted him. Tanyu felt a wave of emotion. It was said that there was a clear distinction between the people of the True Academy and those of the Inner Academy, yet he saw none of that in Yi Jia. Both of them could be considered lonely souls. Could it be that he was the person she felt closest to in this world? Chapter 28. The agreement reflecting on these past 4 years, Ji Xiandao had been quite good to him, serving as both a mentor and a maternal figure, albeit one who showed no favoritism, possibly due to her inherent laziness. He had Ji Xiandao, but what of Yi Jia? Tanyu found himself reminiscing about the white-haired man. It was undoubtedly due to him that Yi Jia's once somber demeanor had transformed into one of exuberance. Coupled with Yi Jia's inherent talent, her master must have showered her with affection. Setting aside the nature of their relationship, Tanyu felt a twinge of wistfulness within him, prompting him to jest, as a young lady, "Do you truly comprehend what it means to accompany me continuously? That implies you are to become my bride. Once you are my wife, you shall be closest to me, do you understand?" Yi Jia paused momentarily, then without a backward glance, replied simply, "Oh." Tanyu was taken aback. Was that it? He found Yi Jia's terse response somewhat elusive, and as he observed her diligently immersed in her tasks, his thoughts began to drift. Concerning the matter of the Zhu Yuan Dan, he could not simply let it slide. They had shown little regard for his life, and it was only fitting that he reciprocate. But how should he do so? Lost in contemplation, he was suddenly tugged at the sleeve. It was none other than Yi Jia. She appeared to be grappling with her thoughts. Just as Tanyu was about to inquire further, she blurted out, "So when can I become your wife?" Tanyu felt as though he had been momentarily choked. Clearing his throat, he pondered earnestly before responding with a grave expression, "You can once you mature a bit." "How many years?" Yi Jia pressed. After a moment's serious reflection, Tanyu replied, "At least when you come of age, which is roughly around 15. However, since you are in this mountain, your master may not consent. You must be able to leave the mountain first." Tanyu, having met the formidable Ice Force Grand Master, felt he might possess a modicum of status himself, making the prospect of marrying Yi Jia not entirely out of reach. Yi Jia considered this thoughtfully and nodded in agreement. Seeing her response, Tanyu smirked slightly. This child was so devoted to her cultivation that her understanding of worldly matters was quite limited. Although waiting another 4 years might not yield significant change, such a monumental decision warranted additional assurance. "Let us exchange tokens as a pledge, then." "What constitutes a token?" Yi Jia inquired. "Something durable, ideally portable, and of little concern regarding value," Tanyu explained as he rummaged through his belongings, but found nothing suitable to serve as a token. He finally conceded, "I have nothing on me at present. Let us exchange something this afternoon." Yi Jia obediently nodded. Tanyu's heart soared with joy. He had always believed his background was respectable enough, and the thought of one day marrying Yijia filled him with delight. Regardless of his cultivation level or lack of literacy, having a wife would surely elevate him above the rest. The morning's contest soon concluded, and when Tanyu asked Yijia if she desired any specific dishes, she declined. Assuming she intended to return to the True Academy for her meal, he did not press further and descended from the observation platform. The dining hall was particularly crowded that day, but as soon as he entered, he was beckoned over. It was Zhao Yi, accompanied by several others, including familiar faces like Rao and Wu Yu. They had already collected their meals, and Zhao Yi invited Tanyu to join them, having even prepared a portion for him. Such treatment was an unprecedented occurrence. Tanyu had always dined alone, but this year, he had finally ascended to the ranks of Zhao Yi's circle. Although he occasionally joined Sister C and the others, he found it difficult to engage in such shameless acts too often, as it would only invite further troubles. Unlike Yijia, C was merely familiar with Tanyu, and whenever a situation arose, she would quickly slip away. In fact, she seemed to care for him less than Insu, with whom he had less interaction. Upon seeing Tanyu actually sit down, he noticeably frowned. At that moment, a timid and familiar voice emerged. "Shall I take my leave?" Tanyu looked up to find it was Xiao Du. Xiao Du seemed hesitant to meet Tanyu's gaze. Uncertain why, Tanyu suddenly found himself on equal footing with this group, which left him feeling quite awkward. Noticing Zhao Yi wave, he promptly slipped away into the crowd. Chapter 29. Insu. Tanyu was well aware that the meal had been brought by Xiao Du, who was still running errands for others, but it was precisely this role that allowed him to barely infiltrate their circle. Although Tanyu disapproved of such behavior, he saw no reason to meddle. Understanding Zhao Yi's ulterior motives, Tanyu was not particularly concerned that Zhao Yi would make things difficult for him. Perhaps he was merely feeling guilty or testing the waters. Feeling hungry, he unabashedly began to eat. Zhao Yi indeed sought out Tanyu to ascertain the situation, and he was somewhat apprehensive. He reassured the other visibly displeased individuals and selectively posed a question to Tanyu. "Is there only one True Academy disciple present?" "Yes." "What is he doing?" Observing the grand competition, Tanyu took large bites. Is he watching the curtain? Indeed, after all, he is a True Academy disciple. It is different. Oh, Zhao Yi wore an expression of understanding. In reality, the curtain was quite thin. Due to the lighting, it was indeed challenging to see from outside in, while viewing from inside out might be somewhat strenuous for ordinary people, though golden elixirs faced no such hindrance. Bang! Rouse suddenly slammed his hand down on the table. "Your senior brother is speaking to you. What is this attitude? Have you become so impressed by the True Academy disciple that you forget your own identity?" With such words, even Tanyu's patience began to wane. Coupled with his recent encounter with Yijia, he recognized that these individuals had no real grounds for arrogance, and thus retorted, "Aren't we all disciples of the Human Academy? What is the difference?" "What difference? Ha, what a joke. You, who cannot even step into the initial stage of chi refinement, dare to compare yourself to us. You are lacking in both literary and martial prowess. I would wager that even a rustic villager surpasses you." Tanyu was incensed by this remark. Slamming his fist on the table as he stood up, clenching his hands, he contemplated that engaging in a physical altercation here would only lead to his own detriment. And fearing he might lose control, he simply turned to leave. Behind him, the sounds of Rao's laughter and Wu Yu's reproach echoed. Upon exiting the dining hall, Tanyu let out a frustrated shout and began to run. How vexing! How wonderful it would be if he possessed strength akin to Yijia. After running for a while, feeling somewhat relieved, he suddenly noticed Insu standing beside him, having emerged from the dining hall after him. "Don't take it too much to heart. Rao is just a child at heart," Insu comforted him. Observing Tanyu drenched in sweat while she appeared as composed as ever only added to his discomfort. "Why is it that I seem to possess no talents at all?" Insu sighed and remarked, "You may feel aggrieved now, but do you realize how many individuals yearn to enter the law hall yet are unable? Even if it is merely to serve as a menial, this mountain can be considered one of the safest places in the world. Although you may encounter ridicule, it is all in jest and poses no threat to your life. Once you are officially enrolled as a menial disciple, these people will eventually forget you. Moreover, do not be misled by their seeming merriment. Once they leave the mountain in pursuit of exterminating the wicked, countless will surely fall." Tanyu fell silent. Insu believed her words had made an impact, and with a faint smile, she departed. Little did she know that Tanyu was internally cursing, "Safe. In this place you naively deem secure. There are those plotting for wealth and murder." Though he scoffed at Insu's sentiments, he still felt a modicum of gratitude towards her. After all, she had taken the time to engage with him despite his lack of connections. Upon returning to the courtyard, he found it eerily quiet. His fellow disciples had not yet returned from their lunch. He still resided in the same room he had occupied 4 years prior, and to this day, no one shared it with him. The younger disciples in the courtyard both adored his storytelling and feared that spending too much time with him might infect them with the malady of being without a path to cultivation, leading to a curious blend of affection and trepidation towards him. Being the eldest in the courtyard, it fell upon Tanyu to fetch water. He had not forgotten his intention to exchange tokens with Yijia, and rummaged through his belongings, yet could not find a single suitable item. Eventually, his gaze fell upon the feather that he had entrusted to him. Though he had never utilized it, the feather was a mere finger's length, and despite its prolonged neglect, it retained a lustrous sheen. The barbs were firmly attached, showing no signs of damage. Tanyu may lack various skills, but he possessed a knack for handiwork. Apologizing silently to Yi in his heart, he commenced the process of crafting the feather. Unbeknownst to him, the feather belonged to a creature of remarkable resilience, as he had managed to ruin 6 tips before finally transforming it into an ornament. He threaded it with red silk and inscribed his name along the shaft in accordance with the design on his attire. While such delicate work would pose a challenge for others, Tanyu executed it with ease. As he completed his task, the grand competition was drawing near. Tanyu hurriedly made his way toward the arena. On the steps of the contest stage, Rao, Wu Yu, Zhao Yi, and others were seated together. Rao occasionally cast glances toward the covered platform above, remarking, "I heard from a senior that a female disciple has arrived." Before the competition commenced in the morning, I caught a glimpse of a figure in white, but could not discern clearly. Do you suppose that wretched thing will use its tricks against our female disciple? Wu Yu, with a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, chimed in with a playful laugh. "What, are you afraid? You were so brazen at noon, bullying others." Rao retorted with irritation. "Afraid? How could that be? Among you all who are close to him, how many would actually stand up for him? Strength is of the utmost importance. If there is any fear, it is that he might bring disgrace to our human courtyard in front of the true academy. By the way, Zhao Yi, why did you insist on having him sit with us at noon?" As Rao spoke, he directed his gaze toward Zhao Yi, who disdainfully replied, "The true academy is not like the human courtyard. In their eyes, we are but insignificant insects. It is indeed peculiar that there is an interest in witnessing the grand competition at the Human Institute this time. I find it rather tedious to pass the time, so I shall allow him to explore the situation there. Theo, ensure that a dog is obedient. One must provide sustenance, after all." Rao, appearing bewildered, mockingly remarked, "I see now. Judging by that lad's demeanor, he might genuinely believe he is of significant importance to you." Wu Yu, lost in thought, unexpectedly resumed the previous topic, stating, "Yet, the direct lineage of the royal courts from both great dynasties has been composed of mere mortals, incapable of harnessing even a modicum of true energy, and yet they have ruled this realm for over 2 millennia. Countless cultivators serve them, and these cultivators are hardly inferior to the disciples of the true institute. That must be due to the presence of deities like Zhengtian Zhenren keeping watch." Rao immediately retorted. "Enough of that," Zhao Yi said, casting a profound gaze toward the curtain. "Regardless of whether it is the true institute or the royal courts, these are matters beyond our casual discourse. Merely gaining access to this sacred mountain of cultivation is a fortune earned over several lifetimes." As he spoke, a frown suddenly creased his brow. Following his gaze, Rao noticed a figure hastily approaching the observation platform, directly ascending to the second level. Zhao Yi shook his head and closed his eyes. Rao remarked, "Could it be that wretched thing? I truly overestimated him. He can even manage to be late for this." Zhao Yi discreetly glanced at the location of Chu, contemplating. "Though this troublesome one is useful, he may not achieve success. It seems I must give him a nudge with that method." Upon entering the tent, Tanyu discovered Yijia seated cross-legged in a meditative state. Sensing Tanyu's approach, she opened her eyes. Tanyu casually sat beside her and inquired, "Are you returning to the True Institute for lunch?" Yijia shook her head and replied, "Gold Core practitioners do not require meals." "Really?" Tanyu exclaimed, his eyes widening. "You mean you don't eat?" "Indeed, once one reaches the Gold Core stage, they sustain themselves on the essence of heaven and earth, and most mundane food becomes a burden, save for a few limited items like fruits," Yijia elaborated. "You just referred to mortals, didn't you?" Tanyu gasped. Why? Yijia hesitated, averting her gaze, and swiftly changed the subject. "Did you bring the token?" Redirecting the conversation proved effective. Upon hearing her words, Tanyu produced a black feather from his bosom, saying, "I don't possess anything of great value, so make do with this. It appears quite sturdy to me." Yijia accepted it, examining it closely for a moment, then gently caressed the engraved characters with her thumb. a subtle smile gracing her lips. Such exquisite craftsmanship. Tenyu felt a surge of pride at her compliment, responding, "Indeed, this is one of my specialties. Did you carve this yourself?" Tenyu nodded. Yejia's joy intensified as she carefully tucked it away and produced a jade slip adorned with golden edges, presenting it to Tenyu. "This is for you." Tenyu accepted it and scrutinized it. The slip measured half a finger in length, translucent and resplendent, with some red, thread-like substances swirling within, coiling in serpentine shapes. Although he felt that this token was somewhat extravagant compared to his own, he recognized that given Yejia's status here, such treasures were likely abundant. Thus, Tenyu chose not to comment further and stored the item carefully. Throughout the entire afternoon, the two engaged in a lively exchange, conversing about their respective experiences up in the mountains. It wasn't until the grand competition concluded that they reluctantly bid farewell. Not long after Tenyu returned to his lodgings, he was summoned by Chowie. He could have declined the invitation, yet reflecting on the likelihood that they would not take any drastic actions against him at this moment, he decided to comply. Moreover, the suspicion that they intended to use the Ji Yuan Dan to harm him was merely conjecture on his part, and he felt it necessary to ascertain the truth. Thus, he followed along. After a considerable journey, they arrived at the wooded area on the western side of the residential quarters as dusk began to settle. Tenyu had visited this forest before. It bore the simple name of Shilin, yet its essence was far from simple. There was something enigmatic about this woodland. As the deeper one ventured, the more difficult it became to proceed. Typically, it served as a trial ground for the disciples of the academy. Rumors circulated that this forest was connected to the True Academy, and if anyone could traverse its depths, the True Academy would consider making an exception for their acceptance. However, in the Yanbei Hall, the Ren Academy resided to the west while the True Academy lay to the east. How could the woodland on the far western side of the Ren Academy possibly connect to the True Academy's depths? Thus, this rumor was as implausible as the tales that circulated 2 years ago, claiming that Ji Xiandao, in her guise, was actually a stunning beauty, and that she feigned ignorance of characters merely to draw closer to Ji Xiandao. At that time, countless troubles had been conjured to ascertain whether Yu Pua was indeed pretending, ultimately concluding that some fools, like geniuses, were exceedingly rare. Not long after entering the forest, Tenyu found himself unable to move. As if his entire body were encased in lead, at that moment, a figure darted forth. It was Chao. Upon arrival, Chao inquired, "Have you devised a plan?" Tenyu shook his head in response. Upon hearing this, Chao seized him and dashed deeper into the woods. Tenyu had never ventured into the heart of the forest, and he felt as though even breathing had become laborious. Chao set Tenyu down. Yet he lacked the strength to rise, collapsing onto the ground instead. They had not yet reached the stage of refining qi. Chao remarked, "I understand that asking you to procure something from the disciples of the True Academy is rather demanding. Therefore, I have formulated a plan for you." Tenyu felt as though an immense boulder were pressing down upon him, rendering him breathless and incapable of speech. Chapter 32. Poison. Chao produced a slender, flattened herb and stated, "I have observed that the disciples of the True Academy are relatively young, and their cultivation should not be profound. Tomorrow, you shall infuse this umbrella grass into her tea. She will not suspect a thing. Once she drifts into slumber, you can administer 2 Ji Yuan Din." It seemed unnecessary to lead him such a distance merely to relay this information. Indeed, Chao continued, "This forest is devoid of demonic beasts or malevolent spirits, yet it abounds with herbs, though their growing locations are not easily accessible. This umbrella grass, while merely a calming herb, belongs to the category of spiritual herbs and is not readily obtainable. Thus, for safety's sake, I must also provide you with something to consume." With that, he forced an object into Tan Yu's mouth, lifted him slightly, and then tossed him back onto the ground. Tenyu lay prostrate, feeling as though he were engulfed in ice, with unbearable pain gnawing at his abdomen. Chao lifted Tenyu's head and whispered in his ear, "The substance you have ingested can only be resolved by me. Even your master cannot assist you. Should you seek her out, it would spell doom for both of us. Thus, it is better to take a gamble. If you cannot incapacitate her even with this umbrella grass, I shall not press you further." At this point, Tenyu could no longer entertain any positive thoughts about the two individuals. He found himself devoid of strength to speak, trembling on the ground from the pain coursing through his body. After a considerable time, his consciousness began to blur, though the intensity of the pain diminished significantly. Upon seeing that the situation had stabilized, Chao hastily lifted Tenyu and made his way back. It wasn't until dawn that Tenyu regained consciousness, unable to recall how he had returned to his residence. However, The dust covering his body and the umbrella grass in his arms served as stark reminders that the events of the previous night were not merely a dream. The inability to seek assistance from Ji did not preclude him from reaching out to Yijia. After taking a shower and changing his clothes, Tan Yu, with a cold demeanor, made his way toward the arena. This time, he skipped breakfast, arriving at the viewing platform even earlier than the previous day. Ascending to the second floor, he encountered two servant disciples arranging fruit and tea. Having been severely weakened the night before, he gave it little thought and promptly found a chair to sit down. "Hey, that's for the esteemed guests of the True Academy. What are you doing sitting there?" One of the servant disciples approached him. Tan Yu, filled with pent-up fury, had no inclination to respond. Noticing Tan Yu's indifferent demeanor, the disciple grew irate and said, "What, do you look down on us servants? I recognize you. In a few years, you'll be in our position too. We have plenty of time to get to know each other, so why not start building a rapport now?" Tan Yu remained silent. The disciple, known as Zhao, possessed initial stage qi refining skills and was aware of Tan Yu's notoriety. Seeing that Tan Yu was unresponsive, Zhao, in a fit of anger, reached out to grab him, only to be stopped by another servant disciple. "Hey, mind your own business. When the True Academy disciples arrive, he'll get what's coming to him." Zhao pondered this for a moment, realizing the logic behind it, and with a huff, continued to retrieve fruits from the basket to place on the table. At that moment, a gentle breeze swept through, and to everyone's surprise, Yi Jia had arrived early. Upon seeing her in white attire, the servant disciples dared not lift their heads and hastened to complete their tasks. Zhao felt a mix of anxiety and schadenfreude, but after waiting for a while without any commotion, he cast a doubtful glance, only to find the veiled disciple in white simply sitting quietly, making no further movements. Once the two finished arranging the items, they prepared to leave, as they were responsible for other matters in the human courtyard. However, Yijia called out to Zhao, who had been stealing glances, saying, "Wait a moment, help us brew some tea before you go." With that, she waved her hand, and all the curtains descended. Tea is a beverage known for its invigorating properties, and any plant that serves to awaken the senses is cherished by cultivators. Zhao, caught in the act of peeking, felt a sudden jolt of alertness upon being called and quickly stayed behind to prepare the tea. Under the curtains, Zhao moved about cautiously. Yet, despite his carefulness, he could not replicate the serene aura that Yijia exuded while brewing tea. Excitement coursed through him. He thought to himself how the True Academy disciples were almost celestial beings, their voices so melodious that he longed to behold their beauty at the same time. He felt a twinge of resentment, believing that brewing tea should indeed be the responsibility of someone of higher status. He remained oblivious to the fact that Yijia's earlier comment was somewhat misplaced. After a while, hearing a rustling behind him, Zhao mustered the courage to sneak another glance, and the sight nearly caused him to drop the teapot. He realized he had not had the chance to clearly see Yijia's appearance, but he had just caught her peeling sweet fruit for Tan Yu. Tan Yu remained seated with his eyes closed, resembling a rather nonchalant gentleman, yet he savored the fruit flesh offered to him with great delight. His demeanor was no longer as sullen as before. Instead, it took on a somewhat boastful air. Zhuang quickly lowered his head, struggling internally for a moment, before stealthily glancing up again, immediately setting aside his pride. Pondering, "This is quite extraordinary. What on earth is this all about? This is a significant event." Seizing the opportunity while others were still unaware, he resolved to ingratiate himself with him. After all, how much could his dignity possibly be worth? After brewing tea, Zhuang retreated. Yi Jia had long noticed the peculiar expression on Tan Yu's face and finally inquired, "What is the matter?" Tan Yu sighed, saying, "I have been tricked. Please check if there is anything wrong with my body." Yi Jia promptly took his hand, resting her fingers on his wrist for a considerable time, then placed them on his neck for a while, stating, "There seems to be no issue. Do you feel unwell?" Tan Yu thought that this matter would be easier to resolve with Yijia's assistance, so he no longer concealed the truth and recounted the situation to her. After listening, Yijia clenched her small fist in anger, exclaiming, "This is utterly outrageous." After a moment of thought, she placed her palm on Tan Yu's abdomen. He felt a sudden warmth in his belly, followed by an intense pain that chilled his entire being. Mirroring the symptoms from the previous night, Yi Jia withdrew her hand, and after a considerable interval, Tan Yu's pain began to subside. "How is it?" Seeing Yi Jia silent, Tan Yu spoke up. "This poison is not directed at cultivators. It appears to be something mundane. Currently, the toxin has settled near your dantian, remaining undetected when dormant. There are myriad recipes for concocting poisons in the secular world, and without knowledge of the precise proportions, crafting an antidote is exceedingly difficult, and it might even exacerbate the condition. Ijia explained. Is there no other remedy? Tenyu asked, unwilling to accept his fate. Why? Ijia offered a wry smile. None. If you were a cultivator, I could expel the poison using my true energy, but your meridians are completely blocked. Any attempt to channel true energy could result in lifelong disability. As she spoke, she contemplated and then produced a pale yellow vial, stating, I have plenty of building yuan pills here, but they cannot be given away lightly. She then retrieved a brown vial, opening it and pouring its contents into her palm. Tenyu initially assumed the other vial contained more pills, only to be surprised when a transparent liquid was poured out. This liquid did not flow down but rather hovered above Yijia's palm. She then took 2 building yuan pills and enveloped them in the transparent liquid. The pills began to spin rapidly above her hand, with the liquid gradually vanishing until it was no longer visible. Tenyu watched, feeling inexplicably pleased. What was so great about reaching the peak of chi refinement? They were still mere mortals, and Yijia's casual display of skill was something they could never aspire to in their lifetimes. The 2 pills fell into her palm, and Yijia handed them to Tenyu, saying, they wanted supplementation, right? I've infused the building yuan pills with true essence liquid, allowing them to replenish thoroughly. Tenyu examined them closely and sniffed them. Compared to ordinary building yuan pills, there seemed to be no difference, and he curiously asked, what will happen if I consume this? Yijia replied, 1 building yuan pill might force a breakthrough at the peak of chi refinement, while just a single drop of true essence liquid surpasses a building yuan pill tenfold. Thus, their consumption of this concoction yields effects akin to that of ingesting the Zhu Yuan Dan. Chapter 34. Cunning when it comes to matters of life and death, Tenyu hesitated. He had never taken a life before. However, he was not a man of soft heart either. Considering Chao's ruthless nature, he steeled himself and carefully stored away the 2 specially crafted pills. Yet, he could not shake off the feeling that matters would not be so straightforward. Chao had never intended to grant him a path to survival. Would he truly provide the antidote? Yijia did not ponder too deeply, yet upon understanding the situation, she felt uneasy about allowing Tenyu to go alone, declaring, tonight, I shall accompany you. With Yijia joining him, Tenyu felt considerably more assured. He nodded in agreement, for he had yet to venture beyond the mountains and did not wish to lose his life in this place. That night, Zhaoyi indeed returned to seek out Tenyu. Following Zhaoyi once more to the West Forest, they found Chao already waiting there. Upon seeing Tenyu, Chao eagerly inquired, how did it go? Tenyu produced the pills and handed them over, stating, I have acquired them. Chao scrutinized them for a moment, nodded, and then unexpectedly handed Tenyu a package of antidote. Tenyu was taken aback by his promptness. Thinking that he would not consume the pill on the spot, he prepared to take the antidote home for further examination. However, he suddenly heard Chao's peculiar voice asking, do you not want yours? Of course I do, Tenyu replied instantly, but you see, I would like to return first to detoxify. Chao responded, then you may leave. Tenyu nodded and began to walk away, yet he felt an unsettling sense that he had forgotten something crucial. Just then, Chao called out to him again. As a soul from a peaceful era, this was Tanyu's first experience in such treacherous dealings, leaving him feeling somewhat guilty. Without much thought, he instinctively turned back. Suddenly, a swift motion ensued, and Chao stuffed something into Tanyu's mouth in that very instant. Yijia unleashed a surge of true energy that sent Chao flying. Yijia's eyes blazed with fury. Having initially perceived Chao's demeanor as amicable and the antidote as genuine, she had relaxed her guard, failing to anticipate such a betrayal. After sending Chao hurtling away, she swiftly restrained Zhao Yi, who attempted to flee, and hurried to check Tan Yu's condition. However, Tan Yu was no longer himself. His veins bulged, his eyes turned bloodshot, and he appeared almost inhuman. Soon, he began to emit visible waves of heat. In a panic, Yijia pried open his mouth and peered inside, immediately detecting a fragrant aroma. Her face paled. It was the scent of Zhu Yuan Dan. The pill had dissolved upon entry, rendering it impossible to retrieve. As Tanyu teetered on the brink of destruction, Yijia could no longer afford to waste time. She swiftly knocked out the terrified Zhao Yi, then grasped Tanyu's body, attempting to directly guide the true energy within his dantian. Whether it was the Zhu Yuan Dan or the Zhen Yuan liquid, their effects were concentrated in the dantian, intended to enhance or replenish the rapidly depleting true energy therein. Thus, these were pills utilized by cultivators above the foundation establishment stage. For ordinary qi refining practitioners, consuming such pills posed a danger due to the sudden influx of true energy in a dantian that could not yet store it, leading to a potential reverse flow of true energy. The individuals untrained in the qi refinement stage, upon consuming it, find themselves unable to control the erratic flow of true qi as it surges chaotically within their dantian, devoid of any outlet for release. The inevitable outcome is a catastrophic explosion of the dantian. The area surrounding the dantian is engulfed in a tumultuous energy, reminiscent of a small earthen jar suddenly overwhelmed by a vast ocean, with cracks forming all around as it teeters on the brink of destruction, utterly unmanageable. Night Jia was already in a state of panic, witnessing the increasingly distended abdomen of Tanyu. All he could do was attempt to suppress the escalating pressure from the outside, while simultaneously guiding the rampant true qi within Tanyu's dantian. In the throes of this uncontrollable situation, without any forewarning, Tanyu's abdomen suddenly contracted in a peculiar manner. Not only that, but Night Jia's hand, which was originally channeling true qi, was ensnared, unable to break free as the true qi was frantically drawn into Tanyu's body. However, Tanyu had long since lost all awareness of his surroundings. Initially, he felt as though he were a tiny boat adrift in a tempestuous sea, precariously swaying under the onslaught of fierce winds and torrential rains. At that moment, a warm current emerged around him, straining to keep the boat from capsizing amidst the chaos. As the 35th chapter unfolds, an extraordinary transformation of the dantian occurs. Gradually, a golden light flickered above the surface of the sea, revealing a colossal vortex into which the raging winds and rains were drawn. This vortex surged toward him, and he was swiftly engulfed within its swirling depths. He struggled violently against the currents, and just as he felt consciousness slipping away, a golden light descended from the heavens, enveloping him entirely in a radiant hue. Subsequently, Tanyu discovered that he no longer feared the tumultuous waters, slowly becoming one with the vortex. Gradually, he perceived that the entire vortex had transformed into a brilliant gold, continuously drawing the sea into its embrace. As time progressed, the vortex began to calm, ceasing to absorb any further water. Yet the golden hue gradually faded, becoming transparent. His awareness returned, and Tanyu sensed an unfamiliar presence within him. Intrigued, he focused inwardly and was astonished to find a tranquil spinning vortex nestled in his lower abdomen. He endeavored to connect with this vortex, discovering that under his mental influence, it could accelerate its rotation. Each surge of speed drew in a small amount of silver threads, which joined the vortex, subtly enhancing its power. As he gradually regained consciousness, he noticed a frantic figure hastily rolling away, and upon closer inspection, it appeared to be the silhouette of Zhao Yi. The thought of Zhao Yi jolted Tanyu upright, only to feel warmth on his leg. It was Night Jia, who had collapsed onto him and now rolled down to rest on his thigh. Xiao Jia! Xiao Jia! Tanyu called, gently shaking her. Night Jia's eyelashes fluttered, and she instinctively embraced Tanyu, yet remained in slumber. Seeing that Night Jia was unharmed, Tanyu felt a wave of relief. Though they were both young, Tanyu's mental maturity was akin to that of a 25-year-old, prompting him to carefully adjust Night Jia's position, opting not to disturb her further by placing her on the ground, but rather allowing her to rest on her side. Zhao Yi had already fled, and given that Tanyu was no match for him, he could not leave Night Jia behind to pursue. He began to quietly reflect on the events of the previous night. He vividly recalled the sensation of something being forcefully inserted into his mouth. He had encountered the scent of a foundational pill before, thus he understood what he had ingested. Yet, he was now unscathed. Why was that? Ah, the vortex. Tanyu quickly focused inward once more, and indeed, he could distinctly see a miniature vortex manifesting in the location of his dantian. In an attempt to stimulate his energy, he distinctly sensed a subtle force surging into his dantian from the surrounding cosmos. Tanyu was both astonished and elated. Did this signify that he had entered the qi refining stage? Yet, why did this experience differ so markedly from what he had previously understood about the qi refining stage? Practitioners in this stage could harness true energy from sword qi and palm winds to amplify their power. But unlike in the foundation establishment stage, where a mere flick of the wrist could unleash tremendous force, the borrowing of true energy in the qi refining stage required a foundation of one's own exertion. Tanyu struck the ground a few times, his fists glowing a vivid red, yet no trace of true energy manifested. He pondered this and concluded that his inability to channel power was likely due to his current seated position. At that moment, dawn was just breaking. Tanyu thought that with some time left before the grand competition commenced, he might as well begin to activate the cyclone to absorb the silvery threads. After a considerable duration, he felt a sense of fatigue. It turned out that the cyclone could not be activated indefinitely. Regaining his composure, he opened his eyes to find that daylight had fully arrived. Yi Jia was still asleep. After sitting for a while longer, sensing some movement nearby, Tanyu swiftly feigned unconsciousness. The visitors were Zhao Yi and Sicha. It turned out that after Cha had been violently hurled away by Yi Jia, he had lost consciousness. Upon awakening, he was unaware of how much time had passed, but he instinctively knew that he was no match for the newcomers and hurriedly endured his injuries to flee, only to encounter Zhao Yi in the midst of his escape. Chapter 36. Explosion. Zhao Yi was clueless about what had transpired. In his flight, he had only seen both individuals sprawled on the ground. Upon hearing Zhao Yi's account, Cha hurried to confirm the situation. He instinctively wondered if that person had also been injured while treating Tanyu. After all, he had never heard of a Dantian explosion being treatable. And according to Zhao Yi's description, the newcomer was quite diminutive, yet clad entirely in white, unmistakably a disciple of the True Academy. Moreover, it was evident that they had come to rescue Tanyu. Given that a disciple of the True Academy was present, it was clear that his own circumstances were compromised. Either they were doomed, or he was finished. From a distance, they could see the two individuals still lying on the ground, prompting Cha to hastily approach. As he took a few steps closer, he noticed the white-clad woman's body twitch slightly. Startled, he halted in his tracks. Upon closer inspection, however, he discerned no further movement, so he placed his right hand into his pocket, gripping the dagger concealed within, and continued to advance cautiously. A brief glance revealed something amiss. Tanyu's abdomen was intact, and his complexion was rosy, displaying no signs of having perished in an explosion. If this were to come to light, it would spell disaster for him. Resolutely, Cha unsheathed his dagger, hesitating momentarily before lunging towards the heart of the True Academy disciple. Zhao Yi, witnessing the unfolding calamity, understood that there was no way to salvage the situation and promptly made his escape. Tanyu, lacking in other skills, possessed extraordinarily keen senses. Long before Cha approached, he had realized that he could no longer maintain his ruse. But at that moment, Yi Jia had yet to awaken. Thus, with no time for tenderness, Tanyu discreetly pinched her. Last night, Yi Jia's true energy had been thoroughly drained by Tanyu, nearly exhausting her primordial essence. Coupled with her deep slumber, she was left utterly defenseless, awakening with a jolt of pain. Yet her nature prevented her from uttering a sound. Sensing that Yi Jia had regained consciousness, Tanyu felt a momentary relief, only to be startled as Cha drew his weapon. However, even in her weakened state, Yi Jia remained a golden core cultivator. With a resounding thud, Cha was once again sent flying by Yi Jia, only to crash against a tree and slide down its trunk. Struggling to her feet, Yi Jia turned to glance at the unscathed Tanyu, instantly feeling a wave of relief wash over her. Taking a deep breath and biting her lip to suppress her fury, she made her way towards Chao. Initially taken aback by Yi Jia's ethereal visage, Chao quickly regained his senses and fumbled for the Zhu Yuan Dan in his embrace. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he concluded that he had no choice but to fight with all his might, oblivious to the vast disparity in strength between them. As Yi Jia produced a delicate brown vial, seemingly preparing to consume its contents, Chao seized the opportunity to swallow the Zhu Yuan Dan. The moment the elixir touched his tongue, it dissolved, unleashing a torrent of true energy within his dantian. Overjoyed, he attempted to harness this surge of energy for his own use, only to find it multiplying uncontrollably. Panic gripped him as he realized his dantian was transforming into an ever-expanding balloon. Having consumed a significant portion of the true essence liquid, Yi Jia felt her energy gradually replenishing and was about to confront Chao when she caught sight of his alarming state. Alarmed, she swiftly grabbed Tanyu and fled. With a thunderous boom, an explosion echoed behind them. Tanyu, with his keen sense of observation, glanced back and beheld a gruesome sight. Splattered crimson flesh and remnants of clothing hung on nearby trees. The tree Chao had previously leaned against bore a gaping wound, and with a groan, it toppled over, crashing into other trees before coming to a halt. Placing a hand on his stomach, Tanyu broke out in a cold sweat. Yi Jia, equally shocked, had not anticipated such devastation from a dantian explosion at the chi refining stage. She turned to Tanyu, trembling, and inquired, "You truly are unscathed?" As she reached out to check his pulse and examined his abdomen, she found no abnormalities. Chapter 37. The direct absorption of Dao energy. Tanyu felt anxious, acutely aware of a subtle whirlpool of energy rotating steadily within his lower abdomen. Observing Yi Jia's probing, he immediately asked, "Is there any change?" Yi Jia shook her head in confusion. Then, Tanyu urged the whirlpool, asking, "What about now?" Yi Jia's eyes widened as she sensed that the little bit of true energy she had painstakingly restored was being siphoned directly into Tanyu's abdomen. She could even feel the true source energy in the surrounding air converging towards him, prompting her to retract her hand in alarm. "How is it?" Seeing Yi Jia's reaction, Tanyu felt a surge of excitement. After 4 years of effort, he was finally on the brink of cultivating. However, Yi Jia seized Tanyu's hand and cautioned, "You must keep this hidden from others." Tanyu, taken aback, asked, "What's wrong?" Yi Jia glanced towards the direction where Chao had fallen, saying, "Let us discuss this elsewhere." After a moment's thought, Tanyu nodded in agreement. Upon returning to Tanyu's residence, they found the courtyard eerily quiet, the disciples having departed for the competition venue. With Yi Jia's presence, the task of cleaning away the grime became remarkably effortless. Holding Tanyu with one hand, she dipped the other into a water vat. Miraculously, the water flowed up her arm, enveloping them both in a swirling embrace before gently cascading to the ground. Following this, a wave of warmth enveloped them as the moisture on their skin evaporated. "This is incredibly convenient," Tanyu exclaimed. "Can this be done even at the golden core stage?" Yi Jia was momentarily taken aback, then smiled faintly and said, "Not quite. It requires the control of both water and fire attributes." Water and fire? No wonder. Tanyu thought for a moment, realizing this was what Yi Jia referred to as the golden elixir attribute. However, upon further reflection, wasn't Yi Jia able to wield these abilities before entering the mountains? Nevertheless, he was eager to understand his own condition, so after tidying up, he immediately pulled Yi Jia into the room. Once the door was closed, Yi Jia, not one to keep secrets, lowered her voice and remarked, "Your situation is quite peculiar. Your Dantian can directly absorb the Tao energy from the heavens and earth for your own use. Yet, your meridians remain blocked." Tanyu was taken aback and asked, "What do you mean by that?" The true energy and the essence energy of the world are collectively referred to as Tao energy. Generally, a cultivator's true energy is drawn from the external chaotic energies, which are then gradually refined and accumulated in the Dantian through the circulation within the meridians. However, essence energy is the quintessence of true energy. Although it exists in the world, it cannot be absorbed directly and can only be refined gradually after reaching the golden elixir stage. You can absorb both directly, but not through the meridians. Instead, you inexplicably draw it directly into your Dantian from the cosmos. So, this means you can now accumulate true energy and even essence energy like a cultivator, albeit you cannot utilize it. Your meridians remain unresponsive, Yi Jia summarized. Moreover, this unique method of cultivation is best not practiced in public. It would be unfortunate if you were mistaken for a deviant cultivator. Tanyu's expression fell once more as he said, "So, you're saying I can now cultivate, but essentially it's a crooked path, and I'm still just a fool who can't use true energy." "That would be a fair assessment," Yi Jia nodded earnestly. "However, you ingested a foundation-building pill infused with essence liquid yesterday and nearly drained my true energy, yet you suffered no adverse effect. I cannot ascertain whether this is good or bad." Noticing Yi Jia's worried expression, Tanyu instinctively ruffled her hair. Though she couldn't see the state of his body, he could. The stable vortex did not appear to be on the verge of explosion. Remembering that it was his activation of the vortex that had alerted Yi Jia to his bodily anomaly, Tanyu inquired, "Does this mean that as long as I refrain from absorbing Tao energy, you won't be able to discern the true state of my body?" Yi Jia nodded. "All right then, I'll cultivate in secret. I'm curious to see what kind of results I will achieve," Tanyu chuckled. Chapter 38. Exile. Yi Jia hesitated, and upon noticing this, Tanyu pinched her cheeks gently and said, "Don't think I'm unaware. The lifespan of a cultivator is undoubtedly different from that of us mortals. Speak honestly, how many years can one live with a golden elixir?" Gently grasping Tanyu's hands, Yi Jia lowered her head, realizing she could not hide the truth any longer, and reluctantly admitted, "Perhaps 300 years. Tanyu sighed, thinking to himself, as expected 300 years now, but who knows how many more it would take to enhance that further. He cradled Yi Jia's face and couldn't help but place a soft kiss on her forehead, saying, "A few hundred years as a widow. I cannot bear to let you endure that. I must cultivate something worthwhile." Although Yi Jia was unaware of the concept of a living widow, she grasped its general meaning. Taking a deep breath, she offered a rare and brilliant smile, returning the gesture with a kiss on Tanyu's face. "You look truly delightful when you smile. Do make it a point to smile more often," Tanyu remarked, chuckling, while inwardly contemplating how easily girls could be appeased, yet strength remained paramount. Otherwise, what would happen if he became henpecked in the future? With the matter of cultivation settled, they turned their attention to the situation with Chao. The two parted ways. Yi Jia set out to locate the fleeing Zhao Yi, while Tanyu hurried to report to Ji the guide. Before long, Yi Jia succeeded in capturing Zhao Yi, and they both gathered before Ji. Beside Ji were 3 other guides from the human courtyard, Ko, Ku, and Xin.in, contrast to Yi Jia and the guides, who were seated. Tanyu and Zhao Yi knelt on the ground. "Why, Yi Jia? unwilling to have Tanyu kneeling before her, opted to sit on a chair to the side. Zhao Yi knelt prostrate on the ground, recounting the events in detail, allowing Tanyu to finally comprehend what had felt amiss the previous night. Chao had originally intended for Tanyu to consume the elixir and meet his demise, thereby achieving the most perfect cover-up. Thus, the first order of business after obtaining the elixir was to ensure that Tanyu would indeed ingest it. However, Tanyu displayed no urgency in taking the elixir, which unsettled the inherently suspicious Chao. Given their secluded location, Chao decided to force the elixir into Tanyu's mouth, fearing he might seek an antidote and report the incident. At this juncture, the guides from the human courtyard turned their gaze toward Tanyu. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Jia presented the explanation she had prepared earlier. He did not ingest it, I intervened. Otherwise, how could he possibly still be seated here? Subsequently, she recounted how she and her junior brother had searched the forest for Chao all night without success, only to hear an explosion the following day, discovering that he had indeed perished. Zhao Yi had witnessed the escape clearly, noting that it was Yi Jia who had sent Chao flying with a single strike, and prior to that, he had clearly seen the elixir in Chao's mouth, with the disciples of the true courtyard appearing quite anxious at the time. Though puzzled by how Tanyu remained unscathed, the sight of Yi Jia earnestly fabricating a lie made it clear to him that something was amiss between the two. He knelt silently, hesitating to speak. Ultimately, he reasoned that this might absolve him of some blame, especially since he dared not offend Yi Jia. Coupled with their consistent accounts, he found himself at a loss for words, opting instead to remain silent. He gently stroked the cuff of his sleeve on the armrest of the chair, and upon Yi Jia's conclusion, his unconscious movements ceased as he inquired, "But how could the potency of this Zhu Yuan Dan be so immense?" Yi Jia responded, her expression devoid of emotion, "That is a specially formulated elixir I created, infused with true essence liquid." This impassive demeanor could very well be considered Yi Jia's specialty. She often maintained such a countenance. Though her expressions became more animated in the company of Tanyu. Ji seemed convinced, nodding, and added, "Cousin Jia, although it is indeed wrong for right Pua to pilfer your elixir, he was somewhat coerced." "Indeed, this matter is of no consequence," Yi Jia interjected in a calm tone. Relieved, Ji then turned to Tanyu, saying, "Per, do not forget to express your gratitude to your senior sister." Tanyu promptly and earnestly offered his thanks. The other three guides remained silent, merely listening, and upon witnessing the situation, they nodded in agreement. Guide Xian continued, "How shall we deal with Zhao Yi?" Yi Jia narrowed her eyes and directed her gaze towards Zhao Yi, stating, "Expel him from the sect. There is no need to waste his cultivation." Zhao Yi, initially elated at the prospect of Tanyu being spared from punishment, presumed that his own sentence would not be severe. To his dismay, this disciple from the True Academy immediately declared his expulsion from the sect. Overcome with a mix of anger and despair, he broke down in tears, pleading for mercy, as the illegitimate son of the ruler of Zhao. He possessed only mediocre talent and already found himself in a precarious position. Being sent to the law hall for gilded training was a last-ditch effort to salvage his reputation. If he were to be expelled at this juncture, he would undoubtedly become a laughingstock. Chapter 39. The unsightly ensemble Yi Jia, however, was unfazed by such considerations. Retaining individuals like him posed a potential risk. While she regarded him with disdain, she could not dismiss the possibility of him causing trouble for Tanyu. The law hall was under the jurisdiction of the True Academy and the four guides, whose cultivation levels were limited to the late stages and completion of the Golden Core, would not dare to offend a direct disciple of the Mountain Master without just cause. Thus, the matter was settled, and before Zhao Yi could offer further justifications, he was unceremoniously expelled from the mountain. This incident was hardly commendable. After conferring with Yi Jia, the four guides chose to conceal the details. The remnants of the incident were personally cleaned up by the guides. The public was only aware that Zhao and Zhao Yi had been expelled from the sect, unaware of the specifics of their transgressions, and even most of the instructors remained oblivious to the circumstances. What astonished everyone next was that Yi Jia appeared the following day, clad in green, at the Human Academy, requesting the key to the dormitory adjacent to Tanyu's. After a moment of contemplation, Tanyu finally managed to utter, "Did your master not speak of you? How will you cultivate here at the Human Academy?" Yi Jia replied with a faint smile. "My master had long assured me that once I reached the Golden Core stage, as long as I do not leave the mountain, I may traverse any area upon it. Moreover, my master will also be entering seclusion. As is customary for the esteemed ones on the mountain, I have already thoroughly studied the cultivation methods for the Golden Core stage. Any issues that arise can be addressed upon his return from seclusion." With such reasoning, Tanyu had no further objections. With Yi Jia by his side, He found it convenient to consult her regarding any issues he encountered in his practice. As for the poison that Cha had administered to him, Tanyu was inclined to believe it was indeed genuine, as Cha's character would not permit him to leave any residual toxins in the blood. The reason for his trust in Zhao Yi, and why he was compelled to attend to him, remained a mystery. Ultimately, Tanyu did not utilize the antidote, as he discovered that he bore no signs of poisoning. Yi Jiao was unable to find any evidence of it either. Whether this was due to the infusion of Dao Qi into his body or a natural disposition during a bodily transformation remained uncertain. After all, the poison site of action was in his waist and abdomen, quite close to his dantian. The grand competition had yet to conclude, but having recently discovered a method of cultivation, Tanyu devoted himself to practice whenever he felt energized. Yi Jia, being a fervent cultivator, could easily meditate for a day or two without issue. Those who had not reached the golden core stage were incapable of perceiving the levels of those around them, especially in an environment predominantly comprised of qi-refining disciples. Thus, it was not until the final day of the grand competition that the disciples within the courtyard noticed the addition of a slightly older junior sister. As a fellow transfer student, Yi Jia quickly garnered fervent attention, yet she earnestly chose to associate herself with the insufferable fool, Tanyu. A person whom most would prefer to avoid. It was akin to a flower blooming amidst a heap of manure, evoking a sense of dread that the blossom might be tainted by the foul stench. Consequently, Tanyu, this unsightly mass, became increasingly conspicuous and despised. The grand competition itself lacked a definitive time constraint, yet it typically concluded within 6 days. This day marked the 6th, as the final day was reserved for battles among the esteemed practitioners of the academy or for challenging those of higher ranks. Tanyu found himself quite intrigued and invited Yi Jia to watch the spectacle. Despite his notorious lack of cultivation, Tanyu possessed a keen observational acumen, yet upon arriving at the arena, he promptly seated himself on the second tier. Before long, several disciples from the First Academy and Foundation Establishment disciples arrived, making their way directly to the front row. Among them was Insu, who, upon catching sight of Tanyu from a distance, hesitated momentarily before approaching him. Binong, oblivious to Tanyu's presence, followed closely behind Insu. The disciples accompanying Binong, noticing the unfolding scene, quickly turned to follow suit, resulting in a bustling little group converging in an instant. As they drew nearer, Insu suddenly noticed Yi Jia standing beside Tanyu and paused in her tracks. Binong, observing this, shifted his gaze as well, first noticing Tanyu's frown, then regarding Yi Jia with a mixture of surprise and scrutiny for a considerable duration. Tanyu then recalled that 4 years prior, Binong had crossed paths with Yi Jia. However, during that encounter, both had appeared quite disheveled, leaving him uncertain whether Binong could even remember her. Insu approached the spot directly in front of Tanyu and initiated a conversation, asking, "This junior sister, I must confess I have never seen you before, da." Yi Jia inclined her head slightly and replied, "Greetings, senior sister, I am Ming Jia, having just joined a couple of days ago." Insu nodded, finding no reason for surprise regarding this transfer student, her thoughts lingering on how this fool was deceiving the new junior sister once again, pondering how long this charade might last. At that moment, Binong suddenly interjected, "This junior sister, you seem somewhat familiar to me. Might you have relatives residing within the mountains?" Yi Jia, having long forgotten Binong, instinctively glanced at Tanyu upon hearing this. Sensing impending trouble, Tanyu attempted to intervene, but it was too late. Yi Jia pointed at herself and declared, "I am his future bride. Does that count as a relative?" The assembly of senior disciples was momentarily taken aback. Preposterous, Binong thought to himself, realizing he had perhaps overthought the situation. He promptly dismissed the matter, gesturing for his attendant to lay down cushions for himself and Insu to sit comfortably. Meanwhile, Insu shot a fierce glare at Tanyu and turned to Yi Jia, saying, "Junior sister Jia, matters of lifelong commitment should not be taken lightly. You are still young, do not let him deceive you." Turning back to Tanyu, she admonished, "You too, temper your behavior. By the time this junior sister understands a few things, you might not even stand a chance against her." Indeed. Tanyu quickly agreed, although inwardly he mused, "At present, I wouldn't stand a chance." A new beauty had taken a seat behind him, and her immediate association with this hopeless individual, Tanyu, only served to whet the appetites of several senior disciples seated in the front row, who were both eager and vexed. However, given Binong and Insu's presence, they refrained from making any untoward moves. The arena soon filled to capacity as the final day of the grand competition commenced. The matchups were announced, yet Tanyu, unable to comprehend the characters, naturally found the brackets inscrutable. However, He gleaned from the conversations of the junior disciples around him that only the top 2 competitors from the First Academy remained to contest. After the completion of the competition among the foundation-building disciples of the First Academy, it is noted that there are currently 8 disciples from the Human Academy, divided into 2 groups based on their cultivation levels, the early and mid-foundation stages. With only 2 in the latter days for challenges that surpass one's rank, no news has surfaced thus far. Observing the entrance of the senior sister Inshu and the unremarkable Unki, who once delivered clothes to him, Tanyu couldn't help but sigh softly. If Chao were still here, as the foremost disciple of the First Academy, he would undoubtedly be present on the field now. One wonders what could have driven him to so recklessly pursue the elevation of his realm. Just as he pondered this, he overheard a few individuals ahead discussing Chao, seemingly sharing a similar sentiment. One remarked, if Chao were here, the title of the foremost disciple of the First Academy would be unquestionable. I wonder what offense he committed that led to his expulsion. Another nodded in agreement, saying, indeed, it is quite strange. There hasn't been a whisper of news regarding this matter. Bainong glanced up at the pavilion and stated calmly, I know a bit about Chao. His entire village was slaughtered by a malevolent cultivator. After much hardship, he finally entered the law hall, yet now, as he is about to emerge from seclusion, his cultivation remains at the peak of qi refinement, which must leave him discontented. Perhaps he wishes to break through before his return, but he ought to be wary of becoming like that Eastern. Although the specifics of his actions remain unknown, since Chao's departure, no true disciples have returned to observe the battles. Upon hearing the word slaughter, Yi Jia instinctively tightened her grip on Tan Yu's hand. He, recalling the circumstances of her clan, gently switched her small hand to his other one and affectionately ruffled her hair. Are you suggesting that? The disciples in front seem to have finally come to a realization. Bainong shook his head, saying, this matter is also unclear to the instructors, and the elders remain tight-lipped. We should refrain from further discussion. Understood. The group of younger disciples promptly nodded in agreement and fell silent. Tenyu suddenly recalled that when Zhaoyi initially instructed him to serve the true disciples, it was based on Bainong's intentions, and given Bainong's status in the Human Academy as a sort of deputy overseer, he had always felt that Bainong must possess some insight into the situation. However, since time has passed and no evidence remains, it is best not to stir up trouble further. Chapter 41. Observing the battle, the competition within the arena was fiercely contested, with Unki and Inshu employing predominantly gentle techniques, wielding unconventional weapons, a soft whip and a string of beads, respectively. It is rare to see male disciples utilizing whip-type weapons, yet Unki handled it with remarkable finesse, causing deep grooves to mar the ground with each deft strike. Inshu's string of beads was even more uncommon. She adeptly manipulated 6 beads, each the size of a marble, connected to her fingers by delicate threads. The beads moved with agility and unpredictability, resembling concealed projectiles that proved nearly impossible to defend against. If not for Tan Yu's extraordinary perception, he would have struggled to track the trajectory of the beads. As the two engaged in a back-and-forth exchange, the disciples seated in front of Tan Yu began to speculate once more. Who do you think will emerge victorious? They occasionally sparred, often finding themselves evenly matched. Yet these informal exchanges lacked the intensity of true combat, making it difficult to predict the outcome. I have experienced senior sister Inshu's footwork. Her techniques are elusive and difficult to counter. However, in terms of offensive power, senior brother Unki is more ferocious. I have faced him in combat multiple times and can attest to his prowess. Moreover, his whip technique oscillated between harsh and gentle, and despite the seemingly relentless assaults from Inshu, she had yet to breach his defenses even once it appeared that the moment she revealed even the slightest flaw, her defeat would be inevitable. The chatter was not subtle. Some individuals occasionally glanced back, seemingly with an air of ostentation. Upon hearing them claim that Inshu would lose, Tenyu felt an inexplicable sense of indignation. He thought to himself that Buqi seemed to be struggling merely to parry the blows. While his strikes grew increasingly fierce, they also became more measured and deliberate. Suddenly, Inshu exposed a vulnerability, and Buqi's supple whip seized the opportunity, striking swiftly at her lower body. In a critical moment, Inshu swiftly utilized her silk beads to dissipate the force of the whip's attack. Yet she was still ensnared by it, her ankle caught and flung into the air. The disciples in the front row who had previously supported Buqi sighed profoundly, declaring, Sister Inshu is about to lose. However, before their words could fully escape, the situation within the arena took a dramatic turn. A silk bead, which had materialized behind Buqi at an unknown moment, struck him directly at his vital point like a bolt of lightning. A tingling sensation coursed through Buqi's back, causing his legs to buckle and kneel. Without hesitation, Insu pivoted midair and landed a forceful kick on the nape of Buqi's neck, forcing him down and rendering him incapacitated. "Bravo!" Tenyu exclaimed, standing up in exhilaration. This maneuver, though seemingly simple, required impeccable precision. Any slightest deviation in control would thwart the desired outcome. Such meticulous mastery was not easily attained. The previously boastful disciples now found themselves in an awkward predicament. Bianong scoffed, saying, "When engaging in sparring with you, Insu naturally need not reveal all her contingencies. Remember this for the future. Do not speak recklessly about what you do not understand." The disciples nodded in agreement. Tan Yu's gaze shifted from the arena to Bianong. His interactions with Bianong had been limited. He had always perceived him as a fussy, fastidious individual who rarely displayed a pleasant demeanor. To his surprise, Bianong spoke with a commendable degree of formality, albeit with a hint of bureaucratic tone. As the top contender from the First Academy, Insu returned to her seat, and Bianong immediately offered his congratulations. Insu politely acknowledged him and then bestowed a faint smile upon Tanyu before sitting down. Tanyu found himself momentarily stunned, awkwardly scratching his head, as he genuinely could not recall when he and Insu had become so familiar. Yet, upon reflection regarding Insu's nature, it dawned on him that she tended to look out for all her junior disciples, of which he was merely one. The competition continued, and after the First Academy, it was time for the Foundation establishment matches. Tanyu had observed these contests in previous years. Initially, he could hardly discern the action, but during last year's grand competition, he finally grasped the general essence due to an enhancement in his sensory abilities. Considering that he had not been idle over the past year and his senses had sharpened further, he secretly believed he would be able to perceive the events clearly this time. The initial round of the Foundation establishment competition featured 6 participants divided into 3 groups according to a draw, with the victors proceeding to a lottery for further duels. One individual could also opt to sit out and later compete for the title of champion in the early Foundation establishment stage. While the disciples from the First Academy were dazzled by the spectacle, Tanyu was indeed able to view the proceedings with clarity. Compared to the Chi refinement level contests, the duels at the Foundation establishment stage were significantly more splendid. However, the competition here relied solely on hand-to-hand combat, eschewing the use of weapons. Common swords and blades would become notably weaker in the hands of Foundation establishment practitioners. Thus, unless wielding a high-grade precious artifact, it was often better to forego weapons altogether. The grading of these artifacts was determined by their capacity to endure. A first-grade artifact could be utilized by those who had achieved full Foundation establishment. In the same category of treasures, there exists a division into 3 tiers: upper, middle, and lower. However, for the sake of safety and fairness, the use of these treasures is prohibited for those in the Foundation establishment stage during the grand competition. With treasures off-limits and ordinary weapons prone to damage, the contest for those in the Foundation establishment stage are conducted barehanded. Nonetheless, the fervor in the arena is significantly greater than it was before. Tan Yujing observed intently, only to suddenly feel a weight on his shoulder. His little junior sister, Yijia, had fallen asleep beside him. The few disciples in the front row who had been glancing back frequently could no longer contain their laughter, exclaiming, "Your little junior sister is fast asleep, yet you pretend to be so serious. Do you really think you can see clearly in this Foundation establishment match?" "Indeed, I cannot see clearly. You all seem to have better vision," Tan Yujing replied, not wishing to engage in such trivial disputes, even though his eyesight far surpassed theirs. The others were momentarily taken aback by his words, unable to respond, and, feeling the pressure of Bianong and Insu seated nearby, they turned back to watch the competition in a daze. The outcome of the early stage match was swiftly determined. Tan Yujing recognized several individuals among the participants, all of whom were notable figures in the academy, though he had never interacted with them. Once the early stage concluded, the middle stage commenced, and Bianong finally took the stage. His opponent was Shu Go, who was set to emerge this year. Both combatants wasted no time in hiding their abilities, launching into a fierce battle as soon as the match began. Shu Go wielded his hands like blades, each swing releasing a subtle surge of energy. Employing the Foundation establishment's initial level technique, Palm Chi technique, however, having reached the middle stage of Foundation establishment, the quantity and power of his energy strikes far exceeded that of an early stage practitioner. Bianong was not idle either. He evaded while skillfully twisting the trajectory of Shu Go's attacks using leverage and gravitational pull. Whenever a gap appeared, he would deliver a powerful punch, prompting Shu Go to also resort to evasive maneuvers. This style of combat consumed their vital energy rapidly, and both fighters soon transitioned to using physical techniques. Physical techniques harness the vital energy to temporarily enhance one's physical form, essentially serving as localized shields or augmentations. This skill heavily relies on agility and foundational martial skills. For foundation establishment practitioners, whose physical strength is not significantly greater than that of an ordinary person, this undoubtedly increases their risk. However, it conserves vital energy and enhances defensive capabilities. Under the influence of the enhancement techniques, the competition became markedly simpler, but this was only true for those able to discern the flow of battle. For the majority, the intricate maneuvers remained obscured. Suddenly, as Bainong was deeply engaged in combat, his footing faltered, and he was struck in the chest by Shu Go's punch. Tan Yuzhing observed clearly, the ground beneath Bainong's feet visibly twisted. Just as Bainong, pained, prepared to retaliate, he stumbled once more and was sent flying. Before he could recover, Shu Go seized his head and pressed it to the ground. "Shu Go wins," announced the instructor overseeing the matches. "What just happened?" Several disciples in the front row sprang to their feet, exclaiming, it was no wonder they were bewildered. How could he suffer 2 consecutive blunders in such close succession and be defeated so swiftly? Yet, Tan Yuzhing understood the underlying trickery. Despite Shu Go only being at the middle stage of foundation establishment, he possessed the ability to manipulate the earth. His method of control was quite straightforward, involving rhythmic movements of his feet on the ground. In truth, his control was minimal yet remarkably precise, a clear result of extensive training. However, it appeared that none of the disciples present had anticipated his control over earth, including Bainong. After rising, Bainong left with a stern expression. Upon witnessing this, Inshu seemed somewhat concerned and hesitated before following suit. Also joining them were the batch of disciples who had arrived together earlier. Tanyu shook his head, pondering that he initially believed Bainong was pursuing Inshu, but now it seemed more akin to mutual affection. As the dust settled, the instructor began inquiring whether there were any challengers willing to fight beyond their rank. Yet no one responded. This conclusion was not surprising to anyone. The days following the grand competition were tranquil. Each day was spent either in cultivation or sleeping, or in the company of Yijia. He realized that during his training, each time he activated the cyclone, depleting his mental energy, his senses would heighten correspondingly. Hence, Tanyu decided to abandon even the Qi induction fist. This led to onlookers perceiving him as having fallen from grace, even becoming a cautionary tale among certain instructors. Chapter 43. Penetration. Yet, a similar eccentricity manifested in Yijia, albeit with entirely different treatment. For instance, some disciples attributed all their grievances to Tanyu, urging her to distance herself from him, while others seized every opportunity to showcase their own prowess. In their eyes, all faults lay with Tanyu. Setting aside his abilities, how could such a beautiful girl associate daily with a lowly underachiever without feeling profound distress? However, Yijia seemed utterly indifferent to others, hardly paying attention to what anyone had to say. Within the entire law hall, only the words of the mountain master and Tanyu seemed to hold any sway over her. Eventually, the crowd ceased to speak of her, redirecting their frustrations solely toward Tanyu, whom they found elusive. As for Tanyu, he was wholly absorbed in managing the small cyclone within him, completely oblivious to external matters. He was not originally from this world, thus unafraid of challenges regarding fundamental issues. In fact, he relished them. He was eager to discover what would transpire from controlling this cyclone to continuously absorb external energies, even harboring a faint hope that it might transform his ordinary talents or bestow him with formidable abilities. After all, the occurrences unfolding within him were beyond Yijia's comprehension. However, as the silver threads within the cyclone accumulated, its rotational speed began to decelerate, and for several days, he could not accelerate it any further. Aside from this, there were no other changes. At this juncture, it had been precisely 4 months and 3 days since the cyclone's emergence. Tanyu began to grow increasingly anxious. The more anxious he became, the more he feared stagnation, thus exerting himself even harder. Ultimately, he fainted from excessive mental energy depletion. After a period of darkness, Tanyu gradually regained consciousness. Before opening his eyes, he instinctively turned inward for introspection and was shocked to find that the cyclone had inexplicably inverted. The true energy and source energy within were dispersing outward. This revelation was astonishing. He immediately sprang up. Not so fast. Unbeknownst to him, Yijia had taken a seat by his bedside, her face a mask of uncertainty as she scrutinized him for a moment before tentatively placing her hand on his chest, closing her eyes to sense for a while. Your true energy is leaking outward, yet the source energy has integrated throughout your body. What does this signify? The true source of energy is indeed the essence of vitality. Thus one cannot help but feel that it should not be a negative occurrence. Why not take a moment to attune your senses? Upon hearing this, Tanyu once again focused inwardly and immediately discerned the intricacies. The true source energy, delicate and ethereal, gradually merged into his body, astonishingly disregarding his bodily meridians. This phenomenon persisted for a day and a night, with the rotation of energy gradually slowing, until the slender tip began to collapse downward, passing through the center and eventually reverting to its original form. Only then did Tenyu truly comprehend that this vortex was not inverted. It was merely like a pocket that had been turned inside out, and now it had flipped itself back. After some experimentation, he discovered that once the vortex had reverted, it could once again be stimulated as before, but under this new impetus, the absorption of true source energy was both swifter and more abundant, with the color of the vortex shifting from transparent to a milky hue. Tenyu rose from his resting place and moved about, feeling as light as a swallow, yet he was plagued by an uncomfortable stickiness all over. Upon scratching himself, he found his hands covered in grime, prompting him to hurriedly dash outside for a wash. In the courtyard, several disciples were engaged in sparring. They were taken aback to see him suddenly rush out to bathe, emanating an unpleasant odor, and they widened their eyes in astonishment before pinching their noses and retreating in haste. The water tank in the courtyard was intended for washing and drinking, not for bathing. The living quarters had a designated bathhouse. However, Tenyu, being somewhat reclusive and singularly devoted to his practice, had seldom visited it, often opting to wash himself in the courtyard when no one was around. Yet, with others present at that moment, he could not afford to be overly indulgent, so he rinsed himself off hastily and carried a basin of water to Yijia's quarters, requesting a swift wash. Chapter 44. Foundation Establishment Strength. As the moisture evaporated, Tenyu felt invigorated, shaking his arms and twisting his waist. Just as he contemplated a few playful jumps, he was halted by Yijia. She scrutinized him for a while, her expression filled with suspicion. "Are you undergoing marrow cleansing and bone refining?" Tenyu found the term somewhat familiar, as if it signified a profound transformation. He quickly extended his hand for Yijia to examine his talent. "No change in talent," she replied, shaking her head while continuing her assessment. A wave of disappointment washed over Tenyu, but he then heard Yijia suggest, "Try hitting me, Taken aback for a moment, Tenyu soon grasped her intention and, without hesitation, stepped back and threw a powerful punch, smack. Yijia caught it effortlessly with one hand, her hair billowing momentarily before settling back into place. Withdrew his fist, Tenyu felt a mix of deflation and anticipation. "Well, what do you think?" Yijia examined her palm thoughtfully for a while before hesitantly responding. "It's comparable to the initial stage of foundation establishment." Hiss. Tenyu gasped in astonishment, struggling to comprehend that is it truly possible to transition from the chi refinement stage directly to the foundation establishment stage? Your current physical state resembles that of an initiate in the foundation establishment phase with activated true body techniques. Yijia clarified, yet your meridians remain unconnected, making it impossible to channel any true energy externally. I'm uncertain how to categorize your current realm. Tenyu pondered. So, this could be seen as forging a new path? After all, Yijia had her own unique cultivation methods. Perhaps it was time to bestow a name upon his own practice. However, it felt premature to do so, and he decided to defer it for later. Thus, he resolved to temporarily designate his current realm as the second stage, abbreviated as Stage 2. As the vortex remained, it was clear that he could continue his cultivation journey at the tender age of 13. Possessing merely the nascent strength of a foundational cultivator, the entire human academy could scarcely offer a worthy comparison, particularly when set against the likes of Bainong, who paled in significance. Yet, what of the true academy? Reflecting on Yijia's impressive attainment of golden core cultivation at the mere age of 11, it is curious how the emergence of foundational prowess now evokes a sense of trepidation. With the fruits of cultivation finally blossoming, Tenyu has become increasingly engrossed in his practice, to the point of neglecting all else. The serene depths of Shilin have become their habitual training ground. As Tenyu ascended to the second tier, his ability to absorb the surrounding vital energy intensified. However, the essence of heaven and earth is inherently dynamic. Thus, unless one is in close proximity, it remains unnoticed. As days turned into weeks and weeks into years, time flew by in a blurred eye. In the span of 2 fleeting years, Tenyu's energy vortex experienced yet another reversal, leading him to claim a third-tier status, boasting strength capable of contending with the latter stages of foundational cultivation. He has distanced himself significantly from his peers in the human academy, as the chasm between mid and late foundational stages is indeed vast. Yijia, exhibiting an even more extraordinary prowess, has surpassed mid-golden core stage and is on the brink of advancing to the latter stage. Consequently, her visits to the true academy have become increasingly frequent. Throughout this period, Tanyu has gained a deeper understanding of the Law Hall. Unlike the Human Academy, which thrives on arduous effort, the True Academy is replete with elite disciples who can achieve foundational cultivation in a year and golden core in a decade. This stark contrast certainly conveys a sense of transcendence between the mundane and the extraordinary. As for Yijia, whose journey from 4 years of cultivation to golden core and a subsequent 2 years approaching the latter stage is nothing short of astonishing. It is indeed a spectacle that defies conventional expectations. While Tanyu's progress is not markedly slower than hers, he treads a different path, devoid of the use of vital energy, leaving him uncertain of when his journey might reach its culmination. Immersed in his training, he remains oblivious to the fact that in the Human Academy, his absence is scarcely noted, save for the occasional necessity of appearing for meals, often accompanied by Yijia. This has led to whispers of laziness surrounding him, compounded by Yijia's increasingly radiant beauty and her enigmatic presence, which, coupled with her occasional displays of strength, casts Tanyu in an unfavorable light. Over time, many disciples have begun to use him as a scapegoat when reprimanded by instructors, thrusting him into the eye of the storm. At long last, on a fateful day, he was summoned by the chief instructor. Upon arrival, he was taken aback to find 4 esteemed leaders present. Since acquiring his cultivation methods, he had ceased attending classes with the leaders, and now, facing Ji Lao, he felt an acute sense of embarrassment. However, the atmosphere soon turned ominous. With 4 venerable figures gathered and instructors flanking either side, the tension was palpable. Jiu Do, seated nearby, began to wink furiously at him, leaving Tanyu bewildered. After a moment, more disciples arrived, all of them foundational disciples from the Human Academy, including Bai Nong and Yin Su. Having a decent rapport with Yin Su, Tanyu was aware of her successful foundational advancement, yet he had not offered his congratulations. Once all were assembled, the chief instructor of the Human Academy, Bai Nong's master, addressed the assembly. Our Human Academy, straddling the realms of mortals and cultivators, relies not on innate talent, but on diligence and perseverance. However, the disciples within the academy have reported that in recent years, a few individuals have displayed a lack of ambition, indulging in idleness and achieving nothing in their studies. They show disrespect towards their elders and have even lured younger female disciples. Their deplorable conduct has cast a negative shadow over the new disciples, and indeed the entire academy. Such disciples, if not reprimanded, cannot uphold the integrity of our institution. Therefore, today we shall deliberate on appropriate disciplinary measures for this disciple. Tanyu was taken aback, as he felt he had done nothing wrong, yet here he was being summoned for punishment. Moreover, ordinary reprimands typically do not require a formal assembly, suggesting that this time the matter was serious. Reflecting on the major competitions of the past 2 years, Tanyu had not sought the spotlight and thus had not participated. Naturally, Yijia had also abstained, though she occasionally revealed a hint of true energy. Enough to silence any speculation about her depth. In contrast, Tanyu could not release any true energy. Despite a significant shift in his demeanor, others attributed it to normal adolescent development, never suspecting anything further. Do not worry too much. Punishment is not as grave as it seems. I recall you were studying the arts under Ji. If you truly lack talent in cultivation, but have achieved some success in the literary arts, you might be spared from punishment, spoke a figure named Ko, one of the 4 leading elders of the academy. Ji, upon hearing this, could not help but place a hand on her forehead. Elder Ko, you are not aware that this individual remains illiterate, let alone accomplished, replied a lecturer from the end of the academy. Oh? Is that so? The 3 elders exchanged frowns. They remembered the last incident involving the theft of medicinal pills from the True Academy, in which this individual had participated. Although the disciples from the True Academy had not pursued the matter, it was certainly not commendable. With the current wave of complaints, they exchanged glances and turned their gaze towards Ji, awaiting her input, as she had once guided him. Yet, they were unaware that the so-called luring of female disciples involved one who was the personal disciple of the mountain master. Ji furrowed her brow, contemplating for a long while, and finally said, indeed, he lacks talent, but to my knowledge, he is willing to endure hardship. His failure to excel in the literary arts likely stems from other reasons, and this matter warrants further investigation. Elder, what the lecturer has stated is entirely accurate. We can all attest to it. Given his character, it is highly probable he was merely acting in front of you, stepped forward Bai Nong. Yin Su opened his mouth, hesitating to speak. Kaido, unable to contain himself, raised his voice in defense. He is simply a bit lazy. His character is quite good. His lack of progress and ambition is truly due to limitations in talent. As for luring the young female disciple, it seemed to me a mutual consent. It hardly qualifies as luring, does it? Tanyu was drenched in cold sweat. Such a defense was worse than silence. Indeed, Ji immediately responded, "You have just admitted to it. The reports from the disciples are factual. Furthermore, consistently skipping classes is inherently disrespectful to your elders, and he has not participated in the major competition for 3 consecutive years. As for the matter of luring, that female disciple possesses considerable talent, yet has remained under his influence since entering the mountain, obedient to his every word. Similarly, she does not attend morning classes or major competitions. If this continues, a promising talent will be squandered. How can one not feel sorrow over this?" Chapter 46. Entering the tower, is this truly the case? Do you have anything to say in your defense? Before Ji could speak, Ko interjected, appearing somewhat displeased. "I shall not heed his nonsensical ramblings any longer. Let us directly escort him to the celestial tower. Should he succeed in returning, that will suffice. If he falters midway, we shall demote him to the status of a menial disciple, for otherwise, it would merely squander our resources," Jiqing added. Tenyu was still pondering whether the celestial tower was indeed the towering structure visible daily. He then uttered, "Very well, let it be so," and took the lead, swiftly lifting him and leaping forth. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In no time, they arrived at the base of the tower. Tenyu was left speechless, contemplating the nature of these individuals. Their words carried the force of a gale. At the entrance of the tower stood an elderly man who, upon seeing them, inquired directly, "Entering the tower?" To which Ji Chung replied, "Indeed." The old man continued, "In the human courtyard, one may ascend only to the first or second level." Ji Chung responded, "Only the first level is required." The old man nodded, retrieving a wooden token and handing it to Ji Chung. Ji Chung accepted the token in silence, standing by idly as they awaited their turn. Having never been to this place before, Tenyu began to scrutinize his surroundings. The celestial tower was situated in the midst of a vast lake, and from the direction they had arrived, it appeared to be positioned to the east of the residence of the guides, nestled between the human courtyard and the true courtyard up close. The tower exuded an aura of mystique and pressure, its surface marred with numerous minute fissures. Upon closer inspection, Tenyu suddenly perceived a certain regularity to these markings. Realizing they were no mere cracks, he found himself entranced as he observed them for a while. Before long, the other 3 guides and a handful of instructors arrived, including Kaido and Ji Chung. None of the foundation building disciples had come, likely due to other stipulations. Once the group was assembled, Ji Chung handed the wooden token to Tenyu, stating, "You shall take this token to enter the tower, which permits access to the first level. As long as you manage to exit with the token, you shall be spared from punishment. However, should you discard the token, you may exit immediately, yet it would signify your abandonment of the challenge. Do you understand?" Tenyu nodded. He felt no trepidation. Instead, a thrill coursed through him, for these individuals remained oblivious to his actual prowess at the later stages of foundation building. Moreover, this presented an opportunity to encounter the unknown. Glancing at the wooden token in his hand, which was similarly adorned with patterns and bore a simple symbol, he recognized it as the numeral 1, his sole recollection of a character. Ji Chung sighed, lacking any further instructions. Tenyu reasoned that the situation appeared relatively safe and took a step towards the tower. Perhaps he was unaware that as he crossed the threshold, the old gatekeeper and Ji Chung exchanged a barely perceptible glance. Upon entering the celestial tower, the light dimmed abruptly before him, and it took considerable time for his eyes to adjust. Yet visibility remained exceedingly low. The stone floor was unyieldingly hard, pale in hue, and exuded an icy chill. Lacking a clear destination, Tenyu was compelled to wander aimlessly in a chosen direction. Each step he took echoed with a rhythmic thud against the unforgiving surface, but after only a few strides, he was startled by the sudden emergence of synchronized footsteps from afar. Taken aback, he halted. The distant footsteps continued for a couple of beats before falling silent. He cautiously took another step. After a brief interval, a singular thud resonated from the distance. After several attempts, Tenyu exhaled in relief. It was evidently an echo. The oppressive atmosphere of the place had rendered him startled by nothing more than a mere sound reverberation. Tenyu tucked the wooden plaque into his embrace and took a few more steps, focusing intently to discern the direction from which the echoes emanated, before striding forth. The expanse of this space was undeniably several times larger than that of the Immortal Tower. First, he must locate the periphery. Chapter 47. Enraptured outside the tower, a few individuals engaged in casual conversation. The first level of this tower was a realm of pure illusion, largely independent of one's cultivation level. Indeed, it was the most effective method to test a person's will. Ji Chung had indeed proposed an astute suggestion. The speaker was Ku Chi, one of the 4 guides of the Human Institute. Indeed, He remarked with a smile. I ventured here during my own foundation building completion, and it was filled with objects that captivated one's heart. I too exerted considerable effort to emerge from it. Those lacking resolute will surely lack the courage to exit, relying solely on their memories of the wooden plaque to force their departure. Could there be individuals devoid of will who, upon entry, forget their purpose entirely? Jiqing suddenly inquired. Ku pondered for a moment before responding. I have never heard of such a phenomenon. How could anyone who walks into the immortal tower be entirely devoid of will? Yet, if such individuals exist, they would inevitably be lost within forever, becoming a part of the tower itself. Everyone nodded in agreement. I have always believed that this child, though undeniably lacking in talent, possesses a fundamentally decent character. It would be splendid if he passes this trial. If not, becoming a servant disciple would still afford him a comfortable existence. Ji sighed, genuinely believing that living a stable life in the law hall might not be a misfortune after all. At this thought, she suddenly recalled something and asked, by the way, what is the name of the female disciple accompanying him? Shouldn't we inquire about her as well? He furrowed his brow and replied, I believe her name is Jia. She entered 2 years ago. Interestingly, much like this one, she did not undergo the institute examination but instead entered midway. Who? Her name is Jia. Ji momentarily stunned, her heart racing. That name? That timeline. Could she possibly be the direct disciple of that mountain lord? Yet, she was the only one who fit that description. In truth, after Yi Jia had obtained the key from her for registration back then, she had long forgotten about it, as true disciples would hardly linger within the Human Institute. At most, they would only come for leisure. She had assumed Jia had long since departed. This matter had been orchestrated solely by Ji, unbeknownst to the other guides. Noticing Ji's unusual expression, Ku Chi inquired with suspicion, What is it? Ji contemplated, finding the situation too bizarre to grasp, especially since, according to their accounts, it seemed that this direct disciple of the Mountain Lord was idly following a disciple who had yet to enter the Qi refining stage. Such a conclusion could not be made lightly. Therefore, she quickly responded, It's nothing, I simply didn't recall this person. I will confirm it once we conclude here. The group nodded in agreement. Unbeknownst to Tanyu, the dialogue outside would surely leave him breathless. How could one linger in such a place? Apart from the sound of his own footsteps and the distant echoes, everything here felt suffocating. In this endless darkness, it seemed as if even one's will could become lost. He could scarcely discern whether he was awake or ensnared in a dream. If this was a test of one's will, Tanyu found it to be a remarkably crude yet high-level ordeal. Tap, tap, tap. The only sound at his ears was the chilling echo of footsteps. He has now fully acclimatized to the pervasive darkness surrounding him. However, apart from the ground and the occasional appearance of colossal pillars, nothing else is visible. After wandering in the obscurity for an indeterminate length of time, he faintly discerns what seems to be a towering wall in the distance, emitting a dim white light akin to that of the ground. Finally, he has a point of focus, and Tanyu breathes a sigh of relief, quickening his pace. Yet, after only a few steps, his spine suddenly stiffens. Despite his increased speed, the echo remains at the same frequency. He decides to halt, waiting for a moment. The pitch-black space is enveloped in silence. Tap, 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 and a flurry of footsteps emanates from the direction of the wall. And this is certainly no mere echo. Chapter 48. The woman in distress. The sound grows ever closer, accelerating with each passing moment. Yet, he still sees nothing. Waiting idly? No. He takes a deep breath and, without hesitation, charges towards the wall. That moment, the footsteps abruptly cease, only to reappear directly behind him, closely trailing his every movement. Tanyu's current speed is beyond that of an ordinary human. He races forward with all his might. Soon nearing the towering wall, it is then that he notices a thin line on the ground beneath him, which had mysteriously appeared. However, the sound from behind grows increasingly ominous, and sensing peril, he disregards the thin line and propels himself up the wall, running vertically for over 10 steps, only to reach an impasse. To his dismay, he discovers that the upper portion is a sealed, black stone wall. With no other option, he executes a roll and leaps down. Yet, at the very moment of landing, an enormous face materializes on the ground, pressed against the surface, its pallor identical to that of the ground itself, making it nearly unrecognizable to Tanyu. The face suddenly opens its cavernous mouth, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth, clearly anticipating his descent in a split second. With no time to change tactics, Tanyu braces himself and channels all his strength into his right leg, forcefully stomping downward. Bang! He is jolted, his right leg numb, and he feels as though his foot should have landed upon the face, yet instead, it meets the solid ground. The surface, composed of an unknown type of stone, is as hard as steel. He. At the instant Tan Yu's foot strikes the ground, the face suddenly melts away like ice cream, laughing as it flows towards the wall. Realizing that the area he touched has suffered no actual harm, Tan Yu exhales slightly in relief and gazes towards the base of the wall. To his astonishment, the ground at the foot of the wall is lined with iron grates. The bars as thick as sword hilts, interwoven in a grid pattern, through which the face has slithered away like sludge. These iron grates are at least wide enough for two adults to pass side by side, and their length is immeasurable, extending alongside the base of the towering wall, with no end in sight. Tan Yu steps forward a couple of paces, drawing closer to the iron grates. A faint, musty odor mingles with the stench of decay, fills the air as he peers beneath the grates into the inky blackness. He. Come on. A pale hand emerges from the darkness, grasping the iron grate, followed by a beautiful, ghostly face that materializes beside it, grinning at Tan Yu and gesturing to her lower right, as if to say, "Come rescue me." The sight of her smile, though charming, is rather unsettling. He hesitates, thinking to himself, "You're not smiling anymore," but that grin is truly disconcerting. With a slight exhale of relief, he crouches down and asks, "Who are you? Were you the one causing mischief just now?" To be frank, Tan Yu indeed possesses foundational strength, yet those individuals remain oblivious to this fact. Consequently, he somewhat believes that the trials set for ordinary people should not be overly challenging. At that moment, the woman's expression fell, and she lamented, "I am trapped here, surrounded by monsters below. I beseech you to rescue me." As she spoke, a sorrowful look enveloped her face. Tan Yu had initially intended to seek a way out, but the pervasive darkness left him uncertain of where to turn. Since someone had emerged to assign a task, it was only fitting that he offer assistance. Thus, he inquired, "How can I rescue you?" The woman then brightened, pointing to her right, and said, "If you walk 200 steps in that direction, you will find a door." Tan Yu nodded and rose to follow the direction indicated by the woman. After approximately 200 steps, a wooden door materialized on the ground, adorned with a pull ring. Tan Yu tugged at it several times, but it remained steadfast. Upon closer inspection, he suddenly noticed a groove on the door, one that appeared eerily familiar. After measuring it, he realized it was the exact size of the wooden token he held. However, the center of the groove contained an additional half-finger-length indentation. After pondering for a moment, he disregarded the indentation and attempted to insert the wooden token. In that fleeting moment, he felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing that relinquishing the token might cause him to exit the trial prematurely. Thus, even after fully embedding the token, he kept his fingers firmly on it. As the token settled into place, the inscription upon it emanated a faint glow, and with a click, a narrow crack appeared in the wooden door. His fears proved unfounded. Retrieving the softly glowing token, Tan Yu abruptly noticed that a new character had inexplicably appeared above the existing inscription, its shape simple yet elusive. He sensed an inkling of understanding, but could not grasp the essence of this character. Upon seeing it, an unsettling feeling surged within him, refusing to dissipate. Gazing at the token in his hand and then at the fissure in the door, Tan Yu closed his eyes to recalibrate his thoughts. Stowing the token away and choosing not to dwell on it further, he pulled open the door, revealing a lengthy staircase beneath. The steps were flanked by stone materials identical to the ground above. Dusting himself off, he descended step by step. Upon reaching the bottom, the surroundings did not grow dim. Rather, his vision improved. It was then that Tan Yu realized the stones themselves emitted a faint, pallid glow. Traversing the elongated staircase, he finally arrived at the bottom. The odor of mildew and decay intensified, and the air became somewhat humid. Before him lay a corridor that extended outward on either side. Above the corridor was the iron grate he had seen earlier, while vertical stone walls appeared at intervals, segmenting the space beside the corridor. With the addition of iron bars, the scene would undoubtedly resemble a prison. Contemplating the peculiar woman from earlier, he proceeded to the right. However, upon reaching the midpoint, he found his path obstructed by intertwining vines. "What is this?" Tan Yu pondered, studying the vines, which were astonishingly thick and resembled intertwined serpents. Lacking any weaponry, he surveyed the situation for a moment before springing into action, launching himself upward. Yet, upon leaping, he discovered that the vines were not sparse. They filled the corridor entirely, though fortunately, there remained some space at the top. The space atop the vines was barely half a man's height, forcing Tan Yu to proceed with a crouched posture. After a while, he calculated that he should be near the vicinity where the woman had appeared. Yet no figure was in sight. I am here. Suddenly, the woman's voice emanated from his left. These vines are monstrous. They have long sought to devour me, yet they struggle to move, and at this moment, they must surely be slumbering. You must help me slay it. How do I kill it? Tenyu inquired. In the stone chamber to my right, there lies a corpse, and upon it rests a dagger. Retrieve it and continue forward along the vines. The beast resides in the densest part of the vines within the stone chamber, the woman instructed. Very well, Tenyu replied, then crawled into the stone chamber she had mentioned. The chamber was not particularly deep, but the stone walls within were shrouded in a gloomy darkness, explaining why he had been unable to discern the interior earlier. At the bottom lay a desiccated corpse ensnared by the vines, its chest pierced, and its shoulders shackled by 2 silver chains, the ends of which were affixed to the wall. After a thorough search, he finally discovered a wooden dagger beneath the right hand of the corpse. It appeared the vines had constricted so tightly that the lone weapon had been rendered inaccessible. Tenyu grasped the dagger, only to find it remarkably light. Inspecting it from various angles, he realized, to his dismay, that it was indeed a mere wooden dagger. To use this feeble weapon against a monster? After spending considerable time in these mountains, he had held back his curses, and with a resigned sigh, he stowed the dagger away. Chapter 50. The struggle. He ascended the vines once more, returning in the direction of the woman, stating, "There is only this wooden dagger. No second weapon can be found here. Trust me, this dagger will suffice." The woman's voice floated back, now tinged with a hint of weakness. Trial and tribulation, Tenyu silently recited to himself, alleviating some of his anxiety before he began to move forward. Maintaining a crouched position was uncomfortable, regardless of his physical condition, and it only deepened his grievances against the tangled vines. Fortunately, it was not long before he encountered a stone chamber brimming with vines. Countless tendrils surged forth from within, motionless yet unmistakably indicating that the source of the menace lay within. Now that he had located the place, how should he proceed? Tenyu attempted to shift the vines, but to no avail. In desperation, he drew the wooden dagger and thrust it downward with all his might. With a splatter, a copious amount of crimson liquid erupted from the vines. In an instant, all the tendrils began to tremble. It truly worked. Tenyu momentarily froze, fearing that the vines might retaliate collectively against him, and he hastily began to slash into the chamber. Outside the tower, a group of instructors awaited. He has yet to emerge. This is taking too long. He furrowed his brow. Jicheng sighed, remarking, "There is no need for all of us to linger here for a single disciple from the End Institute. Why don't the instructors return first? I can stay here with Kaido." After a moment's thought, he agreed. "Very well. Report back to us once he emerges." "Understood," Jicheng responded. He nodded, and with a swift motion, vanished from sight. Leading the way, the others followed suit, yet Ji did not move. Instead, she seated herself cross-legged, stating, "Her is considered half my disciple. I shall wait here." Upon achieving enlightenment, he settled cross-legged and began to observe his surroundings with keen interest. Casting anxious glances towards the celestial tower, he pondered, "The broken are not devoid of will. Regardless of whether they pass through smoothly or withdraw midway, they should have emerged by now. Why is it taking so long?" After a considerable period of relentless hacking, Tenyu finally squeezed into the stone chamber. Sensing his presence, the vines began to stir slowly, encroaching upon him. Yet, he felt a measure of relief. These vines moved languidly, and with a dagger in hand, he retained the freedom to maneuver, rendering them not a significant threat. After a prolonged struggle, the core of the vines finally came into view, a heart of extraordinary size, pulsating rhythmically. This heart was ensnared by 2 silver chains, while the vines resembled blood vessels firmly tethered to it. The surrounding vines continued to press in on Tenyu. A sharp spike emerged from the gaps, advancing steadily towards his back. Alerted, Tenyu hesitated no longer and lunged with his dagger towards the heart. With a thrust, the dagger pierced the heart unimpeded, and in that instant, all the vines began to thrash violently, yet failed to disturb the dungeon-like structure in the slightest. Before he could withdraw his dagger, Tenyu felt an immense suction force manifesting in his palm, preventing him from releasing the weapon. Simultaneously, the cyclone in his dantian began to slow, seemingly being drawn in the opposite direction. Tenyu quickly focused his mind, striving to propel the cyclone in a positive direction as per his usual practice. After a short while, the cyclone regained its original velocity. At that moment, with a sudden force, he and the dagger were violently ejected. The cacophony of the vines behind him did not cease his descent. Rather, they shattered like withered branches. Chapter 51. The silver chains binding the soul Tenyu crashed heavily onto the unforgiving ground, grimacing in pain. Nevertheless, he quickly rose to his feet, only to witness the vines losing vitality at a visible pace, gradually withering away until they crumbled into dust. Approaching the heart's location, he found nothing but a pile of remnants, with tattered fabric barely discernible beside it. Apart from this, having frequently interacted with the essence of heaven and earth, he immediately sensed an abundance of Tao energy saturating the small space. This energy, seemingly stimulated by an unknown force, seeped upwards towards the iron mesh above. Although cultivating here would undoubtedly yield great benefits, Tenyu lacked the inclination to engage in slow practice in such a foul-smelling place. Confirming the creature's demise, he turned to retrace his steps. Upon nearing the spot where the woman was located, he called out a few times. The woman responded with a giggle, "I am here." Following her voice, Tenyu entered to find an extraordinarily beautiful woman, her frail shoulders shackled to the wall by silver chains, her excessively pallid face now evoking a sense of pity. Having had frequent encounters with Yijia, he possessed a fair degree of immunity to beauty. Steeling himself, he inquired curiously, "You are bound. How did you manage to climb up earlier?" The woman smiled playfully and replied, "That was merely my illusion. Hurry, release me." Tenyu took a few steps closer, gazing at the silver chain, and recalled the 2 stone chambers he had encountered earlier. He couldn't help but wonder if each chamber was indeed home to a person or a monster. After searching for a while, he found no mechanism to aid him. Pulling on the silver chain yielded no response from the wall. He was at a loss as to how to proceed. "How did you become trapped here? Is there any way to release you?" Tenyu inquired. The woman began to sob softly, saying, "I am locked here to serve as nourishment for the monsters. I do not know how to escape. Please help me find a way. Since you have entered, there must be a means to free me, monsters." "The one I just encountered." Tenyu remained composed, questioning while contemplating the woman's skills, whether she could simply tear the silver chain away. However, if those illusions were indeed her doing, her abilities must be formidable. If it were so easy to break free, she wouldn't have remained imprisoned until now. The woman, however, exclaimed in terror, "No, there are many monsters here. You must exercise caution." "Many monsters?" Tenyu felt a jolt of alarm. Had it not been for the dagger's potency, he might not have managed to subdue that vine-like creature. He recalled the silver chain at the heart of the vine and furrowed his brow as he gazed at the identical silver chain before him. "Are those monsters all confined?" "Confined, yet not confined," the woman replied, her face contorting slightly. "What do you mean?" "Hee." She suddenly laughed, saying, "This silver chain is quite simple. When fastened around both shoulders, it directly binds the soul. However, even if the soul is ensnared, certain monsters possess the means to extend their bodies and feast upon humans. Is that so?" Tenyu became increasingly perplexed by the implications of this layer. What precisely must be done to complete the trial? Must he slay all the monsters here? That seemed implausible. The iron net stretched endlessly along the wall, concealing an unknown number of creatures. Even if they were all bound by silver chains and appeared harmless, they could still pose a threat. Moreover, methodically eliminating them would take an indeterminate amount of time, rendering the trial seemingly meaningless. Rescuing this woman? While it bore some resemblance to a trial, what was the actual challenge? Should he first seek a way to unfasten the silver chain? Just as Tenyu pondered, the woman choked back her tears, saying, "If you cannot find a way to save me, perhaps you could stay here with me?" Her frail tone dulled Tenyu's vigilance, yet it could not dispel his sense of impending danger. The moment she uttered that phrase, instinctively, Tenyu leaped back, but it was too late. A chilling silk ribbon coiled around his legs. Slowly creeping up his body, he hastily attempted to sever it with the wooden dagger in his hand, but the dagger seemed to revert to mere wood, yielding no effect no matter how much he sliced. Instead, the binding grew tighter, ensnaring him further. In his struggle, he cast a glance towards the woman, only to be seized by a sudden shiver. Unbeknownst to him, she had transformed into a cloth-like figure. The very thing entangling his legs was the elongated and flattened form of the woman's limbs. Those thin legs, resembling strips of cloth, wound their way up his body, and gradually, her waist followed suit, then her upper body, culminating in the complete distortion of her head. Only the area around his shoulders remained ensnared by silver chains, rendering him unable to escape. Tenyu was swiftly enveloped in a tight binding. Despite exerting all his strength, he found himself utterly powerless. The strips of cloth wound around his head, only to suddenly unfurl, leaving him suspended by his neck. At that moment, the woman had nearly dissolved into the walls and floor. He. Her face emerged from the wall, and suddenly, limbs sprouted from the back of her head, pacing along the surface. Tap, 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 tap. So that was the source of the sound. She crawled onto Tan Yu's shoulder, extended her tongue to lick his neck, and chuckled. You possess not a trace of true energy, yet your flesh is remarkably fine. No wonder that old monster couldn't drain you completely before his demise. Though Tan Yu was being yanked by his neck, he regained his composure, stealthily concealing his dagger before launching a powerful punch toward the head. However, the head swiftly twisted away to the other side, resulting in his fist crashing heavily against his own left shoulder. Crack! His left shoulder dislocated instantly, eliciting a muffled groan from Tan Yu. Hee, why the rush? You helped me eliminate that old tree monster. I should be thanking you. Come now. I want to kill you. Once I sever your limbs, you shall willingly stay by my side. As she spoke, a hand emerged from the ground, morphing into a blade aimed at Tan Yu. This was no jest. In a panic, Tan Yu unceremoniously tossed the wooden tablet he had been holding onto the ground. Thud! The wooden tablet struck the ground with a sharp sound, momentarily stunning the woman, as well as Tan Yu, resulting in an eerie stillness. Yet the blade aimed at Tan Yu paused, transformed into a hand, and retrieved the wooden tablet. You didn't think discarding this would allow you to escape, did you? This is not the tower. Tisk. Where did this little brat come from? Perhaps I should just kill you. With that, she discarded the wooden tablet, transforming her hand into a sword that lunged toward Tan Yu's heart. Tan Yu could not muster any energy techniques and could only attempt to block with his flesh. Yet his hands and feet were thoroughly bound. The immense force made him feel like a tiny ant futilely trying to shake a mountain. It's over. It's over. What kind of monster is this? We are not even in the same league. Tan Yu thought as the sword tip pierced his chest. However, just as it was about to reach his heart, a warm current suddenly radiated from his chest, converging toward his heart, deflecting the sword tip away. Thud! Tan Yu fell to the ground. The air was suffused with the fragrance of grass and trees, mingled with the dampness of the lake above. The bright twin moons shone down. Kaido, and Ji-Cheng gathered around. The old man slightly opened his eyes, revealing a hint of gloom. Chapter 53. The dagger, you rascal. Why did you only come out now? Kaido scolded upon entering. His frustration stemmed from the fact that coming out through the main entrance was the proper way. To forfeit meant one had to exit. After spending so long inside, only to emerge by forfeiting, how could one not be infuriated? Just as Tan Yu was about to respond, Ji-Cheng interjected with a grim face. Since you forfeited, you might as well become a servant disciple. Hand over the wooden tablet and leave. Tan Yu, still somewhat dazed, fumbled around his body, only to discover the jade slip at his chest, pulsating with heat. It was the item given to him by Yi Jia. Recalling the sword strike from earlier, he instinctively touched his chest, where blood continued to flow. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine. Had he emerged? It was nighttime, and he was clad in azure garments. The bloodstains on his chest were minimal, appearing at first glance as mere smudges. Yet, upon this realization, he furrowed his brow and examined himself, inquiring, "Are you injured?" Tan Yu, coming back to his senses, nodded and suddenly directed his gaze toward the old man, asking, "Did you truly give me just one layer? Why do those inside claim not to be in the tower?" A sharp slap landed on Tan Yu's head. It was Kaido, exclaiming, "Have you truly lost your wits? Can one trust the words spoken in a mirage?" Tan Yu was momentarily taken aback. Could it be a mirage? How could he be so disheveled within one? As he spoke, he used his true energy to staunch Tan Yu's bleeding and realigned his left arm. "What about the wooden tablet?" Ji-Cheng inquired further. Tan Yu reflected for a moment and replied, "The wooden tablet fell inside. Once the tablet is discarded, it will immediately envelop you and transport you out of the celestial tower. You must search for it. It should be on your person," Kaido clarified. Tan Yu searched once more, but indeed found no wooden tablet. The group exchanged glances. The old man guarding the tower suddenly wore a stoic expression and said, "It matters not. Let us return for now." Understood. Clearly, the old man held a significantly higher status, as all three responded in unison and, without further ado, accompanied Tan Yu back to the human courtyard. Ji-Cheng walked away directly, while Kaido scolded Tan Yu a few times before shaking his head and sighing as he took his leave. However, Ji-Cheng insisted on escorting Tan Yu back. After walking for a while, Ji-Cheng slowed his pace and remarked, "From now on, you shall have to serve as a menial disciple in advance. You claim your cultivation is lacking, but why do you attract such disdain?" Tan Yu pouted, disregarding the issue of cultivation, and replied, How would I know? I thought I was being sufficiently low-key. Ji Chung was both exasperated and amused, but soon turned serious, asking, that female disciple accompanying you, is her name Jia? After pondering for a moment, Tenyu realized he could not hide it from Ji Chung and admitted, yes. The one from the True Academy? Tenyu nodded affirmatively. Ji Chung gasped. You have some audacity. Do you know she is the direct disciple of the Mountain Master? Huh. This was news to Tenyu. He only remembered that Yi Jia's master was called Bingli Dezun, not realizing that Bingli Dezun was, in fact, the Mountain Master. You think she will heed your request for assistance? Ji Chung suddenly inquired. Tenyu was somewhat taken aback but answered nonetheless. I suppose so. Why? Since she is a direct disciple, she should have fewer restrictions in many areas. If you ask her to, she could make a trip to the Jiansu building to help find a document named Renjia. It might contain records relevant to your condition. Ji Chung suggested. It seemed Ji Chung had been keeping his predicament in mind. Tenyu felt a wave of gratitude wash over him and nodded. All right. Yi Jia had yet to return from the True Academy. Upon returning to his room, Tenyu collapsed onto his bed, feeling a sense of despondency wash over him. With Yi Jia absent, even bathing had become inconvenient. When would he be able to perform such marvelous techniques on his own? Feeling an uncomfortable pressure against his back, he casually reached out and touched a wooden dagger. Tenyu sprang to his feet. While the injury could be somewhat explained, how could the objects from the mirage possibly have been brought out like this? Reflecting on those final moments, it was not the wooden plaque that had undergone a transformation, but rather, as this thought crossed his mind, Tenyu relinquished his dagger and retrieved the jade slip hanging from his chest. Under the flickering candlelight, the crimson thread within the jade slip had vanished. In Chapter 54. The miscellaneous servant, he paused momentarily, pondering whether it was merely a trick of the light, but gave it little thought as he began to examine his wound. The injury had already been staunched by the infusion of true energy, yet upon pulling back his garment, he discovered an intricate pattern formed by the red thread at the site of the wound. Gently brushing it, the crimson threads fell away like whispers. Recalling the searing sensation that had spread from his chest to his heart when pierced by the sword, and the subsequent moment when the blade was abruptly deflected, Tanyu's heart raced. Could it be that this jade slip had saved him? It was, after all, at that very moment that it had slipped from his grasp. Lying on the bed, gazing at the jade slip in his hand, he increasingly felt the possibility of this notion. Since Yi Jia was a direct disciple of the Mountain Lord, it was not surprising for her to possess something extraordinary. Yet, could this object truly have the power to transport a living being directly out of that celestial tower? Strangely, he found himself more inclined to believe the words of that female specter. Not in the tower, but where, exactly? And what manner of creature was she? For some inexplicable reason, the term heretical cultivator kept surfacing in his mind. Yet, heretical cultivators were still human, albeit having strayed from the righteous path of cultivation. How could they devolve into non-human monstrosities? After a night of chaotic thoughts, devoid of both cultivation and sleep, he was summoned the following day by a fellow miscellaneous servant. Numerous disciples in the courtyard were observing the commotion, but he paid them no mind, hastily gathering his belongings before following along. Along the way, he encountered Su, recalling that she had also been present the previous day. He chose to ignore her and continued past. Wait! Su exclaimed, directly grasping his arm. Yesterday, I was called as a Foundation Establishment disciple. I was not aligned with them. There is no need for you to explain anything to me. Tanyu interjected cheerfully, and thank you for the past. With that, he quickened his pace, striding ahead. The miscellaneous servant beside him was momentarily taken aback before hastily following suit. Su stared at Tanyu's retreating figure for a long moment. Then, in frustration, stamped her foot and turned away. The miscellaneous servant cast a furtive glance back at Tanyu and discreetly gave him a thumbs up, remarking, "Brother, you truly are impressive. The top female disciple of the academy seems to have an interest in you." Tanyu shot him a sidelong glance at the small, unassuming fellow, clearly a stranger to him, and replied, "Impossible. Do not speak nonsense. Besides, I am the youngest. How could you address me as brother? That is precisely because you are so formidable." The servant insisted that I am Zhao. From now on, consider me your little brother and utilize me as you see fit. He added eagerly. It turned out he was the same miscellaneous servant who had encountered Tanyu and Yi Jia 2 years prior. However, at that time, Tanyu had been with his eyes closed and had not seen his face, while Zhao had not dared to look upon the countenance of a true disciple. Though Tanyu found the individual rather peculiar, he dismissed the thought, allowing things to unfold as they may. Seeing that Tanyu had tacitly accepted him, Zhao believed he had successfully forged a closer bond and, brimming with excitement, leaned in closer to say, Brother, do not be deceived by my appearance. I have a keen eye for people. That girl is most likely attracted to you, but your lack of cultivation prowess has deterred her. Is that so? The meaning of liking encompasses an extensive range of sentiments. Tenyu has indeed harbored affection for many things, yet most of them were merely fleeting whims that may not accompany him in the long run. However, Tenyu's mood has improved somewhat. In truth, his decision to become a menial disciple is not so grave. After all, he was not truly learning anything in the human and had no particularly close relationships there, though he feels somewhat remorseful towards Kaido. What weighs heavily on his heart, nonetheless, is the incident from yesterday's tower entry. Although that woman was already somewhat deranged, she eventually lost her human form, leaving him profoundly shaken and causing him to approach everyone with a sense of suspicion today. He touched the dagger at his waist and resolutely reassured himself that was undoubtedly not an illusion. Chapter 55. Under currents beneath the celestial tower, the old man continued to sit cross-legged with his eyes closed. A man in purple attire quietly appeared beside him. "Did you act yesterday?" inquired the man in purple. The old man opened his eyes and replied, "I provided him with a token to descend to the negative first level. Yet he seems to have fled without knowing why. That signifies failure." The man in purple remarked. The old man sighed, "Indeed. Although we reside within the law hall and ought not to complicate matters for ourselves, we must fulfill our promise. Otherwise, it will only lead to greater troubles. Henceforth, our actions must be conducted with greater secrecy." The man in purple added, "Moreover, this underground realm is not easily escaped. There may be others involved." "Are you implying?" The man in purple nodded slightly. "The boy's entry was sanctioned by the Mountain Master, but I initially assumed the Mountain Master would not concern himself with such mundane matters. It appears I was mistaken." The old man sighed gently once more. "Matters concerning the royal court can hardly be deemed trivial. This predicament stems from Ji Cheng's inquiries. Why must he respond so obsequiously? Now, having been discovered here, we find ourselves in a quandary. One must always return what is borrowed," he continued, "as long as we proceed without leaving traces. Even if the Mountain Master harbors suspicions, it should not pose significant difficulties. You should refrain from taking further action for now. I shall devise a strategy." "Understood." The menial office is situated on the southern side of the human Shupu. The majority of its inhabitants are of advanced age, residing not in small courtyards but in rows of single-story houses, each accommodating 4 individuals, clad in gray garments adorned with inscriptions. Upon arrival, most individuals were occupied with their tasks. After changing his attire, Tenyu followed the steward to the manager's office. The manager, an elderly man, had a bamboo tube on his desk containing 6 sticks. He shook the tube, prompting Tenyu to draw one. Tenyu extracted a stick, which the old man examined before stating, "Zhuang, take him to the western grounds and have the people there make arrangements." "Yes," Zhuang replied, leading Tenyu out. They walked through the main entrance of the human and continued westward, traversing a dense forest until they arrived at a cave. The cave was, in fact, a tunnel, and soon they emerged from it, revealing a vast expanse of terraced fields before Tenyu. The terraces were lush and verdant, though he could not discern what crops had been planted there. The westernmost end of the terraced fields, adjacent to a vast expanse of uneven little stone beaches, flows a gently babbling stream that runs from south to north. The southern extremity of the stream meanders deep into the forested mountains, while its northern terminus culminates in a tumultuous waterfall. "Most of our provisions are self-sustaining. The mountain is rich in spiritual energy, and the crops we cultivate flourish remarkably well." As he spoke, he gestured towards the solitary thatched cottage in the fields, saying, "You should report over there, but be cautious of that old man. He's quite fierce. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave." With that, he patted Tanyu's shoulder and swiftly departed. Those who are permitted to enter the law hall typically have no trouble reaching the initial stage of chi refinement. Thus, it is exceedingly rare to find someone in the miscellaneous affairs department who has not yet entered this stage. Zhuang's enthusiasm was indeed somewhat disconcerting for Tanyu. Such unsolicited kindness often conceals ulterior motives. Approaching the thatched cottage, he encountered a round, portly elder basking in the sun at the entrance. "Greetings, senior." Tanyu respectfully offered his salutation. The elder glanced at him and grunted, "Senior, I have been a disciple for 60 years. I cannot bear such a title. You must call me senior brother." "Oh, senior brother." The elder then cast a sidelong glance at the characters on Tanyu's clothing and remarked, "Newcomer? Indeed, go and finish watering that expanse of fields, and then you may rest." The elder indicated the vast terraced fields. "Understood." After acknowledging, Tenyu looked around and, seeing no one else present, grabbed 2 large water jugs and hurried towards the stream. The elder, unaware of Tan Yu's cultivation level, paid little mind, merely thinking it quite peculiar that such a gifted young lad was relegated to manual labor. With his enhanced physique from the late stage of foundation establishment, Tan Yu found no difficulty in performing physical tasks. Eager to finish quickly, he paid no heed to the elder's thoughts. In less than half a day, he had watered all the fields and returned to report his completion. Senior brother, I have finished watering. I shall take my leave now. After fulfilling his task, he reported to the elder and hastily departed. The elder initially responded affirmatively, but suddenly realized something amiss and tried to stop him. Yet Tan Yu had already vanished from sight. Irritated, he gazed at the fields. The terraced land sparkled under the sunlight, exuding a faint, earthy aroma that was almost palpable. The elder was taken aback. Had he truly finished so quickly? What manner of person was this young lad? Instead of returning to the dormitory, Tan Yu sought a secluded spot to cultivate within the dense forest he had just passed through. His influence during cultivation was still relatively modest, and with his keen perception, he felt no fear of being discovered in the woods. It was only deep into the night that he returned to the dormitory. To his surprise, he shared a room with Shuang, who, upon seeing him return, hurriedly approached and asked, "You came back so late. Was that old man particularly unreasonable? What task did he assign you?" Tan Yu casually replied, "I watered all the terraced fields." Shuang gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "You finished them all?" "Yes, I'll think of a way to rescue you from that old man's clutches in a couple of days," Shuang said earnestly. Tan Yu paused for a moment, asking, "Must I still go there tomorrow?" With a sudden snap of his fingers and a nod, he remarked, "Indeed. I forgot to mention that having drawn the lot, it is unlikely to change. The elder on your side is both lethargic and ruthless. All the disciples allocated to him are desperately leveraging connections to escape." As he spoke, he glanced around and lowered his voice. "To be honest, that old man is somewhat of an anomaly among the miscellaneous disciples. Even at over 60, he managed to break through to the latter stage of chi refinement, yet he refrains from reporting it, choosing instead to linger on the mountain in retirement." Tan Yu nodded, raising his right hand to touch the corner of his mouth with his ring finger. "I see. However, there's no need for you to hastily assist me. I shall remain there for a while longer." Shuang wore an expression of surprise, about to utter something when, suddenly, two muffled chuckles broke the air. It turned out there were two others in the dormitory, around 30 years of age, who were stealthily laughing in a corner. Shuang promptly approached one and gave him a light rap on the head, saying, "What are you laughing at? Get up and call me big brother." "Why should we?" the two protested. "Just do it. No need for further discussion. Big brother. Big brother." The two complied in unison, their voices obedient. Tan Yu, not wishing to be pretentious, nodded in greeting, privately thinking that Shuang was quite impressive, managing to train them to be so compliant. Yet he could not fathom why Shuang was so attentive towards him. Unfortunately, he would never uncover the truth, for Shuang would not bring up past matters without provocation. Tan Yu had anticipated that Yi Jia would soon come looking for him, but to his surprise, half a year had swiftly passed. During this time, he enjoyed a degree of freedom. As long as he completed his daily tasks, the old man hardly inquired about him. Tan Yu diligently finished his work early each day, then devoted himself to cultivation. He had now changed his practice location to the edge of a waterfall, where the splashing water rendered any subtle anomaly in his chi indistinguishable from afar. He continued to cultivate late into the night. Though monotonous, it was far from tedious. Feeling the expansion of his chi vortex, he resembled a pioneer in a new world, tirelessly and joyfully engaged in his pursuit. Recently, however, he began to notice that the rotation of the vortex was slowing, indicating that a breakthrough was imminent. Chapter 57. The jade slipped one morning. While Tan Yu was working in the fields, he suddenly sensed someone approaching rapidly from behind. As he turned, a figure clad in white leaped into his embrace. "Who else could it be but Yi Jia? You rascal. I'm covered in mud and sweat." Tan Yu chuckled. Yet Yi Jia buried her head deeper into him, inhaling deeply, a slight smile playing at the corners of her mouth as she replied, "What does that matter? Besides, you don't smell at all." After embracing her gently for a moment, they settled by the edge of the field. Tan Yu inquired, "What kept you away for so long? Were you in closed-door cultivation?" Yi Jia nodded, saying, "Yes, I have now broken through to the latter stage of the golden core." "Ah, our little Jia is truly remarkable," Tan Yu remarked, unable to resist stroking her head. He had long since grown accustomed to Yi Jia's cultivation progress. Initially, she had transitioned from chi refinement to golden core in just 4 years, and now, in less than 3 years, she had reached the latter stage of golden core. At this rate, it seemed she would attain golden core perfection in just a year or two. An astonishingly effortless journey. Reflecting on those in the academy who labored tirelessly to reach the foundation establishment stage by the age of 22, he couldn't help but marvel at the terrifying nature of talent. Yet, he is not lacking in prowess. Having formally embarked on the journey of cultivation for less than 3 years, he has already attained a physique characteristic of the late foundation establishment stage. However, due to his inability to externalize his true energy and his lack of comprehension of the texts, he remains utterly incapable of employing any skills, likely fighting no better than a common ruffian in a brawl. The thought of his inability to decipher the texts immediately reminded Tenyu of the matter that Jishin had entrusted him with 6 months prior. Fortunately, the name of the volume was relatively easy to remember. Otherwise, recalling it after such a long time would have proven quite challenging. Without any need for pretense with Yijia, Tenyu straightforwardly stated, "There is something I need your assistance with." "What is it?" Yijia habitually rested her head on Tanyu's leg. "Go to the scripture building at your true academy and retrieve a volume titled Irinja," Tenyu replied, gently caressing her soft hair. "All right," Yijia responded decisively, then could not help but close her eyes. With one matter settled, Tenyu was still burdened with a myriad of questions that had been festering in his mind for half a year. He touched the jade slip hanging at his chest through his clothing and inquired, "Where did you acquire the jade slip you gave me as a token when we exchanged tokens?" Yijia explained, "It was given to me by my master, who said it was the token of the chief disciple and could withstand a fatal attack from any adversary below the golden core stage." "The token of the chief disciple? You just gave it to me like that?" Tenyu exclaimed, taken aback. Yijia responded with curiosity, "Is it not permissible to give it to you?" Tenyu was at a loss for words. Yet this clarified everything. Indeed, it was this jade slip that had shielded him from a lethal blow that day. He later confirmed that the red threads within the jade slip had not reappeared since that fateful day. "How did you know I was here?" Yijia, still clad in white, indicated she had come directly from the True Academy. "Zwa-e," Yijia replied. "After I emerged from seclusion, I first reported to my master, and on my way out, I encountered him, who informed me .mm. Although it was a minor incident at the Human Academy, it appeared that Zui had a good rapport with Jishin, undoubtedly having heard it from him. Did he mention that I was demoted to a menial task because I failed to pass the first level of the Immortal Tower? Tenyu pondered for a moment and decided to share all that he had witnessed that day with Yijia. After a while, Yijia remarked, "I am unaware of the matters you encountered, as my master forbade me from entering the Immortal Tower before the age of 15, however. This jade slip of mine is said to be a simplified version crafted from the green jade held by my master. He must carry the green jade slip every time he enters or exits the Immortal Tower. Thus, it is not impossible that my jade slip could extricate you from the tower during a crisis." Tenyu nodded, examining the jade slip for a prolonged period, carefully recalling the circumstances of his entry into the tower, when suddenly his eyes widened in realization. Chapter 58. Irinja on that day. He had used a wooden token to unlock the wooden door of the underground prison. Aside from the groove for the wooden token, there was indeed a small recess about half a finger long. Was there not? At that moment, he had successfully opened the door with the wooden token without much thought, yet now he felt an increasing connection to this detail. Could holding the jade slip grant him unrestricted access to any level, or merely to the place he had reached that day? What was the purpose of that formidable icy figure entering the tower? A trial. Tenyu felt utterly bewildered by the torrent of thoughts. Furthermore, that female monstrosity had also told him that the location was not within the tower. Where else could it possibly be? He had originally entered through the tower's entrance, and everywhere he went was inextricably linked to this tower. Considering that Ji, being well-informed and experienced, might provide insight, he thought it prudent to wait until Yijia brought the books before seeking Ji's counsel. Their conversation meandered aimlessly for a while, and time slipped away swiftly. Before they realized it, noon was approaching. Tenyu rolled up his sleeves and resumed his work, prompting Yijia to lend a helping hand with great enthusiasm. With a deft flick of his wrist, the day's workload was swiftly resolved, yet both were fervent practitioners, so they soon followed Tanyu's lead to the waterfall's edge to commence their training. Yijia, however, dared not sit too close to Tenyu, for doing so would significantly diminish the efficacy of her cultivation. Instead, she maintained a moderate distance, where the energy of the Tao seemed to thicken under Tanyu's influence, a subtle change she only discerned after Tenyu advanced to the third tier. The old man, rising to prepare lunch, was startled to discover an unexpected figure clad in white by the waterfall. He was taken aback and glanced at Tenyu, who was still meditating, and felt a trickle of cold sweat. Knowing that Tenyu always brought his own provisions, he pretended not to notice and focused on cooking. Having taken up residence in the servant quarters, Tenyu saw no reason for Yijia to return to the human courtyard. and the two continued their training until deep into the night before parting ways. The following noon, Yijia arrived with the foreigner's ledger, which turned out to be a complete box of bamboo slips. Tanyu, unable to contain his excitement, hurried to find Ji, with Yijia following out of curiosity. As they walked, though the white attire of the true courtyard disciples was eye-catching, Tanyu, dressed in gray and carrying a box, did not appear out of place. Moreover, Yijia, with her veil and changed hairstyle, could easily pass unnoticed by any wandering disciples from the human courtyard. Familiar with Ji's routine, Tanyu knew she would be at the reporting station in the human courtyard at this hour. Upon reaching the small building, they found the door ajar. Upon entering, they indeed found Ji seated at her desk. Surprised by their arrival, Ji's expression shifted upon noticing the box in Tanyu's hands, prompting her to quickly shut the door and exclaim, "You found the books? I nearly forgot to greet Yijia." Tanyu handed her the box, and Ji opened it, casually flipping through its contents before nodding and beginning to examine each scroll with great diligence. With nothing else to do, the two took a couple of stools and sat opposite Jia. Yijia picked up a bamboo slip that Ji had reviewed, while Tanyu rested his head on his hand in a daze. After perusing a considerable number of slips, Ji finally halted on one, studying it intently for a long time before stating, "The records here are not particularly abundant, but whether it be congenital symptoms or acquired mishaps, they share a commonality, an incomplete soul, incomplete soul." Tanyu was taken aback. Ji nodded. In today's flourishing cultivation world, little research has been dedicated to the aspect of souls. In my youth, I once perused the rare manuscript Pavilion and stumbled upon this foreigner's ledger. Though I paid it little heed at the time, it was only upon encountering you that it suddenly came to mind. As she spoke, she gestured to the document in her hand, saying, "According to its records, individuals who struggle with comprehension may have an incomplete soul, yet they do not lack a specific soul. Rather, there exists merely a slight deficiency. Compared to others with incomplete souls, these individuals do not have their ethereal souls vanish. If we can locate the missing fragment, we might be able to cure this ailment." Chapter 59. The exceptional who would willingly remain illiterate if they could be cured. Yet, where does one seek the fragmented soul? As if responding to Tanyu's perplexity, Ji continued. For those of innate talent, the lost fragments of the soul must reside within the maternal body, gradually dissipating thereafter, rendering them irretrievable. Conversely, for acquired individuals, the remnants of their souls linger where their bodies and minds have undergone profound transformations. These remnants, still connected to the original soul, do not vanish but remain stationary. If one can ascertain the location of the residual soul, it suffices to call out one's name near it. Is it truly that simple? The final method appears astonishingly straightforward. Though difficult to believe, if it proves true, the challenge here lies solely in determining the whereabouts of one's fragmented soul. These accounts were compiled by the esteemed predecessors of the Law Hall from all the rare tomes within, documenting the extraordinary individuals encountered. While not every detail may be credible, the suggested approach for your predicament seems devoid of peril and is indeed worth attempting. However, do you recall experiencing any significant transformations? Ji inquired. Tanyu pondered for a moment. Although he had faced several dangers, the only notable transformations he could recall were the incidents that occurred within the territory of the Night Clan and the moment he was struck by the golden light. Could it be that the damage occurred when his original soul was forced out? Yet, it cannot be dismissed that the impact of the golden light might have also inflicted harm upon his soul. In any case, whether it pertains to the golden light or the issue of soul replacement, that location undoubtedly lies within the Night Clan's domain. It seems he must request Yijia to guide him back there in the future. Though he wondered if she still remembered the way, upon this thought, he glanced at Yijia, only to find her engrossed in studying one of the bamboo slips, completely oblivious to their conversation. "Did you think of something?" Ji observed Tanyu, who had been deep in thought only to suddenly raise his gaze towards the beauty, feeling somewhat indignant. Tanyu offered a wry smile. "I might have thought of something, but I cannot be certain. It is, however, clear that it is not located on this mountain." He was not particularly afraid of being unable to leave the mountain. Although he had yet to receive any news, he distinctly remembered the seemingly reliable middle-aged man stating he would come to escort him down. Ji was unaware of this matter and, after a moment of contemplation, reassured him. "Do not be anxious. Any individual whose three souls are incomplete yet behaves like an ordinary person undoubtedly possesses exceptional qualities. This record of extraordinary individuals mentions a great pattern master who, despite never learning to read, became self-taught in the realm of formations. It was he who revived the long-lost art of formations. Yet ultimately, due to his illiteracy, he left behind no written works. His disciples, having only grasped the basics, have nonetheless thrived in their pursuits to this day." "What is a formation?" This was the first time Tenyu had encountered the term. Formations refer to the intricate patterns inscribed upon various treasures, which can be activated by true energy. However, depending on their potency, endurance, and lifespan, they are classified into different levels. Nowadays, pattern masters are exceedingly rare, and each piece of patterned artifact is considered a treasure, even within the Law Hall. Only a select few are qualified to obtain them. While continuing to peruse, Ji explained, as for the great pattern master recorded here, his name was Min Chai. At this point, she paused, recalling. Min Chai was the founder of the Gate Pattern Pavilion, who emerged 2,000 years ago. Prior to his time, the art of formations had long been lost. Yet, external records have never mentioned that he suffered from any reading difficulties. Does that mean it could possibly be mere nonsense? Realizing that he had unconsciously uttered a disheartening remark, Tenyu quickly corrected himself. The rumors from the outside world may not necessarily be true. After all, the El Tang Genuine stands at the pinnacle of the cultivation realm, and the literature preserved within is likely no less valuable than that of the royal court, let alone those lesser sects. As that so? Tenyu thought of the swirling energy in his dantian. This too should be considered an extraordinary aspect, though whether it could truly pass as human remains uncertain, given that the path he treads is far from the ordinary cultivation route. Chapter 60. Form gazing at the pile of bamboo slips. Tenyu recalled the female creature from the celestial tower and inquired. Master Ji, could you see if there are any records in this tome of anomalies regarding a being that appears human, can articulate human speech, yet can suddenly lose its human form? Ji was momentarily taken aback and replied. This tome chronicles individuals with extraordinary constitutions, but does not mention monsters. Moreover, among the known creatures, none possess the ability to genuinely speak human language. Oh. Tenyu felt a twinge of disappointment. However, Ji suddenly continued. The entity you describe, to my knowledge, falls into two categories. Point one is the legendary eerie beings, but such entities have long since gone extinct. The other is the malevolent cultivators. Malevolent cultivators? Tenyu recalled what he had witnessed that day and suddenly remembered the torn garments beside the heart he had vanquished. A chill running down his spine. Can malevolent cultivators even lose their human form? This must be a rather peculiar subset among them. Once one becomes a malevolent cultivator, they cease to possess any semblance of normal humanity, and their behavior diverges from human norms. Among them, a small faction of exceedingly obsessive malevolent cultivators may gradually alter their forms. At this point, Ji paused for a moment and stated, but the most troublesome are those who can retain their human form while also transforming into non-human entities. Isn't the female creature within the celestial tower precisely such a case? Tanyu's heart raced as he asked, does this mean there are malevolent cultivators within the celestial tower? Yet Ji shook his head, saying, there are indeed legends of such beings on the mountain, but I have never encountered one. What I saw in the illusion of the tower you mentioned was precisely such a being that is neither fully human nor entirely otherworldly. Tenyu couldn't help but ask, Master, do you know what was inscribed on the wooden plaque that led to the first level? Ji initially intended to suggest that it might also be an illusion, but upon hearing Tanyu's question, he replied, it simply bore the character 1. You should still be able to recognize a few numbers, correct? Taking a deep breath, Tenyu responded, when I entered that day, there was indeed only the character 1. However, after I used that plaque to unlock a wooden door, another character appeared above 1. If it were a number, I should still be able to recognize it, but unfortunately, I cannot. I only recall that the character had few strokes. Ji pondered for a moment, frowning as he said, please recount in detail the events of your entry into the tower that day. Seeing that Ji was finally willing to listen to what she had initially believed to be experiences within an illusion, Tenyu immediately began to narrate with earnestness. After Tenyu finished speaking, Jing pondered for a long while before saying, for the time being, do not discuss this matter with anyone else. The esteemed one who observes the tower would not intentionally bring harm upon you. There may have been some unforeseen circumstances. I shall seek him out later to inquire further. Tenyu scratched at the corner of his mouth, feeling that it was not absolutely necessary to clarify everything. He had never been particularly concerned about the title of a mere servant disciple, and besides, he had already satisfied his curiosity regarding the most pressing question. Although it remained uncertain whether the threat stemmed from evil cultivators or the legendary strange entities, he was at least assured of their existence, which brought him a sense of relief. As for whether anyone intended to harm him, that was not something one could ascertain merely by questioning the parties involved. It would be wiser to remain vigilant on his own. Thus, he replied, it is of little consequence now. Jing nodded in agreement, realizing that, after all, he was safe for the time being and could not re-enter that tower. Moreover, his stay at the servant quarters was perhaps more peaceful. After all, the The formal disciples often banded together based on strength, and Tanyu's lack of talent made him susceptible to exclusion. Yet, he could not help but gaze at Yijia, finding it somewhat astonishing that this duo could be considered one of the most extreme combinations in the entire Yanbei Hall, and even within the realm of cultivation. Once their inquiries were concluded, Tanyu felt it inappropriate to prolong the visit, and Jing seized the opportunity to request the strange entity scroll be left with her for further study, to which Yijia agreed. However, shortly after their departure, Yijia returned, stating she had further inquiries. Chapter 61. Calamity. Upon seeing Yijia enter alone and push the door closed, Jing felt a twinge of curiosity and asked, "What is it?" Yijia deftly shut the door and resumed her seat, picking up the bamboo scroll she had scrutinized earlier. "Xiandao," she began, "I have a question I would like to pose." She extended her slender finger to a specific passage within the scroll and inquired, "What does this mean?" Jing took the scroll and read aloud. "In the soul dwells a demon. Once it awakens, it shall seize dominion. Those who dominate shall slaughter, and the slayer cannot be vanquished by mere flesh. When the demon departs, the dominion shall return, but it cannot be born anew without a divine body. For the living, without barriers, they shall tread upon the demon's fate, calamity." This passage described a catastrophic entity of which she was entirely unfamiliar. Hesitant to make hasty judgments, she flipped through the scroll for further context. The text depicted a type of catastrophic being, both cultivators and mortals, who typically exhibited no abnormalities, yet would erupt at a specific moment on a certain day. During such an eruption, all cultivators, save those possessing a spiritual body, would be rendered incapable of utilizing true energy, leading to a one-sided massacre. The duration of the eruption varied depending on the inherent strength of the individual. Following the eruption, most of these entities faced inevitable death. Historical records mentioned only one survivor, though the details were scant. Returning to the passage Yijia had highlighted, Jing contemplated for a while before explaining. The preceding line is not difficult to comprehend. It speaks of individuals in whom a demon lies dormant within the soul. Once the demon awakens, it seizes control of the body, subsequently unleashing slaughter. In such instances, only those with a spiritual body can contend with this massacre. "What constitutes a spiritual body?" Yijia asked. "Now that you have reached the late stage of the golden core, do you know what lies beyond the golden core?" Jing countered. "Yuan Ing. Indeed, the golden core draws upon spiritual energy. Thus, it marks the commencement of Yuan Ing. Once the primordial infant achieves complete spiritual transformation, the essence of life begins to permeate through the limbs and bones, granting the individual the path to immortality. The body of one who has attained enlightenment is referred to as a spiritual body." Upon hearing the phrase permeate through the limbs and bones, Yijia's first thought was of Tanyu. However, what Tanyu assimilated was not the essence of life, but rather the true source energy, which should not be classified as a spiritual body. Noticing Yijia's silence, Ji continued, "When the demon departs, the original soul regains control of the body." The phrase "without a divine body, life is difficult" posed some confusion. As far as I know, there is no concept of a divine body within the realm of cultivation. Even the esteemed Zhen Tian Zhenran would not refer to themselves as possessing a divine body. As she spoke, her fingertips tapped lightly on the deeply inscribed characters for divine body on the bamboo slip, her gaze drifting elsewhere, contemplatively stating, "Therefore, if this divine body is unrelated to the realm of cultivation, it is more likely a type of constitution. In light of previous examples, it can be interpreted here as follows. After the demon's departure, while one may regain control over their body, unless that body is a divine body, death is inevitable." Although Yijia was still young, she was remarkably astute. Upon a brief explanation from Ji, she grasped the concept, her eyes glimmering as she inquired, "And what of the final sentence?" Ji furrowed her brow and responded, "The last sentence must pertain to the divine body. Such individuals may be alive, yet if no measures are taken, they are likely to succumb once more to the demon's control, hence it is referred to as calamity. However, I am at a loss to comprehend what this separation truly signifies." Yijia clenched her fists, her head bowed in thought for a long while before suddenly asking, "Xiandao, is there a type of insect that can control cultivators?" Although Ji found it peculiar that she suddenly posed this question, she nodded and replied, "Indeed, there exists such an insect. It is a larval form, artificially cultivated rather than occurring naturally. However, it does not exert true control, but rather imposes constraints." Chapter 62. The Great Forest and the Wind Hounds. Noticing Yijia's attentive demeanor, Ji continued, "Once the larva enters the body of a cultivator, it spreads with the true energy throughout the entire being. It cannot be seen with the naked eye and feeds on true energy, yet its consumption is entirely dependent on the mother insect's control. According to regulation, this insect may only be employed on captured evil cultivators. It can maintain the true energy available to the evil cultivator at a minimal level, and if a threat arises, it can command the larva to consume an excessive amount of true energy without reproducing, resulting in a collective self-detonation, thus guaranteeing the demise of the controlled individual. Do you believe this insect could exert control over the aforementioned otherworldly beings? Yi Jia inquired again. Well, Ji contemplated. If the demon can manipulate ordinary individuals to slay cultivators, then this insect may prove ineffective. However, if the soul possessed by the demon is that of a cultivator, and if they still harbor true energy within while under the demon's influence, it might be possible to unleash the mother insect to diminish their strength or even induce self-detonation. Yet, these are merely conjectures and cannot be relied upon. Yi Jia nodded, then rose to express her gratitude before departing. Ji felt an inexplicable sense of unease, unable to pinpoint the source of her discomfort. After some deliberation, she concluded that geniuses often act in ways that are difficult to comprehend, and thus she chose to put the matter aside and resumed her reading of the records concerning otherworldly beings. As half a month swiftly passed, Tenyu returned late at night, only to find Zhuang waiting for him at the entrance. "What's the matter?" Tenyu inquired as he approached, having spotted him from a distance. "Sure," Zhuang whispered mysteriously, lowering his voice as he pulled Tenyu aside. "I have a significant piece of news." "What is it?" Tenyu questioned, intrigued. Zhuang glanced around cautiously. Under the moonlight, the rhythmic chirping of insects rendered the entire servant quarters even more tranquil. There was no one else around. The academy is dispatching 100 disciples down the mountain for training, an unprecedented event. Is that so? Why? Tenyu had never heard of the academy organizing such an excursion. The Yanbei Hall, situated at the intersection of the Fei and Bei kingdoms, has received reports of numerous windhounds appearing in the southeastern region of Bei, specifically in the Great Forest. While they are not particularly formidable, their agility is extraordinary, and they have attacked passing caravans. Given the proximity, Yanbei Hall has decided to take action by sending disciples down for the purpose of extermination and training. Oh, why not send true disciples? Tenyu queried, perplexed. The windhounds may not be powerful, yet they remain fairly terrifying to us. However, the true disciples are all exceptional talents. It would be a waste of their time to engage in such a task. Thus, it has become a rare opportunity for the Academy's disciples. Tenyu pondered this and found it somewhat reasonable, but he wondered why Zhuang had waited here so mysteriously just to share this news. But what does this have to do with us? Are they planning to send us to serve them? Tenyu casually remarked, touching the corner of his mouth, though he secretly felt there was a chance of that happening. As if confirming his suspicion, Zhuang hooked his arm around Tanyu's shoulder and pulled him closer. Indeed, this time, the 100 disciples will be divided into 10 teams, each permitted to bring along 10 servant disciples of their choosing. Consider this. The old-timers here won't recognize the current formal disciples, so you certainly have a great opportunity. Tenyu felt a spark of interest. Yet, the notion of being selected by others left him somewhat displeased. He decided to let things unfold naturally. His current focus should be on diligent cultivation, not wasting energy on such matters. "I'll deal with it when the time comes," he replied, before retreating to his quarters to sleep. Observing Tanyu's apparent lack of enthusiasm, Zhuang scratched his head and returned to his own room as well. What was initially thought to be a distant event turned out to be imminent. Merely 3 days later, the servant quarters convened a gathering, followed by the arrival of the Academy's disciples. Among them were 10 Foundation Establishment disciples, including Bai Nong, Yin Su, and Wu Qi. Chapter 63. Roll call. Tenyu did not intentionally push forward. Rather, he took a step back. He had lost interest in witnessing the wind hounds. His time was as precious as that of the true disciples. However, as he observed the Foundation Establishment disciples in front of him, he found himself momentarily distracted, contemplating. How old was that old fellow Bai Nong? He must be nearing graduation, right? Yin Su seemed slightly younger than him. Would they part ways when descending the mountain? In truth, Bai Nong was 22 this year, marking his final year here, while Yin Su, at 20, still had 2 years left. Each individual's cultivation faced its own obstacles, determined by innate talent, with few able to transcend them. Upon reaching a state of stagnation in one's cultivation, an extended period of inactivity serves as a signal to cease all earnest efforts in training. Failure to heed this warning may easily lead one astray. It is worth noting that the state of stagnation can be accurately assessed by placing a drop of one's blood upon a testing stone. However, due to the precious and single-use nature of these stones, Tenyu never engaged with such testing, deeming it unnecessary, as he lacked any innate talent. In fact, he had yet to even hear the term stagnation. Bai Nong's stagnation had been ascertained through the testing stone. indicating he was at the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Thus, he was acutely aware of his own limitations and dared not attempt to surpass them, for it is well known that such endeavors often lead to corruption. Consequently, having reached his stagnation several years prior, he, like other disciples in the academy who had made no further progress, focused on refining various combat techniques and coordination skills. He felt quite pleased to have the opportunity for such practical training before formally departing the mountain. After his defeat to Shu Go 2 years ago, and with Shu Go's emergence from the mountain, he had lost all chances for a resurgence. Despite securing first place in the following 2 years, the humiliation of that previous defeat lingered, preventing him from finding peace. Now, this open form of training presented an excellent opportunity to showcase his abilities. Yin Su's talent was slightly inferior to Bai Nong's, and she had not tested for stagnation either. Coming from a royal background, she might not always find herself on the front lines in the future. When she heard about the opportunity for practical training, she felt a surge of anticipation, for after spending over a decade confined to the same mountainous scenery, anyone would grow weary. However, what delighted her even more was the mention of taking a few miscellaneous disciples along. Since their parting 6 months ago, she had not seen Tan Yudai in truth. She was uncertain why she felt such a fondness for this somewhat out-of-place junior. Unfortunately, her timid nature often held her back from offering assistance, causing her to miss opportunity after opportunity. For instance, she wished to invite Tenyu to join her but feared he might not wish to go. Although she had spotted him early on, she stood there, frozen in indecision. Bianong surveyed the crowd before formally announcing, "Our academy will be descending the mountain for a training session and requires a few miscellaneous disciples. The task is simple. Primarily, you will be tasked with watching over our horses during our mission, but you must be obedient and refrain from acting on your own accord. Those interested may stay, while those disinterested may disperse." Upon hearing this, many of the older disciples hastily departed. However, the younger ones sparkled with anticipation. Just as Tanyu contemplated leaving, Wu Qi, standing beside Yin Su, spoke up, "Come out for a moment. Haven't you noticed your senior sister has been watching you?" At his words, the crowd's gaze shifted in unison toward Tanyu. Chapter 64. Setting Camp. Tanyu felt a wave of annoyance, but nonetheless stepped forward. Wu Qi chuckled, "Though your cultivation is modest, you have some renown in the academy. Bringing you along is certainly advantageous. Wouldn't you agree, Bai Nong?" He turned to inquire of Bai Nong. Bai Nong casually glanced at Yin Su, a barely perceptible frown crossing his face as he lightly huffed. "That is only natural. After all, we have had some interactions. It is unlikely he will have such opportunities to leave the mountain again. It would be beneficial for him to see the world now." Having spoken, Binong selected 9 clean-looking disciples among the remaining servant students, whose cultivation levels were passable, and after announcing the departure time for the following day, he took his leave. Many cast unsatisfied, envious, and jealous glances at Tanyu, who met their stares with a resolute glare, firmly standing by Tanyu's side, while inwardly ridiculing those foolishly unaware. He vividly recalled a scene witnessed years ago on the observation platform, and recently, having casually seen Tanyu walking alongside a white-clad female disciple while holding a box, he found the situation increasingly suspicious. It is worth noting that in the true academy, there are no servant disciples, only attendants, who are directly selected from childhood and not transferred from the human academy. Such a pairing might not raise eyebrows with anyone else, but when it involved Tanyu, who had a serious criminal record, he could not help but indulge in wild speculation for a while. Initially, Tanyu had intended to refuse, but upon seeing the somewhat expectant expression on the long-lost Yin Su, he realized that there might not be another opportunity for contact after leaving the mountain, and thus he swallowed his words. He also thought of Yijia, wondering if she would be able to accompany him down the mountain. Ultimately, he agreed. Unfortunately, Yijia was unable to leave the mountain due to a strict command from her master, allowing her to go anywhere but out of the mountain. Moreover, she had not returned to the human academy for quite some time, and they had already categorized her as having left the mountain, making it impossible for her to rejoin the ranks of the human academy. Nevertheless, although Yijia had spent time with Tanyu whenever possible over the years, she would inevitably disappear for a period during critical cultivation moments. With her quiet nature, even if Tanyu was to briefly leave the mountain, she did not think much of it. On the following day, after gathering the departing disciples, under the leadership of Kiki and others, they walked to the mountain gate. Fortunately, the plump individual, Ji Cheng, was not among the leaders. Otherwise, Tanyu would have felt nauseated once more. Outside the mountain gate, Tanyu finally encountered horses for the first time in this world, and they were not much different from what he knew. Although these disciples had hardly ridden before, they were not ordinary individuals, and after a few attempts, they managed to ride quite skillfully. A group of people mounted their horses and set off in grand fashion. They did not reach their destination until the sun was nearly setting. Although they were supposed to set camp outside the forest, due to the lack of a water source, they dismounted and ventured into the woods. As a Golden Core practitioner, Kiki quickly located a small river and returned, leading everyone to camp by the riverside. Tying their horses to tree trunks, some disciples began patrolling the surrounding area while the others set up camp. That evening, the formal disciples divided into tents according to their groups. The grouping was based on the disciples' cultivation levels. Originally, significant disparities in strength within a team were taboo, but since Feng Quan was, strictly speaking, only at the mid-stage of Qi refinement, it was not a concern. After a simple allocation of the overall strength among the 10 teams, they decided to evaluate based on the number of Windhound ears collected, with appropriate weaponry rewards to be given. Tan Yu, being among the weaker servant disciples, was assigned to the tent closest to the river. Chapter 65. Roasting Snake. Listening to the increasing tranquility surrounding him, Tan Yu actually longed to begin his cultivation. However, the presence of so many people made it impossible to cultivate in peace. Caught in a conversation that he felt unable to engage with, Tan Yu chose instead to sit upon a small stone by the riverbank, gazing at the moon, its delicate patterns entrancing him unwittingly. A small emerald snake stealthily approached. With a fleeting glance, Tan Yu struck down with a clenched fist, crushing the serpent's head with precision. He lifted his gaze towards the campfire not far off, deciding to gather some flames to create a small cooking fire, roasting the snake. Although he had a wooden dagger always at his side, it was of little use most of the time. It could not even sever the snake's head, but fortunately, he possessed a regular iron sword. With it, he cleaved the mangled head and awkwardly skewered the serpent for roasting. In this world, Tan Yu found himself illiterate, unfamiliar with this snake. Yet given his current constitution, ordinary toxins posed no threat to him, rendering him indifferent to the snake's potential venom. "Hey!" A feminine voice floated to his ears, clearly addressing him. Turning to look, he was surprised to see C. Although he had sensed someone approaching, he had not anticipated it would be her. The girl, somewhat familiar yet long absent from his life, sat down beside him with an air of displeasure. "What is this? Have you taken to ignoring me?" "Of course not. I just didn't react immediately. I thought you were snubbing me," Tan Yu interjected. C paused momentarily, then replied, "Why on earth would I ignore you?" Tan Yu shifted awkwardly, admitting, "It's just that my reputation is exactly pristine." Sai laughed lightly. "That is true. Even that stunning little junior sister left the mountain for reasons unknown, and everyone seems to have laid the blame at your feet, so you'd best be cautious during this outing. Most of those people know who you are." Tan Yu was taken aback by his own notoriety and nodded earnestly before returning to roast the snake. As the tantalizing aroma wafted through the air, C's gaze fixated on the snake. "Hey, that snake's patterns look rather peculiar. Are you sure it's not poisonous?" As the snake sizzled over the fire, its skin began to reveal an odd intermingling of bluish-white rings, though the colors were not distinctly visible in the flickering flames. Flipping the snake over, Tan Yu retrieved a pouch of salt from his robe, deftly opening it with one hand and sprinkling some while saying, "You know I'm illiterate and have never ventured beyond the mountains. How could I identify this snake? It would be such a waste to discard it after having killed it. Better to roast it for a meal." I rolled her eyes, but, seeing his relaxed demeanor, did not dwell on it further. Before long, Insu arrived. Tan Yu had always felt that he was not particularly familiar with her, yet she had assisted him numerous times in small ways and consistently exhibited concern. He could not quite grasp the reason behind it. Rather than sitting beside Tan Yu, Insu chose to settle next to C. After exchanging pleasantries with her, she turned to Tan Yu and inquired, "How are you finding life at the miscellaneous department?" "Quite well. Being a miscellaneous disciple is far more liberating than being a formal disciple," Tan Yu replied sincerely. Insu smiled gently at his words and continued, "These past few days during the daytime, while the rest of us have departed, there have been instructors and guides present. But you must still exercise caution. After all," she trailed off, her brow furrowing as she glanced at the roasted snake in Tan Yu's hand. The snake was now slightly charred on the outside while remaining tender within, indicating it was nearly ready to eat. Inshu suddenly grasped Tanya's arm. "What are you doing? Are you hungry?" "There's only this small amount of snake meat," Tanya replied, feeling a twinge of reluctance and surprise. However, considering that the two of them could be deemed as half-friends, it would be unbecoming to be overly stingy. Chapter 66. The silver snake with green patterns. Yet Inshu appeared utterly astonished and exclaimed, "Where did this snake come from? What is wrong?" Tanyu did not respond immediately. This resembles the green patterned silver snake. It typically boasts a verdant hue, but when thrown into the fire, Its skin reveals a stunning mosaic of white and green. Even if the entire snake were to be charred to ashes, that silver pattern would remain intact. You should toss it into the fire and see, but it's almost cooked. Allow me to eat the snake meat before you roast the skin. Inshu was momentarily at a loss for words. Su, unable to bear it any longer, interjected, "Just throw it in as I said." "Why all the unnecessary chatter?" Tanyu felt a bit wronged but contemplated that if it were indeed a venomous snake, it would be unwise to consume it in front of them. Thus, he cast it into the fire. After a while, as the entire snake was reduced to charcoal, the silver patterns became even more pronounced. "How remarkable. Is it very venomous?" Tanyu inquired. "Not at all." Inshu's single response nearly made Tanyu lose his composure. "If it's not dangerous, why waste food?" But Inshu continued, "The dead ones aren't, but the living ones are." The green-patterned silver snake possesses a strength nearly at the peak of chi refinement from the moment it is born. This size, it should possess at least the power of early Foundation establishment. Besides its venom, it excels in stealth and speed, and its resilience is exceptional. Even a practitioner at the early stage of Foundation establishment would find it exceedingly difficult to fend off a surprise attack from it. Upon finishing her explanation, she turned her gaze toward Tanyu, who also swiftly shifted her attention to him. Tanyu scratched his head and replied, "Oh, I found this snake by the riverbank. I heard some commotion in the river just now. It might have been gravely injured by something in the water and came ashore. This is the demon forest. What could possibly be lurking in this river that is more formidable?" Inshu furrowed her brow and peered into the river. The water reflected the twin moons, still and tranquil, devoid of any disturbance. Inshu frowned and declared, "I must report this matter to the guide immediately. Initially, we only spoke of the wind hounds. But now there is this terrifying creature, and something even more powerful must have attacked it. This forest is not quite normal. You all must exercise caution. Should anything seem amiss, raise your voices immediately." With that, Inshu dashed off to find the guide. Kikid, Su remained behind, her expression one of skepticism, as there seemed to be a slight discrepancy with Tanya's earlier account. Before long, Kiki arrived. After examining the silver patterns on the charcoal, he used his sword to prod it and surprisingly extracted several silver strands. With a flick of his hand, he gathered his true energy in his palm and carefully inspected the strands. Indeed, this is the green-patterned silver of early Foundation establishment strength. As he gazed toward the river, he sat cross-legged and closed his eyes to sense the surroundings for a considerable time. "I do not perceive any other anomalies for now. Instruct the disciples to remain vigilant. If this is the only one, it shall suffice. If there are more green-patterned silvers, along with whatever wounded it, it would be unwise to split into groups for tomorrow's expedition." "Understood," Inshu replied promptly, hurrying to convey Kiki's orders. "So, you are the disciple who discovered the green-patterned silver?" Kiki did not leave but turned to Tanyu for clarification. As he spoke, he suddenly furrowed his brow and exclaimed, "What are you doing here again?" The two encounters with Tanyu had left a lasting impression, and he had not anticipated crossing paths once more during this excursion for training. Tanyu, ever the honest one, greeted him politely. Kuchi shook his head and inquired, "Could you elaborate on the circumstances of your discovery?" After pondering for a moment, Tanyu considered that even the severely injured Biwen-in might not be something a mere beginner in chi refining like himself could have slain. Thus, he responded, "Just now, I was admiring the moon over here when I heard a commotion in the river. Before I could take a closer look, this creature charged ashore, and by the time I reached it, it was already on the brink of death. By the time I managed to start a fire, it had perished." As he spoke, Tanyu discreetly stepped on the severed snake head he had just crushed. He pretended to awkwardly adjust his footing. Chapter 67. The Dynasty Hemph, you certainly possess audacity, willing to consume anything. When venturing into the wild, one must exercise utmost caution. In the future, report such incidents immediately. And for now, keep your distance from the river. Understood. Tanyu replied hastily. Kuchi shook his head and departed. However, he did not head toward his own tent, but rather took another round for safety's sake. He shifted a few steps and settled at a spot a bit farther from the river, beckoning Tanyu over. Tanyu again adjusted his footing and kicked at the dirt before making his way towards C. Tilting his head, C remarked, "Earlier, when you spoke to me, it seemed you claimed to have killed it yourself. Did I? Haha, you must be mistaken. Perhaps I wasn't clear enough," Tanyu replied with an awkward smile. "I see you were trying to act tough, only to encounter someone truly formidable, and now you can't maintain the facade." Tanyu laughed again, attempting to change the subject. "You mentioned this expansive forest? Isn't it normal for there to be beasts beyond mere wind hounds? Why the fuss?" C, looking exasperated, shook her head and replied, "Indeed, most in the courtyard rely primarily on self-study. You, knowing nothing, are naturally unaware of such matters." "Then enlighten me," Tenyu said eagerly. "Not so fast. Let me first ask you. You must be aware of the territorial divisions of our dynasty, right?" she suddenly inquired. Tenyu, genuinely clueless, shook his head. Sai widened her eyes in disbelief. "You have no clue at all? Surely you must have learned something before entering the mountains?" With a pained expression, Tenyu replied, "Sister C, I lost my memory before entering the mountains. I couldn't even recall my own name, let alone any other details." "Ha! It seems that calling me Sister C has had quite the effect. I'm in good spirits now. But where did you get your current name? Did you just make it up?" Tenyu recounted the mischief wrought by Binong, causing C to laugh heartily. "You certainly have a bold approach. One cannot casually include Tian in a name. It's only natural for it to be stripped away." After their laughter subsided, she picked up a twig and began imparting knowledge to Tenyu. "Let us start with the Tani.it stretches from Haitian Mountain in the south to Beihai in the north. Divided by the Tianhe, there are two major dynasties to the east and west, Dai and Tianyin. The Dai dynasty encompasses 20 nations, excluding the imperial city, while Tianyin consists of 19. In the realm of two great dynasties, to the north lies the boundless North Sea, while to the south stretches a vast desert, which we refer to as the Sand Sea. Beyond the Sand Sea is the Enchanted Forest, a territory inhabited by demon cultivators and demonic beasts. To the east and west, one encounters the Mang Sea and the Hengduan mountain range, respectively. As she spoke, she began to sketch in the soil. Under the dim glow of the moonlight, the details were not entirely discernible. "What exactly are demon cultivators?" Tan Yochi inquired. "I cannot elucidate this matter, but I do know that each demon cultivator possesses cultivation levels that rival those of the disciples from the true academy, and their numbers are scarce, making them entities beyond our capability to confront," C replied. She pointed to the bottom of the diagram she had drawn, then gestured upwards. "As for our two great dynasties, we do not have any demon cultivators among us. Regarding demonic beasts, aside from those that pose no threat, each nation permits the presence of low-level demonic beasts in designated areas for the purpose of material acquisition. Occasionally, high-level demonic beasts appear, and they become the targets of eager cultivators, for such beasts are treasures in their own right." "Then this vast forest must be a place where demonic beasts are not allowed to roam?" Tenyu asked. I nodded. "That is somewhat accurate. To be precise, it is forbidden for any demonic beast that poses a threat to civilians to appear. Should such a creature be discovered, it must be eradicated promptly. This time, due to the considerable number of windhounds spotted, the origin of which remains unknown, and given our proximity to the Yin Beitang, we have made an exception to assist in their extermination." Chapter 68. The Windhounds and the Serpent Swarm. "This is the Bei Kingdom, isn't it?" Tenyu recalled, pondering which dynasty this territory belonged to. "Tianyin," she replied, accustomed to Tanyu's ignorance. "What is the royal court?" Tenyu inquired again. Sai rolled her eyes and explained, "The royal court is essentially the highest authority within a dynasty, led by the imperial family. Speaking of which, I've heard that the true imperial family members are mere mortals devoid of any true energy." As she spoke, she scrutinized Tenyu from head to toe, then shook her head, muttering to herself, "How could that be?" Tenyu, however, caught her words clearly. "You mean the imperial family members are entirely without true energy?" C nodded but then chuckled. "Yet, how could the imperial family possibly send their direct descendants to the Law Hall? Do not overthink it. Most commoners lack the talent for cultivation. You are quite fortunate to have made it to the Law Hall." Ahem. Tenyu cleared his throat. "So, if the imperial family comprises mortals, what about the rulers of the nations? Do they also lack cultivation talent?" "Not at all. In fact, many rulers are highly skilled cultivators." "Oh." Tenyu began to ponder. "Could it be that I am truly a direct descendant of the royal court?" He was not merely a fortunate find. He had genuinely entered the Law Hall through connections. While lost in thought, he suddenly sensed a flicker of movement beside him. Instinctively, he struck down with his hand, and a small green snake was instantly crushed at the forehead. Sai rubbed her eyes, her expression widening in astonishment. Before she could utter a word, a loud voice echoed from afar. "Assemble! Form up! Steer clear of the river!" Upon looking up, they saw several small snakes surging from the river, leaping directly towards them. At this moment, Tenyu could scarcely afford to offer an explanation. He hurriedly stepped forward, ruthlessly smashing the small snakes that had come flying towards them into the ground, leaving them in a state of utter ruin. Before pulling the dazed sea along in the direction of the crowd, the disciples of the Law Hall, possessing remarkable composure, swiftly formed a grand formation under the command of Ku Chi. The outermost line consisted of foundation-building disciples, followed by those at the peak of Qi refinement, with the inner circle occupied by disciples in the later stages of Qi refinement. Meanwhile, Ku Qi wreaked havoc just beyond the circle of foundation-building disciples. Qi was immediately integrated into the formation, while Tanyu found himself placed in the innermost position. Once inside the formation, Tanyu attuned his senses and detected a multitude of presences approaching. In addition to the crowd, yet most did not resemble the Bwin Silver. At this juncture, the perimeter of the formation was already embroiled in chaos. Although Tanyu stood within the formation, he remained vigilant, his gaze constantly darting towards Si and Insu, poised to spring into action, fearful of any unforeseen mishap befalling them. Occasionally, he would discreetly crush a few snake heads. Ku Qi, being a gold element golden core cultivator, did not possess exceptional area attack capabilities, and to protect this group of disciples, he was becoming increasingly fatigued. The situation was exacerbated by the presence of a golden core level beast amidst the fray, which diverted his attention. This beast, known as Sun Quan, was not only swift but also bore wings, making it a formidable nuisance in combat despite being slightly inferior to Ku Qi in overall strength. Under the cover of darkness, it proved to be an adept disruptor. The battle raged on until the second dawn, when Ku Qi finally managed to slay the now-slowing Sun Quan with a decisive strike, prompting the beast horde to retreat. Once the beast had departed, the beleaguered disciples began to tally their victories and losses. Aside from the slain Sun Quan, they had vanquished two other types of beasts, Windhounds and Bwin Silver. Over 500 Windhounds had been killed, alongside more than 40 Bwin Silver. As for their casualties, due to the Bwin Silver emerging from the water, the auxiliary disciples' tents had been positioned perilously close to the riverbank for safety, resulting in the deaths of all but Tanyu among the tinned. Additionally, 5 formal disciples had perished, and their horses had suffered near total annihilation. Originally, their intelligence had indicated that Windhounds were the only threat present in this vast forest. Therefore, they had only prepared to defend against Windhounds. Completely unanticipated was the emergence of a higher-level beast from the river, let alone the fact that these Windhounds were being led by a golden core-level Sun Quan. The appearance of such a large beast horde in an ordinary forest was simply unbelievable. Fortunately, the Sun Quan was somewhat inferior to Ku Qi. Otherwise, the losses would have been far more catastrophic. Amidst the devastation, Si, disregarding her exhaustion, finally spotted Tanyu in the throng and rushed over to grasp his arm. Yesterday, Tanyu quickly covered her mouth and leaned in to whisper, "I'll explain later. For now, please keep this a secret." Si immediately nodded in understanding as Tanyu released her. A passing disciple cast a disdainful glance at them. At a time like this, still indulging in flirtation, those who ought to survive do not. Those who should perish do. How rude. Si shot back at him. "I'm not talking about you. Why are you so worked up?" The disciple retorted, rolling his eyes. Si was about to voice another retort when Tanyu intervened, saying, "Ignore him. Now is not the time for quarrels." Humph. Si complied remarkably well, falling silent after a huff. With a roll of her eyes, as if fearful of contagion, Wu Yu, who had been crouching on the ground observing the snake's corpse, moved a few paces away. Insu, witnessing this scene from a distance, felt a slight sense of relief at first. However, doubts soon crept in. Were those two individuals truly that close? After a brief pause to collect himself, Ku Qi took a moment to steady his breath before calling the group to assemble. He scanned the gathered disciples and spoke. "One erroneous piece of information has cost us 5 of our elite disciples. This matter must be investigated upon our return. Furthermore, it is not surprising that the Windhounds are led by the Sun Hounds. What is perplexing is the inexplicable convergence of these Bwin Silver to assault us. I fear there may be further complications tonight. It would be prudent for us to withdraw from the forest as soon as possible." Tanyu felt a pang of discomfort at this, as the deaths of 9 servant disciples had gone unmentioned. At this moment, Ku Qi approached the riverbank, closed his eyes for a moment, and then opened them to say, "You will now take turns filling your water bags within a 50-step radius on either side of me. We shall temporarily set up camp outside the woods." Understood. The disciples filled their water containers and began to pack their tents for the return journey. To be honest, despite the bountiful harvest, the trial that had once excited them had claimed 5 comrades before it even commenced. With their horses suffering severe casualties, morale plummeted drastically. Si insisted on walking beside Tanyu, having firmly resolved to cling to him for support. The Bwin Silver of early Foundation establishment could fell one foe with a single punch, and even Bai Nong, who claimed to be the strongest in the human courtyard, could not match such ferocity. Truly, a master does not reveal their prowess. Yet Tanyu found himself increasingly perplexed. Since earlier, He had been plagued by an unsettling sensation, as if something was watching him intently from nearby. Looking around, he saw only trees, with no other anomalies in sight. After walking for quite some time, they should have already exited the forest, but the group remained ensconced within. Kuchi now felt a twinge of regret. He should have brought an additional Golden Corps member for greater assurance. However, with no other options, he instructed, "You all stay alert and do not wander off. That I will scout ahead." Understood. The group began to fortify their position, with the instructor and Foundation disciples on watch. Tanyu's discomfort intensified, prompting him to discreetly call C over and move closer to Enexu. At that moment, he suddenly detected a faint, alluring fragrance in the air. Sniffing impolitely, he realized it did not emanate from C or Insu. "Hey, what are you doing?" Binong approached with a furrowed brow. Tenyu shrugged and replied, "Do you smell that unusual fragrance?" Binong's frown deepened as he reached out to grab Tenyu, saying, "Get away from me. Wait, there really is an abnormal scent. Be cautious." Insu pushed Binong's hand aside and scanned the surroundings. As Insu spoke, Binong had no choice but to grant him some respect and carefully survey the area. Yet having Tenyu nearby made it difficult for him to focus on maintaining vigilance. "Hey, stop being such a hindrance here. Move aside." Oh. Tenyu was also somewhat irritated. Why was this person so bothersome? Thus, he obediently took a step back, but just as he did, he exclaimed, "Aya!" He had stepped into the muck, and his foot slipped, causing him to fall backward. He was originally quite close to Binong, and suddenly, as he slipped, Binong instinctively dodged. Yet, by a cruel twist of fate, he was still struck directly by Tanyu's foot, which landed squarely on Binong's calf. Bang! Binong lost his balance and fell face first into the muddy ground. Ingsu, still bewildered by the turn of events, couldn't help but burst into laughter. Tanyu, brushing off his backside, stood up and exclaimed, "Oh dear, are you all right?" Binong was on the verge of losing his mind. He was notoriously fastidious about cleanliness, always cautious even in the wild. After the battle concluded, he had promptly changed into fresh attire, only to be toppled by a mere servant disciple. Now, he had no spare clothes left. The disgusting mud clung to his face and body, sending a shiver through him. "What mischief have you wrought?" As Binong slowly rose, his brows furrowed in anger, he didn't even take a moment to ponder how a mid-stage Foundation establishment disciple could be bested by an ordinary person. However, the fierce glare he had directed at Tanyu suddenly froze as he took several steps back in alarm, gazing in horror at what lay behind Tanyu. At that moment, a crack appeared vertically along the tree trunk behind Tanyu, and slowly, this fissure widened like an eye, revealing a perfectly round eyeball that rolled and stared unblinkingly at the four of them. The instant that I opened, Tanyu felt a jolt of fear and immediately turned around. At that very moment, countless roots erupted from the ground, densely intertwining to separate the group. Binong, having retreated a few steps, found himself distanced from Tanyu and the others. Ingsu also caught sight of the eye, and her immediate instinct was to step forward, drawing her sword and positioning it protectively in front of Tanyu. Tanyu felt a surge of gratitude and swiftly pulled C to stand alongside Ingsu. The three of them remained united, yet were ensnared by that peculiar eyeball. The roots grew taller and thicker, obscuring their view of the others, while the canopy above darkened the already dim light. Ingsu's grip on her sword grew slightly sweaty as she gazed at the eye on the trunk, paralyzed with fear. What should they do? C, being at the peak of chi refinement, had yet to reach Foundation establishment, and in the face of such strange circumstances, felt utterly unsteady. Tanyu fixed his gaze on the eye, his hand stealthily reaching for the wooden dagger concealed within his clothes. Those coarse roots reminded him of the evil cultivators he had once faced when he acquired this dagger. Seeing that the eye remained still, Ingsu cautiously sidestepped and slashed at the surrounding roots. Thud! A dull sound echoed, leaving only a negligible white mark on the root. Undeterred, Ingsu retracted her longsword and unleashed several energy blades at the roots. Yet they remained utterly unresponsive. Meanwhile, the eye seemed to widen even further. Suddenly, 3 more roots shot up from the ground, lunging toward the trio. In an instant, the previously motionless Tanyu sprang into action, appearing before the eye on the trunk in the blink of an eye. The roots moved swiftly as well, wrapping around Tanyu's waist, but he, filled with raw strength, resisted the pull and forcefully drew the wooden dagger, plunging it toward the very center of the eyeball. Chapter 71. A breakthrough. Once more the eye, sensing a formidable threat, instinctively closed, while additional roots erupted from the ground to provide resistance. Yet, as these roots confronted the dagger, they were effortlessly repelled. A pained sound reminiscent of a human cry emanated from the trunk. The eye's opening was pierced by Tan Yu's dagger. Although Tan Yu was internally astonished, his exterior remained composed. With both hands firmly gripping the dagger, he thrust it upward while his right leg forcefully slammed against the trunk. Bang! Crack! The trunk responded with a resounding break, yet due to the roots anchoring it from above, it remained suspended in midair. Unyielding, a humanoid figure was dislodged from the trunk by Tan Yu and subsequently pinned to the ground. Su and Si had initially focused on the suddenly erupting roots, but as the roots fell silent, they were startled by a scream. Turning towards the source, they beheld Tan Yu kicking apart the trunk, revealing a humanoid creature within. Si, already aware of Tan Yu's formidable prowess, hurried over to inspect the scene, while Su, momentarily taken aback, quickly joined her to observe closely. Lying on the ground was a creature resembling an infant in size. Its head was dominated by a singular, towering eye. The body bore human-like features, yet its limbs were devoid of hands and feet, replaced instead by 4 root-like appendages. It was unclear from whence the earlier sound had originated. The creature was immobilized by Tan Yu's dagger, its limbs thrashing about incessantly. Suddenly, it fell silent and, with slurred speech, uttered a few unintelligible words. Tan Yu failed to comprehend any of it, but discerned the location of its mouth, behind the eye, embedded in the mud. Perhaps realizing its words garnered no attention, the creature began to convulse violently, seemingly determined to break free from the dagger's grasp, even at the cost of its head. Tan Yu promptly pressed down on the hilt of the dagger with one hand while restraining the creature's body with the other. To his surprise, the creature let out 2 inexplicable chuckles, and Tan Yu felt an unusual pull within his palm. Such a familiar sensation, he scoffed derisively. Without waiting for the energy vortex in his dantian to decelerate, he preemptively urged it to spin faster. Having refrained from cultivation the previous day, he found himself brimming with energy, eager to expend it. The creature's body quaked violently, mumbling incoherently once more, before its vigor visibly waned. Following a final, intense shudder, its eye turned pale gray, and its pupils dilated. Yet, Tan Yu remained steadfast, unmoving. The 2 women, somewhat at a loss, observed Tan Yu's serious demeanor and dared not breathe a word. After a prolonged moment, Tan Yu released his grip. Unlike the previous monster within the celestial tower, which had released an abundance of spiritual energy upon being thwarted, this creature's essence was entirely absorbed into Tan Yu's body. Despite this success, he felt a tinge of nausea from absorbing the creature's essence, which bore a distinctly wood-like attribute, comprising only true energy without the primal source energy, rendering it of limited utility to him. Throughout his cultivation journey, he had been able to absorb spiritual energy close to his dantian directly. Later, inspired by his encounter with the vine creature, he had learned to absorb others' true energy through his palm. However, he had yet to find a suitable subject for experimentation, until now, when he boldly conducted an open trial, and astonishingly, it had proven successful. Not only did he succeed, but the cyclone in his dantian was already approaching a state of saturation. After this tumultuous event, it had directly broken through. The reason he had paused moments ago was due to this matter. Although the posture was somewhat uncomfortable, the true source chi within his cyclone was gradually merging into his entire body. After moving around a bit, Tan Yu felt a mix of excitement and regret. He was thrilled that his body had ascended to a new level, yet he lamented that he had just realized his strength after each breakthrough did not depend on the number of breakthroughs, but rather on the amount of true source chi contained within the returning cyclone. The method he had just employed, which involved purely absorbing true chi, felt rather wasteful. It would be far better to accumulate external Dao Qi over time, as those contained a mixture of true source Qi. Chapter 72. The master, after extracting the dagger from the corpse and flipping it over, Tan Yu was now quite certain this was a malevolent being, thanks to his prior encounters. The creature, now overturned, presented a visage that made it difficult to discern its front from its back. Its mouth indeed protruded from the opposite side of its head, vertically aligned and of a similar size to its eyes. Were it not for the visibly sharp teeth, one might not have recognized it as a mouth. What did I ask this creature? Su was momentarily dumbfounded, glancing at the severed tree trunk and asking, "How did you manage that?" Tan Yu awkwardly smiled and fabricated a response. "I suffered from amnesia in my childhood, so I am not entirely sure about my constitution. However, it might be considered a form of innate divine strength. I prefer not to draw too much attention to myself, which is why I kept it hidden. As for this dagger, it was entrusted to me by my master for self-defense. It seems to possess some peculiar affinity for wood-related entities, and it would not be wise to disclose this matter. Thus, I must ask you both to keep these 2 things confidential." The 2 women had heard of Master Ji's considerable care for him, And now that he had rescued them and exhibited such extraordinary strength, they nodded in agreement without further suspicion. Sai tapped on the still sturdy tree roots, saying, "Can you cut away these troublesome roots? They are clearly the work of this creature, and the earlier disorientation was likely its doing as well. Chopping these appears quite laborious. Furthermore, it is safe now. We should wait for Master Quoki to rescue us." Tanyu quickly declined. Insu understood Tanyu's intention and glanced at the corpse on the ground, asking, "What shall we say about this?" Tanyu pondered for a moment before replying. "We could say it was a High Master passing by?" "Ha! Are you claiming to be a High Master?" Si laughed. Tanyu chuckled in return. "This creature is no simple foe. My ability to vanquish it warrants the title of High Master." Insu smiled briefly, her gaze towards Tanyu shifting in complexity. Regardless of the treasures he relied upon, it was he who had delivered the kick that broke the tree trunk, a feat not to be taken lightly. As this thought crossed her mind, she suddenly remarked, "You are still quite young. Though dangers abound in this world, there are also countless beautiful things that cannot be compared to the mountains. Are you advising me to leave the mountains?" Tanyu inquired. Insu nodded earnestly. Suddenly, Si wrapped her arm around Tanyu's, teasingly saying, "Insu, you wouldn't happen to have taken a liking to him, would you? He was the one I discovered first. He cannot be given to you." Insu paused for a moment, ready to retort. Bang! A tree root nearby was shattered. Kuchi emerged with a group of disciples. Upon seeing Si embracing Tanyu, Insu's face flushed as he stood aside, momentarily stunned, then looked in astonishment at the corpse on the ground. "Why is this? We are unaware of what it is. Just now, a master passed by and suddenly yanked it from the tree, killing it." Tanyu interjected, "A master?" Kuchi glanced at the towering tree roots that obscured the sky. Somewhat skeptical then, he stared at Tanyu with increased curiosity, noticing that Tanyu was not only inexplicably emanating true energy but also exuding the aura of true source energy. This is impossible. True source energy can only be possessed by those who have reached the golden core stage. Tanyu, having interacted frequently with Yujia, was well aware of the capabilities of golden core cultivators, and he quickly recalled the Tao energy within him that was gradually spreading outward. An idea struck him, and he said, "That master emerged from the earth and then returned to it. Just now, I was almost killed by that thing. It was that master who gave me a life-saving pill." Upon hearing this, the two women turned to Tanyu in unison, somewhat astonished by the extent of his fabrication. Chapter 73. The evil ranking. Tanyu's last statement lacked conviction, but in order to mask the Tao energy he was radiating, he had no choice but to concoct such a tale. Surprisingly, Ku Chi seemed to believe him, saying, "Ah, I see now." He then approached the corpse, examining it closely, and exclaimed, "This is Mu Yu from the evil ranking." "The evil ranking?" Tanyu's interest was piqued. Kuchi nodded, explaining, "The evil ranking may be somewhat unfamiliar and distant to you. It consists of evil cultivators hunted by the disciples of the True Academy. Mu Yu was originally a human. When he underwent his evil transformation, he must have possessed full foundation establishment strength. As an evil cultivator, even Golden Core disciples would find it somewhat challenging to deal with him." After a pause, he continued, "Regardless, those matters are not for you to concern yourselves with. This creature is indeed the root cause of the recent strange occurrences." Everyone looked perplexed. Was it not the beast horde that attacked them yesterday? Noticing the continued confusion among the group, Ku Chi elaborated. "This evil cultivator has low individual attack power, but possesses 3 formidable skills. The first is beast control. While not all of yesterday's beasts were necessarily under his command, they were certainly influenced by him. The second is confusion. Although this skill lacks offensive capability, it caused us to take a considerable detour, and I nearly fell under its influence. The third is wood manipulation. He emits a fragrance that causes any trees and roots that come into contact with it to grow and strengthen uncontrollably, allowing him to exert control over them. Moreover, he can merge with tree trunks, making him an exceedingly insidious evil cultivator." Such a bizarre evil cultivator? Many felt a surge of anxiety. After leaving the mountains, most of them intended to join the forces against evil cultivators. Such shape-shifting evil cultivators are indeed rare. And since this falls within the purview of True Academy disciples, you need not worry. The evil cultivators you will confront in the future will generally not exceed the foundation establishment stage. The evil ranking is not something you need to concern yourselves with, Ku Chi reassured them. Upon hearing this, the group finally felt somewhat relieved. After making several detours, Kiki managed to rescue a few disciples. Once he had accounted for everyone, he led the group onward. Binong followed closely beside Kiki, having removed his outer garment due to his aversion to the mud, and his face had been washed with water from a pouch. Observing that at the rear of the procession, Inshu and Si were still walking alongside Tanyu, he felt a surge of frustration. He deliberately fell back a bit, gradually positioning himself at the end of the line, glaring fiercely at Tanyu before softly addressing Inshu and Si. You should keep closer to me. Although the malevolent cultivator has been dealt with, there is a strong possibility that the B1 silver remains. Upon finishing, he felt a swell of pride, convinced that as the greatly esteemed senior brother, his casual concern would easily win the young lady's attention. As for Inshu, their relationship had always been amicable. Albeit she was overly fond of looking after others, he couldn't help but think that these two lacked discernment. What was the point in being overly concerned for a mere disciple of the menial rank? To his surprise, Si shot him an exasperated glance, while Inshu merely smiled awkwardly and replied, I'm fine. I can handle the B1 silver, and this can serve as a form of training. Binong felt a surge of indignation, wishing fervently for a couple of B1 silver to emerge and instill fear in them. Suddenly struck by inspiration, he bellowed towards Tanyu, beware of the B1 silver. Then he waited with anticipation for Tanyu to make a fool of himself, planning to later claim he had misjudged the situation. Tanyu, with his keen perception, was well aware that Binong was merely shouting nonsense, yet he still feigned alarm, turning to check while hastily retreating towards Binong. With a swift motion, Tanyu inadvertently stepped on Binong's foot, causing him to lose his balance. Thud. Binong felt as though he had been struck by a great bear, collapsing once more under Tanyu's weight. Chapter 74. The Empress. What happened? The others, alerted by the mention of B1 silver, quickly turned to investigate. Kiki rushed over, only to find the two of them sprawled on the ground. After a careful assessment, he confirmed that there was no threat, letting out a sigh of relief. There is no danger. Everyone, remain calm. Always remember to keep your composure in times of crisis, and do not create chaos by overreacting. Yes, the disciples responded in unison, though they couldn't help but steal glances at Binong and Tanyu. Binong, having quickly pushed Tanyu off him, sprang to his feet, feeling fortunate that the ground was dry this time. He brushed himself off, his anger causing him to tremble. Though the ground was indeed dry, Tanyu had previously fallen into the muck, and now the filth was smeared all over his own attire. He felt utterly despondent. Tanyu was truly a calamity. The desire to seek out trouble evaporated, replaced by his fixation on the stains. If I take this off, it'll be ruined. Under Kiki's guidance, they soon emerged from the woods. He had brought the body of the malevolent cultivator with him, severing its head before incinerating the remains. In the future, remember this. While most malevolent cultivators may appear indistinguishable from ordinary people, once they are slain, it is imperative to not only sever their heads, but also to incinerate their bodies. Their peculiarities cannot be understood through conventional reasoning. He gazed at the charred remains, issuing a stern warning. The crowd nodded in agreement. Although an unexpected situation arose due to erroneous intelligence, since the Law Hall has accepted this task, they must not slacken their efforts. However, the disciples from the Human Institute must first be withdrawn, followed by the immediate deployment of the true disciples to sweep through the entire great forest. There have been no further unforeseen incidents. Within the resplendent palace, a stunning woman clad in a red robe adorned with golden patterns slammed her palm onto the table, causing the teacup to wobble and spill half its contents. The malevolent cultivators have been mobilized, yet they still could not eliminate him. The woman spoke coldly. Not far from the woman, a figure in black knelt on one knee, lowering his head slightly as he replied, Your Majesty, forgive me. This time, the other 9 perished entirely. His survival is indeed a stroke of misfortune. While we were in the Law Hall, we could not act directly, and the individuals stationed to assist us dared not take liberties. It was a challenge to discreetly push him out of the mountains, yet he managed to survive. Present, he has already experienced 2 accidents in our hands. To engineer a 3rd accident, we must exercise patience. Exercise patience? If we wait any longer, he will be retrieved. The Queen's fingers tapped rhythmically on the table. Speak candidly. Even if the Crown Prince returns, Your Majesty may not regard him favorably. The figure in black added, Oh? Why is that? According to the reports from that side, his mind has become rather muddled. He has lost all memory and is even illiterate, let alone capable of leading a dynasty. The Queen furrowed her brows in contemplation and replied, Could it be that Yin Yuan has placed him there as a pawn to deceive us? The figure in black was momentarily taken aback, responding, I am unaware of that. He is the most suspicious among all after searching the 4 great sacred mountains. Moreover, it is already quite strange that he could emerge from the Chaos Demon realm. It is not impossible that his mind has been damaged. After a brief silence, the Queen nodded and stated, Regardless, this individual poses a latent threat. He still holds a marriage pact with the Great E. Humph, having survived 3 times now, including the incident that led him into the Chaos Demon realm, his luck is rather excessive. If no other means can be found, then I shall take action directly on the Crown Prince's return journey. The figure in black gritted his teeth and bowed his head. The queen rose and paced slowly back and forth, then declared, "Very well. Those within the law hall are apprehensive of being implicated and tend to act with trepidation. They may not be reliable. You shall make the necessary arrangements and keep a close watch on Yin Yuan, ensuring that he is dealt with before he retrieves that boy to the imperial city. But remember, it must be executed cleanly and decisively. Understood." Chapter 75. Taking matters into one's own hands. Though such was the case, there will always be those who cannot read the room, such as Ji Qing. After the carefully plotted scheme failed once more, the others appeared hesitant to take any further action in the short term. He began to feel restless. After all, he was merely a mundane who could not wield a single ounce of true energy. Why the excessive caution? Why not simply eliminate him? Even if the unjust killing of an innocent mortal is a grave taboo, if it could lead to a connection with the queen, what harm in forsaking the Ji surname? Would it not elevate the entire family to prosperity? Ji Cheng resolved to take matters into his own hands. The incident involving the top disciples descending the mountain and unexpectedly losing 5 members swiftly spread throughout the disciples' courtyard. Although the demise of 10 servant disciples, with only 1 survivor, was not extensively discussed, Tanyu, as the sole living servant disciple among them and previously renowned, became a topic of great interest among the disciples. Before long, tales of near-death experiences, the subsequent mockery of senior sisters, and the troubles caused to foundation-building disciples by the appearance of evil cultivators were recounted with vivid embellishments. However, upon returning to the mountain, Tanyu immediately retreated to the servant quarters, seldom showing his face throughout the day. Consequently, this topic faded away rather quickly. In addition, the achievements of the foundation-building disciples were also a source of great admiration, with Bai Nong being lauded for slaying 6 blurred pattern silver and over 30 wind hounds. There were even rumors of him having exchanged blows with an evil cultivator. Bai Nong, feeling somewhat guilty about the latter claim, merely stated that he was the first to spot the evil cultivator, yet for reasons unknown, this transformed into a narrative of him battling a fully realized evil cultivator, which he found difficult to refute. Following this event, Sihe and Yin Su gradually became friends, often convening together and occasionally discussing Tanyu. Can you believe that fool? He doesn't even bother to clarify these rumors about him. He truly seems indifferent to his reputation. She expressed her frustrations regarding the gossip surrounding Tanyu. However, when it came to Tanyu's strength, she had promised not to speak openly, leaving her to simmer in silence. Yin Su gently shook her head and remarked, "I have come to realize that he hardly regards anyone from our courtyard." She spoke. A thought crossed her mind, causing her cheeks to flush increasingly red. "What is it?" she queried suspiciously. "Nothing, nothing." Yin Su hurriedly clarified. In truth, she was merely recalling the time she had pretended to be a senior sister while conversing with Tanyu. Now, looking back, she couldn't help but wonder if, given his formidable strength, he perceived her as a fool. She wished she could knock him unconscious just to see him forget again. Ji Cheng, with a stern visage, approached. After ascertaining Tanyu's working location, he had been lying in wait on Tanyu's usual path for several consecutive evenings, yet he had seen no sign of him. This time, he resolved to remain, even if it meant waiting until dawn. Under the cover of darkness, he continued his stealthy vigil in the woods. Located in the southwestern corner of the disciples' courtyard, the area was remote, and he felt no trepidation. As he waited in vain, his impatience began to mount. Unbeknownst to him, not far behind, Tanyu was watching him with a furrowed brow from a tree branch. What a surprise to see Ji Cheng here at this late hour. Initially, he had assumed Ji Cheng's sneaky demeanor was indicative of some nefarious activity, but after observing for a while, he found no evidence of wrongdoing. Could it be that he was sleepwalking? Tanyu had long held a dislike for this rotund figure, and seizing this rare opportunity under the cover of night, he contemplated delivering a beating. After deliberating, Tanyu removed his outer garment and sprang forward toward Ji Cheng with determination. Chapter 76. The Rogue Ji Cheng, hearing the rush of wind, instinctively turned around. He sensed no fluctuation of vital energy and would never have imagined that someone would attempt to ambush him in the safety of the Yanbei Hall. Yet, just as he turned back, a garment was thrown over his face. In a flurry of panic, Ji Cheng found himself struck squarely in the face by a fist as solid as iron, while a heavy kick landed mercilessly on his abdomen. The vital energy he had just summoned surged chaotically within him. In that brief moment, He had lost all opportunity to retaliate. Not only was he unable to fight back, but he couldn't even shake off the coat that enveloped him. Amidst the agonizing screams akin to that of a slaughtered pig, Tan Yu resembled a nefarious ruffian, unleashing a barrage of fists and feet upon Ji Cheng. Still unsatisfied, he picked up the long knife that had fallen from Ji Cheng's grasp and swung the hilt with ferocity. The hilt broke after only a few strikes, and fearing the commotion would attract unwanted attention, Tan Yu contemplated his next move. He lifted Ji Cheng's clothing while reaching for the nape of his neck. Just as he had pulled him halfway, he stomped heavily on Ji Cheng's back, forcing him down to the ground, and delivered several more kicks to the back of his head before swiftly making his escape with the clothing in hand. On the following day, Ji Cheng was absent from work. It was not until the third day that he reappeared in the training area, his face bruised and battered. "Instructor Ji Cheng, what happened to your face?" Several naive disciples from the lower academy could no longer contain their curiosity and inquired. With a face full of indignation, Ji Cheng replied, "It's nothing. This is merely a new technique I am researching." The tale of being assaulted in the woods outside the academy at the witching hour would raise eyebrows, a humiliation he could only swallow in silence. However, this incident deterred him from harboring frivolous thoughts, leading him to ponder that his mortal identity might be more complex than he had assumed, perhaps even implying that someone was secretly safeguarding him. After all, why would two esteemed individuals act so timidly, and why had he repeatedly managed to break through their stalemates? Once he reached this realization, cold sweat began to bead on his brow, and he spent a considerable time in a state of trepidation. Little did he know, it was Tan Yu who had personally dealt him the blows. After finishing his task, Tan Yu returned to his monotonous routine of cultivation with an air of nonchalance. He found no tedium in it. The physical labor each morning invigorated him, allowing him to conserve his spiritual energy as he slowly and steadily absorbed the ambient Tao energy until the late hours of the night. He had gradually discerned that the slower the absorption process, the higher the proportion of true source energy he would intake. Nightja often practiced nearby, which served as a significant motivation for Tan Yu to dedicate himself to his training. During this period, Ku Chi sought him out once, and Tan Yu feared that news of his altercation with Ji Cheng had been disclosed. However, that was not the case. Ku Chi merely wished to assess his physical condition. It was then that Tan Yu recalled that he had emitted vital energy in front of Ku Chi, the Golden Core pioneer. Fortunately, apart from his cultivation and advancement states, he exhibited no fluctuations of vital energy in his everyday life, thus arousing no suspicion. Unbeknownst to him, these tranquil days of repetition passed nearly a year, and Tan Yu reached a new state of saturation, while Nightja steadily approached the completion of her Golden Core. Tan Yu began to feel a sense of pride, believing that despite their vast differences in strength, he and Nightja were a monstrous match. However, having already attained the perfection of the foundation establishment stage, he was uncertain if any changes would arise this time around. The transition from foundation establishment to Golden Core was not merely a matter of increased power. It represented a qualitative transformation. Yet, what he was doing was far from conventional cultivation, and the realm he referred to was merely a label of his own choosing, making it difficult to ascertain whether he would continue to enhance his physical strength or withstand the might of the Golden Core. The cyclone this time has lingered for an extended duration, leaving Tan Yu somewhat at a loss. Chapter 77. Trepidation. 17-year-old Tan Yu has finally shed his harmless and adorable appearance. With his sword-like brows and starry eyes, he has transformed into a figure of imposing stature, exuding an extraordinary charm that is anything but understated. Since the moment he underwent his transformative cultivation, he has continued to grow taller, initially fearing that he had matured too early and would cease to grow. It is evident now that his concerns were unfounded. With the surge in his cultivation, his physique has never ceased to develop. Even within the confines of the academy, his stature stands out remarkably. Were it not for the existence of practitioners who defy the heavens, his appearance would undoubtedly mark him as a promising candidate for a military leader. Reflecting on his previous life, where he possessed an ordinary height, a reasonably attractive face, yet a slightly plump and soft 17-year-old body, Tan Yu often mused that perhaps it was the allure of video games that had led him astray. Yet, whenever he reminisced about those times, it was both distant and nostalgic. Time has flown. It has been over 8 years since he entered the mountains. Jia is now 15 and has begun to blossom, her beauty increasingly breathtaking. Although Tan Yu has grown somewhat accustomed to her presence through long-term interaction, whenever she is absent for a few days and returns, he cannot help but feel a wave of sentiment. If it were not for the fact that Jia was indeed the one he had rescued from the clutches of death, he might genuinely suspect that she was a deity inadvertently left behind in the mortal realm. According to the teachings regarding her clan's divine legacy, she indeed possesses a physique closest to that of a divine being. However, it remains uncertain whether her cultivation talent and appearance are intertwined with this heritage. The tranquil days are destined to be disrupted. One early morning. Yijia was not waiting at the terraced fields, but had instead arrived at the entrance of Tan Yu's dormitory at the auxiliary office. As the first to step outside, Tan Yu was greeted by the sight of a woman in white waiting at his door, leaving him momentarily dazed, still not fully awake. Though Yijia remained veiled in a sheer fabric, the features of her brows and eyes were sufficient to leave one astounded. After standing in a stupor for a while, he suddenly snapped back to reality and rushed back inside to shake Tan Yu awake. "Hurry! It seems someone is looking for you. Get up." "What?" Tan Yu mumbled sleepily, rising from bed and glancing outside, where he immediately spotted Yijia. For a moment, he was taken aback, hastily throwing on a piece of clothing before stepping outside. "Why are you here so early?" With Yijia already at his doorstep, he felt little hesitation. While Yijia's gaze towards others often appeared indifferent, when she looked at Tan Yu, her eyes would warm up, subtly conveying an inexplicable sense of reliance. Yet today, for reasons unknown, there was a flicker of trepidation in her eyes. Then she spoke. "There is something I need you to come with me for." Her voice was soft, neither coy nor affected, which made it exceedingly pleasant to hear. "Oh, what is it?" Tan Yu couldn't help but feel curious. Wai Jia glanced behind Tan Yu, hesitating for a moment before simply stating, "Let us go." Without further ado, she wrapped her arms around him and leapt northeastward. Tan Yu stood there, momentarily stunned, contemplating whether to rouse the other two roommates, but it was too late. Although it was termed flying, in reality, the Golden Core stage merely allows one to leap higher and farther. It still requires a source of power. Each elevation in cultivation represents a qualitative leap. It is said that upon attaining a certain level of cultivation, one can hover effortlessly in midair. Whether this is true remains uncertain. However, from the perspective of the ground, these two individuals indeed appear no different from those who can fly. They passed over the secluded residences of the leading instructors and crossed the vast lake adorned with celestial towers, eventually descending upon the northern shore of the lake. There, they encountered a modest courtyard with its gate ajar. Nightja, accompanied by Tan Yu, approached the entrance and remarked, "The uncle who brought us here all those years ago is inside." Chapter 78. The Crown Prince. Tan Yu paused momentarily, his heart racing. Yet, he observed that Nightja merely stepped aside, seemingly unwilling to enter. "Aren't you coming in?" Tan Yu inquired. Nightja shook his head and replied, "They only called for you." Somewhat perplexed, Tan Yu nodded slightly, uttering an "oh" before stepping into the courtyard. The instant he crossed the threshold, he felt as though he had passed through an unseen barrier. Turning back, he found the entrance had vanished. Upon looking ahead once more, he found himself in a grand hall, a formation. The hall was stark and empty, with two figures standing before him. One was the captain of the guards, Zhuai, and the other was the middle-aged man who had brought him here previously. Upon spotting Tan Yu, the middle-aged man visibly displayed excitement, stepping forward suddenly to kneel on one knee, proclaiming, "I, Yan Yuan, pay my respects to His Highness, the Crown Prince." Tan Yu was taken aback, glancing around to confirm he was alone, and pointed to himself, asking, "Me?" Yan Yuan lowered his gaze and affirmed, "Yes, you are indeed the Crown Prince Zhu Chun of the Tianyin dynasty." Crown Prince of the Tianyin dynasty? Noticing Tan Yu's continued lack of recollection, Yan Yuan proceeded to recount the events in their entirety. Contrary to the outside world, within the royal court, it is the individuals with lesser cultivation talent whose bloodlines are more readily acknowledged. Thus, the empresses of the dynasty are chosen with utmost scrutiny. Zhu Chun, the Crown Prince of Tianyin, lost his mother shortly after birth. 8 years later, the Tianyin emperor appointed a new empress. And a year thereafter, a new prince, Zhu Shua, was born. Shortly after the birth of the equally pure-blooded Zhu Shua, the chaotic realm of the demonic turmoil emerged near the imperial city, the tender age of 9. Zhu Chun inexplicably ventured into this perilous domain. Yan Yuan had long harbored suspicions, convinced that someone had guided him there. The demonic turmoil is an erratic phenomenon that can manifest anywhere, its precise nature remaining elusive to all. While its appearances are infrequent, they are not uncommon, occasionally materializing simultaneously in multiple locations. Each emergence is heralded by distorted light and an unsettling ringing in the ears, making it relatively easy for the informed to avoid. Nevertheless, it should never be underestimated, for none who have entered have ever returned alive. Thus, when Yan Yuan, employing royal secret methods, discovered that Zhu Chun was alive and located him, he was overjoyed. However, considering Zhu Chun's youth and his precarious position within the court, he feared for his safety against hidden threats. he decided to consult the Tianyin Emperor directly. Naturally, he dared not place blame on the Empress, instead suggesting that Zhu Chun was unruly and recommending he be sent somewhere to face some trials. Consequently, the Tianyin Emperor instructed Yin Yuan to escort him to the Yinbei Hall. This led to Yin Yuan finding Tianyu and bringing him to the Yinbei Hall. However, what Yin Yuan has not mentioned is that he never anticipated that Prince Zhu Chun not only suffered from amnesia, but also could not recognize any characters. Now, upon his return, he finds himself at a loss for how to explain this situation. After listening, Tianyu pondered for a considerable time before asking, "Then what am I to you? Why did you utilize the imperial secret arts to locate me?" Yin Yuan's eyes brightened as he replied, "The order to find you was directly issued by the Emperor of Tianyin. Our Yin clan has long been a vassal of the imperial family, and many among us carry the bloodline of royalty. However, we differ from the pure-blooded royals, as we possess the ability to cultivate. Thus, we bear the responsibility of protecting the royal family. From the moment you were born, I have been your direct vassal, sharing in your honor and disgrace." Listening to this, Tianyu felt that the imperial city might not be the most pleasant of places, and then inquired, "So, are you here to take me back?" Yin Yuan affirmed, "Yes, the appointed time has arrived. I must escort you back to the city to wed the princess of Di." "Wed?" Tianyu exclaimed in shock. This engagement had been arranged 12 years prior, entailing a grand scheme involving two great dynasties. Yin Yuan continued, "What do you mean? 12 years ago, Zhu Chun was merely 5 years old, and yet he was already betrothed. How does this relate to a grand scheme?" After the union of the two dynasties, they would join forces to launch a campaign against the demon tribe. Yin Yuan articulated each word with care. "Demon tribe?" Tianyu felt somewhat vexed and remarked, "What demon tribe? A union to attack? Do I not have a younger brother? Surely, this does not hinge solely on me?" In the year of Jingtian, the three powers of Jingtian, Tianyin, and Dai convened to discuss a coalition against the demons. Although the two great dynasties shared a common origin, they had engaged in petty skirmishes for over 2 millennia. While there had not been any large-scale battles due to the Tianhe, this did not imply they were particularly united. Yin Yuan stroked his beard and began a lengthy discourse. Thus, the true man of Jingtian proposed the idea of a marriage alliance, which received unanimous approval from both dynasties. However, for a true union to take place, it was essential to have offspring of pure blood at that time. The only pure-blood offspring of the Tianyin dynasty was the 5-year-old crown prince, Yu, while Di had the 10-year-old prince Han Gui, and they did indeed have a princess, albeit only 3 years old. Moreover, given the preparations required for the campaign, it was decided to postpone the alliance until the Dai princess reached maturity. Additionally, since the Prince Zhu Shua is only 8 years old, as long as you, the crown prince, are well, it would be impossible for him to marry the princess. Although unaware of the specific demons they intended to exterminate, it seemed that as long as he was alive, there would be no negotiation on this matter. Tianyu suddenly found himself in a predicament. Personally, he had no qualms about marrying. It was merely a matter of acquiring a wife. But would Yi Jia be amenable to this arrangement? What if she refused and resorted to violence? Furthermore, considering Yi Jia's exceptional talents, expecting her to accept a secondary position was utterly unrealistic. However, Yi Jia was the person he had interacted with the most in this world, and they understood each other well. How could he easily let her go? At that moment, Yi, who had been standing silently by, suddenly spoke up, "Your Highness, forgive my candor, but you and Zhuo Jia are fundamentally from two different worlds. Although I am uncertain of the nature of her tribulations, given the remarkable talent she presently exhibits, it would not be surprising if she were to live for several millennia. The path of cultivation is often tedious and lacks the allure of your imperial journey, yet it is undeniably prolonged. Should the two of you unite, it would yield no benefit for either party. It may be wiser to remain as confidants." Tianyu fell into a contemplative silence, visibly moved. While he indeed possesses physical strength comparable to that of a perfected foundational cultivator, he has not made any progress for quite some time, and his path to enhancement is devoid of reference. Without embarking upon the journey of cultivation, how can one truly cultivate? How can it be proven that this body can endure as long as that of a cultivator? Taking a deep breath, Tianyu was about to acquiesce, but hesitated and instead shook his head, saying, "Allow me to ponder this matter further." Yin Yuan stepped forward, solemnly stating, "Your Highness, the Law Hall must also show some deference to the royal court. His Majesty's desire for your return is not something you can defy. Then at the very least, grant me some time to converse with her before I depart." Tianyu felt a whirlwind of confusion in his mind. Yin Yuan, fully aware of who she was, promptly replied, "Naturally, I and the welcoming party shall await the Grand Prince at the mountain gate." Tianyu nodded in agreement. The three of them exited the hall together. Yi Jia remained standing at the entrance of the auxiliary courtyard, waiting. Yin Yuan respectfully greeted her before taking his leave. He intentionally distanced himself a bit. Yi Jia glanced at Yin Yuan's retreating figure and inquired, "What did he come to see you about?" Tenyu paused in silence before shaking his head. "I must take my leave." Chapter 80. Omen Yi Jia was momentarily taken aback and instinctively asked, "Where are you going? Where to?" In truth, Tenyu was hoping to first gauge Yi Jia's thoughts. If she were willing to take on a lesser role, it would be most fortuitous. As a member of the royal family, marrying multiple wives should not pose a significant issue. If that were not feasible, as long as she was willing, he might as well take her along and flee together, living as wanderers beneath the heavens. After all, the royal court was certainly not a straightforward place. He was already weary of this insular existence. However, he had little understanding of this dynasty. Setting aside the question of whether he could successfully escape from the Yanbei Hall, even if they did manage to flee, the world would unlikely grant them a life of freedom. At that moment, Yi Jia finally came to her senses, her eyes widening as she looked in the direction Yin Yuan had departed. "Are you leaving the mountain?" Tenyu nodded, saying, "He has come to escort me down the mountain." Yi Jia fell silent for a moment before stating, "My master will not permit me to leave the mountain." With that, she suddenly took a deep breath and declared, "I will seek out my master to discuss this. Wait." Yi Jia's speed was such that Tenyu could not possibly catch up, and in an instant, she vanished from sight. What happened? Who had not wandered far, hurried over to inquire upon witnessing Yi Jia's sudden departure. Tenyu shook his head, saying, "I had just mentioned my intention to descend the mountain, and then she expressed her desire to consult her master. She likely wishes to accompany me down the mountain." He sighed and shook his head. "Her talent is a double-edged sword. The mountain lord will not allow it. Moreover, the true man of Jingtian has recently issued a call to gather, and all the great masters who are not in seclusion have been summoned to the Zhuanghu Daxian Tower." The Zhuanghu Daxian Tower. The immortal tower serves as the prototype of the four illustrious mountains among our revered peaks. Just as he was about to elucidate, a guard rushed towards him. "What is it?" He inquired with a furrowed brow. "A chaotic realm of demons has manifested near the mountain gate, alarmingly close to the Tianyan troops. Fortunately, we discovered it in time, preventing any casualties. However, the path down the mountain has been sealed. This truly is a case of invoking what one least desires," he remarked, his brow knitting further. "Your Highness, having spent such a considerable time in the human courtyard, it would be prudent to bid farewell before departing. Your master has shown considerable concern for you, and she remains unaware of your true identity." As he spoke, he gestured towards the guard. "I shall have him wait here. Once Jia arrives, he will direct her to the human courtyard to find you. I will descend to make the necessary arrangements." Tenyu glanced toward the direction of the true courtyard, and then toward the human courtyard. Though he yearned to witness the chaotic realm of demons, it was evident that this was not the moment to indulge his trivial curiosity. He nodded in agreement. After he had arranged for the guard, he made his way down the mountain. Tenyu hesitated for a moment longer, and seeing that Yi Jia had yet to appear, he decided to head toward the human courtyard. Jing was not in her residence, yet Tenyu encountered Zhuang along the way, who was busy pruning the flowers and grass by the roadside. Upon spotting Tenyu, he eagerly ran over, his face alight with enthusiasm. "Tan, what brings you here? Who was that person with you this morning?" Tenyu chose to disregard the latter part of the inquiry and replied, "I am about to descend the mountain and came to bid you farewell." "Bidding farewell? Descending the mountain?" Zhuang seemed momentarily perplexed. Tenyu placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, saying, "You have taken good care of me during my time on the mountain, and I shall remember it. I promise to repay your kindness when the opportunity arises." Zhuang scratched his head, pondering which prominent family Tenyu might belong to, and chuckled. "It's nothing to repay, really. Just have the true courtyard disciples look out for me." The true courtyard. Reflecting on the 8 years spent in the mountain, he realized he had never set foot in the true courtyard. Now that he was leaving, he might inadvertently offend Yi Jia. Shaking his head, he replied, "I can only do my utmost regarding this matter." Zhuang smiled once more. "Your assurance is all that I require." Tenyu returned his smile, enveloped Zhuang in a bear hug, and then left the astonished Zhuang as he made his way toward the small building where Ji should be. Chapter 81. The demon clan walking along the southern bank of the small lake. Tenyu passed by the vicinity of the miscellaneous disciples' quarters, which lay in silence. Even though it was still morning, the miscellaneous disciples were engaged in their tasks elsewhere, and though he encountered a few on the road, they were not familiar faces. Having devoted himself wholeheartedly to his cultivation, his unfamiliarity was entirely expected. The door to Ji's small building stood ajar, and Tanyu entered without hesitation. There she was, the figure in yellow, maintaining her usual disheveled demeanor. Despite the passage of 8 years, time seemed to have left no mark upon Ji. Hearing the commotion, she lazily glanced toward the entrance. Upon recognizing Tanyu, she appeared momentarily taken aback before smiling and saying, "Little Tan, what brings you here at such a time?" Tanyu approached her desk and stated, "Master Ji, I have come to bid you farewell." Bidding farewell? Ji regarded him with a puzzled expression, inspecting him from head to toe. "You can't possibly be a prince from some far-off nation, can you? How could I not know?" Tanyu, feeling somewhat bashful, cast his gaze aside and remarked, "Well, they say I am the Prince of Tianyan, and they wish to take me away. You know, I arrived here with amnesia and had no knowledge of all this." After a brief pause, he broke into a smile and continued, "Ha, so you are a prince. Your Highness? Tianyan Emperor truly has the audacity to leave you here." Speaking of which, she suddenly appeared lost in thought, pondering that he must be concealed here. This is truly something. Not a single word of information has been divulged. Tanyu understood that Ji would not genuinely blame me, so he refrained from defending him, saying, "I wonder if I will ever see you all again." Ji smiled and replied, "You will encounter many people in the future, so there is no need to be overly fixated on these past few years. However, if you find the time, do come back to this mountain. I will still be here at the very least." Tanyu smiled as well and said, "That is good." Yet, he recalled something and added, "I heard that the 2 great dynasties are planning to unite against the demon tribe." What exactly is the demon tribe? Ji's brow furrowed slightly as he explained. The demon tribe encompasses both mortal demons and demon cultivators. It is rather akin to how humanity is divided into mortals and cultivators. They inhabit the vast demon forests beyond the sands in the southern territories of the 2 great dynasties. Tanyu suddenly remembered hearing something similar from C, albeit with slight discrepancies. Ji set aside the bamboo scroll in his hand and continued, "The demon tribe resembles humans in appearance, yet most retain some beastly traits. Although they belong to the same demon tribe, they are divided into numerous clans, each with significant variations in form and power. Unlike humans, their abilities do not stem from cultivation but develop naturally with age, based on individual talent. Furthermore, various rare materials serve as another avenue for them to enhance their capabilities beyond their innate gifts." After a brief pause, Ji added, "In truth, high-level demons are scarce. The majority are on par with the early stages of chi refinement. Such demons are classified as mortal demons." Tanyu inquired curiously, "Are mortal demons that formidable? How can we humans possibly fight them?" Ji chuckled. "Do not be misled by the notion that the dynasty is merely a realm of mortals, easily bullied. The law hall stands in equal measure with the 2 great dynasties, thanks solely to Zheng Tianjinren. The armies of the dynasties maintain a baseline of early-stage chi refinement. Those in the early stages of chi refinement possess physical strength comparable to that of ordinary late-stage chi refiners or even perfected ones, thanks to rigorous training and fortification. This aspect bears a resemblance to our human academy. Below the golden core, all are mortals. Beneath the foundation establishment, they are but ants. While it is said that these mortals are either unrefined or incapable of cultivation, a chi refiner who neglects physical training may indeed be outmatched by a diligent mortal. 4 years ago, Tanyu would have struggled to survive in this human academy, simply because the students here are not slothful. In fact, most are quite industrious. Thus, the realm one attains becomes exceedingly significant. Chapter 82. Change of color, however, a body-forging army with early-stage chi refinement as its baseline? No wonder they are brimming with confidence in preparing to combat the demons. He then thought of Zheng Tianjinren. He had heard that name more than once and finally became curious, asking, what level of cultivation does Zheng Tianjinren possess? What kind of person is he? Ji Dao. He has reached the transformation stage. Currently, he stands alone in the entire world as the sole practitioner of this level. He is a person of immense righteousness, harboring a deep-seated hatred for evil. It is precisely due to his presence that those wicked cultivators dare not act recklessly. Hearing this, Tanyu felt a surge of passion. Such a clearly righteous individual is rare in his world, and under the leadership of someone like him, this realm would surely not fall into corruption. However, now is not the time for such discussions. Ji suddenly remarked, the disciples should still be in the training area. When do you plan to leave? Would you like me to accompany you to bid them farewell? Tanyu replied, the person coming to fetch me is already waiting at the mountain gate. However, I may not be able to depart immediately, as I just heard that a chaotic demonic realm has appeared, blocking the mountain road. He has gone down to deal with I. As he spoke, he intended to decline, but upon reflection, he realized that although he had few close relationships there, In Su, Si, and the combat instructor were indeed commendable individuals. Thus, he added, I would appreciate it if you could take me there. Master, you are well aware that my relationships with most of them are not particularly strong. I only wish to say farewell to the combat instructor, Insu, and Seep. Ji smiled knowingly and said, Very well, let us go. The chaotic demonic realm is not an uncommon occurrence, and its range is generally limited. Perhaps we will be able to pass through quite soon indeed. The Yanbei Hall is quite expansive. When Tanyu arrived, he spent a considerable amount of time walking. Had he not set off early today, it would undoubtedly be nearing noon by now. The two walked at a leisurely pace, but Tanyu, feeling somewhat restless, kept glancing up at the sky. He inquired, What troubles you? Tanyu shook his head and replied, I just bid farewell to Jia, and before I could finish, she mentioned going to find her master. She has yet to return, Ji chuckled. I have heard that your relationships with your fellow disciples are rather poor, yet your appeal to women seems quite remarkable. I recalling Su, but see. Surely she is not also a girl? Tanyu's face flushed with embarrassment as he pondered. I possess no remarkable abilities. Previously, I often had little Jia by my side. It would indeed be strange if those male disciples were to take a liking to me. As he spoke, he suddenly recalled another individual who had been persistently attentive without any apparent motive, and he shivered slightly, quickly shaking his head to dismiss the thought. He then found himself involuntarily gazing up at the sky again. For some reason, he had felt increasingly uneasy since earlier. Tanyu pinched the back of his neck and stretched a bit. She shook her head, extending a hand to massage the nape of his neck, and was unexpectedly surprised to find that his physique was quite decent. Lost in thought, she sighed, Alas, it is my fault for being too lazy. Seeing that you could not read and lacked cultivation talent, I had always assumed it would be peaceful for you to remain as a servant disciple in the mountains. Had I known you would descend the mountain, I would have read to you, ensuring you absorbed more knowledge. Tanyu smiled, intending to say something, but suddenly his expression changed, and he stood stock still. What is it? Ji asked, puzzled. The scent of blood. Ji furrowed her brow and sniffed the air but detected nothing. Tanyu found it difficult to articulate. It was not something he had smelled, but rather a visceral sense of the bloodthirsty atmosphere. Strangely, this ominous aura was emanating from the direction of the training area. Neglecting all else, Tanyu swiftly grasped Ji's sleeve and exclaimed, Let us hasten over and take a look to the training area. Although Ji felt somewhat bewildered, she nonetheless seized Tanyu and employed her lightness technique to leap towards the training zone. Chapter 83. Nightmare. Before long, Ji sensed something amiss. The air was thickening with an increasingly potent stench of blood. Suddenly, she halted, released Tanyu, and furrowed her brow in deepening concern, saying, Wait here. Do not follow me. I shall investigate first. With that, she vanished from sight. In a surge of anxiety, Tanyu gritted his teeth, disregarding Ji's warning, and hurried after her. Upon finally arriving at the training area, Tanyu's complexion began to pale. Corpses were strewn across the ground, grotesquely mutilated. This eerily familiar scene only deepened his disorientation and unease. Wisps of pale smoke drifted from the bodies, quietly coalescing in a singular direction, treading upon the still flowing blood. Ignoring the occasional crunch of bone beneath his feet, and the lifeless eyes that could no longer close, Tanyu raced towards the gathering of white mist. Soon, he beheld a demon standing amidst the bloodied ground, her form nearly entirely stained crimson. The few surviving disciples were nearby, their legs brutally severed. The white fog congregated above the demon's head, slowly being drawn into her brow. Ji stood before the demon, her chest pierced by a pale blue sword. Master! Tanyu's eyes blazed crimson as he seized a long knife from the ground and charged forward. Ji, straining to look back, saw Tanyu's despair. What are you doing here? Leave quickly. She doesn't. Before she could finish her sentence, the long sword quivered. With a shattering sound, Ji disintegrated into fragments. Tanyu's eyes widened in agony, his momentum unabated as he propelled himself towards the demon. Clang! The long knife was cleaved in two, and in that instant, the demon's sword pierced through Tanyu's chest. Shout Jia Wai. Tanyu could no longer contain himself. The figure before him could only be Yi Jia, yet her eyes were devoid of warmth, filled instead with indifference and mockery. Stop! A voice, thunderous and filled with rage, resonated in Tanyu's ears. A colossal golden hand descended from the sky. Tanyu felt no pain in his chest, only a numbing sensation as he gazed at the approaching hand. It felt as if a towering skyscraper were collapsing upon him. Yi Jia looked up at the massive hand, snorted disdainfully, retracted her sword, and paid no heed to Tanyu's fate. In an instant, she shot upwards like an arrow, Just as the golden hand seemed poised to strike, it vanished unexpectedly. With an air of nonchalance, Yi Jia leapt to the rooftop, surveyed her surroundings, and then disappeared without a trace. Tanyu collapsed heavily to the ground, sensing the warmth of his blood ebbing away. Only then did he truly feel the pain. He began to drift into confusion. Someone was crawling towards him. Straining to turn his head, he was shocked to see Insu. Summoning every ounce of strength, he propped himself up, disregarding the torrent of blood gushing from his wounds, and crawled to Insu's side, embracing her tightly. Why has this happened? You must use your true energy to staunch the bleeding. Gazing at Insu's vacant legs, Tanyu felt a suffocating despair envelop him. He trembled as he removed his coat, intending to apply pressure to her leg wounds to staunch the bleeding, yet his hands seemed utterly devoid of strength. Insu shook her head and said, "She suddenly barged in, killing anyone she saw, are utterly drained. But that isn't Jaisit? Why?" Tanyu desperately shook his head, only to fall into a stupor. Reflecting on the moment he first encountered Yi Jia, and then surveying the scene around him, he was struck by the eerie similarity. The last survivor of the Yi clan. The massacre of the Yi clan was clearly orchestrated by her hand. How foolish of him to have regarded her as a victim, rescuing her from there and bringing her here. Raising his gaze, he beheld the white mist emanating from the bodies, coalescing in a singular direction. Tanyu began to transform his guilt into anger. The purpose of the killings? Wasn't it glaringly obvious? She was extracting something from the slain. Chapter 84. Lament Tanyu was unaware of the nature of the white mist or what benefits it conferred upon her post-absorption. Yet, he sensed that it was something immensely precious, something unique to each individual. That moment, Insu suddenly smiled, her face devoid of any color, her eyes beginning to lose their luster. Summoning her last vestige of strength, she uttered, "I'm sorry I never could not help you, Ain. City is beautiful. I truly do wish go take you. Doc." Tanyu wished to nod in agreement, but he could no longer sustain himself and collapsed once more as he lay there. He tilted his head and noticed white mist beginning to escape from Insu's brow, gently and slowly merging into the swirling mists. Was this the soul? Tanyu pondered hazily. His body grew increasingly cold as he gazed at the sky. Observing the azure heavens, the white clouds, and the faint double moons, his consciousness began to blur. Gradually, he realized that he was no longer witnessing the sky adorned with twin moons, but merely a stark white ceiling. He had never truly visited this bewildering realm. He was merely asleep in his bed. Suddenly, a warm sensation in his abdomen roused him, a spark ignited within him, and he immediately turned inward to examine his dantian. The white vortex was, astonishingly, rotating at this moment. Yet, this time, the vital energy it emitted was interlaced with golden threads. The genuine chi dispersed once more, but the essence suffused with gold began to permeate his limbs, accumulating even more towards the gaping wound in his chest. Tanyu then felt a prickling heat in his chest. Gradually, as the essence integrated, he sensed a resurgence of strength. The speed of this assimilation far surpassed that of the previous 3 instances. He could no longer contain himself and propped himself up, casting a glance at his chest. The gaping wound was visibly healing at an astonishing rate. A wave of sorrow washed over him as he looked at Insu, whose eyes had lost their spark. Trembling, he extended his right hand and gently closed her eyelids, before sitting down in a daze. After a long while, the wound on his chest had completely healed. He began to regain his senses. That moment, the vortex within his dantian had also finished expanding and had reversed its direction. Tanyu cautiously attempted to harness it, and this time he directly absorbed the pure vital energy, startling him into abruptly halting his efforts. This shock finally brought him fully awake. As he lifted his head and surveyed his surroundings, he found that the white mist had vanished from the air. A thunderous sound emanated from a nearby location, prompting him to gently set down the sound device and rise to run towards the source of the noise. Suddenly, a bloodied figure collapsed not far in front of him. Exuding an aura of coldness, he halted in his tracks, a buzzing filling his ears as the pressure around him intensified. In an instant, he found himself immobilized, as if the very air had ensnared him. At that moment, he began to feel a warmth gradually accumulating at the center of his brow, just as he anticipated that something might transpire. Then, the pressure lessened. "Your Highness, it is a relief to see you unharmed." Another individual descended, stepping firmly upon the figure on the ground, addressing him. The newcomer was none other than the esteemed Ice Force Grandmaster, who regarded him with a flicker of unusual color in his eyes. The demeanor of this Grand Prince was remarkably composed. It turned out that the earlier aura had emanated from him. Tanyu had merely been caught in its wake, rendered like an ant pinned down by a finger. Fortunately, upon spotting the prince, he had restrained himself that moment. Tanyu had no inclination to ponder anything else. He merely nodded slightly in acknowledgement and immediately turned his gaze towards the figure beneath the mountain lord's feet. It was indeed Yi Jia. Following Tanyu's line of sight, the Ice Force Grandmaster glanced down, then surveyed the surrounding corpses, his brow furrowing as he remarked, "I initially thought her talent was remarkable. It would have been a pity not to recruit her. Little did I expect that while I was away, she would unleash such a catastrophe. Even 10 Yuanying masters have perished. I cannot fathom how she accomplished this." Chapter 85. No turning back. The Ice Force Grandmaster had been summoned by the true man of Jingtian to convene at Zhang Lake to discuss a joint extermination of the demons. Originally scheduled to return the following day, he was suddenly struck by a foreboding intuition regarding an impending calamity at Yanbei Tang, compelling him to return immediately. Upon his early arrival, he first encountered the chaotic demon realm at the mountain gate. Initially believing this was the disaster he had sensed, which allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. However, upon entering the mountain gate, an unsettling feeling washed over him. Without even greeting Yin Yuan, he instinctively moved towards the courtyard, where he beheld a scene of carnage, with corpses strewn about and 10 esteemed masters, including Bin Shou, slain by Yi Jia. The golden giant palm that Tanyu had previously witnessed had indeed been unleashed by Bin Shou. Although Yi Jia was on the verge of a breakthrough, she was still merely at the late golden core stage, while those 10 were all firmly established Yuanying masters. To achieve such a feat of slaying beyond her level could only be accomplished by a malevolent cultivator. The Ice Force Grandmaster had already been wary of Yi Jia's monstrous talent and had deceitfully coerced her into consuming the evil control insect. Upon witnessing this scene, he immediately dispelled any doubts and activated the mother insect within the talisman, shattering her golden core with a single strike. However, he could never divulge the matter of deceiving her with the evil control insect to anyone else. For the highest laws of Tianyin de Yi were clear. Firstly, no cultivator above the foundation establishment stage may harm mortals without cause. Secondly, those who have reached the barrier crossing stage may not recklessly attempt to break through. Thirdly, one must not employ evil control insects against true cultivators. Regrettably, he remained unaware that Yi Jia had a history of transgressions. As the dust settled and the casualties were counted, only a scant few remained in the entire courtyard. The formal disciples had nearly all perished, with only Raoui still alive, albeit gravely injured, his gaze vacant, and it remained uncertain if he could ever fully recover. Among the miscellaneous disciples, aside from those laboring outside the courtyard, merely 5 survived. The majority of the bodies were so mangled that identification was impossible, rendering separate burial unfeasible. Ultimately, under the auspices of the Ice Force Grandmaster, an exception was made to inter them alongside the fallen Golden Core leaders and Yuanying masters at the west mound of the hall. As Tanyu listened to the names of Jidao, Inshu, Si, Zhuang, and Keidu being recounted, he could no longer restrain himself and burst into tears. Coming from another world, he had never taken this borrowed life seriously, treating it more like a mere game. Although he initially found it tedious, his interest was piqued upon discovering a unique path to cultivation. However, this led him to become increasingly self-absorbed, neglecting those around him, including Yi Jia, with whom he had spent the most time. Failing to invest much thought in understanding her it was only when those he believed to be emotionally indifferent perished before his eyes, vanishing forever, and when the once familiar Yi Jia became a stranger, that he finally realized he had already woven himself into the fabric of this world, albeit without acknowledging it. The cleanup continued, and the night passed in restless slumber. It dawned the following day. Within the cold hall, the esteemed Bingley sat upon the steps, furrowing his brow with eyes tightly shut. The steps led to a mere 2 tiers. Below, on the right, sat 4 purple-robed elders, while on the left were Tanyu, Yin Yuan, and 2 disciples of the True Academy. This moment, Tanyu had donned a golden-threaded white robe for the first time, witnessing True Academy disciples beyond Yi Jia. Unlike the human academy, those of the True Academy typically descended the mountain only upon reaching the threshold of their cultivation, spending their time above in a state of serene detachment, wholly focused on their training. Before long, Yi Jia was brought in by 2 white-robed disciples, shackled by silver chains around her shoulders. Her dark red hair, matted with dried blood, obscured much of her face, rendering her unconscious. With a thud, the white-robed disciples cast her onto the ground, then retreated a few steps to stand beside the seated disciples of the True Academy. Tanyu gazed at the scattered dark red strands of hair, a tumult of regret, sorrow, self-reproach, and fury crashing over him, compelling him to clench his fists tightly. That moment, The esteemed Bingley opened his eyes and, in the next instant, appeared beside Yi Jia, casting a cold glance at his former disciple lying beneath him. He then surveyed the surroundings and declared, 531 lives lost. Among them, 10 are Yuanying elders. Truly a heinous crime. Although she is my disciple, having succumbed to evil, there is no need for further mercy. Shall we execute her, or offer her redemption? Tan Yu's fists tightened further. The foremost purple-robed elder rose and stated, she is now under control, and her golden core is shattered. Even with her malevolent arts, she can no longer wreak havoc. Thus, I believe it is time for her to atone. Upon his words, several others nodded in agreement. Very well, let us take her to the law court for her atonement. With that, the esteemed Bingley turned to Tan Yu and asked, Your Highness, do you find this acceptable? Tan Yu numbly nodded, acceptable. Can such a grave sin truly be atoned for? Did he not bear some responsibility in her redemption as well? Yet, he had nearly lost his life at her hands. He was utterly at a loss regarding how to perceive her. Was she not akin to the woman within that tower? All along, how had she viewed him? The image of Ji being torn to shreds, Inshu's unblinking eyes in death, and the cold mockery in her gaze as the sword pierced his heart. All these memories were indelibly etched in his mind. Inadvertently, blood seeped from Tan Yu's palm. Perhaps this is for the best, a form of atonement, such a melodious term. Take her away. With a grand sweep of his hand, Bingley Dazuin commanded, and Yi strode in. Aware that Zhuji had been torn to shreds, Yi's demeanor had transformed from coldness to a chilling severity, devoid of his former warmth. He was now the one person Tan Yu could not confront. Let us not forget that Yi Jia was brought forth by Tan Yu. Had it not been for his insistence on bringing Ji to the training area, perhaps she might have escaped the calamity. Yi Jia was seized by Yi, who gripped her by her clothing and led her away. Bingley Dazuin then turned to grasp a long sword of azure hue, the very weapon Yi Jia had wielded in her act of murder. This marks the gravest error in the history of the Yin Bei Hall, and this malevolent cultivator is none other than my own disciple. Even the sword she used to kill was a gift from me. As he spoke, he crushed the sword into fragments with his bare hands, casting the remnants to the ground. I can no longer serve as the mountain lord of Yin Bei Hall. I must seek the judgment of Zhentian Jinren. You few shall remain here to oversee the situation until the other esteemed ones return. Yes. The several venerable ones and 2 disciples in white bowed and accepted their orders. After Bingley Dazuin finished speaking, he turned to Tan Yu and remarked, Your Highness, you are the only one who survived the confrontation with her. It is fortunate that this wicked cultivator may still harbor a shred of conscience towards you. Otherwise, I fear you would have truly become a sinner of the world. Now that the chaotic demonic realm has dissipated along the mountain path, you ought to return to the court promptly and not linger here any longer. There truly was no necessity to remain. Tan Yu nodded and rose to take his leave. Yet, what talk of conscience? Were it not for his unique constitution, how could he still be alive? Yin Yuan did not ride in on that great bird. He and the royal attendants rode upon fine steeds with black bellies and white backs, while Tan Yu's steed was a magnificent horse radiating a purple glow. The procession descended the mountain slowly, enveloped in silence, gradually distancing themselves from the Yin Bei mountain range. Tan Yu resolved to cease reminiscing about the events atop the mountain and to immerse himself in his new life. From this moment forth, he would no longer be Tan Yu, nor would he be Yu Po. He was the Grand Prince of Tianyin, Zhu Chun. Chapter 87. The imperial way he understood that upon his return, peace would not be guaranteed. Yet he was unconcerned. He intended to devote himself wholeheartedly to this entirely new existence. Tan Yu, no, now Zhu Chun, finally broke the silence, stroking the horse's neck and casually inquired, What kind of horse is this? It seems different from yours. Yin Yuan exhaled, perhaps feeling that the silence throughout the journey had been quite oppressive, then smiled and replied, This one is called Ziguang. It can match the strength of an early foundation establishment cultivator purely through its physical prowess, and its carrying capacity is beyond question. Truly a rare and excellent steed. As for my horse, it is named by Bei, classified as a second-tier horse, yet still commendable, a second-tier horse. Does it possess the strength of a Qi refinement stage cultivator? Zhu Chun queried with curiosity. Yin Yuan stroked his beard and responded, It likely has the strength of the mid-Qi refinement stage. Beasts differ from cultivators, lacking true Qi, thus they can only be estimated. Moreover, these gentle beasts are not aggressive. Indeed. Yin Yuan glanced at Zhu Chun, reminiscing about the moment he had found him, pondering that although the Grand Prince had lost his memory and was illiterate, he thankfully did not appear to be a fool. By the way, where is that great bird of yours? Suddenly, Zhu Chun inquired. Yin Yuan was momentarily taken aback, and then recalled that he was likely referring to the flying steed that had escorted the two of them to Yin Beitang. He responded, "That steed is called Zhu Yi, a mount of His Majesty, Iti that time. Concerned for your safety while alone outside for too long, His Majesty lent Zhu Yi to me." Upon finishing his statement, he recollected that fateful night when he had distinctly witnessed the little girl, disregarding her own peril, valiantly pushing the prince away from danger. It was for this reason that he had refrained from inquiring further about her identity and had taken her to El Tang. Now, reflecting on it, he found it curious that Zhu Qin had not mentioned the little girl's identity at all during that time. However, given the current circumstances, it was certainly inappropriate to bring it up again. Fortunately, the prince had come to no harm. Unaware of Yin Yuan's contemplations, Zhu Qin merely responded with an "oh," before asking, "What is your cultivation level?" "Full golden core," Yin Yuan replied, glancing at the 50 royal guards surrounding them, adding, "The royal guards here are all at the early foundation establishment stage. 50 at the foundation establishment stage, and one at full golden core to escort him back to the capital." Zhu Qin began to grasp the extent of the prince's grandeur. He then inquired, "How long will it take to reach the imperial city from here?" "At our current pace, we should arrive in no more than 5 days." Yin Yuan considered, assuring him, "There is no need for the prince to worry. The northern regions of the Tianyin dynasty are not rife with danger, and all sects have been duly registered. Moreover, we are traveling along the royal road, where powerful experts are stationed at intervals, making it highly unlikely to encounter high-level evil cultivators." The evil cultivator that appeared at Yin Beitang was truly an unexpected anomaly. Zhu Qin wished to avoid recalling the events at Yin Beitang, and instead remembered the evil cultivator encountered in the great forest of Beigua, stating, "A year ago, disciples from Yin Beitang had descended the mountain for training and encountered an evil cultivator at the peak of foundation establishment in the great forest of Beicheng. At that time, 9 servant disciples and 5 formal disciples were killed. Would such an event be considered an exception?" Yin Yuan stroked his beard, replying, "This incident occurred in the great forest, not on the royal road. So it cannot be deemed an exception. Is the loss of so many lives not considered exceptional?" Zhu Qin pressed. Yin Yuan responded, "The casualty rate among disciples dispatched from El Tang to capture evil cultivators is quite high. Although there was an intelligence oversight in the incident you mentioned, it does not constitute a major issue. I was also part of that group that descended the mountain. Out of 10 servant disciples, 9 perished, and I was the sole survivor." Zhu Qin sensed that Yin Yuan seemed completely unaware of this matter, which struck him as peculiar. Such a thing actually occurred? Yin Yuan was genuinely taken aback, exclaiming, "Yin Beitang never mentioned this to me." Zhu Qin felt that something was amiss, remarking, "Why do you think they did not inform you?" Yin Yuan shook his head, then pondered seriously before frowning. According to Yin Beitang's customary practices, it would be impossible for them to conceal such an incident, especially since even if they remained silent, Your Highness would inevitably report it upon your return to court. Therefore, it is best that only a few individuals within Yin Beitang who are aware of your identity do not know that you were also part of the group at that time. However, Zhu Qin felt that things had become somewhat clearer. He remarked, "How could a matter, easily discerned by merely checking a name, be concealed? Unless my name was never inscribed in the register upon descending the mountain." Yin Yuan, suddenly gripped by a cold sweat, wondered who would wish harm upon Zhu Qin. The most suspicious figure remained the Empress, yet could her influence extend so far as to reach the law hall unnoticed? Zhu Qin chose not to pursue this line of conversation further and abruptly shifted topics, saying, "By the way, you mentioned that the mortality rate of disciples emerging from the Human Institute is exceedingly high. Why, then, do so many still flock to it?" Yin Yuan, feeling a twinge of anxiety from his earlier revelation, patiently explained, "Disciples from the Human Institute generally fall into 3 categories. The first consists of talented yet insufficiently gifted scions of noble families, who seek merely to embellish their status, and may not necessarily serve the law hall after their return. The second group comprises lesser noble youths. For a small family, having a member join the law hall, regardless of their fate, is a source of unparalleled honor. The third category includes those who are desperate, seeking a path forward, often commoners with a modicum of spiritual talent, who are willing to take this route if they refuse to accept a mundane existence. However, it is important to note that a significant portion of spiritual aptitude is hereditary, which is why practitioners often belong to specific lineages. It is exceedingly rare for commoners to exhibit extraordinary cultivation talent. Typically, achieving the foundational stage is already considered remarkable." Zhu Qin nodded, yet recalled the elderly man in the mixed courtyard, whose name remained a mystery, and surmised that there was indeed a 4th type, those who merely drift through life. The group continued onward, but as Zhu Qin and Yin Yuan tacitly ceased their dialogue, a palpable gloom settled over the entire procession. During their earlier conversation, Zhu Chun had already sensed the underlying threat. However, now that they were on the road, further discussion seemed futile, especially since there might be individuals loyal to the Empress among them. He began to contemplate his own strength in this recent breakthrough. He had distinctly realized his ability to bypass the chaotic energies and directly absorb pure true source Qi.As for the resilience of his body. He had yet to test its limits. Yet, reflecting on the self-repair he experienced that day, he felt an intense curiosity. Yin Yuan, I possess no weapons. Do you have a dagger to spare? He suddenly inquired. Yin Yuan contemplated that the prince's safety was under his and the royal attendant's purview, but upon reconsideration, acknowledged that having a weapon for self-defense could not be a disadvantage. He drew a dagger from his possession and handed it to Zhu Chun. Zhu Chun accepted it, examining it meticulously for a moment, and when no one was watching, he discreetly made a small cut on his hand. He was aware that his true source Qi had integrated with his body, granting his skin remarkable resilience. Even with a bit of pressure, the cut left no trace. He repeated the action several times, yet still found no mark. Feeling a bit frustrated, he feigned placing the dagger into his sleeve, using the cover of his garment to apply a firm grip. With a sudden change in expression, Zhu Chun realized that the dagger he had just acquired had snapped in two. At that moment, he remained oblivious to the fact that this seemingly ordinary dagger was, in truth, less resilient than his own fingernails. Most of the imperial attendants were clad in armor, their movements producing a cacophony of clinks and clatters as they walked. The commotion near Zhu Chun merely piqued Yin Yuan's curiosity for a fleeting moment before he returned his gaze elsewhere. Undeterred, Chapter 89. The relay station. Zhu Chun discreetly discarded the broken dagger into a cloth bag attached to his steed, then extended his left hand to scrutinize it closely. A faint scratch marred his skin, with a trace of blood barely visible. When he touched it with his right hand, he found no wound at all. The scratch had vanished almost instantaneously. Clenching his fist, Zhu Chun felt a surge of excitement. This breakthrough had not only fortified his physical strength, but had also enhanced his healing capabilities. Reflecting on the gaping wound in his chest, he recognized that although he had expended a considerable amount of true essence, it had healed without leaving a single trace. Could this imply that as long as his true essence was abundant, he could achieve a state of immortality? However, setting aside the limitations of his body's storage capacity, he had yet to engage in any cultivation since this breakthrough, so it was uncertain how resilient he truly was. Yin Bei Hall was situated at the border between the northern Fei Kingdom and the Bei Kingdom, with the imperial domain located southwest of the Yin Bei mountain range. Sandwiched between the imperial domain and the Fei Kingdom was the Kei Kingdom. After a day's journey, they had already entered the territory of the Kei Kingdom. Indeed, along the imperial road, there was a relay station at regular intervals, with each station housing not only officials and soldiers, but also at least one golden elixir master stationed there. They paused at one such relay station for a meal and some respite. Following their morning conversations, Yin Yuan had maintained a serious and vigilant demeanor, and since he had no need for food, he began to patrol around Zhu Chun after ensuring the meal was safe. Lunch consisted of a flatbread garnished with various meats, which Zhu Chun sampled but found quite unappetizing. Recalling that he had scarcely eaten since yesterday, he forced down a few more bites despite his nausea. Ultimately unable to endure it any longer, he took up a cup of tea and drank deeply. After a short interval, the queasiness gradually dissipated. Logically, since Yin Yuan had inspected the food, it should not pose any threat. Yet he pondered why others feasted with such delight while he found it so distasteful. Bored and restless, he began to examine the relay station. Besides the tea pavilion where he sat, there were 3 other structures: a stable, a warehouse, and a small station building. The Golden Elixir Master resided within the station building. By the time Zhu Chun and his companions arrived, the relay station had already prepared tea and food. Noticing that Yin Yuan had entered the previous station, Zhu Chun speculated whether there existed a unique means of communication between these relay stations. After a prolonged search yielded no answers, he decided to inquire with Yin Yuan. Yin Yuan gestured towards 2 circular rings hanging from a beam at the entrance of the station building and explained, "Those are the devices. The left ring communicates with the station to the west, while the right ring connects to the one to the east." Intrigued, Zhu Chun approached to examine the rings closely. The 2 circular rings shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, resembling scales, and above them rested a claw, resembling a human hand but tinted in a verdant hue, firmly gripping the beam above. Zhu Chun wished to draw closer for a better look, when suddenly, 2 circular rings each rolled forth an eye, gazing directly at him. Taken aback by this unexpected spectacle, Zhu Chun instinctively stepped back. Yet he could not resist the urge to advance and scrutinize further. It was then that he discerned that the eyes resembled insects affixed to the rings, capable of traversing the circumference at will. This peculiar entity was called a Zhu, devoid of offensive capabilities. Yin Yuan approached and remarked, "Zhu? Indeed. One might classify it as a type of anomaly." He added, "In truth, most anomalies lack significant offensive power. They only appear formidable in the presence of mortals." Curious, Juchen inquired, "How do you manage to keep it here, obediently relaying messages for people?" Chapter 90. Food Dispelling. Yin Yuan explained, "While Zhu typically appear in pairs, moving as if they were the left and right legs of a person, as if something were connecting the two rings together. Once captured, if one separates the two halves by a certain distance, they are rendered incapable of any further action. When a message needs to be relayed, one merely needs to drop a drop of blood on it, and it will convey the surrounding sounds flawlessly from the position of its other half. However, this distance cannot be too great. If separated too far, both halves will perish." Juchen nodded, contemplating how this method served as a substitute for a mobile phone. It was truly unfortunate that his meager knowledge from his original world found no application here. After a brief respite for both man and horse, they resumed their journey, with Juchen unconsciously rubbing his stomach, feeling that the meal he had consumed was worse than not eating at all. Yin Yuan noticed and promptly inquired, "What is the matter? Are you unwell?" Juchen shook his head, responding, "Nothing much. Perhaps I simply ate too quickly after not having eaten for a while, and my stomach is struggling to adjust." Yin Yuan grasped Juchen's wrist and closed his eyes to sense his condition. Juchen was aware that as long as he did not activate the Qi cyclone, others might not discern anything even if they held his pulse. Yet he felt a twinge of apprehension. However, after a brief moment, Yin Yuan released him, stating, "There is indeed no issue. Not only is there no problem, but the prince's health is remarkably robust. His time spent in the LT hall was not in vain. Nevertheless, even the healthiest must partake of sustenance. You are not a golden core cultivator." Indeed, Juchen thought, realizing that Yin Yuan could occasionally be rather verbose. Suddenly, a possibility struck him. Could he, like a golden core cultivator, subsist without food? After all, he had already attained the peak of foundation building prior to the 5th tier, and with this recent transformation, it was not implausible that he had become akin to a golden core. The journey continued without incident, and on the evening of the 4th day, the group halted at a relay station, setting up tents as usual. Yin Yuan and Juchen opted to reside within the station building. After inspecting the accommodations, Yin Yuan insisted on remaining in Juchen's room, reasoning that they would soon enter the imperial domain, with the most perilous moments likely to unfold that very night. After much persuasion, Juchen finally managed to send him to guard outside the door, subsequently concealing their dinner. He had now confirmed that he no longer required meals, particularly not those of meat. Lying back on the bed, he cautiously activated the Qi cyclone, gradually absorbing the true source energy, while maintaining a sliver of awareness to closely monitor his surroundings. In truth, ordinary cultivators cannot practice while reclining, yet Zhu Chen is the type who can indeed cultivate in such a manner, albeit at a slower pace. After several days of clandestine practice, the cyclone in his dantian appeared almost unchanged. Had he not witnessed the true source Qi being drawn into it, he might have doubted the efficacy of his cultivation altogether. A night passed without incident. The following day, upon exiting the station, Yin Yuan seemed somewhat reassured, yet for the sake of prudence, he resolved to alter his plans, choosing to exert himself a little more in order to expedite their journey to the imperial city. On the imperial road, a small detachment of patrolling cavalry moved leisurely. The celestial and DE systems share many similarities. Here, a person's identity is largely predetermined from birth. Aside from the royal family, half-royalty, and noble families, the remaining classes consist of officials, military personnel, and commoners. Only those with official or military status in their lineage can ascend to those ranks. Such familial statuses rarely change, rendering it exceedingly difficult for commoners to rise above their station, condemning them to a life of servitude. Of course, for those who believe themselves endowed with talent, there exists the pathway of entry into a sect. The wealth and status of families with official or military ties depend entirely on their merits and demerits, with the most esteemed being the families bestowed with surnames by the royal lineage. Chapter 91. Insect Mist. This patrol comprised 10 cavalrymen, each requiring at least mid-level Qi refinement to serve on the imperial road. Hailing from various military clans, their feelings towards this profession were mixed. Some found joy in it, while others felt discontent. Traversing the same route daily, especially so close to the imperial domain, who would dare commit a crime here? "We might as well be dispatched to apprehend thieves nearby," remarked one of the men trailing behind. Beside him, a fellow with small eyes shook his head, exclaiming, Capturing thieves is indeed commendable, but what if we fail to catch any and instead encounter malevolent entities? Our lives would be in peril. It is far more comfortable to simply pass the time here. Ha! You possess such a timid spirit. Malevolent entities do not just appear at random. I have only heard of them in tales. Never seen one, retorted another. I in this role as cavalryman. Stability is paramount. Yet one fears a life devoid of achievement or recognition. At that moment, the leader of the group could no longer contain himself, saying, enough of this talk of malevolent entities. Instability? Perhaps you should first assess your own capabilities before yearning to encounter such things. When you do meet one, it may very well be your end. Is there truly anything wrong with serving as a patrolman for a lifetime? The cavalryman who had previously spoken felt his cheeks flush red from this tirade, retorting, yes, Captain, you hail from a lesser family, likely with little talent, and your lineage is unlikely to flourish. Reaching this position is commendable enough. From here on, simply maintaining a stable existence suffices. The man referred to as the captain felt his face alternate between red and white, suddenly chuckling. Ha! You speak truthfully. How does one of your humble surname find himself amidst this cavalry squad? I dare say your mother must be in a state of distress over your predicament. What? Why bring my mother into this? Captain, please refrain from unnecessary interference. In these days, the royal retinue welcoming the Grand Prince is likely returning to the imperial city along this very road. We should remain vigilant. To serve as a royal retainer is to have no regrets in this life. I find myself repeating these words day after day. If you possess the capability, go forth and apply for the royal retainer examination immediately. As he spoke, the captain suddenly raised his hand to halt the procession. Ahead stood two travelers, one tall and one short, draped in black cloaks, motionless in the middle of the royal road. What are you doing? Present your identities. The captain gestured for caution with one hand while resting the other on the hilt of his sword. Who among ordinary folk would dare obstruct their path on the royal road? The two figures remained still. The squad drew their weapons and urged their horses forward. The shorter one suddenly looked up. What appeared to be a face was nothing more than a writhing mass of black insects. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that these crawling black creatures bore wings. The cavalryman in front, witnessing this horrifying sight, hastily pulled at the reins of his horse, but it was too late. The swarm of black insects erupted, surging outward. The cavalrymen had no means of escape. They could only swing their blades in vain before the horde invaded their ears and nostrils. When all was said and done, and the cloud of insects dissipated, the patrolling cavalrymen did not tumble from their steeds. Instead, they lay on their backs, motionless. After a lengthy pause, as if finally regaining their senses, they dismounted slowly, forming ranks. Yet their pupils had taken on a peculiar aspect. A closer look revealed their irises filled with tiny orbs, the very size of those insect eyes. The taller figure circled around them a few times before selecting two individuals, stating, "These two will suffice. Let them die far from here." Indeed, the shorter one responded with a hoarse and slightly effeminate voice. The chosen two removed their military uniforms in a daze and then walked numbly toward the outskirts of the royal road. Chapter 92. Fly eggs. The two cloaked figures took their time donning military attire, mounting their horses, and continuing the patrol with the remaining 8. A faint azure light flitted into the ear of the shorter figure. After a moment of silence, he raised his head and said, "They have quickened their pace. What of the poison flies? They have already laid their eggs in the ears of all the horses." The shorter one replied, wrapping a scarf around his face as he spoke, merely a yin yuan. Were it not for the conspicuousness of employing a nascent soul master, he wouldn't dare to act so arrogantly. The taller figure spoke while fiddling with a ring on his hand, adding, "Let us proceed according to plan. I will hold up the yin yuan while you disrupt the formation of the royal retinue. Ensure you personally slay the prince. Should you accomplish this task, your freedom will be granted." Hee. Yin Yuan and his entourage were hastening toward the imperial domain. Zhu Chun, stroking his horse's neck, found it strange that this horse had been tossing its head uncontrollably since earlier. Observing the others, he noticed none of their horses exhibited such behavior. He even began to wonder if perhaps his horse was of a superior breed, prone to such antics when it quickened its pace. After riding for a while, a small squad of cavalry appeared, riding side by side. Frowning, Yin Yuan produced his token and called out, "Imperial soldiers on the road, make way." The cavalry halted, gradually and unhurriedly forming ranks to clear the path in the center. As the procession passed, Zhu Chun suddenly sensed an ominous presence. Ding! A flash of white light surged toward him, only to be intercepted by Yin Yuan, who swiftly evaded the attack. "Protect the prince." Yin Yuan shouted while engaging in combat with the charging cavalrymen. At that very moment, aside from the violet light, the remaining white-clad figures suddenly faltered and collapsed. The Imperial Guards reacted with remarkable speed, rolling over to steady their footing before hitting the ground. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. The violet light beneath Zhu Qian not only remained upright, but also erupted with frenzied energy, darting away from the crowd and racing into the distance. One of the cavalrymen quickly mounted his horse and pursued Zhu Qian. Just as the Imperial Guards were about to follow, the remaining 8 cavalrymen suddenly exploded into 8 swirling clouds of black mist. Encircling the guards, blood-curdling screams ensued, as many guards found the black mist infiltrating their nostrils and ears, rendering them powerless and thrashing in place. The remaining guards swiftly divided into 2 groups. One formed a protective formation, employing various techniques to fend off the encroaching mist, while the other hastily tore cylindrical objects from their mounts, charging full speed towards Zhu Qian. Yin Yuan found himself entangled by the leading cavalryman. Unable to extricate himself, judging by the sheen of the opponent's weapon and the force behind their strikes, it was evident that this adversary was a fully realized gold element cultivator capable of enhancing their weaponry. Time and again, he attempted to conjure an earthen shield to break free, yet he remained ensnared. Weighing his options, he reluctantly placed his hopes on the pursuing guards, while he himself focused all his energy on resisting the opponent before him, a quiet despair creeping into his heart. Meanwhile, the violet light, bearing Zhu Qian, charged forward with wild abandon, shaking its head frantically as it ran. Upon closer inspection, one could observe black particles being flung from its ears. Suddenly, it let out a piercing cry and came to an abrupt halt, shaking its head even more violently, appearing to be in excruciating pain. The sound of galloping hooves echoed behind them. Zhu Qian, unable to check on the violet light's condition, glanced back to see a cavalryman closing in. The fierce wind whipped away the cavalryman's headscarf, revealing a face shrouded in dark, cavernous shadows, sending a chill down Zhu Qian's spine. Aside from an evil cultivator, he could think of no other explanation. Chapter 93. Tread. The malevolent cultivator pressed on relentlessly. As he approached, his right hand swiftly drew a gleaming long knife from his waist. Close combat? Given his current physical prowess, Zhu Qian felt a surge of confidence. He had little fear of melee combat at this moment. Moreover, these individuals could not possibly be aware of his true abilities. In the split second before they would pass each other, the long knife appeared at Zhu Qian's neck. Leaning back slightly, Zhu Qian deftly seized the wrist of the hand wielding the knife, exerting a forceful twist that sent the assailant tumbling from his horse. Thud! The malevolent cultivator crashed heavily to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Zhu Qian would not allow a counterattack. He swiftly flipped and brought his foot crashing down upon the assailant's head. Crack! The skull shattered. The malevolent cultivator had yet to comprehend what had transpired before Zhu Qian's descending foot obliterated his head. Zhu Qian had not anticipated that such a strike would result in such a gruesome explosion, with blood and matter splattering across his robe, prompting him to leap aside. Immediately, a foul odor assaulted his senses as a stream of liquid oozed from the corpse's lower half. In truth, the malevolent cultivation technique was indeed strange. Yet his actual prowess was not particularly high. Coupled with the fact that he had been drained of considerable vital energy by the controlled evil insects, although this had rendered his mind considerably clearer, it had also significantly diminished his strength. Little did he anticipate that what he presumed to be an easily conquerable mortal form was, in reality, a false golden core expert who could potentially overpower even his peak self. Suddenly, a multitude of black insects erupted from the ears of Zidian with a loud rustle. He sneezed several times, expelling another large swarm of black bugs, before casting a glance at Zhu Qian. Promptly shaking his head and affectionately rubbing against him, it was at this moment that the royal attendants finally arrived. They had witnessed from afar the evil cultivator attacking the prince, their hearts racing with fear, only to then see the cultivator being subdued under the prince's foot. Now, upon approaching and witnessing the grotesque scene of a shattered skull, they exchanged bewildered glances. Zhu Qian cleared his throat, pointed at the corpse on the ground, and feigned astonishment, exclaiming, "What is this thing? Why did it suddenly rush over to kill me, only to die moments later?" The royal attendants, somewhat at a loss for words, could not articulate their thoughts. However, considering the combat prowess of the pure-blooded royal family, there was little room for speculation. Zhu Qian contemplated for a moment, then picked up the evil cultivator's blade, gesturing with his hand, "Let us proceed to check on the remaining individuals. Your Highness, you should remain here while we send a squad forward." The royal attendants were unwilling to allow Zhu Qian to face further danger, promptly intervening. Realizing it would be prudent to maintain a low profile, Zhu Chen refrained from arguing further. Thus, the royal attendants left 10 men to protect Zhu Chen while dispatching 8 to return. Meanwhile, on Yin Yuan's end, the moment the evil cultivator perished, the battle was declared over. The black insects began to die off, and the royal attendants who had been infected with the insects started to vomit violently. Yet their lives were presumably safe. The assassins, witnessing the demise of the black bugs, understood that the evil cultivator was dead. However, according to their plan, the cultivator should have at least killed Zhu Chen before being pursued. Observing the unoccupied royal attendants surrounding him, the assassin chose not to linger and fled swiftly. Yin Yuan, too preoccupied to give chase, immediately led his men towards Zhu Chen's direction, soon encountering the returning royal attendants. It was not long before he laid eyes on the unharmed Zhu Chen, a mix of astonishment and joy flooding over him. After hearing Zhu Chen's account, Yin Yuan pondered for a moment and replied, "Though I am uncertain of the details, the existence of such evil cultivators is inherently difficult to rationalize. In any case, it is a relief that you are unharmed." Zhu Chen quickly nodded but voiced his confusion. "Once again, it is an evil cultivator. Do you think we shall discuss this matter later?" Yin Yuan interrupted him. The notion of the Empress colluding with evil cultivators was a grave one, and without any evidence, it could only be discussed privately, lest it be uttered before the royal attendants. Zhu Chen immediately grasped this and fell silent. Although many were injured in the recent ambush, fortunately, there were no fatalities, with only the horse named Ziguang remaining, and it appeared to be in discomfort. After a brief period of rest, the team dispatched 2 members to the forward post to borrow horses, but the ordinary post could not provide dozens of horses at once. Consequently, they were delayed by an entire day before they could once again mount their steeds and set off on their journey home. Following their respite, Ziguang's condition seemed to have improved significantly, and it had grown quite affectionate towards Zhu Chen. What indeed? Were those black insects? Zhu Chen could not help but ask out of curiosity. "It must be a type of poison fly," Yin Yuan replied. Poison fly? Zhu Chen recalled the dark insect, which, although similar in appearance, was diminutive compared to the flies he was familiar with. Yin Yuan nodded and explained, "There are numerous subspecies of poison flies, but it is a parasitic type of demon insect. Many poison flies share a peculiar trait. They inhabit the brains of small animals, indirectly compelling them to act in ways advantageous to the flies. The animals under their control ultimately become nests for the fly's offspring." "Isn't that invincible?" Zhu Chen exclaimed in astonishment. "Not entirely," Yin Yuan countered. "Poison flies are photophobic. Exposure to light can be fatal for them, which means that the creatures they inhabit also develop an extreme aversion to light. Additionally, their control is limited. Stronger individuals tend to repel them automatically. But the poison flies we encountered earlier showed no fear of light," Zhu Chen remarked, recalling how the flies perished along with the malevolent cultivator. It was possible that the cultivator possessed some peculiar technique. "Indeed," Yin Yuan continued, "the poison flies we encountered must have been nurtured by that malevolent cultivator who used his body as a nest. As you observed, he was covered in insect holes, and their lack of fear towards light is likely connected to him. However, this cultivator is clearly driven by specific objectives and must be under someone's control. Once I return, I will thoroughly investigate the Dark List to determine who captured him and who subsequently acquired him." Upon hearing about the Dark List again, Zhu Chen refrained from asking further questions, opting to wait until Yin Yuan had gathered more information. The journey continued uneventfully, and what should have taken 5 days ultimately took them 6 to reach the imperial city. As they passed through the final city gate, the guards promptly dispatched someone to report to the palace. The empress stood amidst a sea of blossoms, casting a glance towards the second prince, who was studying in a nearby pavilion. She murmured to herself, "Humph, let me first see what kind of fool has arrived." With that, she flicked her sleeve and strode towards the palace. Navigating through the myriad of palatial halls, Zhu Chen finally arrived at the main hall of the palace, where he met his adoptive father, the imposing Tianyin Emperor, adorned in a golden robe. Beside him was the captivating Lu Yao, draped in a crimson robe with golden patterns, and the Empress, Zhu Lu. From the Empress's lovely visage, there was no indication of anything amiss. The Tianyin Emperor simply scrutinized Zhu Chen for a moment before laughing heartily. "You bear quite a resemblance to me in my youth." The proceedings in the grand hall were merely formalities, devoid of any interruptions. However, before concluding, upon hearing that Zhu Chen had encountered a malevolent cultivator on his journey, the Tianyin Emperor decreed that a precious artifact be bestowed upon him. Upon returning to the residence of the crown prince, Zhu Chen immersed himself in a bath while repeatedly examining the item in his possession. It was a body-hugging treasure garment, rumored to be of the second-grade upper tier, boasting remarkable defensive capabilities that could withstand 1 or 2 attacks from mid-stage Golden Core practitioners. Unlike patterned artifacts, treasures do not require true energy for usage, making them exceedingly rare for ordinary cultivators. Most practitioners wield treasure artifacts as their primary weapons. For instance, the long knife Zhu Chun had scavenged from the poison fly cultivator was identified by Yin Yuan as a first-grade upper-tier treasure, typically usable until the completion of the Foundation establishment stage. Chapter 95. Fondly contemplating this, Zhu Chun felt an undeniable sense of awe. Indeed, the royal family was extravagant, effortlessly bestowing such lavish gifts. However, the sin of possessing a precious jade, he found it hard to believe that mere mortals of the royal lineage could truly command the vast array of cultivators throughout the entire dynasty. A puppet regime? Or were there other secrets at play? After finishing his bath, Zhu Chun unceremoniously donned the exquisite garments, feeling as light as air and remarkably comfortable. It was no wonder they were deemed of second-tier superior quality. Upon his return, the entire imperial palace began to eagerly adorn itself with lights and decorations, though not in the anticipated vibrant red, but in a noble golden hue. He commenced his education in various ceremonial practices. Yet, within a few days, the shocking news of the first prince's illiteracy spread throughout the palace. This matter, of course, could not be concealed. Zhu Chun found himself accustomed to such news, not overly concerned. Yet for the royal family, martial prowess was of little relevance. Literature represented their very essence. A first prince who could not recognize a single character was an utter absurdity. Emperor Tianyin, whether genuinely oblivious or feigning ignorance, exploded in fury upon hearing the rumors, hastily sealing off information while desperately dispatching a multitude of scholars to tutor Zhu Chun. Alas, no matter how they tried, progress was elusive. Thus, half a month passed without progress until the matrimonial envoy from Di arrived. Although it was the Dai princess marrying into Tianyin, it was merely a union of 2 dynasties, without hierarchy, hence the princess would retain her surname, Han. She bore the single character Li, reputed to be a renowned beauty of the Dai dynasty. Having encountered the monstrous woman in the Yin Beitang Xian Tower and the incident with Yijia, Zhu Chun had grown somewhat wary of the notion of beauty. Nevertheless, it was his first venture into courtship, and she was indeed a beauty. Even if it was a political marriage, he could not help but feel a twinge of anxiety. Han Li sat within a golden carriage, adorned in a white robe interwoven with golden threads, signifying her noble status. Her maid knelt beside her, reporting the gathered intelligence. So, this first prince of the Tianyin dynasty not only spent 8 years wilding outside, but was also an illiterate fool? Upon hearing the report, Han Li's voice momentarily slipped out of control. "Your Highness, please mind your language," the maid cautioned, glancing nervously outward. Coughing, Han Li collected herself and remarked, "Xiaogan, it seems there is no hope for this situation. Come, let us flee." "Alas, Your Highness, where could we possibly escape to? Moreover, if you leave like this without taking Kushang, he is your direct vassal and would surely be captured and executed," Xiaogan exclaimed, panic rising in her voice. "Then we shall take Kushang with us." No. He would be apprehended alongside us. If you remain unharmed, we shall be in dire straits," Xiaogan cried in distress. Han Li, equally flustered, inquired, "What then shall we do?" "Your Highness, consider the bright side. Although Zhu Chun may be a fool, I have heard he is not unpleasant to behold. Surely, you would not feel disheartened upon seeing him, would you? And the more foolish he is, the less he can impose upon you. You would then be free to wield your influence," Xiaogan urged. Han Li rubbed her temples and replied, "Do not instill such peculiar thoughts in me. Marrying a fool brings no opportunity for influence. How can Tianyin conceal such matters? Your Highness, enough. This union must come to pass, whether we like it or not. Look, the imperial city lies just ahead. That first prince awaits you at the city gate." H&L lifted her gaze upon hearing the words, parting the curtain of the carriage just enough to glimpse a figure clad in a matching golden-threaded white robe. Though his features remained obscured, there was an inexplicable air of distinction about the man standing at the city gate. She hastily drew the curtain shut again. "Bah!" she exclaimed fiercely, yet the vexation within her inexplicably eased somewhat. Chapter 96. The Chenli Manor J.S.H.N., at that moment, was also gazing towards the carriage. He could only discern 2 silhouettes within. One was seated at the center of the carriage. Presumably H&L, following the exchange between the 2 parties, there were no further words, and the procession set forth towards the imperial palace. Upon reaching the palace gates, J.N. dismounted and approached the carriage. Extending his hand to assist the princess in alighting, in that instant, he sensed a subtle aura of menace. Raising his head, He locked eyes with the young man, brimming with vigor, standing beside the carriage. Ksh was taken aback. He had not expected Jason to glance his way and promptly averted his gaze. At that moment, Jane felt his hand grow soft, as H&L grasped it to descend from the carriage. Quite handsome was J's first impression of H&L. Exceedingly meticulous was his second. Meanwhile, H&L had but one thought. This individual appeared quite normal on the surface. Such a pity he was a fool. It was not entirely her fault for this misjudgment. By the standards of the royal family, even the dimmest should possess the ability to recognize a few characters. Yet, it never crossed their minds that Jason was of a unique constitution. The ensuing events progressed seamlessly. The entourage accompanying H&L, apart from the maid Xiao and the guard Ksh, halted outside the palace. They continued to perform all the requisite rites until darkness fell, after which they began their journey towards the Chenli Manor. The queen observed their receding figures, her fingers subtly rubbing together within her sleeve. This Jhin, though betrothed to the imperial princess, did not appear to be lacking in intelligence. However, based on recent conduct, he seemed rather incapable of even recognizing characters. Given these circumstances, would it not be simpler to relinquish control? If New York and Huing were to willingly transfer the heirloom mark to Jie Shu, would that not be preferable? Marriage signifies independence. Once independent, one could no longer reside within the imperial palace. Yet, as Jh lacked a fief, his residence was established in the Chenli Manor, constructed specifically on the eastern side of the palace for this purpose. The Chenli Manor was sizable, accommodating not only the attendants brought by H&L, but also the guards assigned to Jh, along with several maidservants and 20 imperial attendants stationed there from Dy, bringing the total number of residents to approximately 200. Upon exiting the palace, Jn sensed the unwelcome gaze once more. He need not look to know it belonged to the young man who had regarded him as H&L descended from the carriage. Ignoring the grave atmosphere, Jn suddenly patted H&L's arm and inquired, "The one in the white-threaded purple robe behind us, he must be of your Dy's semi-royal lineage, am I correct?" H&L cast a blank expression towards Jn before glancing in the direction he indicated. Ksh immediately offered her a slight smile. "That is silver-threaded," H&L replied with calm precision, then added, "He is indeed of the semi-royalty of Dy, named Iching." Jin mused that the princess's demeanor seemed rather overly serious. "What is his cultivation level?" Hanli's lips curled slightly upward, though barely perceptibly, as he continued to speak slowly. "He is 25 this year, and his cultivation has already reached the golden core stage. By conventional wisdom, there exists an insurmountable chasm between the foundation establishment and golden core stages. A 25-year-old at the golden core stage is indeed a rarity among today's cultivators." However, Hanli did not receive the expected exclamations of astonishment from Zhu Chun and could not help but glance surreptitiously at him. Zhu Chun, indeed, was not surprised. He had not contemplated these matters at all. Instead, he was pondering which phase of the golden core stage was being referred to. It sounded as if it was the initial phase. Yet such an impressive demeanor suggested it must be beyond merely the initial phase. After much deliberation, he finally asked, "Which phase of the golden core are you referring to?" Kagan could not contain his laughter. In Chapter 97, Kusheng, Xiaogan, Hanli furrowed his brow, giving a light admonishment before pausing for a moment and smiling. "He is somewhat inferior to your subordinate. He is at the initial phase of the golden core." Oh, upon hearing this, Zhu Qin unabashedly cast a glance at Kusheng, feeling a twinge of excitement. After all, this individual bore an aggravating appearance. Perhaps he could serve as a suitable target to test his skills. Although he was incapable of employing any qi techniques, he did not require the exertion of true energy to achieve the physical strength that others needed. He could still accelerate his wound healing with true source qi. Therefore, he considered his defensive capabilities remarkable among his peers. Nonetheless, he could not remain perpetually on the defensive. He needed to devise some suitable offensive strategies, particularly concerning attack distance, which he perceived as his Achilles heel. Kusheng sensed Zhu Qin's gaze upon him and shot him a disdainful look, internally dismissing him as a potential future master. Though he was merely of half-royal blood, he had been designated as Hanli's direct subordinate quite early on, effectively growing up alongside her. This time, as Hanli married into Tianyin, aside from a multitude of guards, only he and Kagan could be considered her closest companions. However, given that Kagan was still at the qi refinement stage, Kusheng believed he naturally became Hanli's most trusted confidant moving forward. He even harbored some vain hopes toward Hanli, though he lacked the courage to act on them. As each pondered their thoughts, the group arrived at the entrance of the east courtyard of the Chenli mansion. Beyond this lay the residences of Zhu Qian and Hanli. Except for the royal and half-royal individuals, everyone else came to a halt. Speaking of half-royalty, only Kagan and Kushang remained. Yin Yuan had early on assumed the responsibilities of the chief steward, bustling about the mansion with arrangements. The east courtyard was not small. It was adorned with flowers, grass, pavilions, and delicate bridges over flowing water. Several royal attendants had been stationed here early on. Zhu Chen counted and noted there were 8 individuals scattered about. Stepping into the east courtyard, they first encountered a long corridor along the courtyard wall. The corridor extended eastward from the northern section of the courtyard, leading directly to the sleeping quarters to the north. Beyond the sleeping quarters, it continued eastward, ultimately stopping at a spacious pavilion. Ke Shang and Kagan closely followed until Zhu Qian and Han Li entered the room, at which point they positioned themselves on either side of the doorway. The flickering firelight in the corridor cast shadows, and Zhu Qian found the 2 figures at the door particularly bothersome, especially the taller one. He remarked, "There is nothing for you here. Go rest." Ke Shang remained utterly still, while Kagan cleared her throat, intending to speak, but was swiftly silenced by Han Li. Then, Han Li remarked, "Kushang is my personal guard, accustomed to being by my side. Your Highness, please do not take offense. He will leave once the night deepens. As for little Gone, she is my maid and must wait until I retire for the night before she can depart." Zhu Chen listened, feeling somewhat displeased. Yet recognizing that they were newcomers, he found it inappropriate to hastily dismiss them. After some contemplation, he chose to acquiesce. The sleeping quarters were divided into 3 rooms. Upon entering, there was a small hall furnished with a desk and couch. To the left of the hall lay the bathing room, which contained a small indoor bath. Beyond a small door on the northern side of the bathing area was an open-air large bath encircled by a wall. To the right of the hall was the actual sleeping chamber. Han Li called for Kagan, and under her attentive service, she proceeded to bathe. Zhu Qian sat in the hall for a while, feeling a sense of unease. Having just met the woman, it was impossible for him to feel at ease about their union. However, now that the marriage was established, should he not shamelessly join her in the bath? Amidst his hesitation and inner turmoil, he lost track of time and soon realized Han Li had returned to her room after finishing her bath. Feeling somewhat disgruntled, he hurried off to wash himself. Upon discovering the open-air bath, he eagerly immersed himself, finding the water temperature quite agreeable. After searching the bottom of the pool for a while without discovering anything of note, he concluded that it was likely akin to a hot spring. After soaking for a bit, he sensed that no one was paying him any heed. Zhu Qian picked up a stone and suddenly hurled it skyward with all his might. This had been his earlier thought. Since his physical prowess far surpassed others, even if he could not employ techniques of energy manipulation to attack, surely he could launch a projectile using sheer physical strength? With a whoosh, the stone sliced through the air, shooting forth like a bullet, only to shatter upon impact. Zhu Qian scratched his head, realizing that the durability of objects was indeed a concern. Outside, Kushang heard the commotion and was momentarily taken aback. He instinctively grasped the hilt of his sword and glanced around, but the surroundings remained eerily quiet. After a prolonged moment, he shook his head and resumed his position. This was the royal city, the prince's residence. It was inconceivable that any cultivator could casually scale the walls. After completing his washing, Zhu Qian returned to the room, only to find that Kagan had already departed, and Han Li lay motionless under the covers. Zhu Qian sat at the edge of the bed, feeling hesitant, as the other party was a complete stranger, making it difficult for him to proceed. Furthermore, despite having secretly watched numerous action films in the modern world, he was still, in truth, a novice. After some contemplation, considering the weighty matters at hand, he resolutely lay down beside her and reached out to lift Han Li's blanket. "Do not touch me." In stark contrast to her previous composure, Han Li revealed her true self at that moment. Zhu Qian frowned. Her attitude was far from agreeable. "We are married. Why should I not be allowed to touch you?" he retorted. Han Li sat up, fixing her gaze upon Zhu Qian, and stated, "No means no. This marriage is merely a formality, do you understand? There is no need for anything more, especially since you are not my type." Her words indeed reflected her age. However, Zhu Qian was irritated, asking, "What do you mean by that? What type do you prefer? Someone like Ku Sheng?" The thought of marrying while still attached to a pretty boy only fueled his indignation further. Han Li felt a twinge of grievance. From a young age, she had been aware of her betrothal to the crown prince of Tianyan, and since that moment, she had often envisioned what he might be like. Initially, she hoped he would be tall and formidable, an invincible hero, but upon realizing that such invincibility was utterly unattainable for someone of royal lineage, she began to wish instead for him to be both virtuous and talented, possessing profound knowledge. However, It was only when she was nearing the imperial city of Tianyan that she received the disheartening news that he was, in fact, an exceptional fool, a rare illiterate in this world. Now, this imbecile not only lacked self-awareness but had the audacity to reproach her. How could she not feel wronged? Zhu Chun, seeing her in a daze, mistakenly believed she harbored genuine feelings for Kusheng. Upon realizing she was marrying while still entangled with her former lover, his temper flared, and he seized her shoulders, pressing down upon her. Hanli, unaccustomed to such an aggressive encounter, quickly regained her senses and struggled desperately. Yet, Zhu Chun firmly pinned her hands above her head, then unceremoniously kissed her. He had forgotten that he had long surpassed the strength of an ordinary person. Though he did not exert much force, his grip was still considerable on him. The more Hanli struggled, the more pain she felt, her mouth occupied by Zhu Chun, rendering her voiceless. In a fit of desperation, she bit down hard. While her meager strength did not intimidate Zhu Chun, the bite on his tongue jolted him back to reality. When he looked at Hanli, he found her in tears. Instantly, he released her hands and sat up, noticing the prominent marks on her wrists left by his grip, which filled him with a pang of guilt. Finally liberated, Hanli trembled as she withdrew her hands and buried her face in the quilt, weeping. Chapter 99. Stepping outside coughing twice, Zhu Chun reflected on how unfair it was to pressure a sheltered young lady. He said, "All right, I shall not touch you again. You should get some rest." However, he quickly added, "But you must recognize that we are now husband and wife." After stating this, he exited the room and made his way to the warm pool, where he quietly resumed his training. His physique was exceptional, rendering him impervious to the common fluctuations of temperature, and when his spirit grew slightly weary, he simply lay down and fell asleep. The following morning, Zhu Chun awoke feeling refreshed. With the enhancement of his cultivation, his recuperative abilities had significantly improved, eliminating the need for prolonged slumber. With no pressing matters to attend to post-marriage, other than some academic instruction, Zhu Chun decided today was a good day to venture outside, primarily to seek suitable weaponry. Upon returning to his room, he was surprised to find Hanli already awake, seated at the table sipping water. Upon noticing his entrance, she promptly turned her face away. The red marks on her wrists had faded slightly since the previous night, yet they remained striking against her fair skin, causing Zhu Chun to feel another wave of shame. However, seeing her turn away, he refrained from further provoking the situation and instead walked directly to the wardrobe. After a lengthy search, he finally found a robe without golden patterns to don. He then prepared to find Yen Yuan for some pocket change. Though he found himself in a predicament, given the recent events on the road back to the city, Yen Yuan would never allow him to wander freely outside, insisting instead on sending a considerable entourage for his protection, thus stripping him of his freedom. Zhu Chun scratched his head, pondering that Yen Yuan could not always go against him. Worst, he could persuade Yen Yuan to set aside his affairs and accompany him for a stroll. Surely, there wouldn't be any pressing matters within the residence. With this thought, he began to step outside. However, after taking a few strides, he couldn't help but glance back at Hanli, saying, "I'm going out for a walk. Would you care to join me?" "Not going," Hanli replied sharply. Zhu Chun merely asked out of courtesy, noticing her displeasure, and continued on his way. "Wait a moment." Hanli assessed Zhu Chun's attire and remarked, "Are you really going out in those clothes?" Zhu Chun, somewhat irked, thought to himself how this was none of her business, retorting, "Is there a problem?" To his surprise, Hanli responded, "I'll accompany you." Zhu Chun mused that women were indeed incomprehensible. Before conceding, "Very well, you go ahead. I'll change into something else." Without hesitation, Hanli added, "You should ask Ku Sheng to change into some casual attire as well." "Hey, we're already married, and you still want to send someone away just to change clothes? You certainly know how to delegate, and you even want to bring Ku Sheng along." Zhu Chun's irritation began to rise, but recalling the red marks on Hanli's wrist, he deflated slightly. Then a thought struck him. After all, Ku Sheng was a golden core guard, and having him along could be advantageous, at the very least. Yen Yuan would likely feel more at ease without sending a multitude of protectors to shadow him. Moreover, it provided an opportunity to observe whether there was any impropriety between the two. As Zhu Chun stepped out of the room, he found Ku Sheng meditating beneath the porch. "Hey, your master requests that you return and change into some casual attire." "We're going out shortly," Zhu Chun announced. Ku Sheng lifted his eyelids, casting a displeased glance at Zhu Chun, and replied, "Understood," before rising and walking away, as if Zhu Chun were the subordinate. "Hey, what's with all of this?" Zhu Chun felt exasperated, pondering who the true master was. This fellow certainly needed to be set straight. Before setting off, Zhu Chun sought out Yen Yuan. Upon learning that Ku Sheng would be accompanying them, Yin Yuan promptly ceased his chatter and retrieved a pouch of gold coins and a pouch of silver coins from the treasury for Zhu Chun. Each pouch contained 50 pieces, and since this was Zhu Chen's first encounter with the currency of this world, he was unaware of its purchasing power. To be safe, he requested an additional pouch of gold biscuits from Yin Yuan. Yin Yuan produced another pouch but extracted a single piece, saying, "Your Highness's monthly allowance consists of 100 gold biscuits. Once these are spent, you must wait until next month for more." With that, he pulled out a bamboo slip and began to record the transaction. "Understood," Zhu Chen replied while stowing the pouches away, then made his way to the side entrance to await Han Li. Han Li and Ku Shang had already arrived, but Han Li's little maid was absent. The engagement between Zhu Chen and Han Li was one of equality. They even shared the name of their residence. However, this was the Tianyin Imperial City, and thus, Han Li's movements within the estate still required Zhu Chen's permission for the time being. With Zhu Chen taking the initiative to lead the way outside without the cumbersome presence of numerous attendants, it was indeed the best scenario for Han Li's for Ku Shang. Han Li hadn't even summoned him. He was meant to stay behind and oversee the organization of the items Han Li had brought along. 3 individuals emerged from a side entrance, only to discover that none of them were acquainted with the way. They sought directions from passers-by before finally embarking on the path indicated. The vicinity surrounding Chunli Mansion was predominantly a residential area for affluent families, devoid of any markets nearby. The nearest marketplace was situated to the southeast. This was also the first time Zhu Chen ventured out to explore, and upon arriving at the market street, he looked around with an air of curiosity. Han Li, dressed in casual attire and veiled by a light gauze, her long sleeves concealing her wrists, managed to suppress the regal aura that typically emanated from her, yet she still inadvertently instilled a sense of reluctance in passers-by to gaze too long. After wandering for a while, Zhu Chen finally stumbled upon a seemingly substantial weapon shop and declared, "I wish to examine the weaponry." Without further ado, he gently grasped Han Li's hand and led her inside. Han Li instinctively wished to resist, but suddenly recalling Zhu Chen's formidable strength, she resigned herself to his will. Kei Shang, observing from behind, clenched his teeth in disdain, yet hastily followed suit. The weapon shop boasted a considerable selection, with an array of weaponry on display. Initially, Han Li presumed that Zhu Chen was merely browsing, yet to her surprise, he began to seriously inspect the items. "What are you doing?" she inquired, watching him pick up a sharp sword only to shake his head, then another short knife, which met the same fate. Growing impatient, she pressed, "Why not just purchase a weapon for self-defense? I'm simply buying a means of protection," Zhu Chen replied without a second thought. "Pa, what do you need protection for?" Han Li scoffed, her royal lineage having accustomed her to relying on subordinates for her safety. However, seeing Zhu Chen's earnestness in his search, she decided to bide her time, reminding herself that they were on unfamiliar ground. After a while, Zhu Chen examined the wares and frowned. "Shopkeeper, why do these weapons appear so flimsy? Do you have anything of better quality?" The shopkeeper, unaware of Zhu Chen's true identity, had already begun to show signs of impatience. However, upon assessing Zhu Chen's polished attire, he replied, "My lord, several of the items you previously selected are indeed suitable for those at the mid-stage of qi refinement. May I inquire about your cultivation level? I can guide you to the appropriate section." Han Li couldn't help but stifle a laugh at the exchange. Kei Shang let out a derisive snicker from behind. Thinking to himself that Zhu Chen was indeed foolish for trying to put on airs in a weapon shop, he then interjected with a drawn-out tone, "You might as well not bother purchasing weapons. It would be a waste. You could be spending this time reading more literature to sharpen your mind." "Mind your words," Han Li suddenly admonished Kushang with a furrowed brow. Taken aback by her reproach, he retorted, "Yes, your highness, I merely thought it a waste of time, and I was expressing my impatience on your behalf. I may indeed be somewhat impatient, but your speech should not exceed certain bounds." After all, Han Li's words trailed off as she glanced at Zhu Chen, who was engaged in whispered conversation with the shopkeeper, completely disregarding Kushang. She rubbed her forehead in exasperation. At that moment, Zhu Chen turned around and said, "Kushang, please fetch us some tea. I am rather parched." Kei Shang crossed his arms and replied angrily, "I only heed the commands of my lord. Am I not your lord?" Zhu Chen raised an eyebrow. Kei Shang, "Go pour the tea," Han Li instructed directly, not allowing the conversation to escalate further. "As you command." Kei Shang reluctantly acquiesced, casting a sidelong glance at Zhu Chen before making his way towards the young servant in the hall. As Kushang departed, Zhu Chen followed the shopkeeper to another cabinet, where he began examining a collection of concealed weapons. "Is there truly nothing better?" Zhu Chen felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Everything available was right here. If he wished for superior items, he would have to venture to the auction house. Auction? Zhu Chen's interest was piqued. but he was halted by Han Li. It would be wise for Yin Yuan to prepare more silver if you wish to attend the auction house. The shopkeeper interjected, Sir, are you still intending to make a purchase? Oh, yes, let me take a look. As Zhu Chen spoke, he meticulously lifted and set down various items. In the end, he purchased 50 black gold balls designed for finger strength training and a collection of fine beads contained within the concealed weapons. Yet he refrained from acquiring the weapons themselves. The total expenditure amounted to 80 gold pieces. The shopkeeper remained outwardly composed, but internally he was elated. Setting aside the fine beads, these finger balls, while crafted with quality materials, lacked aesthetic appeal. Consequently, they had fallen out of favor with both the common folk due to their price and the affluent due to their lack of beauty, resulting in years of stagnation in sales. This foolish lad had the audacity to purchase 50 in a single outing, and he hardly haggled. What a splendid stroke of fortune! Should the esteemed sir require more in the future, we still have plenty of these finger balls in stock and can offer a discount. Very well. Zhu Chen, oblivious to the shopkeeper's internal machinations, readily agreed. After having the sizable box of finger balls wrapped up, he took a few steps, then suddenly turned to Han Li, saying, Say, do you think I overpaid? 1 gold for each of these little balls? Han Li, having observed the entire transaction, found himself speechless, his expression frozen. It seems I must have Yin Yuan prepare. I intend to visit the auction house. Ignoring Han Li, Zhu Chen continued to muse aloud. Han Li sighed. Where has your little dog gone? Zhu Chen inquired about Kushang, having been quietly monitoring him and noting that he had just stepped outside. I don't know. Han Li shook his head, suddenly coming to a realization. Who are you calling a little dog? I never mentioned you. Zhu Chen shrugged, recalling, oh right, I saw him practicing this morning. He must not have reached the bottleneck yet. Has he? Bringing him out now? Han Li remarked with a puzzled expression. You seem to know these matters well. Why? Just because you understand, does it mean I cannot? Zhu Chen frowned. Han Li disregarded this trivial exchange and returned to the earlier topic. His bottleneck is in the late Yuanying stage. Tell me, is he not far more formidable than your fully realized Jin Dan Yin Yuan? After having suppressed this remark since yesterday's display, she had held it in for an entire night. Oh. Unfortunately, Zhu Chen still exhibited little reaction, reflecting on his time at Yin Beitang. Although he had only encountered the mountain master among those who had attained enlightenment, he had heard of more than one. Considering that numerous individuals at the Yuanying stage resided on the mountain, not to mention those dispatched elsewhere, it did not seem particularly impressive. However, Zhu Chen had not contemplated the lifespan of cultivators. A Yuanying cultivator could live between 400 to 800 years, while those who had attained enlightenment could exceed 2,000 years. The Zhenyuan of the Law Hall was a congregation of elites. Thus, when assessing the number of cultivators, it became evident that those who could reach the Yuanying stage were indeed rare. Seeing that Zhu Chen still appeared not to comprehend, Han Li's frustration mounted. That moment, Kushang finally returned, but his hands were empty. Han Li was taken aback, about to inquire, when Kushang spoke first. Your Highness, the tea here is rather unsatisfactory. There happens to be a tea house across the street, where I have arranged for them to brew a pot. Then let us go, Zhu Chen replied eagerly. His purpose for shopping had been fulfilled, and enjoying a few cups of tea at a tea house seemed quite agreeable. Seated in a window-side booth on the second floor, Zhu Chen gazed at the bustling street below, finding it somewhat noisy. Han Li, however, held a different opinion, leaning her chin on her hand with keen interest as she observed the scene outside. Chapter 102. The rules you've followed me all this way, and now that you've finished your purchases, you ought to accompany me for a stroll, Han Li remarked, suddenly looking out the window. Oh, Zhu Chen replied, idly toying with the small teacup in his hand, which was nearly empty. Han Li inhaled deeply, unable to contain herself. You truly are something, coming all this way just to buy this pile of trinkets. She felt as though her latter years were largely consigned to fate. Thinking this person must indeed be quite foolish. It's not entirely that. Zhu Chen began, glancing at Kushang who was standing nearby, feeling somewhat irked. Hey, when we're talking, could you possibly move him a bit further away? The look in his eyes is as if he intends to devour me. Han Li resigned herself to the situation. What else could she do? Yet, recalling the events of the previous night, she thought, well, at least this person, though foolish, was not entirely malevolent. Thus, she no longer brooded, finding a trace of amusement in Zhu Chen's half-uttered words. Shang, you should stand outside for a while. In a way, what if I eavesdrop on your conversation? Zhu Chen countered. Ke Shang, unwilling to heed his words, glared furiously. I am responsible for your safety, Your Highness. How can you send me away? If anything were to happen, could you protect her? You have no right to, Shang. He is also your sovereign now. Han Li interjected, noticing that Kushang's words were becoming rather harsh. You should go downstairs and wait for a moment. In truth, she was not merely speaking on Zhu Qin's behalf. The royal family had its own authority. To her surprise, Kushang was not yet appeased. What is he but a fool? What is there to fear in speaking before him? Bang. Hanli slammed her palm heavily on the table, declaring, "Go downstairs." Seeing that Hanli was genuinely angered, Kushang refrained from saying more, bowing respectfully before departing downstairs. Yet, before leaving, he shot Zhu Qin a cold glare. Once Kushang had gone, Hanli contemplated for a moment and attempted to smooth things over. Kushang has watched over me since I was young, and he tends to be overly protective. Please do not take offense. As she spoke, she suddenly noticed that the cup in Zhu Qin's hand had shattered, though he still clutched it tightly. "Are you all right?" Hanli exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise as she instinctively reached out. Zhu Qin, genuinely provoked, had inadvertently lost control of his grip in that moment of anger. At that time, Hanli was also irate, and neither had paid attention. It was only upon Hanli's reminder that he regained his senses, glancing at the remnants of the cup in his hand before releasing his fingers. With a crash, the shards tumbled onto the table. At that moment, Hanli grasped Zhu Qin's fingers, momentarily stunned. Apart from some fragments of the cup, there were no signs of injury. This wretched cup is truly fragile. Zhu Qin raised his hand, pinching his fingers to shake off the debris. He then called the shopkeeper to fetch him a new cup. Hanli felt an unsettling tension in the air and wanted to voice her concerns, but Zhu Qin deftly diverted the topic. "Your subordinate is exceedingly arrogant. Do you not keep him in check?" Hanli sighed, responding, "He has been gifted since childhood, albeit with a somewhat haughty disposition. Nevertheless, his primary duty is to ensure my safety, and I cannot overly interfere with his character." As she spoke, she propped her chin on her hand and glanced out the window once more. "Consider it a small favor to me. Please do not hold his behavior against him." "Why should I extend you any favors?" Zhu Qin arched an eyebrow. Hanli paused, seemingly taken aback by Zhu Qin's candor, then frowned, saying, "After all, he is a half-royal of the Dai. What can you truly do to him?" At that moment, she thought to herself, "This fool, unwilling to accept even a gesture of goodwill. What now? Sending him back is still an option." Zhu Qin, oblivious to Hanli's thoughts, merely chuckled and threatened, "However, I do not wish to send him back. It would be rather dull and would imply I am genuinely afraid of him." Chapter 103. Conditions. If you are so reckless in your judgment, then perhaps you should expel me as well." Hanli genuinely believed this, her face flushing with indignation. She had brought only these two trusted aides, and he had the audacity to suggest expelling them with mere words. "You truly are my lady, your teacup." Just as Hanli was about to retort, the shopkeeper arrived with the teacup. This shopkeeper, an ordinary commoner, had learned that addressing well-dressed individuals as my lord was always a safe choice. Zhu Qin accepted the teacup, and once the shopkeeper had closed the door and left, he filled his cup and downed the tea without a shred of decorum. Continuing, "It seems the lesson from last night was insufficient for you." At his remark, Hanli's expression shifted. She froze momentarily before a hint of grievance washed over her features. "I need some time." Zhu Qin refilled his cup, this time savoring the tea slowly. Leaning back comfortably, he said, "That is acceptable, but you must agree to a few conditions." "What conditions?" Hanli inhaled deeply, her teeth clenched in irritation. He was not proposing just one condition but several. "First, manage your little dog. Do not allow him to bite indiscriminately. Second, you are aware of my illiteracy. You shall be responsible for reading to me from now on. Third, I can grant you as much time as you need, but during this period, you must obey my orders, or I shall deal with you in an instant," Zhu Qin stated. Hanli listened intently, feeling a surge of frustration. The third condition rendered the previous two as mere trifles. Yet, with no alternatives at hand, she conceded, "Very well. As long as your demands are reasonable, I shall comply. That works for me." Zhu Qin smiled, instinctively reaching out to ruffle her hair, but suddenly froze and withdrew his hand. This subtle shift did not escape Hanli's notice, and she inquired curiously, "What is the matter?" "Nothing," Zhu Qin replied, his expression impassive as he leaned toward the window, inadvertently locking eyes with Kushang, who glared at him fiercely, prompting him to huff dismissively through his nose. Hanli followed his gaze and cast a fleeting glance, her eyelids gently lowering as she remarked, "You have resided outside the palace for so long that you may not truly grasp the situation. Having grown up within these royal walls, no one has been as dear to me as Kagan and Kushang. Apart from them, even my mother seems to have eyes only for my elder brother, and my brother, under the empress' nurturing, has little time to spare for me. Thus, to me, those two are akin to family." "Oh." Zhu Qin replied, somewhat unconvinced. You may consider the person downstairs to be family, but they might not share the same sentiment. By the way, where have you been all this time that you haven't resided in the palace? Hanli suddenly grew curious and sought to engage in conversation. That is none of your concern, she retorted, her irritation evident, silencing further dialogue. After finishing their tea, Ju Chun indeed refrained from further conversation and accompanied Hanli on a leisurely stroll through the streets. It was not until dusk that the trio returned to their residence. Hanli had purchased numerous trinkets throughout the afternoon, yet had spent only 2 gold ingots, prompting Ju Chun to ponder if he had genuinely been taken advantage of. Nonetheless, amidst the mundane items of similar quality, the finger ball appeared most robust, its weight reassuring, and considering the prices of other objects, it seemed neither exorbitant nor overly cheap. As for the small beads, their convenience for discreet transport made them rather essential for Ju Chun. While he comforted himself with such thoughts, he secretly considered the possibility of having overpaid and felt compelled to confront the vendor, for it represented a significant portion of his monthly allowance. Upon returning home, Hanli indeed complied, deliberately distancing Kushang. However, Kushang stubbornly refused to leave the courtyard, citing protection as his reason. Ju Chun chose not to press the matter further and, that evening, made himself comfortable on a couch in the hall. Ultimately, however, he opted not to sleep in the hall, but instead practiced in the outdoor warm pool for a while before stealthily scaling the courtyard wall in search of Kushang. Chapter 104. Gray Crystal. In truth, it could be said that he stumbled upon luck by sheer happenstance. Any residence or palace inhabited by royalty is adorned with natural gray crystals sourced from the Hengduan Mountains. This range is known as a forbidden zone for cultivators, primarily due to the properties of gray crystal. The crystal emits a unique aura capable of disrupting a cultivator's vital energy, and this aura disperses vertically both upward and downward. Thus, walls embedded with gray crystal are not easily surmountable by just any cultivator. Ju Chun's lack of awareness stemmed from his reliance solely on physical prowess rather than vital energy. After stealthily advancing a few steps along the wall, he soon located Kushang, who was practicing in a pavilion. Ju Chun mused to himself that Kushang truly was like an adhesive plaster, remaining at a distance only to linger nearby. From afar, he pulled a finger ball from his pocket, weighing it in his hand and taking aim before retrieving another. With a swift flick of his wrist, he carefully aimed once more, then unleashed a powerful barrage towards Kushang. Boom, boom. What? Clang! The pavilion collapsed. Kushang emerged in disarray, his heart racing with trepidation. The suddenness of the attack left him unprepared. By the time he recognized the peculiar sound of air being split, the assault was already upon him. Glancing at the spot where he had just sat, he noticed 2 deep craters on either side, his heart pounding furiously as he struggled to comprehend the assailant's intentions. The commotion in the dead of night drew a horde of people rushing into Ju Chun's eastern courtyard. Ju Chun hurriedly returned to the warm chamber, his face a mask of astonishment as he rushed outside, blending into the crowd to witness the commotion, only to be swiftly encircled by a group of people for protection. Upon closer inspection of the 2 deep pits, Ju Chun shook his head in dismay, lamenting the unfortunate circumstances, realizing that he must diligently hone his aim, however, before he could fully express his thoughts. He was ushered back by the guards, as Yin Yuan forbade him from stepping out. Hanli had not fled the room but stood at the entrance, observing from a distance. Upon seeing Ju Chun return, she immediately inquired, "What happened?" Ju Chun replied earnestly, "It seems that your little dog was practicing well and nearly got into a fight. Now, Yin Yuan is questioning him. Your dog is so arrogant, he must have offended someone." Ju Chun continued with a serious tone. Hanli, at a loss for words, scrutinized Ju Chun from head to toe, realizing that the person who had most likely offended the most during Kushang's visit was none other than him. "What are you staring at? This is none of your business. Go back to sleep," Ju Chun retorted fiercely when he noticed Hanli's gaze. Hanli rolled her eyes, considering that indeed it was none of her concern, and retreated to her room. Leaning against the doorframe, Ju Chun watched Yin Yuan and Kushang, pondering that if he wished to keep Yin Yuan in the dark, it would be rather inconvenient for him to act. Moreover, during his time in Yin Beitang, he had hardly practiced weaponry due to his inadequate foundation. It appeared he would have to come clean with Yin Yuan, enlisting his assistance in a straightforward manner. The events of that night soon morphed into a mystery, and the atmosphere within the Chenli residence became somewhat tense. However, since the attack was not directed at Ju Chun and Hanli, whether it was a manifestation of celestial phenomena or a result of human actions remained uncertain, thus it did not greatly alarm the Tianyin Emperor, who was in the midst of preparing for war. On the following day, within the literary chambers of the Chenli residence, as per Ju Chun's request, Yin Yuan was reporting the investigation results to him in private. Logically speaking, most of the walls in our imperial city are constructed from gray crystal. and our residence utilizes it even more extensively, with a strength comparable to that of the Imperial Palace, making it exceedingly difficult for ordinary cultivators to breach. However, the attack originated from above, so unless it was a celestial phenomenon, it is likely the work of some enlightened being. Yet, how could an enlightened being in the Imperial City act so recklessly? Moreover, if it were indeed an attack from such a being, the scale seems rather insignificant. The term Dazun is a title used within the Law Hall, while outside, the enlightened realm is predominantly referred to as Jiran or Shangzun. What is gray crystal? Zhu Chun had never considered that the walls might hold such mysteries. Yin Yuan stroked his beard and explained, gray crystal is a type of crystalline mineral mined from the Hongduan Mountains. In fact, the Hongduan Mountains are growing at a minuscule rate each year, likely due to the properties of this gray crystal. Miners have discovered that this gray crystal seems to grow in the mountains like a living entity, albeit at an exceedingly slow pace. However, once extracted, it no longer continues to grow. Why is it difficult to scale walls embedded with gray crystal? I cannot say for certain, but according to the quantity of gray crystal present, its location disrupts the true energy within the bodies of cultivators in a vertical direction. Unfortunately, gray crystal is arduous to mine. Over the years, countless miners have perished, and only the Imperial City can afford such a scale of gray crystal. Zhu Chun stroked his chin, surveyed the empty literary chamber, and beckoned Yin Yuan. All right, come here. Yin Yuan was taken aback and approached his desk, inquiring, what is it? Zhu Chun leaned closer and said, there is a matter of great significance, and you must help me keep it confidential. Yin Yuan, intrigued, asked, what matter? Zhu Chen continued, ever since I emerged from the realm of chaos, my physical condition has become rather peculiar. As he spoke, he picked up a bamboo slip from the table, pressing it from both ends until it shattered into countless fragments, transforming into a ball, yet his palms remained unscathed. This, Yin Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment. Do not be alarmed just yet. This scroll was just bestowed upon me. I haven't even transcribed it. While speaking, Yin Yuan hurriedly began sorting through the scattered remnants. Zhu Chun, feeling a mix of frustration and indignation, remarked, please don't make this so awkward. I am here to announce something important. After a few moments of rummaging, Yin Yuan suddenly realized something was amiss, his mouth agape as he gazed at Zhu Chun. Zhu Chun rubbed his forehead and explained, my physique has been somewhat strange since I left the realm of chaos. And as I age, my physical strength continues to evolve. Realm of chaos. Yin Yuan had never heard of anyone surviving that realm before, making it impossible to investigate the matter. After a moment of contemplation, Yin Yuan's excitement surged as he exclaimed, did you unleash the attack last night? Zhu Chen nodded, affirming, and that day on the way back to court, the evil cultivator's skull was indeed crushed by me. Yin Yuan inhaled sharply. But this matter must remain a secret. If the Empress were to hear of such an extraordinary occurrence, she would undoubtedly become restless and might exploit it for her own purposes. Zhu Chun cautioned. Indeed, that is quite true, Yin Yuan acknowledged, his hands trembling slightly from excitement. Zhu Chun sighed. However, I currently possess power but lack practical combat experience. Do you know of any place where I might gain some? Yin Yuan paused for a moment, then frowned and replied, there are options, but they are exceedingly perilous. Zhu Chun reassured him, fear not, I am well aware of my limits. Be why confiding this significant secret to you. We are now bound together. All I ask is for your utmost assistance. After a moment of contemplation, Yin Yuan resolutely nodded, agreed. With Yin Yuan's agreement, Zhu Chun felt a considerable sense of relief, at least no longer needing to conceal his true intentions. In the afternoon, guided by Yin Yuan, they left the estate and arrived at an imposing gate. Above the gate, large characters were inscribed, which Zhu Chun could not comprehend. Chapter 106. The City of Joy. After paying an entrance fee of 10 gold coins, the two entered a changing room where they donned new attire and each selected a leather mask, securing it firmly over their faces. Exiting the changing room, Yin Yuan handed the already sealed garments in a black box to the storage attendant at the door, who then provided him with a numbered token. This is the largest casino in Tianyan, also known as the City of Joy, Yin Yuan explained as they walked out of casino. Zhu Chen found the situation somewhat peculiar. He had been told that this was a place to enhance practical combat experience. Yet he had ended up in a casino. Yin Yuan continued, stating that aside from literary gambling, there also existed martial gambling. The latter is divided into two main categories: contests among evil cultivators and battles among true cultivators. Evil cultivators? Indeed, but they are merely those captured by the Law Hall, all implanted with control parasites, posing no real threat. What are control parasites? Zhu Chun was taken aback. Yin Yuan hesitated for a moment before explaining the function of control parasites, then added, As a large organization, the Law Hall has considerable expenses, so captured evil cultivators naturally become tools to offset these costs. Particularly those with special uses may even be traded, though each transaction is meticulously documented. So there is no need for excessive concern. Ju Chun fell silent, realizing that the implication of kill or redeem mentioned by the Mountain Lord at Yin Bei Hall was precisely this. To atone for the sins of evil cultivators through such means indeed seemed more meaningful than outright execution. Should we visit the evil cultivator arena? Yin Yuan probed. No need. Ju Chun shook his head. Yin Yuan glanced at Ju Chun, whose expression was obscured by a mask. Participants in these contests are ranked within the upper city. If one does not participate for an extended period, their ranking will automatically decline. True cultivators who engage in battles receive rewards, calculated according to their respective rankings. Lower-ranked individuals may challenge any high-ranking opponent listed for that day. In the absence of challengers, they may also opt for certain magical beasts as opponents. Yin Yuan elaborated. Ju Chun began to grasp the concept. The arena for true cultivators was vast, recessed below ground, surrounded by a ring of colossal stone pillars. According to Yin Yuan's description, these pillars were ancient patterned artifacts capable of containing the true energy within the arena, preventing any harm to spectators. Such grand ancient artifacts are indeed rare nowadays. Between every two pillars surrounding the arena stood a series of seemingly heavy iron gates, 12 in total. After a brief observation, Yin Yuan led Ju Chun directly to the registration desk, where Ju Chun registered as a beginner in the Golden Core stage, with a property attribute of gold. This was Yin Yuan's suggestion. As Ju Chun's physical constitution was most aligned with the enhancement effects of the gold attribute, as for the true energy, the presence of the pillars mitigated any significant issues, and there was no need to overthink the intentions of opponents, as most participants were merely desperate individuals. Moreover, their identities remained confidential. After Ju Chun paid the deposit and left a fingerprint, he registered a name, which was written by Yin Yuan. He did not inquire about what it was, as it was merely a pseudonym. After a brief wait, the registrar handed him an iron token the size of 3 fingers, saying, "The cultivators available for challenge today are listed on the wall over there. You may take a look for yourself." Ju Chun accepted the token and turned to glance at the wall beside the registration desk, where a sparse array of numbered plaques hung. Chapter 107. The next match Ju Chun could only see the rankings, but he was unable to decipher the characters, so he had no choice but to seek Yin Yuan's assistance. Yuan glanced around and pointed to the 2 signs positioned slightly lower, stating, "Only these 2 are at the initial stage of the Golden Core." One sign showed a ranking of 211, while the other indicated 183. Without hesitation, Ju Chun selected the sign marked 183 and handed it to the registrar. The registrar flipped through it and said, "You have been assigned to the 3rd round. When the match begins, simply present your token to the registrar at the entrance." Very well. Below, the battles were underway. It was the second match of the afternoon, featuring 2 practitioners at the mid-stage of Foundation establishment. With no time to watch, Ju Chun followed the instructions and descended the stairs along the edge of the arena from the audience area. After a while, he reached a passageway leading towards the arena. As he walked down the corridor, it seemed he arrived at a lounge. At the far end of the lounge stood an iron door, which Ju Chun surmised was the large gate to the arena he had seen earlier. Inside the lounge, several individuals were seated, all wearing masks. Upon noticing Ju Chun, they exchanged few words but nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, a person clad in the attire of the Lekking organization approached Ju Chun, extending a hand for the token. Ju Chun complied, and after a brief registration, the individual returned the token and said, "You will be called to enter when it is your turn." Ju Chun nodded and took a seat to await his turn quietly. Before long, a commotion erupted outside as the iron door swung open, and a person was carried in before it closed once more. The earlier registrar approached to assess the situation, inquiring, "Do you require medical assistance?" The individual shook their head, prompting the registrar to lose interest. Ju Chun found this curious but refrained from asking further questions. Moments later, a voice resonated from outside, amplified by true energy. Next match. A duel between practitioners at the initial stage of the Golden Core. One contender is ranked 183, the wind attribute Fengming. The other, a newcomer, possesses the metal attribute Ziguang. It appeared that Yuan had provided him with a moniker. After the names were announced, Ju Chun anticipated his imminent entry into the arena. However, a pause ensued, and still, no movement was made. Meanwhile, standing on the outermost platform, Yuan observed the frenzy of betting below, feeling increasingly anxious. Initially unfazed, as the Grand Prince's entry approached, he began to doubt the wisdom of his actions. Yet, with no retreat possible, he could only fret in silence. After a considerable wait, The registrar finally opened the grand door and called for Ju Chun to step forward. As Ju Chun entered, he faced a gaunt figure, also masked. The opponent scrutinized Ju Chun and spat disdainfully, "Metal attribute. You dare challenge me as a newcomer?" Ju Chun chose not to respond, believing it prudent to maintain an air of mystery. Feng Ming, irritated by Ju Chun's silence, was about to retort when a signal sounded, and a faint light emanated from the patterns on the surrounding stone pillars, signaling the commencement of the duel. With a smirk, Feng Ming declared, "Prepare to face my first strike, air blast." As he shouted the name of the technique, he gathered a chaotic mass of energy in his palm, thrusting it outward towards Ju Chun. The swirling mass charged towards Ju Chun with a howling rush. Ju Chun's senses were exceedingly sharp. He sidestepped to the right just before the energy sphere reached him. However, the orb veered sharply and continued its pursuit. Not only that, but Feng Ming was also relentlessly conjuring more attacks in his hands. As the clusters of energy continued to accumulate, even the astute Ju Chun found himself increasingly beleaguered in his attempts to evade them. Resolute, he opted to flee towards Feng Ming. Lacking any agility skills, Ju Chun was no match for the ever-multiplying agile energy orbs. With no avenue for escape, he grit his teeth and braced himself to endure the onslaught. Observing this, Feng Ming erupted into laughter. Daring to come here without learning a few skills? Cloud Blade. No sooner had he uttered the words than he raised both hands, summoning a rapidly rotating, ultra-thin energy sphere above his head, which swelled and solidified with alarming speed. Outside the arena, numerous spectators shook their heads in dismay. What a fool! How can he not possess a single agility skill? What business does he have here, endangering others? I even placed a bet on him. Indeed. While the energy orbs were relatively easy to dodge, their impact was formidable. Even if one were to withstand them with true energy, the toll would be exponentially greater than that absorbed by the user. Enduring so many strikes, it seemed he would soon reach his limit. Not just reaching his limit, without true energy to shield him. I fear this match may spell his doom. Inside the arena, after considerable effort, Ju Chun finally managed to dispel all the energy orbs, his hands now numb. However, the energy sphere above Feng Ming had fully coalesced, hurtling towards him with alarming speed. The sphere spanned several meters in width, its edges glinting ominously, sharp as a blade, and before he knew it, it was upon him. At that very moment, the thin clouds suddenly split into 10 layers, both above and below. Truly, there was no escape now. This was the extreme cloud blade. Yuan, sensing the urgency, was prepared to charge in, but he noticed Ju Chun maintaining his composure. With a sudden retreat, Ju Chun flung his hands outward, releasing a multitude of fine beads to collide with the cloud blade. While many of the beads were severed, a significant number remained intact, hurtling towards Feng Ming. Startled, Feng Ming realized the danger posed by the metallic projectiles and immediately summoned all his true energy to leap into the air. Boom, bang, crash, 3 resounding impacts echoed in succession. Ju Chun fell to the ground, battered and bloodied, for deep gashes etched into his skin by the cloud blade. Yet, despite his disheveled appearance, his injuries were not as severe as they seemed. Having withstood the intensity of the prior energy orbs, he believed he might endure this attack as well. However, witnessing the chaotic spectacle before him, he dared not take the hit directly and retreated with all his might to dissipate the force. In that fleeting moment of impact, he noticed that his fine beads had forced his opponent into the air. Without a second thought, he summoned all his strength and launched a finger-sized projectile in that direction. On Feng Ming's end, he initially reveled in his apparent victory, believing the battle settled. Suddenly, a piercing sound shattered the air, yet he was still airborne, unable to leverage his position, and could only hastily conjure a wind barrier. The second loud crash signified the projectile breaching the flimsy barrier. The third sound, naturally, was the noise of Feng Ming hitting the ground. With a thud, he collapsed, convulsing momentarily, attempting to rise, but a torrent of blood forced him back down, rendering him unconscious. A hush fell over the arena as Ju Chun, wincing from the searing pain, struggled to stand. "Victory to Ziguang," announced the referee. The crowd erupted in a frenzy. Feng Ming was carried off by several individuals. Ju Chun, drenched in blood, gingerly touched his face, relieved to find the upper half of his facial mask still intact, while the lower half was soaked in a pool of blood. Someone came to assist him, but he declined their help, pressing his hand against the wound on his face as he made his way toward the iron gate. The registrar approached, inquiring, "Do you require medical attention?" At that moment, Ju Chun was overwhelmed by a numbing pain throughout his body, yet he merely waved his hand. He was aware that the surface area of his injury was significant, but it was not particularly deep. In fact, it was gradually healing, albeit at a sluggish pace. Thus, what he needed now was a secluded spot to attempt to channel his energy for healing, which should not consume too much of his vital essence. Upon seeing him nod, the registrar did not press further and walked away. Enduring the sharp sting, Ju Chun proceeded towards the corridor. Upon reaching the corner of the stairs and observing that no one was around, he immediately began to activate his energy vortex. However, although the vortex was initiated, allowing some vital essence to flow into his body, it did not accelerate the healing of his wound. Sitting down on the steps, Ju Chun reflected on the sensations of that day, unknowingly diverting his focus to the wound. The vortex began to slow, then suddenly reversed. Startled, Ju Chun noted how reminiscent this was of a breakthrough situation. After the reversal, the vortex rotated slowly while emitting golden threads, which seemed irresistibly drawn to the site of his injury. Ju Chun felt a wave of heat enveloping the various wounds, followed by a complete cessation of pain. The vortex then reverted, quietly spinning as if nothing had transpired. Almost on the brink of a mishap, Ju Chun mused that he had not contemplated this before. He had always assumed that merely activating the vortex would suffice for healing, when in fact it resembled a breakthrough requiring the vortex to reverse. This could be deemed a forced reversal, as it offered no other benefits to his body aside from healing the wound. Aside from the slight absorption of vital essence, any other changes within him were subtle, taking place internally, and as long as no one directly witnessed the healing, he harbored no fears of detection. Rising to his feet, Ju Chun suddenly stumbled, feeling as though he had missed a night's sleep. It seemed this method would indeed deplete a considerable amount of mental energy. Previously, during breakthroughs, he had not encountered such fatigue, indicating that the forced reversal of the vortex was to blame. Yin Yuan had been waiting for him at the stairway entrance and hurried over upon spotting Ju Chun. As Ju Chun covered his face, he requested a coat from Yin Yuan, who obliged, supporting him as they made their way out of the arena without pausing to collect their rewards. "You should attend to your injuries first," Yin Yuan exclaimed, alarmed by the blood covering Ju Chun, even more anxious than Ju Chun himself. "It's merely a minor injury." "Let us hurry," Ju Chun reassured him. Ju Chun persisted, and Yin Yuan, having no choice but to comply, accompanied him to the dressing room. At the entrance, Yin Yuan exchanged his badge for a clothing box, retrieving his own garments while handing the box to Ju Chun. They then entered separate changing rooms to change out of their attire. Inside the changing room, there was a commendable provision of water buckets. Ju Chun hastily wiped the blood from his body and washed his face, emerging in fresh clothes, appearing quite rejuvenated. Upon seeing Ju Chun emerge unscathed, Yin Yuan was utterly astonished. Ju Chun chuckled softly, choosing not to elaborate in this bout. Ju Chun's strategy had been devoid of finesse, relying entirely on brute strength, a fact that Yin Yuan had noted. Fortunately, his body was endowed with the resilience of boundless vital energy. Upon returning, Ju Chun appeared exceedingly fatigued. He merely exchanged a word with Yin Yuan, expressing his desire to retire for rest, and thereafter said nothing more, making his way directly to the eastern courtyard. The pavilion within the eastern courtyard was still under construction, and Kushang was seated cross-legged upon the small bridge, seemingly either practicing his cultivation or engaged in quiet meditation. Kagan observed the workers diligently laboring on the pavilion. Upon entering the sleeping quarters, Hanli was seated in the central hall, exuding an air of utter boredom as she perused some scrolls. Noticing Ju Chun's return, she offered a casual greeting, having assumed he had been out enjoying himself throughout the day. To her surprise, Ju Chun ignored her entirely, collapsing onto the couch and promptly falling asleep face down. Furrowing her brow as she continued to read the scrolls, Hanli soon realized her focus had dissipated. Casting a somewhat reproachful glance at Ju Chun, she set down the bamboo slips and made her exit. Kagan, observing Hanli's emergence, quickly rose to greet her. Hanli surveyed the nearly completed pavilion and the filled-in pits on the ground, remarking, "The progress is indeed swift." Kagan replied, "Indeed. Such an incident occurring in the prince's eastern courtyard has sent Yin Yuan into a fit of rage." Hanli stated, "This day seems exceptionally perilous. Has no one yet discovered who is responsible for this?" Kagan shook her head, saying, "I have not heard anything. However, they did unearth something at the bottom of the pit." As she spoke, she pointed towards two somewhat deformed metallic lumps not far away. Hanli glanced at them, feeling an odd sense of familiarity, yet unable to recall where she had seen such metallic objects before. Unbeknownst to them, Kushang had approached, offering a respectful bow and stating, "Yin Yuan has not made an appearance today. One wonders whether he is thoroughly investigating this matter." Hanli sighed, saying, "You should temper your demeanor somewhat." We are newcomers and need not offend everyone over trivial disputes. Yet, Kushang interjected, I can't shake the feeling that last night's attack was clearly aimed at me, though I cannot fathom why it struck so close to my side. Kagan suddenly chuckled, saying, could it be that the stern old Yin Yuan sought to attack you? As far as I know, the prince has only just returned to the royal city, and his most formidable ally is none other than Yin Yuan. Moreover, the walls of this estate are not easily scaled. Did you perceive anyone attempting to climb over last night? Perhaps some eminent individual has taken an interest in your talents and is merely testing you. The saying goes that the speaker may have no intention while the listener may take it to heart. Upon hearing this, Kushang fell into deep contemplation. He had always harbored a certain pride, and this line of thought only fueled his burgeoning self-satisfaction as he began to anticipate the reappearance of this mysterious figure. After dinner, Hanli sought out several scrolls in the study and then returned to the eastern courtyard. Upon entering the central hall, she found Zhu Qian still sprawled out, motionless in slumber. Kei Gon accompanied her into the hall and, witnessing the scene, remarked, how soundly the prince sleeps. He doesn't even retreat to his bed. Hanli felt a twinge of guilt and responded, let us not concern ourselves with him. First, attend to my bathing. Understood, Kagan replied with a playful smile. After Hanli finished her bath and emerged, Kagan took her leave. She cast a frowning glance at Zhu Qian, contemplated briefly, and decided to fetch a blanket from her room to cover him. Yet, midway through, she noticed an inexplicable faint scent of blood lingering around him. Upon closer inspection, she finally discerned a faint reddish hue at his collar, gently peeling it back to reveal numerous bloodstains hidden within the fabric. Hanli was taken aback. He had remained motionless since entering the room in the evening. Could it be that he had succumbed to death? In a flurry of panic, she shook him a few times. What is the matter? Are you all right? With her efforts, Zhu Qian began to rouse slightly, squinting as he turned over to gaze at Hanli, mumbling, what is it? Hanli exhaled a sigh of relief. She had been quite startled just moments ago, yet Zhu Qian's body still felt warm to the touch. Are you injured? Where did all this blood come from? She inquired, puzzled. Observing Zhu Qian's demeanor, it seemed he was merely in a deep slumber. As he gradually regained consciousness, he realized that he indeed felt unwell. Earlier, he had simply washed his face, but fatigue had overwhelmed him upon returning, causing him to neglect the thought of taking a bath. Thus, he decided to sit up, though he struggled to find the right words. Mumbling, oh, it's nothing. I'll just go take a bath. After taking a few steps, he abruptly turned back to Hanli with a fierce glare. Do not call anyone. This matter must remain confidential with that. He proceeded to the outdoor heated pool for a soak, however, as he settled in. He drifted off to sleep once more. Hanli, feeling utterly bewildered, remained in the hall for quite some time, lacking the inclination to return to her room or peruse any texts, instead resorting to a state of anxious waiting. As she continued to wait, her frustration grew. She thought, he fails to clarify the situation and yet acts so menacingly, he might as well perish in there. Unbeknownst to her, she too succumbed to slumber upon the couch in the middle of the night. Hanli was roused by the chill, the room enveloped in darkness. Chapter 111. Falling into water groping through the pitch blackness, she lit an oil lamp and approached the window to draw it open, only to find the outside world equally shrouded in darkness. This profound blackness instilled a sense of dread within her. It dawned on her that the weather had been rather dismal that day. Although it hadn't rained, the sky had been overcast all day, explaining the absence of moonlight. After closing the window, a sudden thought struck her. Why had the prince yet to emerge? Confirming once more that he was indeed absent from the room, she could no longer restrain herself and made her way towards the bathing area. Zhu Qian? Hanli called out, but received no response. She shouted several times, lighting candles along her path, yet still saw no sign of Zhu Qian. Growing increasingly concerned, she proceeded towards the outdoor heated pool. The outside remained pitch black, and with only an oil lamp in hand, she stumbled over an unseen object, letting out a startled cry as she fell with a splash. She plunged into the water. The oil lamp toppling over and igniting upon the surface. Zhu Qian was jolted awake, instinctively swatting away the flames with one hand while using the other to hoist Hanli from the water. Your Highness, are you unharmed? Kushang, alerted by the commotion, rushed to the doorway but hesitated to enter, instead calling out from outside, It's nothing. I merely knocked over the oil lamp, Zhu Qian replied. Your Highness. Kushang ignored Zhu Qian's words. Zhu Qian, irritated, thought him to be quite the troublesome fellow. Hanli had only swallowed a few mouthfuls of water and was otherwise unharmed. However, the pool was rather deep, and with no solid footing, she clung tightly to Zhu Qian, fearing that Kushang might breach decorum and intrude, so she called out, "I am fine. You may leave." Upon her command, Kushang promptly retreated. Ju Chen found amusement in Han Li's firm grip, deciding to release her. Startled, Han Li immediately wrapped her arms around Ju Chen once more. "I in the dead of night? Why are you wandering about aimlessly? Just behind you lies a shallow area," yet Ju Chen shows no urgency to retreat. Han Li has now fully regained her senses but dares not let go, her face flushed with embarrassment as she murmurs, "I merely came to see if you were dead." As she speaks, a sharp pain suddenly jolts through her hand, and she contemplates lifting it to inspect, but at this moment, the flames on the water's surface have extinguished, plunging them into utter darkness. Injured? Recalling the earlier flames, Ju Chen instinctively wraps his arms around her once more. However, in this enveloping darkness, there is little to be examined. "My hand aches a bit," Han Li admits candidly. Ju Chen sighs and carries her to the shore. Reflecting on the incident, he ponders that had he been an ordinary man, the royal princess might have suffered severe burns, or perhaps they both could have been harmed. The destructive power of a woman is indeed not to be underestimated. The bloodstains on his robe render it unwearable, so he simply carries her back to the bedroom. As they pass through the bathing chamber, Han Li had already lit several candles, thus it is not entirely dark. The wet nightgown fails to conceal Han Li's exquisite figure, especially given her current disheveled state. "Put me down. I can walk on my own," she protests, her cheeks aflame, her heart racing inexplicably at Ju Chen's embrace. "I'm still not dressed." "Are you certain?" "Never mind." Upon returning to the bedroom, Ju Chen finally sets Han Li down, dons a sleeping robe himself, and tosses another to her. "You go out first," Han Li requests. Ju Chen scoffs. "In this darkness, who can see you change? If you are to change, do it swiftly. I shall light the lamp shortly." Hearing this, Han Li hurriedly removes her soaked garments and slips into the robe Ju Chen provided. He ignites the oil lamp, illuminating the room at last. Then he turns back and inquires, "Which hand?" "Let me see." Chapter 112. Casual conversation. Han Li extends her right hand. Ju Chen inspects it and, fortunately, observes that only the lower right side of her palm appears red. There is no serious harm. Thus, he turns to fetch the medicine box. It seems that the emergency ointments are quite well stocked here, but Ju Chen finds himself perplexed, unable to comprehend the inscriptions upon it, momentarily stunned. "Humph." Han Li reaches out, seizing the medicine box, rummages through it, and produces a vial, shaking it as she remarks, "Not knowing how to read is truly pitiable." Ju Chen takes the medicine bottle from her without irritation, pouring some of the ointment onto her wound as he remarks, "That is precisely why I desire a wife with whom I can stand on equal footing. With you by my side, I need not fear illiteracy. In situations like this, you can simply be my eyes to decipher the characters." Han Li feels a wave of sweetness wash over her heart from his words, yet she quickly regains her composure and retorts, "Humph. With half the imperial lineage, our royal family focuses solely on scholarly pursuits. If you entrust me with the literary matters, what will you do? Bear children?" "Humph." Ju Chen responds with a scoff, "If you keep speaking nonsense, I shall make you bear children." Han Li is momentarily speechless, her face reddening once more, unsure whether from anger or embarrassment. Watching Ju Chen finish applying the ointment and replace the medicine bottle, she cannot help but say, "On my way here, I heard that you are completely illiterate, and I imagined what a sort of person you might be. Yet now it appears that, although your behavior is peculiar, you are not truly foolish. Why is it that you cannot learn to read? I find it rather peculiar. You people are indeed quite well informed, despite my father having clearly sealed off the information. Regardless, it will eventually come to light. However, one must first deceive you, mustn't one?" Ju Chen let out a wicked smile. He now felt that although the princess was keen on preserving the dignity of the royal family in public, she was quite genuine and unpretentious in private, making her increasingly endearing. Han Li found herself in a state of bemusement. "Firstly, I am not completely illiterate. I can still recognize numbers." Ju Chen cleared his throat and spoke with utmost seriousness. Han Li rolled her eyes. Ju Chen pretended not to notice and continued, "Secondly, my illiteracy should be curable, though it requires finding a certain place. To this point, he paused momentarily. "What place?" Han Li inquired curiously. "That I cannot disclose, but it must not be made public. If someone were to sabotage my good fortune, it would be quite detrimental." Ju Chen spoke with genuine seriousness this time. "Understood." Han Li pouted. This was precisely why she had even contemplated fleeing from the marriage. The crown prince was ineffectual and not even the biological offspring of the reigning empress. What good days could she expect by following him? Yet now that she was married, all she could do was resign herself to her fate. Suddenly, She recalled the bloodstains on Zhu Chun from earlier and glanced towards his neck, asking, "How did you get so much blood on you? Were you injured?" Zhu Chun chuckled and replied, "It's nothing. I got into a scuffle with someone this afternoon and knocked them down." Han Li gave him another exasperated look, but seeing that Zhu Chun appeared unharmed, she simply flopped onto the bed and said, "All right, you can go now. I need to sleep." However, Zhu Chun pulled her back up, and Han Li, feeling quite vexed, asked, "What are you doing?" Zhu Chun responded, "Are you going to sleep just like that? Wait a moment. Let me get you a stove to dry your hair a bit before you sleep. After all, no one will rush you to get up tomorrow." Han Li paused for a moment and replied softly, "Oh." After Zhu Chun lit the stove and opened a window, he finally left the bedroom. Han Li gazed in the direction Zhu Chun had departed and then at the warm stove, lost in thought. The next day, Zhu Chun and Yin Yuan met privately in the study.it. Is far too dangerous to engage in battle like that. It would be wise to study some combat strategies that suit you better before proceeding, Yin Yuan said, stroking his beard which had inadvertently lost a few strands due to his vigorous handling. Zhu Chun remarked, "But that person from yesterday was indeed a genuine early-stage golden core cultivator. Wasn't he? I managed to withstand his skills. Look, these minor injuries are hardly a concern." As he spoke, he calculated, forcibly rotating the energy vortex in his dantian to accelerate the healing of his wounds was truly taxing. Perhaps it would be better to endure the injuries a little longer and allow them to heal naturally. Yin Yuan shook his head. No, with the same amount of true energy, the larger the attack range, the smaller the individual attack power. Conversely, the smaller the range, the greater the individual attack power. Thus, given your current physical strength, withstanding the solid skills of an early-stage golden core cultivator still carries considerable risk. Unless what? Unless you attend wearing the treasured robe bestowed upon you by His Majesty. Then I might as well boldly declare that I, the Grand Prince, possess the strength of a golden core, and summon my father to send someone for a spar, Zhu Chun remarked with a laugh. That is indeed a feasible approach, Yin Yuan replied earnestly. However, the influence of the Empress has grown quite formidable over the years. Do you recall that fly-controlled person you killed? He was also a wicked cultivator on the evil list, and according to records, he has not been captured. Zhu Chun stroked his chin and said, "Thus, it is imperative that we keep this under wraps, for revealing it would only hasten my demise." Yin Yuan nodded in agreement, deeply convinced. Speaking of the evil list, Zhu Chun suddenly grew curious. Is there a reward for killing the wicked cultivators on that list? Yin Yuan replied, "Indeed, but the rewards differ between capturing alive and killing. The bounty for the evil list is funded by the two great dynasties. I see. Given your current circumstances, Your Highness, utilizing hidden weapons could indeed be a viable strategy, especially if you dedicate yourself to learning. It would undoubtedly enhance your prowess significantly." Yin Yuan reverted to the initial topic. "But I have no place to study openly," Zhu Chun shrugged. "No, there is a way," Yin Yuan asserted. "What way?" "We actually have the authority to recruit a golden core cultivator, with their salary provided by the royal court." Zhu Chun, taken aback, inquired, "Then shall we hasten to recruit someone? But how does this relate to improving my combat skills?" Yin Yuan leaned in conspiratorially, stating, "By exploiting this, we can grant you an alternate identity." Zhu Chun's heart raced, and upon a moment's reflection, he quickly sought the details of this scheme. Yin Yuan's idea was for Zhu Chun to don the attire of a shadow guard, masquerading as a wild warrior under the Grand Prince's banner. Shadow guards are a secretive class of attendants who follow their master, perpetually masked and elusive, making them perfectly suited for Zhu Chun's identity shift. In this manner, whether receiving training or sparring with Yin Yuan, he would no longer be affected, and even competing in the capital's arena would afford him an additional layer of identity protection. Thus, within a few days, the Chenli Manor was graced by a mysterious wild warrior draped in a cloak, known as Jingang. He swiftly became the Grand Prince's shadow guard. However, it was peculiar that, not only did Yin Yuan personally instruct him, but he also tirelessly arranged for numerous high-ranking martial artists to provide training, leaving many perplexed. Amidst a sea of flowers, the Empress gently plucked blossoms and placed them into her basket, inquiring, "Has the origin of that individual not yet been uncovered?" "No, there is no record of such a person within the Tianyan's Jin clan. He appears to have materialized out of thin air. Strangely enough, he is said to be a rogue cultivator, yet he seems no more than an ordinary mortal devoid of true qi. Most curiously, Yin Yuan has even assigned ordinary martial masters from the military for his training." The white-armored king attendant replied, bowing his head, "Humph, even if he is a rogue cultivator, there must be a trail to follow." The white-armored king attendant furrowed his brow. "This shadow guard's cultivation method is unknown, and most of the time, He is nowhere to be seen. It is unheard of to have such impeccable concealment at the golden core level within a residence filled with gray crystal walls. Further investigation may reveal that he hails from the Great E. While it is true that Juchen poses no threat, his current consort is indeed a princess of Dei, and one cannot dismiss the possibility of her harboring ulterior motives. The queen's eyes radiated a piercing coldness, entirely devoid of the seductive charm she once displayed in the presence of the Tianyan emperor. Chapter 114. Methods of enhancement. The means to elevate one's prowess directly resolved a significant dilemma for Zhu Chun. Under his deliberate orchestration, he was no longer constrained, and his combat skills experienced rapid advancement. Moreover, Yin Yuan frequently participated in practice sessions, granting Zhu Chun a more nuanced understanding of his own capabilities. He concluded that, in terms of destructive power, unarmed qi refining is akin to blades and swords. Foundational cultivation resembles firearms. Golden core equates to artillery, and nascent soul can be likened to missiles. Of course, there are considerable differences within each tier, much like the disparity in destructive power between handguns and sniper rifles. A month slipped by unnoticed. The long-anticipated war between the human and demon races finally commenced. However, this conflict seemed to have little impact on the common folk of the imperial city. They continued with their daily lives, merely engaging in additional conversations over tea and meals. The most affected were the military families, as many young scions were dispatched to the battlefield, alongside seasoned veterans donning their armor once more. On this particular day, Zhu Chun returned to Lucheng. The two arrived early, and after completing the registration, Zhu Chun received his reward for defeating 183 opponents, 3,000 gold coins. He delightedly tucked away the 3,000 gold medals marked with a black seal and then located a golden core practitioner ranked 179 on the wall. After completing the registration, the registrar informed him that this duel would take place in the afternoon. Thus, Zhu Chun boldly spent 100 gold coins to secure a table in the back row, sitting down with Yin Yuan. The seating arrangement here was not by individual seats but by tables, accommodating 2 or 4 individuals. Noticing the distance to the neighboring table, Zhu Chun leaned towards Yin Yuan and remarked, "Winning just one match earns 3,000 gold coins, while the prince's monthly allowance is only 100. How rather meager that seems, does it not?" Attempting to stroke his beard, Yin Yuan found it concealed beneath a leather mask and awkwardly lowered his hand. Replying, "The eldest prince holds no official position. A monthly expenditure of 100 gold is more than sufficient. Even if rogue cultivators were to seek refuge, their stipends would be issued by the royal court. For the prince to truly possess his own strength, he must first acquire a fief," he continued. "As for the rewards here, they are earned through perilous endeavors and are not easily attained." Reflecting on this, Zhu Chun nodded in agreement. One must wonder how this dynasty permits Lucheng to flourish to such an extent. Do they not fear it might lead to ruin? Yin Yuan glanced around and replied, "What do you think? The revenue from Lucheng contributes to the royal treasury. Oh? Do you believe that any commoner can simply stroll in here?" He gestured. "Those who enter are all offspring of the powerful. The authorities eagerly wish to recoup the funds dispersed through such means." Coughing slightly, he noticed someone passing by and fell silent. Zhu Chun grasped the implications. If the royal court received a share of Lucheng's profits, then the Law Enforcement Bureau must also partake in the proceeds. In no wonder there exists a venue for malevolent cultivators to engage in duels. That moment, a match was about to commence, and the row of maidservants approached each table to inquire if anyone wished to place a wager. There exist several methods of wagering: loss, victory, draw, time consumption, and even life and death. Zhu Chun, having refrained from placing any bets, has come to a deeper understanding of why the rewards are so substantial. It was not until the second match in the afternoon that Zhu Chun finally took to the stage again. Naturally, prior to his appearance, he instructed Yin Yuan to place all his assets on his victory. This time, his opponent was a soil-based cultivator named Wu Kai. Given that Yin Yuan was also of the earth element, Zhu Chun possessed a modicum of combat experience against such opponents. As the signal for the duel sounded, Zhu Chun seized the initiative, launching 4 flying needles. Wu Kai, undeterred, pressed his hands to the ground, causing a multitude of towering earthen walls to rise around him. The walls expanded toward Zhu Chun, enveloping him in a veritable labyrinth. Leaping upward would spell his demise. With a mighty shout, Zhu Chun resorted to smashing the earthen barriers with his fists and feet. Chapter 115. Overbearing in the audience, some individuals began to converse animatedly. This Wu Kai, with his early-stage golden core cultivation, can manipulate such an extensive range of earthen walls. His affinity for the earth element is indeed formidable. The outcome of this match seems predetermined. That purple light is utterly lacking in intellect. How could he possibly breach such robust barriers? If he continues to assault them directly, he will exhaust himself long before the competition ends. Not necessarily, for creating such a vast earthen prison must also deplete a significant amount of true energy. Wu Kai's tactics extend beyond this. Observe closely, for that purple light will soon be compelled to reveal himself. Humph! It is worth noting that I witnessed his previous battle, where he boldly withstood an extreme cloud blade. Such raw brutality demonstrates remarkable audacity. This time, he may just astonish you all. What raw brutality? Is that not simply a lack of strategy? Betting on him is undoubtedly a mistake. Ha! I am placing my bet on him. Unbeknownst to Zhu Chun, a heated debate was erupting among the spectators. These earthen walls were exceedingly vexatious, almost entirely under Wu Kai's control, and he could not leap into the air to evade them, for that would render him a living target in any case. While he lacked other advantages, he possessed ample brute strength and decided to engage his opponent in a battle of endurance. However, the labyrinthine walls swiftly began to close in, encircling Zhu Chun at the center, while the surrounding barriers relentlessly pressed toward him. Boom! The ground began to erupt with spikes, appearing with increasing frequency and astonishing precision, consistently locking onto Zhu Chun's position. Calculating the depletion of his opponent's true energy, Zhu Chun suddenly leapt into the AI in that fleeting moment of ascent. All the earthen walls transformed into sharp spikes, lunging toward him. It appeared to be an inescapable deadlock. Yet Zhu Chun had long been prepared. With a soft grunt, at the moment the spikes made contact, he utilized their force to spin rapidly. Boom, 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 boom. A cloud of dust erupted, along with a cascade of shattered earth. Wu Kai, brimming with confidence, did not neglect to strike again. Pressing his hands against the ground, concentrating his energy, and expending his remaining true energy, dust began to coalesce above where Zhu Chun would land. Just then, a flying spike whizzed toward Wu Kai. Startled, Wu Kai hastily crossed his arms in defense, managing only to conjure a thin layer of earthen armor on his forearms. Clang, crack! The flying spike bent upon striking the earthen armor, yet with that singular blow, Wu Kai was jarred, his hands splitting apart from the impact. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he looked up to see a shadow darting forth from the dust. A large hand reached out, seizing him by the chest, followed by a typical shoulder throw. Bang! The ground cracked around Wu Tsai like a shattered shell. Immediately afterward, Zhu Chun stomped heavily on his chest. Crack! The sternum shattered, and Wu Tsai could rise no more. Victory for Ziguang, the referee announced. Zhu Chun dusted off his clothes, sustaining merely minor injuries that would soon heal. Compared to the earth spikes and the likes of Yin Yuan, their quality was significantly inferior. Coupled with his exceptional foresight, it appeared that all those earth spikes hit him. Yet in reality, he had evaded most of them, avoiding direct collisions. Contentedly, he pocketed the prize of 1,000 gold from this competition and the 3,000 gold one from the betting, humming a tune as he returned. Now you can rest easy. From now on, I can manage on my own. No need for you to accompany me, he said. Yin Yuan stroked his beard, reminding him, today, it was primarily your brute strength that prevailed. All I possess is this brute force. Otherwise, how could I hold my ground against someone in the early stages of the gold core? Zhu Chun replied. Yin Yuan nodded, saying, that is indeed a valid point. However, caution is still advisable. Zhu Chun smiled, naturally. Chapter 116. The beating. Upon returning to the Qinli residence, the two entered the study. Zhu Chun changed back into his clothes in the dimly lit chamber before heading to the eastern courtyard. Kasheng practiced on a small bridge in the yard, while Hanli perused some texts in a pavilion, with Keegan attending her side. Keegan was the first to notice Zhu Chun's return and remarked to Hanli, he has been frequently visiting the study lately. What could he possibly be doing? Learning characters. Hanli glanced at Zhu Chun and replied, it certainly doesn't seem to be anything of significance. Keegan continued, the Tianyin Emperor has stopped sending scholars to teach him. It appears they have completely lost faith in him. His situation has reached your imperial brother, and I hear he is currently suggesting that he be sent to the front lines to lead troops. Keegan remarked, what troops could he possibly command? Wouldn't he just create chaos at the front? Hanli scoffed, but then suddenly furrowed her brow. However, those demon soldiers are quite disorganized, each fighting their own battles. With the current victories on the front, sending him out might actually earn him some military merit. So there's a real possibility? Keegan said, somewhat excited. Hanli playfully tapped Keegan on the head with the text, regardless, it's still the front line, and safety cannot be guaranteed. Keegan rubbed his head, puzzled. Your Highness, are you worried about that fool? Before he could finish, he received another tap on the head. Stop using the term fool so casually. That person now has a stealthy dark guard at his side. Just look at Kashung. His situation is hardly enviable. Hanli gestured towards Kashung. Indeed, Kashung was in a dire state. As a dignified gold core practitioner, one of his eyes was still swollen, a result of being beaten. He had no idea how he had gotten through the past month. He was now thoroughly convinced that this dark guard was the same one who had ambushed him that fateful night. All talk of lofty experts was nonsense. This individual had undoubtedly been sent in by Juchen. The methods were simply too consistent, always using objects to strike him, and the force was becoming increasingly precise. One cannot fathom the arcane knowledge that the formidable warrior has acquired, for even he, a being of the golden core, finds it challenging to perceive the fluctuations of his true energy in any case. It has become evident that the moment he utters any disrespectful words, come nightfall, that shadowy guardian will hurl objects at him. Astonishingly, merely rolling his eyes from a distance the previous day resulted in a torrential downpour. In a state of panic, he unwittingly suffered a blow that rendered him unconscious. The indignation is beyond measure. To add to his vexation, the Crown Prince shamelessly characterized this as mutual encouragement and enhancement, and even Hanli refrained from further comment. He proposed a direct duel. Yet the shadowy guardian remained unresponsive, leaving him utterly at a loss for action. With this pent-up frustration, he could only channel it into fervent training, resolutely believing that given his innate talent, he would eventually leave others far behind, and at that moment, he would seize the opportunity for revenge. Kagan gazed towards the direction of Kushang, evidently irked. Even so, we cannot allow ourselves to be intimidated by him. Can we? It all hinges upon that inexplicably appearing shadowy guardian. Your Highness, you ought to address Ju Chun. How can one be so impulsive? If everyone acted like him, allowing their subordinates to strike from the shadows at the slightest grievance, the royal court would descend into chaos. Hanli fixed his gaze upon the scroll in his hands and remarked, "Enough of this frivolity. You two should learn to temper your tongues. Moreover, Yin Yuan is not to be underestimated. This could very well be his designed is that so?" Hanli retorted, "Do you genuinely believe our crown prince possesses charm?" Kagan was momentarily taken aback, contemplating carefully before responding, "He is not unhandsome. I am not referring to mere appearance. I mean the allure that attracts talent." Hanli massaged his forehead. "That is indeed lacking." "Precisely. What do you think he possesses that could entice such formidable golden core loose cultivators to serve him? Is it merely that meager stipend? Perhaps they are acquaintances of Yin Yuan." Furthermore, as Hanli spoke, he subconsciously propped his lower lip with a bamboo slip, adding, "He does not seem like a petty individual." Chapter 117. The frontline's Ju Chun is neither stingy nor overly generous. These past few days, Kushang has become his target for amusement and practice. Upon returning, Ju Chun initially intended to head straight to his quarters, but noticing the two of them whispering and occasionally glancing his way, he altered his course towards them. As Ju Chun approached, Kagan promptly stepped forward and saluted. "Your Highness, you're dismissed for now," Ju Chun stated upon arrival. "Oh, certainly." Although she spoke assertively, Kagan was undoubtedly more composed than Kushang. After taking a few steps, she turned back to make a face at Ju Chin's retreating figure. Just then, as if he had eyes in the back of his head, Ju Chun suddenly turned around. Catching her in the act, Kei Gon was momentarily stunned before fleeing in haste. Ju Chun shook his head and then boldly plopped down beside Hanli, inquiring, "What are you two discussing? Do you not find it tiresome to remain cooped up in the estate all day?" Hanli chuckled dryly. "We were discussing your impending deployment to the front lines, and by the way, did you not forbid me from leaving the estate?" Ju Chun raised an eyebrow, replying, "It is not that I prohibit you from leaving. Rather, I merely disallow you from venturing out with that rascal Kushang alone. However, every time one ventures out of the palace, it seems rather redundant to parade a large entourage of guards. It is for your own good. Should anything untoward happen in the imperial city of Tianyan, it would be catastrophic for me. You are currently my greatest support. You are indeed aware of this." As Hanli spoke, she felt an inkling that something was amiss in her words. Moreover, during their initial outing, they had merely brought Kushang as a guard. Thus, should I truly be dispatched to the front lines, you must be particularly cautious, Ju Chen remarked, all the while earnestly picking up a bamboo scroll to read. Regaining her focus, Hanli asked, "Have you heard about this?" Did you not just mention it?" Ju Chen shrugged. "My safety is not your concern. If you leave, what does it matter to me?" With that, Hanli glanced at the document in her hand, yet her mind was far from engaged. Ju Chen stated with gravity, "It must be relevant. What if something were to happen to me? What if they were to betroth you to my 8-year-old imperial brother?" Hanli, slightly vexed, could not help but tap Ju Chen's head with the scroll, exclaiming, "Instead of pondering such matters, You would do better to fill your mind with knowledge. Who could possibly force you to the front lines? Oh, then why not read it to me? Juchen leaned over the table, intently focusing on the document in his hands. Hanli took the scroll from him, turned it over, and then returned it to his grasp, saying, "This scroll contains matters of etiquette." She then pointed to the scroll she had previously held. "Mine discusses the principles of music. Reading these will surely lull you to sleep. Next time, have Yin Yuan bring you scrolls more suited to your interests." "All right, I understand, my dear lady," Juchen replied, feigning a kiss. Only to have Hanli deftly block his face, Juchen, unperturbed, simply smiled and leaned back to sip his tea. Following that day, Juchen indeed requested Yin Yuan to find several scrolls more aligned with his interests for Hanli to read. The rumor of the first prince possibly being dispatched to war gradually spread among the powerful, and Yin Yuan naturally heard of it as well. However, knowing the true capabilities of the first prince, he secretly hoped Juchen would be sent out to earn some merit. Thus, he specifically sought numerous scrolls regarding demon cultivators and beasts to bolster Juchen's knowledge. Meanwhile, Juchen did not slacken in the competitions in Lekking. Gradually, no early-stage golden core cultivators remained ahead of him, and his rank surged to 103. The matches he participated in became renowned for their ferocity and bloodiness. This fervent style of combat garnered considerable acclaim, with many betting on his victories whenever he was scheduled to appear in the imperial city. Juchen was uncertain whether anyone would investigate his identity, yet he feared not. After all, between the purple light and Juchen lay a formidable barrier. Chapter 118. Challenge of the Throat Spider. Yet, after several days without finding a worthy opponent, Juchen began to ponder whether he should display his ranking to see if any challengers would emerge. At that moment, a registrar nearby offered a suggestion. Why not try challenging a demon beast of the same rank? The rewards are quite generous. A demon beast? Juchen hesitated briefly before readily agreeing. Battling a demon beast could prove quite exhilarating. The beast that took to the arena was known as the Throat Spider. The spectators had not witnessed the appearance of the monstrous creature for quite some time, and the formidable opponent, Ziguang, had ignited a sense of exhilaration among them. Many even began to prepare for wagers on a life-or-death match. The ferocity of the Throat Spider could be assessed by the patterns on its spider legs. A spider with no stripes was a juvenile, typically at the foundational stage. Those adorned with black and yellow were in their growth phase, corresponding to the later foundational stages, while a tricolored specimen of black, yellow, and green represented adulthood, guaranteed to reach the golden core level, with larger specimens potentially attaining mid-golden core status. Juchen stood amidst the arena, gazing at the Throat Spider before him, which measured approximately 3 meters in height and 10 meters in length. And he couldn't help but swallow hard. Did it seem to surpass merely the early golden core level? He began to suspect he had been deceived. At that moment, an unusual rule was announced by the referee. As long as Ziguang could endure against the Throat Spider for half a short period, he would be declared the victor. Juchen was stunned. Wasn't it supposed to be a match of equal strength? The entire arena erupted in fervor, with both supporters and detractors of Ziguang cheering wildly. Before Juchen could fully comprehend the situation, the Throat Spider broke free from its restraints, leaping toward his position with alarming velocity. Juchen rolled to the side, just in time to evade its spear-like front legs, which struck the ground, sending a flurry of fine beads scattering, and immediately followed up with 2 pairs of flying needles aimed at the spider's forehead. The Throat Spider sneezed, and a dense web materialized before it, ensnaring all the hidden weapons as they fell. Before Juchen could react, another sneeze erupted, and an even larger web descended upon him. At this moment, Juchen had readied himself for battle. Rather than retreating, he advanced, flinging 2 heavy finger spheres to intercept the web, and rushed beneath the spider's legs, clutching a dart between his fingers, delivering a powerful punch into the gap between the spider's legs' barbs. The Throat Spider, far from being an easy opponent, did not evade. Instead, in an instant, it propelled its leg, and the barbs pierced Juchen's left knee. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he used the momentum to propel himself backward in a 360-degree flip. Fortunately, his body was resilient. Otherwise, that blow could have shattered his kneecap. Observing Juchen retreat, the Throat Spider suddenly turned. Raising its rear abdomen, Juchen seized this opportunity, immediately launching 8 triangular spikes with both hands. With a whoosh, the spider's abdomen unleashed a torrent of ghostly green silk toward Juchen. The range of this silk was vast, leaving Juchen with no means of escape. Instinctively, he extended his left arm to shield himself. But ultimately, he still became ensnared. The silk was exceedingly viscous, and soon, caught in a vicious cycle, he found himself kneeling on the ground. The triangular spikes, obstructed by the silk, struck the spider's abdomen but failed to breach its exoskeleton. The spider shook its body, turned around, crouched, and leapt violently toward Zhu Chun, its pincers aiming directly for him. As the pincers clamped down, Zhu Chun summoned all his strength and managed to tear free from the silk binding his right arm, hurling the last triangular spike from his sleeve directly into the spider's maw. With a resounding thud, the throat spider was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, green viscous fluid oozing from its abdomen, and after struggling a few times, it ultimately succumbed. The triangular spike that had fortuitously lodged in its mouth mercilessly shattered its innards. Ear Chin, having been ensnared by the pincers of the arachnid during the assault, was violently hurled through the air, leaving him with 2 gaping wounds. Had the creature struck a moment sooner, it would have been no surprise if he had been cleaved in two. After a brief silence, the referee wiped the sweat from his brow and declared loudly, "Victory to Ziguang." A chorus of lamentations erupted, interspersed with shouts of elation. Yet, Qian was oblivious to it all. Blood flowed incessantly, mingled with the venomous strands of spider silk. Even his body was succumbing to a creeping numbness. The cacophony gradually morphed into murmurs of speculation. Diske, after winning a few matches, he has become so arrogant, daring to challenge a beast. He must be either foolish or driven mad by greed. Observing his apparent state of demise, they questioned if this could truly be deemed a victory. Hadn't he less than half an hour passed? At best, it should be a draw. But how could it be a draw? The arachnid was the first to perish. He indeed triumphed. Humph. Fortunately, I had the foresight to bet a modest sum of 100,000 on the arachnid's defeat. Wow, you've struck it rich. That SA1 to 100 payout. The onlookers buzzed with fervor, while the staff below appeared at a loss. Qian was bound too securely, and the web was laced with potent toxins. By the time he was extricated, he had fallen silent. Once taken behind the iron gates, a physician was summoned. However, upon a mere glance, he shook his head and declared him beyond salvation before walking away. Contrary to the external carnage, Qian found himself in a wondrous state. He beheld a golden ocean. As he spiraled above it, he was drawn into its depths. Flowing with the golden waters, he spun into a black hole. Emerging from the void, he was caught in a gentle golden hurricane. As he appeared, the tempest gradually eased, oscillating and shifting in a rhythmic dance. Amidst this tremor, he was thrust outside the vortex, which transformed into a familiar cyclone, rapidly dispersing golden threads. After a considerable wait, the golden strands ceased to spread, and the cyclone reversed, its hue fading significantly. Qian slowly regained his senses. Dizziness overtook him as he felt an oppressive weight upon him, making movement arduous. With renewed strength, he exerted himself, dispersing whatever had pinned him down and sitting upright. Under the crescent moons, he finally discerned that he was buried in the earth, encircled by towering walls. His face felt taut and uncomfortable. Upon grasping it, he found it coated in spider silk, firmly adhering to his skin. The wounds still throbbed, indicating they were not fully healed. Though he yearned to continue resting, he knew he must return promptly. Otherwise, Yin Yuan might mistakenly believe him dead, which would not bode well. Resolving this, Qian swiftly rose and approached the wall, leaping several times to scale it. Upon surveying his surroundings, he confirmed he was indeed still within the imperial city. Likely near Lekang, he exhaled in relief and then set off in the direction of the Chenli residence. Now that he understood the nature of the gray crystal, he felt little trepidation. Upon reaching the Chenli estate, he swiftly vaulted over the wall. Under the cover of night, he stealthily made his way toward the study. Thankfully, most of the guards in the estate were in the qi refining and foundation establishment stages. Otherwise, with his agility, it would have been truly challenging to evade detection. Upon arriving at the entrance of the study, Zhu Qian swiftly slipped inside. Yin Yuan was anxiously pacing back and forth, and upon noticing Zhu Qin's sudden appearance, he was first taken aback, followed by a surge of joy. "Your Highness," Zhu Qian, utterly exhausted, could no longer muster the strength to persist and promptly collapsed onto the ground, falling into a deep slumber. Chapter 120. Strengthening the body. Yin Yuan was startled, but upon realizing that Zhu Qian was merely asleep, he finally felt a sense of relief. He had grown concerned in the evening when he discovered that the prince had yet to return to the residence. Initially, he had contemplated whether Zhu Qian had been sidetracked while returning home, but as the night deepened, his anxiety escalated, prompting him to send someone to inquire about his whereabouts. The messenger was remarkably efficient, swiftly delivering the alarming news of a fierce battle between Ziguang and the throat spider, resulting in a grievous injury leading to death. This news struck Yin Yuan like a bolt from the blue. Yet a flicker of hope lingered within him, for he had witnessed Ju Chen's remarkable healing abilities. Thus, he found himself in a dilemma, contemplating whether he should send someone to retrieve the body. Fortunately, Ju Chen returned just in time. Otherwise, Yin Yuan might have been compelled to take action. When Ju Chen awakened once more, he found himself reclined on the couch in the study, with most of the spider silk already cleared away. Rising to inspect himself, he noticed that his wounds had faded considerably. The study had no explicit orders forbidding anyone from approaching. Externally, it was claimed that the prince was studying there and should not be disturbed. Tea and food had not ceased, all personally delivered by Yin Yuan. Ju Chen did not require extensive cultivation. He only needed to recuperate when his vital energy was excessively depleted. A tea that moment. He was uncertain of the hour, and with Yin Yuan absent, he had no means to summon anyone for water. He could only pour some tea to wash his face haphazardly, then made his way to the dark chamber to change his clothes and tidy his hair before heading out towards the eastern courtyard. Upon returning to his quarters and immersing himself in the warm pool, Ju Chen finally felt a sense of relaxation. Although he had not encountered Yin Yuan, he anticipated that upon seeing the discarded garments in the dark chamber, Yin Yuan would realize he had recovered and departed. It was fortunate that Yin Yuan had already reached a plateau in his cultivation, requiring little additional practice, thus enabling him to assist Ju Chen with numerous tasks while managing the affairs of the estate. Feeling refreshed, Ju Chen donned his sleeping robe and sat cross-legged by the pool, gradually absorbing energy. This time, his body had not fully healed, and Ju Chen began to suspect that the forcibly expanded golden threads had a limit. The extent of this injury had surpassed the threshold for a single recovery. Before long, he heard the sound of Han Li entering the room. With Kugan attending to her, she headed straight to the bathhouse. With so many followers, this hardly qualifies as leisure. It is utterly exhausting, Han Li remarked. It seems they have left the residence, Ju Chen thought. Your Highness, you need not be so restrained in public. There is no one to oversee you now, Kugan suggested. After so many years, I have grown accustomed to this. It is hard to change, Han Li replied. Do you think Ju Chen is actually in the study? Yin Yuan is watching him too closely. She suddenly shifted the topic. I believe. Perhaps he is in the study changing clothes with his shadow guard and has secretly gone out to play. He must have stayed overnight. It has been 2 days and nights without a trace. Kugan jested. Ju Chen felt a jolt of alarm. Kugan was quite formidable, however. He had not stayed out. It merely appeared that he had slept for 2 days. Surely not. With his timid nature and no one to protect him, where could he dare to go? Han Li remarked. Unable to endure any longer, Ju Chen rose from his seat and, disregarding the others, strode through the bathing hall towards the central chamber. Suddenly, Han Li let out a shrill scream, leaving Kugan in a state of stunned disbelief. After a considerable pause, Han Li emerged from her chamber robe, her cheeks flushed, while Kugan discreetly made his exit. Observing Kugan's hasty retreat, Han Li huffed and turned to the languidly reclining Ju Chen, inquiring, "Where have you been these past few days?" Ju Chen shrugged nonchalantly and replied, "I have been studying in the study." Han Li scrutinized Ju Chen closely and remarked, "Without anyone to read the text to you, how can you possibly study? Who says one must only pursue literary studies? Engaging in martial training to strengthen the body is equally valid, is it not?" Ju Chen asserted, "I speak with utmost sincerity. Do take a look." Ju Chen rolled up his sleeves to showcase his well-defined muscles. Han Li placed a hand on her forehead, recalling the bloodstains she had previously noticed on him. Was it truly a result of his martial training? A mixture of amusement and sorrow washed over her as she retorted, "Very well, you are impressive. Are you preparing for an expedition? What is the matter? Are you reluctant?" Ju Chen chuckled. Han Li shook her head slightly, pausing to collect her thoughts before meeting Ju Chen's earnest gaze and suddenly asking, "Do you genuinely wish to go to the border?" Ju Chen indeed had no desire to languish idly within the confines of the imperial city. However, if he were to depart, he felt it necessary for Han Li to grasp the gravity of his circumstances. Thus, he nodded and beckoned her to come closer. Given their familiarity, Han Li obliged and settled beside him. Ju Chen spoke with solemnity, "I possess no memories from before the age of 9, as I inadvertently entered the realm of chaos at that age. Although I eventually emerged alive, it is said that I am lacking in my 3 souls, which is why I cannot read." "What does lacking in 3 souls mean?" Han Li interjected. "Please allow me to finish." Ju Chen refrained from providing an immediate explanation and continued, "Eventually, Yin Yuan found me and brought me to the law hall." "You have been to the law hall?" Han Li interjected once more. Ju Chen, exasperated, pinched her nose and implored, "Could you let me finish my story?" All right, let go." Han Li surrendered. Ju Chen released her, stroking his chin as he continued. "While in the law hall, I encountered danger on 2 occasions, both involving the presence of malevolent cultivators. Though he stated it thus, Zhu Chun felt the first encounter was merely an accidental intrusion into a prison for evil cultivators. Later, upon Yin Yuan's arrival to escort him back to the imperial city, they were directly ambushed by one of these malevolent beings. Han Li's eyes widened in surprise, her words caught in her throat. You may ask now, Zhu Chun said with a helpless smile. Han Li seized his collar, exclaiming, I have never seen a malevolent cultivator. What do they look like? How did you evade them 3 times? Zhu Chun opened his mouth, taken aback by her misplaced focus. It was a challenge to concoct a suitable response, but a sudden idea struck him. Would you like to see a malevolent cultivator? I can take you to see one tomorrow. Han Li finally released her grip, intrigued. How would we go about that? Is it safe? Zhu Chun nodded, his thoughts drifting to the location he had in mind. Lucheng. Upon awakening in that place, he had discovered that all his prized possessions had been thoroughly scavenged. Fortunately, the bronze medal remained in my possession. This matter requires a thorough reckoning with the past. At this moment, Han Li appeared to regain some semblance of intelligence, suddenly awakening to the realization. Are you implying that there has indeed been someone constantly seeking your demise? Indeed, it is quite apparent. I even suspect that this residence is not devoid of spies. Zhu Chun was on the verge of tears. This lady finally comprehended. Why? Zhu Chun forced a bitter smile. Yin Yuan, a mere martial artist, possesses limited influence. I have not been here much longer than you. Yet if that person's reach extends to the judicial hall, how could it not penetrate this modest Chenli manor? Han Li lowered her gaze, seemingly lost in thought. Zhu Chun sighed and remarked, Therefore, despite my disdain for Kushong, I have not taken any action against him. Han Li was immediately engulfed in frustration. You certainly have not acted against him. Yet your hidden guards have resorted to violence in the entire imperial city. Should anything happen to me, the one who stands to gain the most, you should be able to guess who it is. Unfortunately, there is no concrete evidence. As Zhu Chun spoke, he felt an itch in his nose and absent-mindedly dug at it, only to be met with a disapproving slap from Han Li. However, she was unable to exert any real force upon him. Chapter 122. Collecting debts. He continued. Although I am currently regarded as a notorious failure, she may not necessarily regard me with any significance, yet it is likely she feels unease. Meanwhile, I cannot develop under her watchful eye. Hence, if an opportunity arises to venture to the front lines, it is imperative that I seize it. Zhu Chun had finally finished digging at his nose. Given his nature, it was improbable that he would easily have any nasal residue, as it was merely an itch. Han Li, however, did not share this sentiment, her beautiful eyes disdainfully fixated on his fingers, fearful of him smearing anything onto her, as she said, Do you truly believe that going to the front lines will yield any prospects? Well, it is certainly better than remaining here, Zhu Chun replied. Han Li frowned and countered, Do you not at all perceive the inherent dangers? Zhu Chun chuckled softly. It is not as if I will be fighting on the battlefield. I merely intend to familiarize myself with the front lines. Conversely, you ought to exercise greater caution while remaining here. Humph, should anything untoward occur in Tianyin, do you think Yi would remain silent? This conflict has erupted, yet articulating anything is fraught with difficulty. And besides, they may not possess the capacity for foresight, Zhu Chun stated. After a moment of silence, Han Li finally nodded and said, Understood, yet there is no need for excessive concern. The 20 imperial guards I brought from Yi are all of foundational cultivation. Moreover, I believe they have no compelling reason to provoke me. Rather, it is you. Heh, I have my own plans, Zhu Chun replied with a confident smile. The following afternoon, Han Li, holding Zhu Chun's token, boldly exited the manor, accompanied by a formidable guardian. Are your hidden guards following us? Han Li inquired. Yes, they are indeed following, came Zhu Chun's muffled voice from beneath his cloak. How did he manage that? There is no trace of his presence. Han Li mused curiously. If your hidden guard were visible, they would be deemed unqualified. But does that not imply that the hidden guards of others could also infiltrate our residence at will? Indeed, this is true. Thus, when I am absent, you must ensure that all doors and windows are securely locked. At long last, they arrived at the bustling city of Leking. After paying the deposit and changing into suitable attire, Zhu Chun immediately spotted Han Li, who nearly followed someone else out of sheer confusion. Hey, how could you mistake me for someone else? Zhu Chun exclaimed, pulling Han Li back with a sense of exasperation, wishing he could lightly thump her on the head. Han Li appeared somewhat embarrassed, yet her expression remained hidden behind her mask. How was I to know? I saw him waiting at the entrance and naturally assumed it was you. Who could have guessed you would take so long to change? Zhu Chun sighed deeply, retrieved a box, and tossed 2 bundles of clothing inside. although Hanli wanted to remind him to neatly fold the garments. She refrained. First, accompany me to a certain location. We shall then proceed to observe the contest of the malevolent cultivators, Zhu Chun stated, leading Hanli to the arena for the genuine cultivation competition. Upon throwing the violet token to the staff at the registration point, the registrar was left momentarily stunned. Zhu Qian, however, growled threateningly, "Why are you standing there in shock? I am still alive, yet you have already buried me, forcing mud into my mouth and stripping me of all my possessions. Hurry and return what is rightfully mine." The registrar gulped nervously. The copper token bore the unique insignia of Lekking, making forgery impossible. Although the mortality rate in the genuine cultivation arena was exceedingly low, there were strict regulations. The copper token must be buried alongside the body and must never be allowed to circulate. Thus, regardless of whether this individual was truly of the violet light, the ones tasked with interring him were undoubtedly in grave trouble. "Please hold on. I shall inquire immediately," he stammered, attempting to placate Zhu Chun while dispatching someone to confirm with those responsible for the burial. However, when the results returned, they were enough to send a chill down his spine. The site where the violet light had been buried was left with only a single pit, and the body could not be found under any circumstances. Chapter 123. Contest of the Malevolent Cultivators. Why is this taking so long? Zhu Chun impatiently drummed his fingers, his tone fierce. "Ian Lekking. A token is as good as a person." The registrar nodded vigorously, hastily locating the fingerprint of the violet light for Zhu Chun to press. "It fit perfectly. Please hold on. I am currently searching for someone." The registrar was drenched in sweat. Having encountered many strange occurrences, yet this was his first encounter with such an anomaly. Seeing Zhu Chun intimidating yet another person, Hanli grew impatient and ascended to the platform to observe the battles below, her heart racing with trepidation. After a while, a person approached the registrar, handing over a small pouch. The registrar immediately passed it to Zhu Chun, stating, "Here it is. Please check if anything is missing." Zhu Chun rummaged through the pouch, discovering the Dark Guard token given to him, along with several concealed weapons. Yet there was no sign of the betting slip or the modest sum of gold coins from that day. Frowning, he remarked, "The betting slip is missing, as is the gold medal." The registrar broke into a sweat, genuinely fearing that Zhu Chun's presence would tarnish the reputation of Lekking. Gritting his teeth, he said, "We will address the individuals who took your belongings shortly. For now, please calculate your total losses, and we shall compensate you." Zhu Chun meticulously tallied the losses before stating, 500,000 gold. 500,000. The registrar exclaimed, astonished. "Is that too much?" Zhu Chun raised an eyebrow. "Not at all, not at all," the registrar quickly replied, retrieving 5 gold medals inlaid with blue crystals from a safe beneath the floor and handing them to Zhu Chun. Having never before encountered coins worth over 1,000, Zhu Chun examined the medals, noting the black seal upon each. He knew they would not dare to deceive him. Zhu Chun nestled the items into his embrace and then extended his hand, inquiring, "What about the deposit from that day and the reward for defeating the throat spider?" Yes," the registrar exclaimed while retrieving a white crystal token from the safe and then producing a gold token from beneath the table. "This is the reward of 10,000 gold for defeating the throat spider, along with your deposit of 100 gold, the registrar stated with utmost respect. Zhu Chun contemplated expressing his discontent over the mere sum of 10,000, but upon reflection, it seemed to be about the same as extortion, so he simply took Hanli's hand and departed. "What are you taking from them?" Hanli queried, perplexed. "The money earned from the fierce battles," he replied. "All right, let us go to the arena for the wicked cultivators." Guided by memory, Zhu Chun led Hanli towards the arena. This entrance also featured a registration area, but unlike the true cultivator's side, where only one registrar sat, here there were 3 registrars seated side by side. Zhu Chun and his companion arrived not too early. The competition was already commencing. With 100 gold token in hand, Zhu Chun purchased a pair of seats for 100 gold. In the arena, 2 wicked cultivators were engaged in combat, clad in attire that scarcely concealed their forms. Their strikes bore the hallmark of foundational cultivation levels, and the ferocity of their blows was considerable, yet their physiques appeared no different from those of ordinary humans. As Zhu Chun pondered that the strange forms of wicked cultivators were indeed a rarity, one of the combatants suddenly opened his mouth wide, revealing a mouthful of sharp fangs, and sank his teeth into the neck of the other. "Ah!" Hanli gasped, her face paling at the unexpected scene. Zhu Chun, with a sense of helplessness, patted her small hand in an attempt to offer comfort. Hanli glanced at Zhu Chun, feeling both fortunate to have never encountered a wicked cultivator and fearful for Zhu Chun, who had faced them thrice in the arena. The one who was bitten initially struggled fiercely, but gradually rolled his eyes back, succumbing to the loss of resistance. the judge, clad in a white robe, rose from the judge's table to announce the conclusion of the match, declaring contestant 34 the victor. While the announcement was made, the wicked cultivator with the sharp fangs continued to gnaw, showing no signs of relinquishing his grip. The white-robed judge then donned 2 rings placed on the table. Soon after, both wicked cultivators collapsed to the ground, ensnared by silver chains and carried away. Juchen observed the rings, contemplating that they must contain the mother insect of the controlling evil worms mentioned by Yinyuan. Chapter 124. Distinction. Afterward, Juchen watched a few more matches, and adhering to the seeding rules, he placed minor bets on several contests. However, he was unable to comprehend much. Most of these wicked cultivators appeared indistinguishable from humans, and their methods of attack showed no apparent anomalies. It was merely their movements that eluded understanding. That sudden transformation into a non-human form had not recurred. Ultimately, a combatant emerged who bore a significantly different physique from ordinary humans, so much so that it was difficult to ascertain whether it retained any awareness. This wicked cultivator was carried into the arena, lacking arms and legs. Were it not for the faint visage of a human face discernible upon its trunk, Juchen might have mistaken it for a toppled stone pillar. However, once the match commenced and the white-robed judge lifted the control, the situation changed dramatically. An end of the stone pillar elongated instantaneously, lunging towards the only living being in the arena. Its opponent in this contest of wicked cultivators. No weapons or armor were provided in the bare-handed struggle. The blows landed upon the stone pillar seemed to have little effect, akin to striking a sponge. The pillar ensnared its opponent ever tighter. Crack! Following the contour of its body, it suddenly split open with a long gash. In an instant, it ensnared that adversary in a swirling grasp. The opponent's complexion drained of color, and one could see them withering away. Victory for number 14, the referee proclaimed. Before stepping into the ring, however, the ensnared malevolent cultivator had already been reduced to a desiccated husk, which soon crumbled into dust. Witnessing this scene, Juchen found himself lost in thought, his mood turning somewhat somber. Hanli glanced at the brooding Juchen, intrigued but refrained from probing further. That match had been the final one, and after it concluded, the two exited the grand city. The journey back was marked by a palpable silence. It is said that malevolent cultivators harbor a deep-seated fear of gold and silver. Our royal family has always adorned themselves in precious metals. Thus, despite hearing tales of the terror these malefactors invoke since childhood, I have never felt a genuine sense of apprehension towards them. Moreover, what I had heard pertained to those malevolent beings resembling humans, but the one that appeared last was hardly human. It was simply monstrous. Hanli was the first to shatter the silence. Juchen, somewhat distracted, instinctively replied, "There is a distinct difference between them and monsters. Malevolent cultivators are classified into ranks, and regardless of their form, they require true energy, whereas monsters do not." As he spoke, he couldn't help but ponder. From where do these monsters originate? Would malevolent cultivators, transforming into such monstrous forms, ultimately become true monstrosities? Hanli, oblivious to Juchen's musings, shook her head and said, "That is a matter only the high-level cultivators could clarify. How could mere mortals like us discern? Do you envy the cultivators?" Hanli sighed. "Of course, those cultivators often boast lifespans of several centuries. How could I not envy that? But aren't they still subject to your commands as mere mortals?" Juchen retorted. "That is different. We are of royal lineage." Hanli shot him a sidelong glance and remarked, "You speak as if you were not a mortal yourself." Ignoring the latter part of Hanli's statement, Juchen jested, seriously, "Why do you think they obediently heed your commands?" Hanli furrowed her brow and replied, "I do not know. Regardless of their prowess, cultivators cannot surpass the royal court. What about Zheng Tian Jinrun? He launched an assault on the demon clan, and during the triad meeting, wasn't Zheng Tian one of the parties involved? That at least suggests that Zheng Tian stands on equal footing with the royal court, or perhaps even controls it. I cannot say, but as far as I know, Zheng Tian grew up within the royal court, and there are legends that he is, in fact, half royal." Chapter 125. The 5-tiered treasure vault. Juchen was taken aback. This was significant news, yet why had he never heard of it before? Moreover, the timeline seemed peculiar. Thus, he inquired, is this common knowledge? Wasn't there only a 2,000-year history for the two dynasties? Yet, the law hall established by Zheng Tian boasts a history of nearly 3,000 years. How could there have been a royal court back then? Hanli regarded him with disdain and said, "Before the two great dynasties split, there was only one dynasty, the Taihuang dynasty. The last Taihuang dispatched 2 princes to govern separately, delineated by the Tianhe River, to establish superiority, but he fell victim to a grievous illness and died abruptly. The two princes, unable to submit to one another, then ignited the era of dual emperors. So that is how it came to be that as Zhu Chen nodded, he found himself reflecting on how, since the fall of the dynasty, he had devoted himself solely to cultivation, neglecting to delve into the annals of history. Han Li continued, as for the secrets of Zheng Tian, they reside solely within the royal family. Even half of the noble lineage lacks the qualification to know them. It seems you have been entirely forsaken by your father, which is why he has divulged nothing to you. Zhu Qian was momentarily taken aback by these words, left speechless and unable to retort. He could only say, "Ah, must you share such secrets in the middle of the street? What if someone overhears?" To his surprise, Han Li shot him a disdainful glance and replied, "This is the imperial city." Yet, after uttering that, he offered no further commentary. Zhu Qian felt too embarrassed to inquire further, but upon reflection, he realized that Yin Yuan spoke freely even in public, albeit in a hushed tone. Unable to peruse the text himself, he resolved to directly question Yin Yuan, eager to satisfy his curiosity. Upon returning to the residence, Han Li headed straight for the eastern courtyard, while Zhu Qian made his way to the study to change his attire. Just as he finished changing, he intended to summon Yin Yuan, who fortuitously arrived to seek him out. "Your Highness," he began, "His Majesty requests your presence in the palace early tomorrow morning." Their relationship was marked by a casual familiarity, devoid of much formality. "Is that so?" Zhu Qian exclaimed with delight. "Ahem." Yin Yuan cleared his throat and cautioned, "You mustn't display such overt joy tomorrow. This is a matter of going to battle." Zhu Qian chuckled and replied, "What of it? The court has been rife with rumors that I've returned with a muddled mind. A few silly smiles won't hurt. Besides, it is indeed a matter worthy of celebration." Yin Yuan paused, stroking his beard thoughtfully, and remarked, "That does hold some merit. By the way, if the discussion indeed pertains to an expedition, you should seize the opportunity to make a request to Emperor Tianyan." "What request?" Zhu Qian inquired. "With your monthly allowance of 100, even if you manage to save up some wealth in Lucheng, acquiring a decent treasure would be exceedingly difficult. However, the royal treasury is a different matter. You could propose to Emperor Tianyan that you wish to select a treasure for yourself under the pretext of the expedition." Zhu Qian's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Select for myself? Could that mean I can take anything? Would father agree?" Yin Yuan smiled slightly and replied, "Not everything is necessarily attainable, but given your status, it should be feasible for you to access the second tier of the treasury, even without any cultivation." "The 5 tiers of the treasury? What does each contain?" Zhu Qian asked with curiosity. "The first to third tiers hold mundane treasures, the 4th tier contains patterned artifacts, and the 5th tier is said to house items that transcend the ordinary." "Alas, with my cultivation, I am barred from ever beholding them," Yin Yuan explained. "Mundane treasures?" Zhu Qian mused, recalling that he had only heard of artifacts categorized into 4 grades, each further divided into upper, middle, and lower tiers, but he had never encountered the concept of mundane treasures. Yin Yuan took a seat at the desk, unceremoniously pouring himself a cup of tea, and clarified, "What we typically refer to as treasures are indeed mundane treasures. These mundane treasures are classified from 1 to 4 grades. Yet, even the most inferior grade of treasure commands a price nearing 10,000 gold. As for your treasured garment, it is classified as a second-grade upper-tier item, valued at over 1,000,000 gold. Chapter 126. Leading troops. The treasured armor had been cast aside in Zhu Qian's chamber, gathering dust, as he feared that donning it might reveal his intentions. Although its defensive capabilities were remarkable, capable of withstanding mid-stage golden core attacks, it would truly prove beneficial in battle. The Tianyan dynasty had stood firm for over 2 millennia, its profound heritage bolstered by relics from the previous era, far surpassing those of lesser sections. Yin Yuan continued, "This armor was extracted from the second treasure vault, but as far as I am aware, the second treasure vault contains more than mere second-tier treasures. Its upper limit extends to mid-tier third-class artifacts." Suddenly, Zhu Qian slammed his hand upon the table, startling Yin Yuan. "I understand now. Before the expedition, I must venture in and procure some valuable items," Zhu Qian declared fiercely. The following morning, Zhu Qian once again entered the main hall of the imperial palace. The Tianyan emperor sat high upon his throne, with an additional seat beside him occupied by the empress, Zhu Lu, whose countenance radiated kindness, her allure somewhat diminished by her maternal demeanor. Below the steps, a row of ministers stood on either side. "Why, son, you are the great prince of Tianyan, having wed the princess of Dei, yet you have achieved nothing noteworthy in the realm of scholarship. Are you aware of your shortcomings?" The Tianyan emperor began without preamble. However, his words were relatively mild. It was not that Zhu Qian had merely failed to make progress, but rather that he was utterly ignorant. "I acknowledge my faults," Zhu Qian responded respectfully. The Tianyin emperor frowned as he scrutinized him, saying, "You have endured hardship for many years abroad, and with your recent marriage, I should not press you too hard at this time. However, you are still the great prince of Tianyin." As he spoke, he rubbed the jeweled armrest of his throne. "Recently, there have been proposals suggesting that you be sent to the front lines for some training. While I am reluctant, I cannot deny that it is indeed a sound suggestion. What are your thoughts?" Zhu Qin gasped. "Father, are you sending me to the front lines to command troops?" His words caused the Tianyin emperor's brow to furrow even further, and he admonished, "If not to lead troops, do you expect to go to the front merely for leisure? You may choose any of the 5 neighboring nations adjacent to the territories of the demon tribes. I shall assign you 60 royal guards. Upon your arrival at the border, the imperial soldiers stationed there will automatically fall under your command. What say you?" The royal guards were all at the foundation establishment level, and Zhu Chun was immediately elated, nearly consenting on the spot. Luckily, he quickly recalled the treasured artifacts and solemnly stated, "I am willing to embark on the expedition. However, might I request 1 or 2 superior artifacts from Father?" A silence enveloped the hall, yet it was evident that many ministers cast disparaging glances towards Zhu Chun. The Tianyin emperor closed his eyes, pondering for a moment, then opened them, saying, "2 artifacts are out of the question, but 1 is feasible. However, the royal family does not dispense treasures frivolously. You have yet to earn merit. Thus, while you may select 1 artifact, it shall be considered a loan, in a one, but you may wield it. Only upon your triumphant return shall it truly belong to you, and further rewards may be possible based on your achievements." Zhu Chun was overjoyed, exclaiming, "Thank you, Father." The Tianyin emperor rose, finally wearing a satisfied smile, and said, "Decide within 3 days which border nation you shall go to. For now, accompany the empress to select the artifact you desire." "Indeed," Zhu Chun promptly agreed. Tianyin Huang then turned to the queen, who had risen to her feet, and said, "Take him to the second treasure vault and allow him to choose for himself." "Certainly," the queen replied softly. With a grand sweep of his sleeve, he commanded, "The rest may leave." "Yes, we take our leave," the officials on the steps replied in unison and slowly retreated. It was only after Tianyin Huang had departed that the queen descended the steps, beckoning for Zhu Chun to follow her. Chapter 127. The Black Bow. The royal treasury, apart from the first level, had all other levels situated underground. Observing the queen's enchanting silhouette, Zhu Chun found it somewhat incredulous that such a woman harbored the intent to take his life. Upon entering the first level of the treasury, he was surprised to see the queen unlock the entrance directly with her key. Contrary to his expectations of a dazzling array of treasures, everything was shrouded in black cloth. Descending the staircase, they arrived at the entrance of the second level. This time, it took both another key held by the queen and the key of the guardian to unlock the door. Zhu Chun scoffed at this arrangement. The guardian had likely been bribed by the queen long ago. It was no wonder her reach extended so far, with a treasury of this caliber firmly within her grasp. Anyone would wish to align themselves with her. Nevertheless, he followed her inside, albeit with some reluctance. "You may choose any treasure from this level," the queen said, gesturing subtly to the guardian. The guardian clapped his hands, reached into his pocket, and retrieved a handful of unknown powder. He then cupped his hands, bringing them to his mouth, and took a deep breath before forcefully blowing into the room, channeling his vital energy. Instantly, the interior brightened, revealing countless small insects shimmering with white light. Although Zhu Chun was curious about the phenomenon, he refrained from asking questions and began to survey the treasury. The treasury was approximately the size of a football field, with rows of weapon racks still covered by black cloth. The guardian pressed a mechanism at the entrance, causing all the cloth to be drawn away. Suddenly, a dazzling light filled the space. Clearing his throat to steady himself, Zhu Chun stepped inside without hesitation, examining each item with care. Though he possessed only the strength of an initial golden core cultivator, according to Yen Yuan, the treasures of this level were more than sufficient for him. Yet Yen Yuan was unaware of his rapid advancement. Regardless, Zhu Chun's limited experience with treasures meant he could only assess their quality by feel. Moreover, his immediate concern was to find a weapon suitable for both close and distant combat. Zhu Chun took his time inspecting the items. The queen grew impatient, instructing the guardian to watch over him while she returned outside to sip tea. After a diligent morning of scrutiny, Zhu Chun found himself torn between 2 treasures. One was a long knife with a handle adorned with a lengthy chain, its dark red blade suggesting danger. The other was a long bow, sleek and opaque, with a slight heft to it. This bow was housed in a leather pouch, which was bound to a quiver containing 39 arrows, all equally dark, with arrowheads devoid of luster. The chained knife was indeed a weapon well suited for him. Envisioning the scene of brandishing it amidst enemy ranks stirred a fervor within him. Yet the longbow is not without its merits, as it can entirely compensate for his shortcomings in attacking range. After much contemplation, Ju Chen suddenly grasped the longbow and waved it symbolically a couple of times, then tightened his grip and slightly tested the tension of the bowstring. The string was exceedingly taut, prompting Ju Chen to relinquish any thoughts of drawing it. It was a feat beyond his ease, and certainly insurmountable for an ordinary mortal. He must not allow the gatekeeper to discern anything amiss. Nodding to himself, he concluded that even in close combat, the weapon should prove robust, and with his heightened perception, he believed that with practice, his archery skills would advance as swiftly as those of any other concealed weapon. Thus, he slung the black bow along with its quiver over his shoulder and made his way outside. Chapter 128. Each with their own thoughts. Just as he reached the entrance, he encountered the queen, who could no longer restrain her curiosity after waiting for quite some time. Upon seeing the black bow on Ju Chen's back, her eyelids flickered. Goodness, after all this time, he has actually brought forth this neglected antique. For a practitioner of true qi engaged in long-range combat, this bow was utterly superfluous. One would not bother retrieving it from the treasury. Yet for an ordinary person, it was even more impractical, as the string was impossible to draw. She found herself stifling a laugh. By all accounts, Ju Chen had already acquired a precious garment, making the choice of a melee weapon seem wasteful. Opting for a longbow did appear to be a prudent decision. However, one must not forget that Ju Chen was an ordinary mortal devoid of any cultivation. What purpose could he possibly have for a purely offensive artifact? Suddenly, she thought of someone. Jin Gang, that elusive figure who had always relied on sheer brute strength in the city of Lekking, seemingly dead yet somehow revived. But she quickly shook her head. Setting aside whether Ju Chen possessed the audacity to defy imperial edicts, if he were truly to procure a weapon for Jin Gang, it would be more fitting to choose swords or knives, arms that could offer him protection in close quarters. Noticing that the queen seemed lost in thought, Ju Chen found it curious, yet he did not wish to linger any longer. He stated, "Your Majesty, the prince has chosen his artifact." With that, he solemnly removed the black bow from his back. "And no need for that. You may step outside and wait for me," she instructed. Understood. Though uncertain of her intentions, he took the artifact and complied, not believing that the queen would dare to act against him in this moment. Returning to the outer door of the treasury, he observed a maid preparing tea in the courtyard. He adjusted the black bow on his back and seated himself upon a stone bench, indulging in the tea. Before long, the queen emerged and took a seat opposite him. She had merely inquired about Ju Chen's performance from the gatekeeper. The report indicated that Ju Chen had made the motion to draw the bow but had not succeeded in doing so. He had also waved it a couple of times, exhibiting some strength, though his actions remained rather perplexing. Having spent 8 years in the law hall, a bit of strength was only to be expected, which reassured the queen even further. Yet, considering this rare opportunity, she felt compelled to engage directly with her grown son. Ju Chen was idly toying with the black arrow, feigning ignorance of the queen's approach until she settled across from him, at which point he hurriedly rose to pay his respects. "There is no need for excessive formality," the queen said with a charming smile. "After all, I am, in a sense, half a mother to you. It has been 8 years since we last met, and I have long wished to converse with you upon your return." Ju Chen chuckled lightly, replying, "The prince dares not presume." The queen sipped her tea and remarked, "I have heard that when Yin Yuan found you, you had already lost your memory?" Ju Chen Dao, indeed. The empress sighed and said, "Your mother passed away early. During those years, you and I were quite close. It is a pity that when the chaotic realm of demons emerged, I failed to adequately warn you, allowing you the opportunity to venture into that perilous place. Fortunately, you emerged unscathed. You must have endured considerable hardships in these years outside. I hear from your father that you were sent to the law hall?" "Yes," Ju Chen replied, recognizing it as a rare opportunity to learn more about the empress. "Which law hall did you attend?" "Yinbei Hall," Ju Chen obediently responded. "Yinbei Hall." The empress regarded Ju Chen and said, "According to confidential reports from the royal family, on the very day Yin Yuan came to fetch you, a dark practitioner appeared there, resulting in significant losses." Ju Chen's expression shifted slightly as he replied, "Indeed." After a moment's contemplation, he continued, "To be candid, the individual who turned into a dark practitioner at that time was someone who joined the law hall simultaneously with me. She and I shared a close bond. I encountered several dangers within the law hall, and it was her protection that allowed me to escape unharmed." "Who would have thought that?" The empress mused, noting that Yinbei Hall indeed had her informants. She had long been aware that Yin Yuan not only took him into the mountains, but also brought along a young girl. However, She did not anticipate that this girl would directly become a disciple of the Mountain Lord, and that these two would maintain contact thereafter, ultimately resulting in the Mountain Lord's disciple becoming a dark practitioner. Chapter 129. Tangent. The Empress suddenly felt a twinge of regret at not having met that peculiar girl. Yet, hearing Zhu Qin's words indicated that he had been protected by this young girl, which could explain why he had managed to evade multiple crises. Speaking of which, the Crown Prince had also encountered an attack on his way back to the city. Had it not been for the inexplicable demise of the pursuer, he would have already perished on the road. Zhu Qin added, "Is that so?" The Empress raised her voice. Feigning shocked, Zhu Qin indignantly replied, "Yes, later I learned that this individual was indeed a dark practitioner. It was likely a mishap while using their true energy that led to their demise. Yet at that time, Yin Yuan paid me no mind, engrossed in combat with another." Upon hearing this, the Empress's eyes brightened slightly, though her expression remained grave. Yin Yuan is truly careless. As a direct vassal, all actions should revolve around the sovereign. Humph, it is not centered around me. It is clearly centered around him. Zhu Qin continued, in the Qinli manner. I require his approval for nearly every matter, as if he disregards my status as a prince. Later, he even employed a shadowy guard to monitor me, perpetually scheming who knows what. The Empress sipped her tea, yet did not set down her cup. You currently hold no official position, thus, his actions cannot be deemed a crime. However, once you assume a role, should he persist in such behavior, it would constitute a grave offense. This world ultimately reveres the royal family. Will I grant him that opportunity? This time, I finally have a chance to assert myself. I have no desire to carry him any longer. The Empress scoffed inwardly at the notion of how a royal would assert themselves, yet maintained a serious facade as she stated, if it truly comes to that, I could discreetly assign someone to protect you. Zhu Qin exclaimed with delight. Really? Is that truly possible? The queen nodded slightly, setting down her teacup, and remarked, that is only natural. Although one may not possess the cultivation level of Yin Yuan, there have yet to be any high-level cultivators appearing in the 3 battlefields, so it is undoubtedly sufficient to ensure your protection. However, there is one matter I must clarify. What is it? Regarding your shadow guard. How well do you know him? What sort of person is he? Zhu Qin, with a serious demeanor, furrowed his brow and pondered for a moment before responding. It is indeed difficult to say. I have only heard Yin Yuan mention that he is a cultivator at the initial stage of the golden core of the metal attribute, though I know not whence he hails. However, given the care Yin Yuan has shown him, their relationship must be quite profound. The queen appeared contemplative, remaining silent for a while before saying, Do not take offense at my curiosity. My subordinate happened upon the fact that your shadow guard goes by the alias Siguang, and he frequently participates in battles within the Lu Cheng. What is most peculiar is that just a few days ago, he was evidently slain by a ferocious beast. Yet 2 days later, he reappeared unscathed to claim his reward in Lu Cheng. Zhu Qin suddenly recalled that Lu Cheng was indeed under royal jurisdiction, and considering the queen's elevated status, it was likely she had significant influence there. If that were the case, the confrontation with the throat spider might have been orchestrated by her, with her target being merely the King Kong. What is it? The queen inquired again upon noticing Zhu Qin's silence. She now regarded him as a somewhat naive, self-assured youth. Zhu Qin took his time to respond, thoughtfully organizing his ideas before mused. I was contemplating the origins of this inexplicably appearing shadow guard. Tell me, is there truly such miraculous cultivation in this world? Could he possibly be an evil cultivator? Chapter 130. Yin Yuan, the scapegoat. A sudden chill ran through the queen, and the more she thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. In a wonder he could vanish silently from the burial grounds of Lu Cheng and reappear in such a ghostly manner. It was not inconceivable that he possessed other forms as well. It was unfortunate that she had been too complacent, failing to deal with him as she would with other evil cultivators. But where could Yin Yuan have acquired such power? If that were indeed the case, the matter was far from simple. Today, you shall return, and do not act rashly. Since you are soon to embark on your expedition, it is imperative that you do not bring him along. We shall make decisions once we are outside, the queen said earnestly. Understood, Zhu Qin replied with equal sincerity before rising to take his leave. In truth, Zhu Qin felt a slight perspiration. Had it not been for the fact that this so-called shadow guard was none other than himself, he might have genuinely been ensnared in this predicament. Coupled with the queen's extraordinary acting skills, one could easily be led to believe her. What Zhu Qin did not anticipate was that his meddling not only alleviated his own burdens, but also instilled a sense of caution in the queen towards Yin Yuan. Consequently, her actions became markedly restrained, and she devoted considerable effort to investigating him. Of course, such inquiries would yield no results. Yet the more she found herself in a cul-de-sac, the more wary she grew of Yin Yuan, who was caught in the crossfire. Upon returning to his residence, Zhu Qian entered the study. Yin Yuan regarded the black bow, finding it difficult to articulate its grade. Typically, the grading of such items is determined by their capacity to withstand true energy and their level of craftsmanship. In the realm of probing the infusion of true energy, it became evident that his flow of true energy had not reached its upper limit. With no stronger individuals available to test its boundaries, one could only conclude that this was a treasure of at least the third rank. As for the arrows, each possessed a lower third rank. The queen paid little heed, yet it was clear that Zhu Qin's manner of handling was distinctly a breach of protocol. Previously, he had not genuinely drawn the bow within the treasury, but upon hearing Yin Yuan's somewhat vague description, he immediately endeavored to pull it back. Despite mustering all his strength, he could not fully draw the bowstring. With a sense of disappointment, he released the bowstring, and with a resounding thud, a shockwave erupted, cleaving the nearby tables and chairs in twain, while the floor in the corner was marred by a deep gash. Zhu Qian stood in stunned silence at that moment. His right hand trembled from exertion, and it took a considerable time for him to regain his composure. A flicker of excitement surged within him. If the bowstring wielded such power, what might be unleashed with the arrows? Yet, it was regrettable that the arrows were woefully insufficient. Zhu Qian stowed away the bow and arrows, retrieving 4 gold tokens worth 100,000 each from his pocket, and handed them to Yin Yuan, saying, "Use these to quickly procure more arrows suitable for this bow." Yin Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment, not anticipating that Zhu Qian had amassed such wealth in recent days. Nevertheless, he accepted the tokens without hesitation. Zhu Qian inquired, "Could you fetch a map and inform me of which nation I should venture to? I have not delved into this matter." "Please wait a moment," Yin Yuan replied, moving to a side of the hall where numerous scrolls were kept, and rummaged until he produced a roll of parchment made from camel hide. He then spread it across the table, pointing to a winding black line. "The 5 nations of the southern frontier do not directly border the realm of the demons, but are separated by a vast desert sea. The westernmost nation is Wanggua, which neighbors the Hongduan mountain range and has limited intersection with the desert sea, making it the safest border nation. Following from west to east, the 4 nations are Yin, Feng, Yu, and Ying. Due to the Celestial River, Ingwa has now collaborated with Bugua of De to construct twin cities spanning the Celestial River. In response to maritime threats. As he spoke, he gestured towards the broad line that bisected the map. "What is this location?" Zhu Qian inquired, following Yin Yuan's indication to the Celestial River, his gaze resting upon the terminus of the wide line, a black circle within the desert sea. "That is Haitian Mountain, situated amidst the desert. It is reputed to be the origin of the Celestial River," Yin Yuan elucidated. Zhu Qian nodded, a sense of familiarity washing over him, as if someone had previously acquainted him with this information. "Do we not possess a map for the demon realm?" he asked. Yin Yuan shook his head. "We do not. Our maps extend eastward and northward to the coast, westward to the Hongduan mountain range, and southward along the demon forest's edge." "And what lies beyond the Hongduan mountain range?" Zhu Qian queried, his curiosity piqued. Yin Yuan inhaled deeply. "That is a land of death. It is prudent for us to first determine the nation we shall inhabit." "Indeed," Zhu Qian replied, continuing to scrutinize the map. He could not decipher the characters inscribed upon it. Yet this did not hinder his ability to interpret the visuals. Yin Yuan then pointed to the 5 nations previously mentioned, stating, "Among these 5, the twin cities are newly constructed at the border. The capitals of Yingua and Yugua are directly connected to the border wall, while Wanggua and Fenggua's borders consist solely of fortresses, lacking cities, thus presenting more arduous conditions. Yin Nation, is it not the homeland of Yin Su? However, this is a venture into battle, and there is no need to deliberately choose a location to reminisce about the departed." He studied the map for a moment and declared, "I shall go to Feng Nation. It is certainly more comfortable amidst those royal cities. Indeed, if the queen were to witness this scene, she would undoubtedly be taken aback." This is hardly the demeanor of Zhu Qian, who is said to live under the shadow of Yin Yuan. "Moreover, this time, you need not accompany me," Zhu Qian suddenly stated. "Why?" Yin Yuan was taken aback. Zhu Qian recounted the conversation with the queen that transpired at noon. Yin Yuan stroked his beard for a moment and replied, "You are right. The queen will certainly dispatch someone to monitor you, and in this manner, it is indeed more convenient." However, Zhu Qian interjected, "No worries, I shall exercise caution. Besides, your presence in the city gives me greater peace of mind. By the way, do you think our conversation might be overheard by some formidable entity from a distance?" Yin Yuan chuckled softly and reassured, "Rest assured, the imperial city is the safest place under heaven. not to mention the formidable gray crystal walls within the city. Even if there were cultivators with the ability to eavesdrop through them, they would not dare to do so without cause, for any action requiring the use of true energy is easily perceived, and engaging in such acts can easily lead to conflict or even fatal consequences. Furthermore, those sturdy gray crystal walls are no mere illusion. It is even less likely for cultivators outside the imperial city to slip in without being registered. Zhu Qian touched his lower lip, contemplating this expedition, which would not be a matter of a day or two. Should he ask Yin Yuan to assist in investigating the wooded area emerging from the Night Clan? However, they still lived under the Queen's shadow. Although being illiterate was indeed inconvenient, enhancing one's strength must take precedence. Moreover, that territory of the Night Clan was hardly easy to locate. After careful consideration, he felt it best to postpone this matter until his return from the expedition. Upon returning to the eastern courtyard, he found Hanli gently plucking the strings of her zither in the pavilion. Noticing Zhu Qin's approach, she did not cease her playing, lost in her own thoughts. Zhu Qian sat beside her, aware that she must have heard the news. Gazing at her beautiful profile, he reflected on how she had been raised in opulence since childhood, yet had spent her life in the depths of the palace, never knowing the meaning of freedom, even her marriage predetermined. If he were truly as wretched as he appeared, what fate awaited her? This thought stirred a sense of pity within him, coupled with a resolve to trample that woman, the Queen, beneath his feet. Well then, after I depart, you shall endure a little discomfort in this imperial city. Once I have gained my wings, I will take you wherever you wish to go, Zhu Qian said with a faint smile. The gentle evening breeze brushed by, and he suddenly felt how serene and beautiful everything was. Hanli closed her eyes, seemingly savoring the soft wind, and then she ceased to argue, softly advising, take care in all matters. Indeed. Chapter 132. Wind Fortress 10 days later. After 10 days of intensive archery training, Zhu Qian mounted his purple light steed and set forth on his expedition. By virtue of his keen perception, he had made remarkable progress in archery. Beside him stood a proud-looking mid-level imperial guard clad in silver-threaded black armor. He was dispatched by the Queen, reputed to possess initial-stage golden core cultivation. Following him were 10 mid-tier imperial guards clad in black armor with silver patterns, though their silver markings were somewhat fewer, all at the late-stage foundation establishment level. Subsequently, there were 50 white-armored imperial guards at the initial stage of foundation establishment. All these guards rode upon white-backed beasts, interspersed with 5 enormous armored camels. The armored camels, resembling giant rodents, were covered in scales, gentle in disposition, omnivorous, and known for their exceptional endurance and capacity for burden. An adult armored camel typically reaches the size of a cart and is often utilized by those in need for transporting goods. The 5 camels on this occasion were equipped to carry military supplies. The journey from the imperial city to the border fortress of Fenghua typically requires about 7 days at a standard pace. However, with the imperial edict from the Tianyan emperor in hand, and only the imperial soldiers stationed there being conscripted, Zhu Qian decided not to proceed to Feng City. Although the scale of the contingent remained largely unchanged, Zhu Qian could ascertain that the Queen had no necessity to take risks by seeking him out on the way. After all, a prince encountering frequent peril on the imperial path was not a matter to be taken lightly. Nevertheless, upon reaching Fenghua Fortress, he would need to find an opportunity to eliminate this initial stage golden core guard. 7 days later, at Fenghua Fortress, in the military command hall, Zhu Qian occupied the main seat while the chief commander of the imperial soldiers, Chabua, knelt on one knee, receiving the edict from the Tianyan emperor. Chabua accepted the order. As he spoke, he carefully stowed away the edict, rose to his feet, and bowed his head, saying, "Your Highness, the journey has been arduous. I have prepared a chamber for your rest." Zhu Qian replied, "It is not necessary for now." "Are you the commander here?" Chabua, still with his head bowed, responded, "Yes, but upon your arrival, I am but your deputy commander." Zhu Qian nodded and said, "Let us first proceed to the battlements to take a look." Chabua was taken aback for a moment, then saluted and replied, "As you wish." The two ascended the steps within Fenghua Fortress, slowly making their way towards the battlements, followed closely behind by the guards dispatched by the Queen. The battlements towered approximately 10 stories high and spanned 20 meters wide, truly a grand endeavor. Along the walls, crenellations were established, and every few dozen meters, a massive crossbow was positioned, aimed towards the south. Zhu Qian climbed to the battlement's parapet and gazed ahead, only to behold an endless expanse of desert. Not deterred by Zhu Qian's ascent to the parapet, Chabua followed suit, nimbly ascending the battlements. At this moment, Chabua stood considerably taller than Zhu Qian, yet Zhu Qian, disinterested in petty rivalries, merely inquired, "Is there any gray crystal mixed into these walls?" Chabua, taken aback by Zhu Qin's initial question, shook his head and chuckled. Gray crystal is not so easily obtained. This wall stretches from Menghai in the east to Duanshan in the west. How could it possibly contain gray crystal? That is a resource fit only for the imperial city. Moreover, gray crystal holds no efficacy against the demon tribes. Speaking frankly, Chabua's tone was unceremonious, yet Zhu Chun remained unfazed, responding indifferently. I see, it appears my knowledge is limited. Chabua continued. To counter the demon tribes' incursions, we must traverse this expanse of sand sea. The demon tribes are scattered, with no cities or fortresses in the forests. Our soldiers' current task is to clear out as many demon tribes as possible until we can establish a fortified stronghold in the demon forest across the sand sea. You must have some maps of the demon forest by now, correct? How far have we progressed in our efforts? Zhu Chen inquired. Chapter 133. The illusion of authority. Chabo let out a barely perceptible snort and remarked, Indeed, we have acquired some maps, which the young generals will present to you shortly. However, despite the scattered nature of the demon clan, they are not to be underestimated. Furthermore, with the desert sea as a barrier, the battles there must be directed from within the depths of the demon forest. Given your highness's esteemed status, it is advisable that you refrain from excessive exertion. The implication was clear. It sufficed to hold a nominal position without interfering in their military operations. Yet, Zhu Chun did not overreach. He acknowledged his recent arrival and his ignorance of military maneuvers, thus conceding that he should not meddle unduly. However, it was also unacceptable for him to remain idle in this location. After some contemplation, Zhu Chun stated directly, Although I possess my father's imperial directive, I must admit my limited understanding of military affairs. Therefore, you shall take the role of commander, and I shall not interfere. However, I require your promise on one matter. Grant me a practical position so that I may lead the retinue of guards I have brought with me into battle. Chabo was taken aback and jumped down, exclaiming, How can this be? Zhu Chen waved his hand dismissively and said, Do not be hasty. Let me first inquire. The royal soldiers here are aware that the eldest prince will arrive, yet they are likely unfamiliar with my identity. Correct? Indeed, Chabo nodded in affirmation. The royal guards I have brought, while perhaps lacking in combat experience, are all cultivators above the foundation establishment stage. Such a select and elite force should prove quite useful. However, their primary duty is to protect me, and they can only be commanded by me. Should I not enter the battlefield, they will not engage. Chabo stroked his chin thoughtfully. This wind fortress is said to house an army of 50,000, yet 30,000 are merely logistical support. Of the remaining 20,000, 10,000 belong to the Wind Kingdom and 10,000 to the royal soldiers. Yet, the true main force consists solely of the royal soldiers. Among these royal troops, there are only 500 elites above the foundation establishment stage, and aside from you, merely 10 gold core cultivators. Neither of the two great dynasties has ever fielded leaders of the nascent soul stage. Chabo himself possesses the strength of a perfected gold core. Thus, overall, the 60 foundation establishment cultivators and 1 gold core cultivator accompanying the eldest prince would indeed constitute a formidable concentrated fighting force. To this day, humanity remains largely unaware of the powers residing deep within the demon forest. However, thus far, as long as no exceptionally strong cultivators intervene, the demon clan has not produced any superior demon cultivators. Consequently, the battlefield has not witnessed any high-level combat, and given the disarray among the demon clan, even if the eldest prince joins the fray, as long as he avoids reckless actions, he should face minimal danger under the protection of numerous experts. Well then, have you made your decision? I have come here to hone my skills, not to idle about. Confining me within this wind fortress would be intolerable. Perhaps I should even consider reforming the military discipline and listening to more reports, Zhu Chun expressed impatiently. Chabo narrowed his eyes, recognizing this as a veiled threat. At that moment, Zhu Chen added, In truth, you need only regard my small contingent as an elite force. I assure you I will dutifully serve under your command without causing disruption. Finally, Chabo steeled himself, gritting his teeth, and declared, Very well. But you must guarantee that your personal safety is your utmost priority. Zhu Chun cast a casual glance at Yin Chu, who stood a short distance away, and with a knowing smile replied, That is naturally understood. On the second day, Chabo prepared 62 sets of verdant armor for Zhu Chun. Among them, 60 sets bore the intersecting cross marks both horizontally and vertically, while 2 sets displayed a grid pattern of 2 horizontal and 2 vertical lines that, of course, the so-called crosses and grids are not represented in the written text here. Nevertheless, Zhu Chun found the 2 horizontal and 2 vertical crossings somewhat familiar, as though they signified a character, yet he could not recall which one it was. Chapter 134. Uncertainty. According to Chabo's introduction, the military here is categorized into 6 distinct ranks: soldier, Upper soldier, soldier leader, guiding general, deputy general, and commanding general. The soldier's armor is devoid of markings. The upper soldiers wear one horizontal line. The soldier leaders sport an intersecting line. The guiding generals display two horizontal and two vertical lines. The deputy generals are adorned with three horizontal lines, while the commanding generals also wear unmarked armor, distinguished only by unique designs of their armor and helmets compared to others. Furthermore, each rank is subdivided into three tiers: upper, middle, and lower. Thus, the position conferred upon Zhu Chun is that of a guiding general. This is primarily due to the fact that a troop of 60 is considered rather diminutive, classified as an elite unit, and assigning a guiding general is already a considerable concession. Zhu Chun, however, remained indifferent, donning the armor alongside the royal attendants before stepping out to form ranks. As for the matter of actively engaging in battle, Yin Shu was entirely unconcerned. His task was to monitor Zhu Chun, yet if the crown prince sought to court danger, he would welcome it eagerly. After all, they were on the territory of the demon clan, and there would inevitably be fatalities that could not be attributed to him. Thus, upon hearing that Zhu Chun intended to lead an expedition, he could scarcely contain his amusement. The royal attendants, despite their grievances, had long resided in the comfort of the imperial city, possessing strength yet lacking an outlet for it. With this opportunity at hand, even if they had little chance to showcase their prowess, they felt a stirring excitement within this moment. The royal soldiers were not within Wind Fortress, but rather in the demon forest beyond the Sea of Sand. They were simultaneously safeguarding the construction of the fortress while gradually eliminating the surrounding demon clan. Chabwa had returned to Wind Fortress to await Zhu Chun only after receiving an urgent report. Consequently, once the ranks were formed, the contingent followed Chabwa and his few personal guards as they traversed the Sea of Sand toward the direction of the demon forest. On this occasion, apart from Zhu Chen's purple light, none of the others rode horses. Instead, they rode armored camels, as crossing the Sea of Sand at the fastest pace would require 3 to 4 days. However, such speed was unfeasible with ordinary horses, due to the absence of supply stations necessitating the carrying of substantial amounts of fresh water and provisions, which would inevitably hinder their progress. Most critically, within the demon forest, horses were not essential. Hence, their mounts were replaced with armored camels capable of accommodating several individuals while conveniently carrying supplies. Utilizing armored camels resulted in a more moderate pace. And after a total of 6 days of walking and pausing, they finally emerged from the Sea of Sand and reached the demon forest. At the boundary of the demon forest, a significant pathway had been cleared leading into its depths, presumably leading directly to the military camp. Along the way, they encountered 2 caravans of armored camels transporting stones and supplies to the camp. Zhu Chun suddenly found himself perplexed. If the demon clan appeared so disorganized, did that not imply a lack of threat? Why, then, did the 2 great dynasties mobilize such vast forces to wage war against the demons? Was it truly a matter of idleness? As these thoughts raced through his mind, he was struck by a sudden realization. It seemed that these 2 dynasties had not engaged in any significant battles since their establishment. Was it truly reliable to follow them into conflict? They arrived at the temporary military camp of the royal soldiers in the afternoon of the 6th day, where indeed a substantial area of forest had been cleared, and the logistic troops were diligently constructing the fortress. However, this fortress has only just begun to take shape. Upon the arrival of the commander, the imperial soldiers within the camp immediately paid their respects. Chabwa made no special introductions to Zhu Chun, instead guiding them into the encampment. He then commanded someone to bring forth the latest map. After studying it for a while, he addressed Zhu Chun. This area here is the main camp. For the sake of efficient extermination, our 10,000 imperial soldiers are divided into 5 regiments. Aside from 1 regiment assigned to garrison duty, the remaining 4 will fan out in a semicircular formation into the depths of the demon forest. Although we have yet to encounter any demons to subdue, should any of the demon clan choose to surrender, we may consider bringing them to the fortress to assist with construction. However, the surrendered demons must be from clearly non-threatening races. Under Chabwa's guidance, Zhu Chun began to comprehend the simplistic map, which detailed the locations of rivers within the demon forest, as well as the positions of the demons that had already been eradicated and the directions of the army's explorations. Chapter 135. Patrol within the main camp. 4 signal devices were established to facilitate communication among the 4 military regiments. As for the Wind Fortress, due to its considerable distance, signal devices could not be utilized for communication. What should I do now? Zhu Chen inquired. Chabwa pondered for a moment and pointed to the map. I will assign you another signal device. You shall lead your squad to search for any remnants of the demon clan within the cleared area and eliminate them. However, if the distance is too great, the signal device will be of no use. and it will be your responsibility to establish lookout posts throughout the demon forest. Is there really any remaining demon presence? Zhu Chen asked. There are always some that slip through the cracks. The construction of the fortress is of utmost importance. We cannot afford to disperse our forces further, hence the internal cleansing will be entrusted to you. When new soldiers arrive, I will allocate some to assist you, Chabo replied. He truly immersed himself in his role. Once Zhu Chen was incorporated under his command, even the formalities were dropped. Understood, Zhu Chen responded, but suddenly frowned, glancing at his feet. He had an unsettling feeling, as if the ground beneath him had trembled unexpectedly. Noticing his reaction, Chabo couldn't help but chuckle. This area frequently experiences minor earthquakes. You'll get used to it. You are quite perceptive. Zhu Chen realized it was indeed an earthquake. At dawn the following day, he set out with his team. Although they were quite conspicuous, Zhu Chen languidly rode his prize steed. His golden core bodyguard made only a slight attempt to dissuade him, and then fell silent. The others, though on foot, all possessed at least foundational cultivation, so their pace was anything but slow at that moment. Zhu Chen donned light armor over his exquisite garments, carried a black bow and quiver on his back, rode a foundational steed, and wore a dagger obtained from a malevolent cultivator known as the Poison Fly, along with a wooden dagger that, for reasons unknown, also hung at his waist. In sum, he was adorned with an air of noble extravagance. This spectacle left his imperial attendants shaking their heads in exasperation. It was simply too ostentatious, especially since those two lavish weapons were little more than decorative items in his hands. His quiver contained 3 black arrows and 22 arrows prepared for the Yuan stage. A large quiver hung from his steed, filled with additional black arrows and other projectiles. Although wielding that mid-tier magical weapon was somewhat beyond Zhu Chen's capabilities, it was certainly durable enough to withstand more than a single use. Thus, the team began their patrol within the forest, and this routine continued for several months. Indeed, the forest harbors a considerable number of elusive creatures, and with the gradual expansion of the area, the command has continually allocated 500 newly dispatched soldiers to Zhu Chen. Thus, Zhu Chen commenced his full responsibility for the safety and construction of watchtowers and paths within the expanded territory. During this period, Zhu Chen encountered numerous beings of various origins. Despite the significant differences in appearance due to their diverse ancestries, most retained a humanoid form, with some even capable of articulate speech. Those who resisted, fled, or refused to surrender were summarily executed. Those willing to yield but deemed a threat were also slain. Only a scant few of the subdued were spared, destined for the fortress to contribute to the construction efforts. Deep down, Zhu Chen felt a twinge of remorse. Yet, the course of this conflict was beyond his control. As long as the battlefield persisted, such fatalities were inevitable. His allegiance, after all, lay with the human race. Although he remained oblivious to the underlying motives of the two great dynasties, the mobilization of forces surely indicated a necessity for such actions. This campaign unfolded with little peril, and Zhu Chen had not even unleashed a single blow. Eventually, he grew anxious for Yan Chu, as there were no suitable opportunities for him to take action. Reflecting on his concerns for Hanli, he realized they were unfounded. Given the current tactics, it was unlikely that the original commander intended for him to traverse the desert. Even now, stationed within the demon forest, he encountered no genuine threats. By the 4th month in the demon forest, the fortress was more than halfway completed, with the troops from the east and west fully integrating with the remnants of the former imperial soldiers. Roads had been carved through the demon forest, and watchtowers established. To facilitate communication in special circumstances, considerable effort was made to transport some fine steeds into the demon forest, including 61 white-backed horses ridden by Zhu Chen's royal attendants. Thus, the front lines had initially expanded and began to retract slightly. The reasons were twofold. Firstly, the supply lines had grown excessively long, resulting in increased consumption. Secondly, following these events, the demon race appeared to have been instilled with fear, fleeing at the mere sight of humans, rendering the conflict somewhat counterproductive. Consequently, they decided to slightly pull back the front lines, postponing further military actions until the fortress was fully constructed, at which point it might even be feasible to extend the boundary walls into the demon forest. Once the trees were felled and the land cultivated with water and fields, it would transform into a vast expanse of territory. Therefore, aside from the outermost circle, which retained watchtowers and imperial guards, the deployed imperial troops gradually began their retreat, settling approximately a day's journey from the fortress. Chapter 136. The missing sentinel. Throughout these 4 months, Zhu Chen had not been idle. He searched the forest by day and concealed himself at night to practice his cultivation, seizing any opportunity to hone his archery skills with a borrowed ordinary bow. As time passed, he became quite familiar with many individuals. However, the matter of borrowing a bow for practice, though unnoticed by Zhu Chun himself, became a topic of considerable discussion among others. They noted his possession of a seemingly high-end black bow. Those aware of his royal lineage deemed it a tremendous waste. Rumors circulated that the prince had specifically procured the black bow from the royal treasury, further amplifying their sense of wastefulness. Why could he not have a protective item instead? It would alleviate some concerns for his attendants. For those unaware of his status, his peculiarities led them to speculate that his position as a commander suggested at least a foundational level of cultivation. Perhaps even a golden core. One need not dwell on the fact that after numerous days in his presence, one perceives no trace of the golden core's essence, nor even the faintest fluctuation of true energy. Moreover, he seems solely devoted to archery, perpetually carrying a bow, the utility of which remains unexploited, rendering him an eccentric figure indeed. On this particular day, the 10th outpost failed to report in a timely manner, and the nearby patrols fell silent. The location was not too distant from Zhu Chun, prompting him to venture there with Yin Chu and 20 royal guards to investigate. As they neared the outpost, Zhu Chun sensed a strong odor of blood from a distance. However, upon arrival, there were no corpses in sight, nor any sign of human presence. There were no traces of a struggle. After a thorough examination of the outpost, a royal guard returned with a report. Could they have gone off to slack off? Yin Chu muttered. Having encountered little danger thus far, he had already infused Zhu Chun's drinking water with poison over the past 2 months. This toxin, derived from the plants of the demon forest, is colorless and tasteless, with mild toxicity. Yet, it can induce addiction and impair judgment in those who consume it over time, thereby leading them to their own demise. Typically, substances exhibit their effects within a month. So why had this eldest prince shown no reaction after 2 months of consumption? Was it possible that the dosage was insufficient? Unknown to Zhu Chun, Yin Chu had indeed taken action, yet it seemed that both ordinary poisons and those specifically targeting cultivators held no sway over his body. Dismounting, he approached the outpost for a closer inspection, convinced that the blood-stained scent did not emanate from this location. Glancing around, he suddenly began to walk in a particular direction. The others hurried to follow suit. Why, Lord, it would be prudent not to wander ahead. Allow the brothers to clear the path for you, Yin Chu advised. Zhu Chun regarded Yin Chu, halted his steps, and replied, Very well, you few, search diligently in the vicinity. They cannot possibly have been slacking for this long. Understood. The royal guards promptly dispersed in pairs to conduct a meticulous search. However, as they strayed further, they began to converse quietly. The prince is truly something. Regardless, upon his arrival, all the merits of Feng Fort will accrue to him. Why not remain comfortably in Feng Fort instead of enduring hardships here? What? Were you not quite excited at the prospect of venturing into the demon forest? That was when I thought we would be heading to the battlefield. Unexpectedly, we have spent months here merely seeking out a few stragglers, while also tending to a certain eldest prince who possesses no skills whatsoever. It would be far better if he simply stayed behind in camp without meddling. I, for one, believe that while it is bothersome to have the prince with us, he has made considerable progress over these past months. Once he ascends to the throne, those of us who have fought alongside him will reap considerable rewards. Ascend to the throne? The Tianyin Emperor is yet to reach 40. With his usual nurturing and the elixirs he consumes, living to 150 is hardly surprising. The age difference with the second prince will amount to little in the long run. Thus, one could argue that the eldest prince is indeed striving. Striving? A royal working his way into the military is a sign of desperation. Is he expected to lead the charge into battle? Chapter 137. The Earth Dragon. As Zhu Chun observed the imperial attendants departing, he advanced a few paces before halting to gaze at the ground beneath him. What is it? Yin Chu inquired. Perplexed, Zhu Chun remained silent, suddenly crouching down to excavate the soil. Yin Chu, taken aback, wondered if it was a reaction to poison. In that moment, Zhu Chun continued to dig and unexpectedly unearthed a mound of earth mixed with a sanguine essence, revealing some remnants of bones beneath. In a wonder, I caught a whiff of blood. Quickly, take a look at these bone fragments. Zhu Chun gestured towards the debris. Yin Chu obediently crouched down, contemplating how remarkably acute the prince's sense of smell was, while scrutinizing the remains closely. The fragments were shattered in a manner that suggested they had been meticulously ground, appearing as though they had been crushed and subsequently dissolved by some substance. Given their smooth, rounded edges, suddenly, an agonizing scream pierced the air from the woods. Yin Chu and Zhu Chun turned in unison to witness a colossal worm, half of its body protruding from the soil, dragging an imperial attendant beneath the ground. Its entire form was a muddy yellow, thick enough to be embraced by 7 or 8 individuals, and its gaping maw was filled with molar-like teeth resembling those of a human. The attendant was ensnared by the creature's lower half, and as it gnawed further upward, his weapon had long fallen to the ground, leaving him to frantically strike with his fists at that moment. Other Imperial attendants rushed to the scene, forming a defensive line to launch their assault. Just then, Zhu Chen felt an unsettling sensation beneath his feet, which Yan Chu evidently sensed as well. With a swift motion, Yan Chu drew his blade, poised to strike at the worm, but was abruptly restrained by Zhu Chen's iron-like grip, rendering him immobile. "Protect me," Zhu Chen cried out. In the next instant, a massive worm's jaw erupted from the earth, engulfing both of them in one swift motion. Zhu Chen recognized this creature. He had previously heard Han Li recount tales of it. This beast, known as the Earth Dragon, was enormous, its body lined with dull teeth, its bodily fluids acidic, and it was capable of withstanding attacks from those at the pinnacle of foundational cultivation. Typically, it lacked aggression, merely a colossal creature dwelling in the depths of the earth, subsisting on soil and subterranean creatures. Yet, for reasons unknown, it exhibited a fierce disposition now. Seizing the opportunity, Zhu Chen was resolute in his confidence regarding his own defensive capabilities, especially clad in his enchanted attire. Thus, he firmly restrained Yan Chu, eagerly awaiting the moment the Earth Dragon would swallow them both whole, intending to rid himself of Yan Chu afterward. As the two were consumed by the Earth Dragon, they descended into the depths of the earth. The remaining Imperial attendants, witnessing the spectacle, were struck with alarm. Disregarding their comrade, they hastened to the edge of the newly formed pit, only to find the abyss left by the Earth Dragon seemed unfathomably deep. Faced with the uncertainty of whether to leap into the chasm, they hesitated, especially recalling that Yan Chu had also been devoured. Zhu Chen was pressed by the creature's teeth amidst the soil. He felt his body being drawn downward. Yan Chu, still perplexed by the prince's extraordinary strength, sensed impending doom. Just as he intended to muster his vital energy to escape, Zhu Chen's grasp pierced through his heart with unrelenting force. Zhu Chen then seized Yan Chu's weapon, and with a sweeping strike, he cleaved both man and worm in two. Yan Chu, finally grasping the dire situation, regarded Zhu Chen with disbelief as he was severed in half. Zhu Chen paid no further heed to him and turned to prepare to dash out of the earthworm's body. However, in its frenzy, the earthworm missed the incision it had just created. Zhu Chen resolutely gripped the knife with both hands and swung it fiercely around him. With a slash, the earthworm was abruptly severed into two halves, crimson-black blood gushing wildly from the severed end. Chapter 138. War. Seizing the opportunity, Zhu Chen burst forth from the earthworm. Still plummeting down the hole, unaware of its depths, he plunged his blade into the earthen wall to brace himself, but the knife was too well crafted, and with the earthworm pressing down, his descent continued unabated. Sighing, he pressed his body as close to the wall as possible, allowing the earthworm to descend first. After a considerable time, a resounding thud echoed, the sound of the worm's corpse crashing to the ground. Given the limited width of the hole, much of its body remained suspended within the upper passage. Zhu Chen soon landed atop the worm's carcass. He looked up, noting only a faint glimmer of light. Closing his eyes for a moment, when he opened them again, he had finally begun to adjust to the darkness. Then, he leaped down, following the earthworm's body to the bottom. The base was considerably more spacious than above, and he could even feel the circulation of air. After a while, he could vaguely discern that the bottom was spiraled, with two large caverns on either side. It was only natural, he thought, as the earthworm could not have materialized from thin air. The presence of caverns was expected. He removed his cumbersome armor, sliced some skin from the earthworm, and wrapped it around his blade in several layers before securing it at his waist. Glancing up at the top, though obscured by the earthworm's corpse, he felt certain that his subordinates were still above, perhaps devising a means to descend and search for him. Thus, it was imperative to leave this place swiftly and find a hiding spot. He set forth into one of the caverns. As he walked, he suddenly sensed the presence of living creatures ahead. Quietly, he drew his black bow and retrieved an arrow from his quiver at his waist. At that moment, the area ahead suddenly brightened, revealing a troop of demon kin. They had turned a corner and were marching in Zhu Chen's direction. With keen eyes, he quickly discerned that the light was emanating from the luminescent insects flitting about them. Unsure of their intentions, Zhu Chen began to retreat stealthily. After a while, the number of demon kin in his line of sight remained unchanged. They formed two neat lines, marching in unison. This was peculiar. Not only did he wonder why they appeared in the earthworm's passage, but when had these demon kin become so disciplined? Contemplating this, Zhu Chen gritted his teeth, drew another black arrow, and without hesitation, released it with a swift twang, followed immediately by another thud, thud, thud. With a whoosh, the two rows of demon kin were pierced through simultaneously, gaping holes appearing in their bodies, and they could only emit faint hissing sounds before succumbing. Zhu Chun gasped heavily. One arrow would have sufficed, but these two had rendered his right arm numb. The arrows had traversed through the rows of demon kin, embedded themselves in the earthen wall, and continued through several passages, thudding into the ground. A dense throng of demon kin continued to jog past, trampling the arrows into the MUDT this moment, deep within the subterranean depths of each human stronghold. The earth had already been hollowed out, leaving only a limited spiral support. A multitude of earth dragons spiraled and intertwined within, with more of their kind continuously joining the fray, at a mere command. These earth dragons would surge forth, carrying countless demon soldiers, to tear through the final layer of soil from the reserved burrows, erupting from the ground to assault the human race, at the second command. The last vestiges of support for the fortress would be utterly obliterated by the frenzied earth dragons left behind, dragging the very foundation of the fortress and the soil beneath into the depths of this abyss, never to be seen again. Today marks the day of the demon race's counteroffensive. In truth, it cannot even be deemed a counteroffensive. The demons are not as disorganized as the humans perceive. Their leader is the demon emperor who has lived for over 30,000 years. The so-called scattered demons are merely tribes that have gradually distanced themselves from his control over the past few millennia. The humans, scurrying about in their raids, are merely clearing obstacles for the demon emperor. But how could he allow humanity to traverse the sandy seas and establish fortresses within this demon forest? The true war is only just beginning. Chapter 139. A piece of camel hide paper. Zhu Chun examined the bodies of the demons. Under the glow of the insect light, they bore gray fur, possessing some human-like features yet sporting snouts akin to that of a pig, with two prominent tusks protruding from their mouths. One even had 4 tusks. These were of a previously unseen kind. After months of battle, he understood that most demons, aside from a few special breeds, relied solely on their physical prowess, eschewing weapons and armor. Yet this particular group, while not clad in armor, bore bows and arrows upon their backs. He scrutinized them further and, to his astonishment, discovered a scroll of camel hide paper on the 4-tusked demon. Camel hide paper, derived from a creature known as the wandering camel, is particularly suited for writing and preserving images after its belly fur is processed. Among humanity, any literature involving extensive illustrations would utilize this type of parchment. Do demons also employ camel hide paper? Can they write and draw? These revelations starkly contradicted their preconceived notions of the demon race. Before he could ponder further, a sudden rustling sound arose from behind him. Zhu Chun hastily tucked the camel hide paper into his bosom and sprinted into the darkness. The source of the noise was not far behind, growing ever closer. With his arms still recovering, running recklessly felt unwise. He swiftly drew his blade with his left hand and began to carve an opening in the earthen wall, simultaneously retreating inward. Fortunately, the material was merely mud, and his actions did not produce significant noise. Before long, the rustling passed nearby. Zhu Chun had only managed to carve a slight opening. He paused, peering out, and perceived the wall itself shifting. Upon closer inspection, it was unmistakably another earth dragon, accompanied by the chatter of demons above. Zhu Chun quickly withdrew his head. The earth dragon departed quietly, and the demons above evidently failed to notice him, allowing him to breathe a slight sigh of relief. In his earlier caution, he had resorted to using his most potent techniques twice, resulting in the current state of his injured arm. Reflecting on it, he felt it somewhat wasteful. What if they were merely 2 squads of mundane demons? Yet, with the situation still unclear, it was prudent to recover first. Zhu Chun piled some earth over the opening, then seated himself, carefully assessing the recovery speed of his arm. He estimated it would take at least half a day to mend, so he settled in to wait while seizing the opportunity to cultivate his skills for a while. At present, his actual range of cultivation effects is limited to merely 10 paces. Although this is a considerable improvement compared to before, as long as he maintains this distance and remains outside the line of sight of any cultivators above the golden core stage, he should encounter no issues. Moreover, the demon race does not utilize true QI. As Zhu Chun descended, he observed that another earth dragon did not simply sink into the ground, but instead launched an assault on the remaining individuals. Among the royal guards, only 4 had reached the late stage of foundation establishment, forcing them to form a defensive formation. It was not until the earth dragon was repelled, and the pit remained eerily silent, that they began to panic. The 4 late-stage foundation establishment guards leapt downward, using their swords and blades to cushion their descent as they gradually descended. Meanwhile, the remaining 15 royal guards hurried back to report. Before the 4 guards had even reached the bottom, they caught sight of a massive corpse. They possessed torches, which, upon igniting, revealed the prince's armor at the cave's depths. "Do not panic. This earth dragon must have been slain by Yin Chu," one of them whispered. "The prince may very well be unharmed. We must hasten to find them. No, these two are far too close. They could be male and female. If we encounter that creature in the insect tunnel, we are doomed. Then what shall we do? Wait for reinforcements." Chapter 140. The scent of conspiracy, however, before long, they were greeted by the very earth dragon they had just battled, upon which a number of demons were seated, causing them to hastily conceal themselves within the dragon's corpse. The earth dragon halted before its fallen comrade, and the demons surveyed the surroundings before directing the dragon to squeeze past the body of its deceased companion, burrowing into the tunnel ahead. "What should we do now? This is rather unusual. We should cautiously follow to investigate." After recovering, Zhu Chun resolved to further explore the insect tunnel, yet he could not resist retrieving the parchment once more. Utilizing the faint glow of Yin Chu's yellow blade to examine it, Zhu Chun may not have excelled in literary comprehension, but his ability to read maps was unaffected. He quickly discerned that the intricate lines on the paper resembled a map, clearly marking the locations of their outposts and strongholds. However, this map was evidently incomplete, as the intersecting black lines extended to the edges of the parchment, suggesting they continued outward. Zhu Qian furrowed his brow at the sight of these black lines. The positions of the outposts and strongholds were precise, yet these lines were clearly not representative of surface features. Connecting his current location in the insect tunnel with the positions indicated, he swiftly deduced that these black lines represented the distribution of the insect tunnels. If the black lines depicted the subterranean insect tunnels, then what could the black circles at the outpost location signify? Insect tunnels? And what of the spiral pattern at the stronghold location? Surrounding that spiral pattern were black circles. A sense of foreboding surged within Zhu Chun. He felt this was not the time for solitary exploration. He must return to the surface immediately and report this matter to the commander at the main camp. As he prepared to retrace his steps through the insect tunnel, he was met once more by the sound of rustling ahead. Zhu Chun firmly gripped the hilt of his blade and focused his gaze. He noticed a soil dragon emerging along the path he had taken. Accompanying this soil dragon were swarms of luminous insects and a multitude of demon soldiers densely clustered above its head. While Zhu Chun was unaware of many details, he could discern that the foremost demon soldier was a striking figure. Its body was a deep blackish hue, crowned with a singular horn, and adorned with a row of long, whip-like tendrils extending from its arms, each tip bristling with sharp, venomous spines. This appearance was unmistakable to Zhu Chun. It was a bona fide demon cultivator known as the Black Stinging Demon, newly hatched. A black stinging demon possesses foundational cultivation strength, and as it matures, it gradually ascends to the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm before reaching its full potential. Observing the considerable size of this black, stinging demon made Zhu Chun swallow hard, prompting him to turn and flee with great urgency. In truth, the classification of demon cultivators ranges from low to high, encompassing 6 major realms: common demon, minor demon, major demon, earth demon, heaven demon, and saint demon, the specifics of which bear a striking resemblance to the 6 realms of humanity. It remains uncertain whether there exists any correlation between the two. Thus, it is not inappropriate for humanity to employ their own realms to categorize demon cultivators. The sole distinction lies in the fact that each major realm of humanity is subdivided into 4 minor realms, whereas each major realm of demons is divided into only 3 minor realms. Among the black stinging demons, there exist 2 categories. One that can evolve into a junior earth demon, known as black stinging luo, and another that can only advance to a mid-level major demon, simply referred to as black stinging. The differentiation lies in the coloration of the spines. Solid black spines denote black stinging, while variegated spines indicate black stinging luo. Within the black stinging demon clan, the majority are, in fact, black stinging, as the subtle distinction often goes unnoticed, leading to their general classification as a demon race capable of reaching the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. Humanity's understanding of the demon race remains woefully inadequate. Chapter 141. Rescuing the black stinging demon perched atop the soil dragon was merely a black stinging. The earth demons were currently stationed deep within the demon forest, awaiting orders. Should humanity brazenly dispatch cultivators of the nascent soul realm or higher, the earth demons would join the fray, significantly diminishing the impact of the conflict for both common demons and humans alike. However, the costs and losses incurred would be beyond comparison. In a state of confusion, Zhu Chun fled frantically, adhering to the route etched in his memory, determined to reach the next exit. After a considerable distance, a sudden brightness ahead revealed yet another squad of demon soldiers. Swarms of luminous insects flitted around the demon soldiers, and with keen eyes, Zhu Chun spotted 4 captured Imperial guards. The foremost among them was a creature with a serpent's head and a humanoid body, bearing a countenance that was half human, half snake. Its appearance starkly contrasted with those of the surrounding demon soldiers, indicating it was likely not a benign entity. They were advancing in Zhu Chun's direction, without a moment's hesitation. Realizing that the pursuers behind him were likely formidable mid-stage nascent soul demon cultivators, he pressed on, hand firmly gripping the hilt of his blade, maintaining his pace. Simultaneously, he drew forth a 3-edged dart and hurled it towards the serpent-headed demon and its surrounding soldiers. Thud, thud, thud. The common demons fell victim to the assault. However, the speed of the thrown darts paled in comparison to that of the black arrows, which were deftly intercepted by the serpent-headed creature. Just as it deflected the darts, a gleaming long blade hurtled toward it, which it narrowly avoided, only to be met with a second, pale yellow long blade. It quickly raised its left hand to block while its right hand unleashed a ferocious claw. The blade's trajectory unexpectedly shifted from a cleave to a slash, slicing through and embedding itself in its neck. Simultaneously, its claw viciously pierced Zhu Chun's waist. Crack! The sound of metal scraping echoed through the air. Zhu Chun paid no heed to the claw that struck at his waist. With both hands firmly grasping the hilt of his blade, he exerted tremendous force. A sharp sizzle rang out as the serpent-headed demon was finally cleaved in two, its severed head rolling away, eyes wide with disbelief. The remaining injured yet unvanquished lesser demons immediately scurried away on all fours, only to be struck down by the concealed weapons hurled by Zhu Chun. Collapsing one after another, under the illumination of the luminous insects, the 4 Imperial guards finally discerned the identity of the newcomer, an occurrence that defied all logic, leaving their minds in a state of bewilderment. "What on earth is happening? Run!" Zhu Chun shouted as he sprinted forward. His physical resilience was already commendable, and with the protection of his treasured attire, the earlier claw had failed to inflict any harm. The 4 guards, though confused, quickly followed suit, hastily swallowing their foundational pills as they ran. Although the effects of the pills began to restore their true energy slightly, their speed, being merely at the late stage of foundation establishment, could not compare to Zhu Chun's. He was acutely aware that if the demon cultivator on the Earth Dragon truly possessed nascent soul capabilities, then their brief skirmish would undoubtedly have caught its attention, especially since the path was now a straight shot. But what choice did he have now? Should he retreat into the mud? He dared not take that risk. The previous action had been a last resort. If discovered, he would find himself in an inescapable predicament. According to the map, if he continued forward, he would reach a crossroads, yet the nearest exit lay at a guard station, and based on the steps he had mentally noted, there was still a considerable distance to cover. Given the speed of the 4, they would undoubtedly be outpaced by the Earth Dragon. Gritting his teeth, he suddenly came to a halt, drawing forth his black bow and knocking the last black arrow. "Go ahead. I will catch up shortly," he commanded. Yes, the Imperial guards, still in a state of confusion, hurriedly followed. Who had just claimed that the prince should not lead the charge into battle? Chapter 142. A chance encounter. After dispatching his subordinates, Zhu Chun took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and silently attuned himself to the scattered points of light in the depths of the insect path. Then, he slowly raised his bow, seamlessly knocking the arrow and drawing the string back. Whoosh! The black arrow was released, and Zhu Chun immediately turned to flee. This time, he was resolute in his decision not to fire a second arrow. In such circumstances, injuring his hand for an extended period was no trivial matter. He dashed past his 4 subordinates, calling out, "When we reach the crossroads ahead, take an immediate right turn." The 4 uttered no further words, exerting all their strength to keep up. Zhu Chun's intention with that arrow was to hinder the demon cultivator, granting himself and his 4 subordinates more time to escape. Without the luminous insects accompanying them, once they entered the crossroads, they would at least have a 50% chance of evading the black stinging demon. However, in reality, he achieved more than just a delay. The black stinging demon sensed an impending threat approaching and, confident in its own strength, raised its hand to block. Yet, Zhu Chun's black bow and arrow were artifacts of the 3rd rank and above, transforming the arrow into a streak of light that the demon failed to catch. Coupled with its own substantial physical strength, the arrow struck home, tearing a massive gash in its chest, blood and flesh erupting forth. Crimson-black blood gushed out like a spring, and the black stinging demon, momentarily blinded, plummeted from the head of the Earth Dragon, which subsequently crushed it beneath its bulk. This incident sent the demon into a state of panic. The subordinate lower demon, the Earth Pig demon, who was supposed to bring them maps, has mysteriously vanished, and now the Black Stinger demon among the 10 demons has met its demise. In truth, there are no canine demon clans among them. Otherwise, they would have noticed that the Earth Pig demon they sought had just been crushed by the Earth Dragon they rode upon. The remaining demon soldiers, bereft of leadership, found themselves at a loss, unable to retreat or advance, frantically searching beneath the Earth Dragon for their leader. By the time they finally located the Black Stinger demon, it was already lifeless. A group of demon soldiers stood frozen in shock. In fact, surrounding the fortress built by the Wind Kingdom, only 10 great demons had been dispatched, comprising 1 superior demon, 3 intermediate demons, and 6 lower ones. Zhu Qin's 3 arrows and 1 blade had swiftly dealt with 3 great demons. Notably, only the arrogant Black Stinger demon was an intermediate demon. At this moment, the frontline royal soldiers had already come under attack. These 3 great demons had been sent here to intercept the fleeing royal soldiers, yet unexpectedly, they had all perished. Upon reaching a crossroads, sensing that the Earth Dragon behind them had ceased its movements, Zhu Qin finally exhaled a sigh of relief. When his 4 subordinates caught up, he led them towards the exit. He felt a tingling in his right hand, but this time, he should recover soon. Your Highness, is that you? In the enveloping darkness, several royal attendants began to feel a sense of trepidation. Zhu Qin replied with a huff, It is not, Your Highness. How is it that you are so formidable? Zhu Qin pondered for a moment before fabricating a story, saying, as intermediate royal attendants, you should have heard that this prince once accidentally entered the realm of chaos. The realm of chaos, indeed. The 4 responded with varied tones, indicating that not all were aware. However, this suggested that the royal family's secrets were still somewhat preserved. Yet, how did the word get out that the eldest prince was illiterate, to the extent that even the Grady knew of it? Zhu Qin cleared his throat and continued his fabrication. In the realm of chaos, I encountered the god of night, who told me that the world would fall into chaos, and I would be the enlightened ruler to end the turmoil. Thus, he bestowed divine power upon me and guided me out of the realm of chaos. The god of night? Is that not the legendary creator god? Zhu Qin was taken aback. In his eagerness to make his tale believable, he had unwittingly uttered the name of the deity worshipped by the Night Clan, who was considered an evil god. Yet, he hadn't anticipated that this god actually existed and was, according to legend, the creator god. What then of the colossal golden bones found in the territory of the Night Clan? Could they truly be the remains of the god of night? Zhu Qin resolved to investigate the matter further upon his return. Once we are outside, do not speak recklessly. If you perform well, you shall become my trusted confidants in the future. Do you understand? Despite his musings, Zhu Qin still issued a stern warning. Yes, we will certainly pledge our lives to follow His Highness the eldest prince. Nevertheless, their pace was not slow. Zhu Qin merely adjusted his speed slightly to match theirs. Suddenly, Zhu Qin halted. What is it? The 4 royal attendants stopped nervously. Zhu Qin furrowed his brow and said, Did you not feel the ground tremble a moment ago? Could it be that there are earthworms burrowing towards the surface nearby? Zhu Qin shook his head and said, That doesn't seem right. We must return to the surface at once. At this moment, the demon race had launched a full-scale assault on the surface. The outposts were losing contact one by one, and Zhu Qin's royal guards had fled back to the main camp to report. Just as Cha Bo received the alarming news that the prince had been swallowed by an earthworm, he was utterly terrified and was about to lead his troops personally when the ground suddenly trembled violently. Dozens of earthworms, gaping wide their jaws, devoured the soil, accompanied by demon soldiers, bursting forth from the ground surrounding the main camp, encircling them. Cha Bo had no choice but to quickly organize a defense, yet he then witnessed the ground suddenly collapse extensively around the fortress. Soldiers who had no time to escape plummeted into the abyss along with the fortress. The quality of the royal soldiers was indeed exceptional. Even in such a dire situation, they remained composed, though their formations became disordered. While Cha Bo directed the troops to regroup, he did not hesitate to expend his vital energy. Brandishing his sword against the encroaching earthworms, that moment, a sudden lunge from a curved-toothed demon intercepted his sword energy, and a fierce battle ensued. The growth potential of the curved-toothed demon reached that of an advanced demon, with a humanoid form covered in silver scales, bearing twin horns on its head, and sharp pincers by its mouth that could extend and exert tremendous biting force, often catching its prey off guard until death. Its limbs resembled those of a bird, with retractable claws as hard as third-grade precious artifacts, capable of regeneration even after being severed. Possessing innate fire attributes, the one that appeared here was a robust curved-toothed demon in its prime. Almost simultaneously, 10 fortresses constructed by the human race, still in their formative stages, sank into the abyss without exception. However, at an earlier moment, having retreated to the second line after a series of battles, the royal troop had already been decimated to a mere remnant, now scattered and retreating in hiding. Unbeknownst to them, in their attempts to conceal themselves, they had been led into a preset route by a small number of demon soldiers, where an ambush awaited that would spell their utter annihilation. As for sending messages, the outposts were the first to be attacked. Where would the messages come from? When Zhu Chen finally returned to the surface, he found that there was still quite a distance to the main camp. While soaring through the air, he tossed the exhausted royal guards upwards, managing to bring 4 of them to the surface. Those 4 were profoundly grateful to Zhu Chen, who, unlike them, bore the responsibility and duty of protection. He could have disregarded their fates, yet he risked his own safety to ensure their rescue. Such kindness was beyond repayment. However, upon reaching the surface, Zhu Chen was taken aback, for he sensed a multitude of chaotic auras surrounding him. These energies emanated from the demon soldiers lying in ambush beneath the mud. Seeing that their commander had not emerged from the worm tunnel, but rather 5 humans had, the demon race was taken aback, and arrows began to rain down upon them. In truth, while the demon race possessed sophisticated battle tactics, their common soldiers lacked quality. Any semblance of discipline was merely a result of the oppressive might of the higher demons. Faced with unexpected circumstances, they promptly lost their composure. Zhu Chen defended himself for a time, only to find that the feeble arrows aimed at him were so weak they could barely pierce his skin, let alone breach the precious garments he wore. With his arm having largely recovered from the earlier exertion, Zhu Chen swiftly brandished his long knife and struck towards the direction of the arrows. The 4 royal guards were not idle either, closely trailing Zhu Chen's pace as they charged into battle together. Although Zhu Chen often boasted of his early-stage golden core strength, this was merely a comparison of his physical prowess against the enhanced capabilities afforded to cultivators. However, while his vital energy would eventually deplete, Zhu Chen expended none. Even if he did tire, such energy expenditure was negligible compared to that of his peers. Moreover, his body continuously healed itself at a minuscule rate, endowing him with remarkable endurance. The demon soldiers surged forth relentlessly, yet Zhu Chen's relentless slashing showed no signs of abating. This onslaught continued until sunset and deep into the night. Not a single demon soldier ordered to guard this place dared to flee. The royal guards had long since exhausted their foundational pills, panting heavily as they leaned against one another, their eyes transfixed on the prince as he cut down the final 100 demon soldiers under the moonlight, their limbs trembling involuntarily. Under the moon's glow, the forest was littered with corpses, many hanging from the trees. Blood pooled together, showing no signs of drying, gradually forming a river of crimson. The acrid scent of blood mingled with the stench of excrement and earth, incessantly assaulting the royal guard's senses. For reasons unknown, they felt an overwhelming urge to kneel in reverence. While the chaos of war remained uncertain, what lay before them was unmistakably a statue of an unyielding war god. As the last demon soldier fell beneath Zhu Chen's blade, he stood drenched in blood, approaching the 4 royal guards with a broad grin, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Suddenly, with an unexpected synchrony, the 4 royal guards knelt down. Zhu Chen was momentarily taken aback, asking, "What are you doing?" The royal guards, on the verge of tears, had never witnessed such a spectacle. The demon soldiers were no weaklings. There were at least several thousand, including many at the foundational level. For one man to slay such a vast number, surely a nascent soul must have intervened. Yet the nascent soul strikes would be sweeping and devastating, not a singular, methodical chopping as the crown prince had done. The demon race, too, bore grievances. Without a demon commander issuing orders, they would never dare to stray. Most infuriating was that towards the end, it was an unruly howler demon that, instead of joining the fray, merely bellowed incessantly, driving the remaining demon soldiers into a frenzy, ultimately leading to its own demise. Zhu Chen and the royal guards took a brief respite when suddenly the ground trembled. Drawing his knife, he stood up to find a contingent of royal soldiers mounted on armored camels. Recognizing the leader as the commander of the 3rd Legion, Zhu Chen approached. Upon seeing the battlefield strewn with corpses, the royal soldiers were momentarily stunned. Zhu Chen sheathed his knife and stepped forward. Suddenly, a cacophony of hoarse whinnies erupted as a purple steed emerged from the ranks. The bewildered expressions of the royal soldiers suggested they had not noticed the horse mingling among them. Zhu Chen chuckled, stroking the purple horse's neck, pondering whether it recognized the attire or the individuals, prompting it to follow them. "Who are you?" The commander, clearly injured, regarded Zhu Chen with caution, though he soon relaxed slightly upon noticing the 4 individuals clad in royal soldier uniforms behind him. Juching suddenly recalled that he had removed his armor. He wiped his face, but the more he wiped, the dirtier it became. Thus, as he fished a token from his bosom, he declared, "I am the Commander Lu Per." Upon hearing the name Lu Per, Chashing felt a slight relaxation, yet he squinted at Juching's token with a hint of suspicion, remarking, "Although your token seems somewhat familiar, it is not the Commander's token." Juching, taken aback, hurriedly returned the token and retrieved another, stating, "I mistakenly took the wrong one earlier. This should be the correct one, right?" Chashing scrutinized Juching with curiosity. His vague features and voice seemed accurate enough. Suddenly, he noticed the bow and arrows on Juching's back, which had been overlooked in the darkness, thus dispelling his doubts. "General Bao." At that moment, a soldier resembling a deputy rushed over, saying, "We have examined the bodies. They are all those of the demon soldiers, with knife wounds. And the injuries appear to have been inflicted primarily by blades forged from yellow crystal." As he spoke, he cast a glance at the sword at Juching's waist. Swallowing hard, the sword, lacking a sheath, was carelessly tucked in, making it easily visible. Juching cleared his throat, glancing at the irregular wounds on the commander's body, and inquired, "Were you attacked by the demon clan?" After hearing the report, Chashing regarded Juching's sword and the blood that stained him, his expression wavering between uncertainty and concern, yet he could not help but nod sadly. "We were pursued all the way to this location." Juching asked in astonishment, "Where are the pursuers? How far behind are they?" At this, the commander was taken aback, but he soon spoke with a measure of confusion. "By all accounts, they should be closing in quickly." Juching furrowed his brow, surveying the multitude of demon corpses strewn about, feeling an unsettling sense that they had fallen into a trap. Growing anxious, he urged, "We should hasten back to the main camp." Agreed. The troop did not return to the camp until dawn, only to be greeted by a vast, gaping pit. Surrounding the pit lay a ring of insect tunnels and a multitude of corpses. Gazing at the pit and the tunnels and recalling the map, Juching finally comprehended the demon's intentions. He had previously harbored concerns that the strategies of the human race were perhaps overly simplistic, yet he had always assumed the demon clan to be mere humanoid beasts. Given that their journey had been relatively smooth, he dismissed any larger issues. However, the demons, whom he regarded merely as beasts, displayed such cunning. In contrast, the actions of the human race seemed to pale in comparison. What could be said of exterminating demons now? Upon inspecting the bodies, it became evident that most were human, with a smaller number being demons. Chashing, after searching the vicinity for quite some time, finally discovered signs of a battle that appeared to be at the golden core perfection level. "Can you discern anything?" Juching inquired, carefully observing the surroundings. The trees had been utterly devastated, the ground was riddled with craters, and numerous enormous sword scars marred the earth. Chashing shook his head and replied, "The demon clan holds a slight advantage over our general." "General, there are still survivors here," a soldier shouted from nearby. Juching and Chashing immediately ran over to investigate. The individual was found beneath a pile of corpses. One leg grotesquely twisted, yet he was a foundational soldier who, after consuming a foundational recovery pill, regained a modicum of strength. Chapter 146. The map. Juching inquired directly, "What of the others? What has become of General Cha Bo?" The wounded soldier replied, "General Cha Bo, accompanied by a detachment of imperial soldiers, broke through the encirclement and has gone to report to Feng Fortress." That demon general spoke, declaring that the obstacles have been removed, and they will commence their assault on the border wall in 5 days. Juching and Cha Sheng sprang to their feet in unison. An attack on the border wall in 5 days? What of the demon soldiers here? In which direction have they retreated? They have returned underground. Exchanging glances, Cha Sheng declared, "We must return immediately." Juching nodded. Although the nature of the demon scheme remained unclear, once the enemy was at the gates, the mortal soldiers left behind without supplies would inevitably be worn down. Yet, Juching harbored some doubts. A desert lay between them and the border wall when they had ridden on armored camels. It had taken them 6 days to reach the edge of the demon forest. If Cha Bo, with his golden core strength, raced ahead with elixirs at his disposal, it was indeed plausible for him to arrive at the border wall in 2 days. However, if the demons intended to besiege the city, they would surely require supplies. Could they maintain such speed? Could they truly assault the city in 5 days? Moreover, after their conversation, they had not directly headed towards the border wall, but rather returned underground. Unless they possessed immense confidence to breach the border wall in one fell swoop, sustaining themselves through battle. Or perhaps Juching suddenly recalled the map. At that moment, the forest quaked once more. On high alert, they were met by a group of armored imperial soldiers emerging from the fray. Their numbers were considerable, yet the front line bore no signs of a commanding general. Upon their arrival, they stood transfixed before the massive pit. "Which regiment do you belong to? Where is your commanding general?" Cha Sheng inquired. "We are from the 5th Legion. Our commander has fallen in battle." After a brief exchange, they learned that they too had been relentlessly pursued. While fleeing, they had passed through an area strewn with the corpses of demon soldiers, only to discover that their pursuers had vanished. They then made their way towards the main camp. Upon hearing this, Zhu Chun contemplated a possibility. Could it be that those demon soldiers had driven several detachments of imperial soldiers along a single route? He produced the map and candidly shared with Cha Sheng what he had witnessed underground. He posited that the serpent-headed creature was likely a golden core demon cultivator, and the external demon soldiers had been engaged for so long due to the absence of a commander. Cha Sheng, unaware of Zhu Chen's identity and ignorant of the force required to draw the black bow, assumed it to be a superior artifact. He inhaled sharply and remarked, "If my memory serves me right, that pig-like creature bore 4 tusks. It must be an adult earth pig demon, possessing early golden core strength. As for the serpent-headed one, known as the split serpent demon, it too likely has early golden core strength. And that black stinging demon you shot an arrow at, how is it that it failed to catch up later? Could it have been injured by your shot?" Zhu Chen smiled wryly. "How should I know? This is hardly the time for such discussions." Suddenly, he recalled another pressing matter and insisted, "Furthermore, take a look at the edge of this map." Cha Sheng examined it, frowning. "What is it?" "This map, save for the southern route, shows no sign of halting in the eastern, western, or northern tunnels. And here lies the edge of the demon forest." Zhu Chun pointed to the map. Cha Sheng was taken aback. "Are you suggesting?" Zhu Chun nodded. "Now we should be able to experience it for ourselves. Although most of the demon race appears woefully dim-witted, their true commanders are indeed cunning and resourceful. Thus, their sudden utterance of human speech regarding an attack in 5 days may very well pose significant issues. What is most concerning is the possibility of these insect tunnels. Traversing the desert is one thing, but if they breach the border wall..." Chapter 147. The prince facing grim prospects. Cha Sheng suddenly realized the gravity of the situation, stamping his foot in agitation. We must inform them immediately." However, he was injured, and Zhu Chun lacked any lightness techniques. Even with utmost speed, he could not surpass Ziguang. After pondering for a moment, Zhu Chun said, "Ziguang's pace can at best reach the border wall in 3 days, but it is possible that scattered troops may return here, necessitating someone to assist them. Can you ride Ziguang back?" As he spoke, he patted Ziguang. Cha Sheng gritted his teeth. "I can, but it is utterly unsafe for you to remain here. Still that I am uninjured and capable of self-protection. You should set out with this map first. Choose someone among the royal soldiers to take charge of the return. We cannot afford any delays." "Understood." Recognizing the gravity of the matter, Cha Sheng wasted no time, designating a leader among the soldiers, and took a bag of Ziguang's specialized provisions along with a water pouch, mounting his horse and galloping away. The remaining royal soldiers, disregarding their exhaustion, began their retreat. 4 royal attendants were reluctant to leave, yet Zhu Chun urged them to depart, with no other reason than that their presence here would be of little use and could indeed become a liability. Simultaneously, Cha Bo was sprinting with all his might across the desert. Thanks to the dual moons above, he did not need to worry about losing his way. Not far behind him trailed a sparse group of several hundred, whose pace paled in comparison to Cha Bo's. A few royal attendants mingled within, their brows furrowed in distress. It seemed the eldest prince faced a dire fate. However, under such circumstances, there was no possibility of returning to search for him. They were merely ordinary royal attendants, with only a handful being mid-tier. Upon returning, they might not even have their lives to recount, and any punishment, however light, could strip them of their clan name. After Zhu Chun handed the map to Cha Sheng, he found the image of the map indelibly imprinted in his mind. At times, he truly wondered why, despite being sensitive to shapes, he could never comprehend the written word. Recalling what the Gaiji had said back in the day, could it be that he too possessed the talent to become a pattern master? With the thought of Ji, a wave of inexplicable sorrow washed over him, and he shook his head, unwilling to dwell on another name. He began his practice at the edge of the vast black hole in the main camp. After a while, indeed, 2 more squads of royal soldiers arrived, and Zhu Chun directed them to immediately return to Feng Fortress. Thus, although the 4 external regiments of royal soldiers suffered considerable casualties, some managed to escape. Under Zhu Chen's guidance, the regiments retreated one after another. Although he was reluctant to return in such a manner, he recognized that his strength was still insufficient, and remaining here was decidedly unwise. Therefore, He returned alongside the last regiment to Feng Fortress. Upon his return, Chabo immediately communicated with all fronts in the southern territories of the two dynasties. Soon, the echoes returned. Additionally, there were reports from the remnants of Tianyan's Yugua, Dai's Yinghua, and Baigua, all conveying a consistent message. The demon tribe was poised to attack the city imminently, though no specific date was provided. The remaining 6 nations along the border remained silent. Given that their battle tactics were largely similar, it was feared that the situation was dire. The border nations began urgently gathering more forces to rush to the city walls, while the imperial domain, despite having reserve troops, also commenced recruiting soldiers from across the court. However, distant reinforcements could not alleviate immediate peril. Apart from the troops from the border nations, the imperial domain's reinforcements could not arrive in time. During the report, Chabo dared not conceal the fact that the crown prince had gone missing in the demon forest. Upon receiving the news, chaos quietly ensued within the imperial city. Chapter 148. The news: the Emperor of Tianyan, disregarding the imminent threat, dispatched an order for Chabwa to return to the imperial city to report this matter. The empress secretly rejoiced, as the crown prince had ventured with the vassal. In such circumstances, he was as good as dead. This way, his demise would be thorough and leave no trace. Within the Qinli residence, Hanli also heard the news. Ignoring Kashing's gloating and Keegan's gossip, she clenched her fists in silence, fervently hoping that it was merely a case of simple disappearance, praying for a miracle to occur. In response to the impending assault of the demon soldiers, the Emperor of Tianyan remained calm, while the commanders of the border nations were in a state of panic. Besides hastening the dispatch of reinforcements, they also offered substantial rewards to gather all available Golden Core experts to the southern frontier. Just as Chabwa was gazing into the sandy expanse, about to be escorted back to the imperial city, the second messenger from Fengqing riding a purple steed returned. Spotting that purple figure from a distance, Chabwa was momentarily stunned, then suddenly overwhelmed with joy. That was the prince's steed. Without a second thought, he swiftly leaped down from the city wall to greet the rider. As the figure drew nearer, he realized it was not the crown prince of Tianyan, but Chasheng. Chasheng tumbled down from his horse, having sustained serious injuries. Staggering, he handed over a carefully wrapped map to Chabwa, exclaiming urgently, "This is part of the demon tribe's wormhole map. We now suspect they have used the wormhole to come directly, and they might even breach the city wall from beneath." Chabwa was taken aback, opening the map and scrutinizing it thoroughly. Where did this map come from? What of the steed's owner? Chasheng, puzzled by the urgency of the inquiry regarding the horse's owner, replied, "This map was given to me by General Yopa. This time, we truly owe our survival to him for annihilating the demon soldiers hidden in ambush. Otherwise, Liopa? Isn't that a pseudonym for Yuchun?" Although unaware of how he had obtained the demon map and vanquished the ambush soldiers, this at least proved that he was still alive. But what of General Yopa? Chabwa exclaimed, gripping Chasheng's shoulders in excitement. He must have remained behind to see if any other troops survived. They should be en route now. You must quickly discuss the matter of the wormhole. Chasheng, growing anxious, pondered the likelihood that Liopa was protected by the vassal, and that the crown prince did not appear to be an ordinary individual. Nodding in agreement, he promptly returned to the city with Chabwa and the purple steed. Chasheng, injured, went directly to receive treatment, while the steed, exhausted, was taken to rest and recuperate. After careful consideration and deliberation, the envoy promptly reported to the imperial city. News began to flow in from the imperial city. The crown prince had successfully led a campaign to annihilate a significant number of demon soldiers who were preparing to ambush the imperial troops, and had even intercepted a portion of the demon clan's map. According to the map, it was highly probable that the demons had excavated a tunnel towards the border wall. Furthermore, after sending a message, the crown prince did not return directly but chose to remain in the demon forest to assist the scattered troops, who are now likely on their way back. The atmosphere in the imperial city became electrified. Despite the crown prince's seemingly meager cultivation, potentially the weakest presence in the entire border wall and demon forest, he had stepped forth to vanquish the ambushing demon soldiers, and even chose to stay behind to support any surviving troops. Although many maintained a skeptical attitude, believing that the envoy was merely trying to mitigate punishment, a fervent minority was stirred to excitement. The empress was among the majority, contemplating that the map might indeed be authentic, yet she firmly believed that the envoy had fabricated the narrative surrounding its delivery. Chapter 149. The emergence of the nascent soul. Regardless, the pressing matter at hand was to withstand the demon's assault, whether for the sake of the dynasty or for the crown prince en route. After much deliberation, the twin sovereigns resolved, despite the considerable cost, to summon and dispatch nascent soul cultivators to all locations except for the few bordering cities directly under their control, as for the prospect of tunneling through the border wall? At this juncture, they could no longer contain the escalation of war. With the emergence of the nascent soul, the true man of Zhengtian actively sent forth several idle nascent souls from the law hall nearby. These nascent souls essentially provided free services, exhibiting more generosity than half-royal nascent souls, and this event would be recounted as a tale of valor for a long time to come. Upon their arrival at the border wall, the earth element nascent souls immediately melded into the soil, attuning themselves to the subterranean changes. As days passed, the 5th day arrived. The time taken for the nascent souls to be summoned and positioned was merely a single day. Naturally, those from distant locations could not arrive in time. The desert lay in a tranquil state, yet beneath the surface, occasional faint tremors were felt. Soldiers stood vigilant at the border wall. The new and old commanders paced anxiously, some occasionally kneeling to listen intently, while others gazed distantly at the boundless desert. Suddenly, the underground tremors grew more frequent and pronounced. With the nascent souls engaged in battle, the soldiers were utterly bewildered, while the commanders were filled with excitement, lamenting their inability to witness the grandeur of the conflict firsthand. These tremors persisted for the better part of the day before finally subsiding. The commanders felt inexplicably confident about the situation. After all, those participating were great sages of the nascent soul. With a mere flick of their fingers, they could sway the tide of battle. How could they lack confidence? Then the battle report came in. The demon soldiers had indeed been repelled. However, due to the subterranean depths, the specific outcomes were challenging to assess. The earth dragons had indeed breached a passage through the border wall, yet their objectives were evidently elsewhere. The demons, despite their cunning, were surprisingly straightforward. Having genuinely traversed the border wall on the 5th day, it was fortuitous that the curved-toothed demon acted swiftly. Otherwise, this surprise attack by the demon clan could have resulted in yet another significant victory. The astute strategist of the demon race, the extraordinary demon, imparted to the demon generals the method of controlling the earth dragon through sheer mental prowess. This creature, the earth dragon, possesses 3 remarkable traits that remain unbeknownst to humanity. Firstly, it has long been considered a delicacy by many within the demon race. Secondly, its excretion is minimal. The more it consumes, the faster its body length increases. Yet, should its growth accelerate excessively, its lifespan would drastically shorten, leading to a swift demise. However, should its untimely end result from overgrowth, there exists a substantial likelihood that it will split into numerous smaller earth dragons. Consequently, deploying earth dragons in battle alleviates any concerns regarding supply. Fortunately, the earth dragons were timely obstructed at the walls. Had they infiltrated the heart of the 2 great empires and subsequently divided, it would not merely have been a matter for the Yuan Ing to handle. After the Yuan Ing cultivators intercepted the demon soldiers, they reinforced the earthen barriers beneath the walls. In light of this incident, should no further measures be taken to impede the earth dragons, those barriers would become as insubstantial as air. Setting aside the combat prowess of higher-level beings, if these demon soldiers were allowed to traverse freely into human territory, even with the protection of human elites, the relentless back and forth would surely exhaust them. A day after this skirmish, at Wind Fortress, the Imperial soldiers mounted on armored camels gradually returned. Although the messenger had mentioned the arduous nature of their journey, it was impossible to conceal the excitement coursing through Cha Sheng. An Imperial soldier, plucked from the ranks, could easily be considered an elite in their own right. It was not until the final battalion emerged that he finally spotted Zhu Qin's silhouette atop an armored camel. Chapter 150. The guarding river he hurried over, dropping to one knee with a resounding thud. The young general humbly welcomes the return of His Highness the Crown Prince. This gesture left Cha Sheng momentarily stunned, as did the soldiers accompanying Zhu Qin, the guards of Wind Fortress, and the previously arrived Imperial soldiers. Upon counting the returning troops, 4 battalions totaling over 5,000 soldiers and 2 commanders had returned. Despite sustaining considerable losses, few of the other Imperial forces along the route had survived to make it back. The news swiftly made its way back to the Imperial city. With numerous witnesses corroborating the events, the credibility of Cha Bo's report was effectively solidified. When the Empress received the news, she was tending to her flowers. Upon hearing her maid's report, she became so distracted that she accidentally cut her hand, causing blood to flow profusely. It was hardly a significant issue that Zhu Chun returned among the last group, for news of his survival had already reached her. However, the most incredulous piece of information within the report was that the prince had managed to break through encirclement thanks entirely to the protection of the Yin district. Furthermore, it was said that someone from the Yin district had perished in the attempt to save him. How could she possibly believe such a tale? Was it possible she had misjudged Zhu Chun? To eliminate Zhu Chun was a matter of profit, yet sparing him raised concerns. But those concerns would first depend on the degree of threat Zhu Chen posed. Hanli, upon hearing the impassioned report from Yin Yuan, clenched his small fists in excitement. Yet Kushang stood by, scoffing disdainfully, questioning how he could have returned without any protection. Just when everyone assumed the crown prince was poised for a glorious return to the imperial city, it became evident that he had no intention of doing so, nor did the Tianyin king express any desire to summon him back. What was Zhu Chen doing at that moment? He was directing the construction efforts along the guarding river. According to the assertions of the earth element Yuan-ing sages, deep beneath the ground along the walls, not far from the burrows excavated by the earth dragons, lay the rocky strata. Hence, as long as they continued to excavate down to the bedrock and introduce copious amounts of brine, the earth dragons would be rendered incapable of passage. As for the Tianhe River, its bed consists merely of a thin layer of sand, beneath which lies solid rock. The construction of Shuangqing was inherently designed to counter the potential incursions from the Tianhe, with specially installed barriers leading directly to the riverbed, rendering passage exceedingly difficult. Among the border troops, in addition to the existing superior forces stationed along the border walls, several Yuan-ing grandmasters have begun to occupy various fortifications. These individuals, accompanied by numerous Jin Dan period cultivators, do not belong to any particular army and rarely reveal themselves. They are dispatched specifically to defend against the higher echelons of the demon clan attempting to breach the defenses. However, upon their arrival, they promptly claim the most advantageous positions within the fortresses. Naturally, this did not apply to Feng Fortress, as it housed a royal family, specifically the Grand Prince Zhu Qian. Feng Fortress, being merely a stronghold, is undoubtedly less accommodating than Shuangqing. Nevertheless, Zhu Qian disregarded safety concerns and insisted on residing in the uppermost quarters of the fortress, much to the chagrin of the Yuan-ing grandmasters who were thus relegated to lower levels. The newly arrived Yuan-ing grandmaster, known as Ji Gan, who was in the mid-stage of Yuan-ing and specializes in earth-based cultivation, was one of the cultivators involved in the wall defense. Due to Zhu Chen's presence, Ji Gan harbored a lingering resentment. However, being of royal lineage, even the esteemed Gentian Zhenren would give him some measure of respect. What could Ji Gan, as a Yuan-ing, hope to achieve? Furthermore, since his arrival at Feng Fortress, he had sensed subtle fluctuations in the Tao energy emanating from above every night. This compelled him to knock on the Grand Prince's door several times, only to be met with harsh rebukes from Zhu Chen, who accused him of attempting to scare him away. Even the Jin Dan early-stage officer, Xiao Daojiang, came to intervene, assuring the prince that he would take care of the door and that there was no need for concern. Chapter 151. The intimidation of the demon clan. What is the significance of a Yuan-ing in relation to a Jin Dan? With a mere flick of his pressure, a Yuan-ing can render a perfected Jin Dan incapable of rising. Yet, this military-born Jin Dan had the audacity to challenge him inexplicably. Frustrated, Ji Gan decided to disregard the matter entirely in this stronghold devoid of royal lineage. Yuan-ing should have been revered figures, yet he found himself unfortunate enough to encounter a royal family that was overly domineering in his presence. He began to hope that some peculiar force might impart a lesson to the Grand Prince. However, as another month passed, the Grand Prince exhibited no signs of wrongdoing, and the demon clan remained unresponsive. The human faction grew increasingly restless. They dispatched 2 early-stage Yuan-ing grandmasters to investigate the situation within the demon forest. These individuals were not chosen lightly. One excelled in speed, while the other specialized in stealth and concealment. Yet, within just a few days, only the speedster returned. The returning Yuan-ing appeared somewhat disoriented. Before the awaiting grandmasters could inquire about the events, someone noticed an eye had inexplicably manifested on the back of his neck. The pupil rolled, and those present who beheld the eye simultaneously received a message in their minds. The superior cultivators who indiscriminately slay ordinary demons await retribution from the demon clan. After delivering this message, the eye receded into his skin, leaving no trace behind. Simultaneously, at the very moment the eye vanished completely, the returning cultivator fell silent, lifeless in an instant. The crowd stood in stunned silence for a moment, before they began to examine the area just above his nape where his eyes had appeared. Yet, whether through probing with spiritual energy or digging in search, no trace could be found. This revelation sparked a commotion within a limited circle, yet it did not immediately garner significant attention. Most deemed it merely a form of intimidation, a warning to the human race to refrain from encroaching upon the demon forest. Should the humans abstain from venturing into the demon forest? What means would the demon clan possess for retaliation, aside from a large-scale assault? Although this time they had suffered a considerable loss, the human race had nonetheless achieved remarkable victories. Moreover, given the demon clan's underhanded tactics and their lack of response after being bullied by the humans for a month, people began to think that perhaps the demon race was not as formidable as they had assumed. They surely must be enduring the deaths of so many of their kin due to their fear of humanity's might, preoccupied instead with digging pits underground. Furthermore, how could the demon clan possibly discern which of the Yuan Ing cultivators had struck them? Naturally, there were dissenting voices advocating for caution. However, the Yuan Ing sages directly involved treated the matter with indifference, leaving others with little recourse to voice their concerns. Wei Yuchen also caught wind of this news, and a wave of unease washed over him. Although he was not a Yuan Ing sage, he held the lives of many demons in his hands. Moreover, he had witnessed the maps drawn by the demon clan. While they had indeed invested considerable effort compared to the pride of humanity, it could not be denied that humans possessed far too little understanding of the demon clan. Following this, a few days of quiet ensued. The human race busied themselves with the mobilization of troops and devoted their energies to the construction of the border river fortifications. In truth, during the demon clan's assault on the humans, they inadvertently performed a service for them by creating a path to the demon forest. Although traversing such paths was fraught with peril, as long as the humans secured the other end of the path and allowed earth element cultivators to establish sturdy ventilation shafts along the way, they could utilize these paths for the transport of supplies to the demon forest. However, amidst the flurry of activity by the humans, a horrifying event unfolded. The earth element Yuan Ing cultivators who had participated in the assault on the mortals and demons began to take their own lives one after another. In the 152nd chapter, the faceless imperial soldiers, when the first individual perished, although some onlookers shouted that it was a retaliation from the demon clan, the majority scoffed at the notion. Despite the inexplicable nature of a Yuan Ing sage's suicide, it was evidently a case of self-inflicted death. Yet, 3 days later, when the second Yuan Ing cultivator unexpectedly took his own life during the night, the human race finally began to grasp the gravity of the situation. There had been 50 earth element sages guarding at the time, with the first 2 fatalities occurring in Ingwa and Bugwa, the very location of the twin cities. As the humans set about investigating, they simultaneously bolstered the defenses surrounding the other participants. In response, some sages fell silent, while others remained unconvinced. The adage great skill begets great boldness proved true in this instance. However, despite extensive investigations yielding no leads, the continued spate of suicides among several participants left the populace in a state of alarm. At Fengbao, the atmosphere grew increasingly heavy with concern for Gon. Initially, he had dismissed the demon clan's intimidation. Yet, as deaths spread and he witnessed the participants succumbing one after another, uncertainty gnawed at him, leaving him restless about when his turn might come. It is said that those great sages suddenly took their own lives in the depths of slumber, which led him to develop a fear of sleep. Instead, he opted for the practice of focusing on elixirs and meditating throughout the day. Although Zhu Chun felt a tinge of anxiety, he was not overly concerned. For he was merely a mortal, and even in terms of relative strength, he was only at the initial stage of the Golden Core. Despite possessing a fair number of demon lives this time, the demon clan clearly targeted the Yuan Ing cultivators who had acted on that day, which did not directly pertain to him. On this particular day, Zhu Chun completed his cultivation within his chambers and succumbed to sleep. However, this time, his rest was somewhat restless. In the midst of half-dreams and half-wakefulness, he sensed that something peculiar had infiltrated the stronghold. He began to awaken, quietly attuning his senses. Although he did not perceive any immediate threat, he still felt that something amiss had entered. He stealthily arose, slinging his quiver and black bow over his shoulder, and peered out of the stronghold's window. Noticing that no one was paying him any heed, he swiftly ascended to the rooftop. From this vantage point, the entire Wind Fortress lay before him, almost in its entirety. Zhu Chun possessed remarkable observational skills. Under the moonlight, he commenced a meticulous survey of his surroundings. Before long, he spotted Jean, who was meditating with a group of Golden Core cultivators beneath the stronghold. A smirk crossed his face. How ironic that a dignified Yuan Ing sage had been reduced to seeking solace among the Golden Core. Upon reflection, it was understandable. It had been half a month since the first suicide occurred, during which 7 more had followed suit. The dynasty was still investigating the causes of death, yet had not dispatched any higher-level cultivators, leaving the situation utterly desolate. Zhu Chun could not help but feel a pang of sympathy for them. Initially, when he entered the law hall, he had only heard tales of those high-level cultivators as divine beings. Yet now, it was evident that aside from their longevity, they were merely figures exploited mercilessly by the 2 great royal courts. However, among them, the Yuan Ing venerable under the banner of Zhang Tian had dutifully sought refuge at the position of Zhang Hu where Zhang Tian resided. The real plight lay with those Yuan cultivators under the imperial banner, or those who were wild practitioners. Lost in thought, Zhu Chun suddenly caught a flicker in his peripheral vision. Turning his gaze, he discovered it was merely an imperial soldier. Yet, as that soldier turned a corner and faced him, a chill ran down Zhu Chun's spine. Under the moonlight, the soldier's visage bore no features whatsoever. A demon? A demon masquerading as an imperial soldier. Zhu Chun tightened his grip on the bow, one hand reaching for an arrow, hesitating whether to shoot, for he knew nothing of the foe before him. At that moment, a single eye sprouted from the soldier's helmet, rolling about before fixing its gaze squarely upon Zhu Chun. They locked eyes. Zhu Chun was taken aback, disregarding everything else, hastily drawing an arrow. But before he could even nock it, the faceless soldier lunged toward him. Chapter 153. The aberrant demon. The single eye slid down from the helmet, standing upright on the face. Fixating intently on Zhu Chun, the wave of dread washed over him, and he instinctively grasped the bow, swinging it horizontally. However, the soldier twisted and surged toward his forehead. The elongated form of the soldier penetrated Zhu Chun's brow, causing him to lose control over his body. Remarkably, this all transpired without any significant commotion or fluctuations of vital energy. Jan merely shifted his head slightly and continued his meditation. Yet, Zhu Chun did not truly lose consciousness. His brow was not so easily breached. There remained the possibility of a golden light associated with the god of creation. The night. In that fleeting moment, Zhu Chun once again beheld that vast ocean of gold. The strip of imperial soldiers had just surged into the air above this golden expanse when a wave engulfed them in an instant, the lone eye tumbling amidst the towering surge. Its pupil filled with terror, soon losing focus. Control over his body returned once more, and a puddle of mud inexplicably fell from Zhu Chun's forehead. At that moment, the imperial soldier's assault on his brow had only just transpired. In truth, throughout the entire ordeal, it was merely a slight jolt to his form. Before he could even collapse, it seemed as though the assailant had already fallen. However, this time Zhu Chun paid no heed to the puddle of mud. Instead, he numbly extended his palm. Within his hand, an eye had inexplicably manifested. Zhu Chun was now utterly convinced that not only was his body resilient, but his soul's defenses were extraordinary, rendering him akin to a self-propelled fortress. This eye had inexplicably become his own, 1,000 miles of warmth delivered. Yet within this diminutive eye lay a vast reservoir of information. Firstly, the assailant was not a demon cultivator, but rather a creature known as a nightmare. A being not familiar to the territories of the human race, but originating from the depths of the demon forest. They fed on the mind and were adept at controlling dreams. They transformed into all beings whose dreams they had invaded, and even assumed the appearance of clothing, but notably, they lacked facial features. Thus, the forms they adopted were typically faceless. Nightmares excelled at concealment. As long as they ceased movement, they could be effortlessly overlooked. But why would these creatures, usually wandering within the depths of the demon forest, traverse the sand sea to invade human territories? The answer lay within that eye. Its master was the aberrant demon, as part of the demon race. They were not even considered demon cultivators, merely at the level of common demons. Yet, their numbers were scarce, and they seemed unable to reproduce, their lifespans remaining a mystery. Information regarding this was exceedingly vague. The aberrant demon was akin to a brain within the demon race, and during this demon forest war, they were the masterminds. The overall appearance of the aberrant demon was largely indistinguishable from that of humans, save for the singular eye positioned in the center of their forehead, filled entirely with sclera. When connected to the demon race, they could communicate telepathically with those demons who had willingly forged contracts with them, issuing commands from 1,000 miles away to orchestrate the entire situation. However, they were considerably less courteous towards other species. They could affix their aberrant eye to most low-intelligence beasts and monsters, thereby controlling their actions. In this possessed state, the eye appeared normal, much like a human eye, and whatever it beheld could convey simple thoughts directly. They also possessed the ability to read minds, fully extracting the memories of the host. This was why the demon race could accurately identify all participants. As for the nightmares, they were the means sought by the aberrant demon to control high-intelligence beings. Since nightmares were creatures of mental assault, yet lacked any true consciousness. Once the aberrant demon possessed a nightmare, they could exploit its abilities to invade the minds of human cultivators, seizing the moment when the humans were momentarily disoriented to control their bodies into committing suicide. Naturally, this approach became significantly simpler and more effective while the humans were asleep. Chapter 154. The aberrant eye. As for the previous nascent soul that had fled while being possessed by it, It was smoothly integrated into its mind after being rendered unconscious, enabling it to depart only after extracting all the knowledge it possessed. However, the moment the possession occurred, that cultivator had already commenced a gradual descent into death. Yet this time, the aberrant creature had truly met its demise. Although its initial objective was not Zhu Chun, the creature, feeling an intrusive gaze, opted to deal with him first. This seemingly trivial act ultimately cost it its life. Its true form remained deep within the demon forest, and the aberrant eye could have instantaneously returned to its original body at its will. Yet this time, it was inexplicably deprived of consciousness by Zhu Chun, transforming into a tool at his disposal. The aberrant eye was essentially a fragment of the aberrant creature's brain. Stripped of its intellect, the aberrant creature had no hope of survival. Zhu Chun had unwittingly stumbled upon a significant boon. He acquired a rather repulsive skill. With this ability, he could now summon the aberrant eye, which potentially resided within the previously lost golden ocean, into the palm of his hand at will. By touching the forehead of another with this aberrant eye, he could access the memories of the individual. However, the efficacy of this skill depended on both Zhu Chun's cultivation level and that of the target. Otherwise, he might only glean superficial information or irrelevant memory fragments. The most disturbing aspect was that the memory retrieval process would invariably leave the target in a state of ruin or death. Therefore, this was not a skill to be employed recklessly. For the time being, Zhu Chun had dubbed this ability with a straightforward name, Soul Search. Information regarding this soul search also manifested in Zhu Chun's mind, presumably originating from the aberrant eye's memories. Additionally, within the fragments of the aberrant eye's recollections, Zhu Chun stumbled upon another astonishing revelation. The human race had diligently purged the demon forest for several months, merely aiding the demon emperor in eliminating disobedient factions and facilitating a grand unification of the demon kin. As for the nature and cultivation level of the demon emperor, no information was provided. Moreover, there was a piece of relatively good news. The demon race, previously engaged in extensive tunneling through the earth, had suffered significant depletion of their matured earth dragons due to the interference and slaying by human nascent soul cultivators. Now, they could only await the gradual resurgence of their population. Meanwhile, deep within the remote demon forest, the demon kin were thrown into disarray. Among the 5 aberrant creatures controlling the nightmare, one suddenly perished, leaving the aberrant eye vacant and spewing forth copious amounts of brain fluid. There were merely 10 aberrant creatures in total, incapable of self-reproduction, surviving solely on the power granted by the demon emperor. They served as the demon emperor's strategists and the guiding leaders of the demon race. Yet, what could have encountered the aberrant creatures, causing them to perish so bizarrely without even a moment's notice? Regardless of the cause, the demon kin promptly ceased their retaliatory actions and began devising new plans. Thus, the mysterious deaths of the nascent soul masters came to an abrupt halt. However, not long after tranquility returned, the demon kin finally initiated their offensive. The demon race adopted a markedly organized approach, deploying numerous small demons riding upon flying beasts. They refrained from assaulting key border points, instead opting to harass the boundary walls. Occasionally, the demonic troops of the emerge from the sands of the desert, while the human race's protective river remains unfinished. Even if all the soldiers excavating the river are cultivators, intermingled with enslaved and a handful of, the sheer magnitude of the project renders swift progress an impossibility. As for their prior intervention was a last resort, with the royal family having expended an unknown cost to mobilize them from behind the scenes. Now, they merely need to hold their ground, refraining from laboring as mere laborers. Moreover, it was not long ago that they unleashed a peculiar form of retaliation. Whether there are level beings among the equivalent to remains uncertain, as none have been detected during the conflicts. In order for the human race to continue their construction with stability, they must incessantly deploy teams to engage with the amidst the sands. However, they have become remarkably elusive, employing methods unknown to linger in the desert. Initially, the humans suspected that they were hiding within hoping to capture them all, but after dispatching to investigate, no traces of were found within those tunnels. This conflict has persisted for a full 2 years. During this time, has become more willing to take action, albeit with nothing more than ordinary bows and arrows, loosing the occasional shot from behind his comrades to strike at minor. This repetitive endeavor has inadvertently earned him a considerable reputation, as his arrows are exceptionally accurate, capable of drawing a powerful bow that only those at the peak of can wield. In truth, exercises control over his strength, lightly releasing his shots, a task that requires considerable concentration, as a slight miscalculation could result in a broken bowstring. While the mortal body can indeed be enhanced without undergoing, the means are quite conventional. Through rigorous training, attributes his moderate display of capability to a combination of innate strength and diligent practice. However, he consistently keeps his power within the confines of his peak, as exceeding that threshold becomes increasingly difficult to explain. After 2 years of accumulation, senses he is on the brink of a breakthrough. He initially intended to linger on the battlefield until achieving this new realm before returning. But ultimately, he was summoned back by during his time in the, garnered a modicum of fame, becoming the first prince in the annals of the 2 great dynasties to remain on the battlefield without a thought of returning. And he is also the prince with the most formidable achievements. Upon returning to the capital with over 30 royal attendants, most of whom perished 2 years ago in those remaining have forged a bond with through their shared tumultuous experiences. Notably, the 4 royal attendants who had ventured underground during the latter stages of their foundation building possess a deeper understanding of his true prowess, and after these 2 years, they perceive him as an enigma. The journey back was tranquil, and anticipated that the audacious might have some surprises in store for him, yet he returned directly to the royal city. Upon his arrival, in high spirits, waved his hand generously. A reward of a second tier? A sum of 100,000 gold, and a ceiling of with this decree, the monthly allocation transformed from private use to a salary, amounting to 10,000 gold a month, an income 100 times greater than that of a mere prince. Having endured poverty for an extended period, Zhu Qian now fancied himself fortunate, until he recalled that the queen managed the royal treasury, from which a single item could easily be worth this amount, prompting him to regain some composure. Once everything was settled, Zhu Qian assumed that his affairs were concluded. However, the Emperor Tianyan summoned him to his study. In the study, only Zhu Qian and Emperor Tianyan sat across from one another. The emperor began, as the eldest prince of the Tianyan dynasty, you are ostensibly the direct heir to the throne. Yet, your inability to read has inexplicably added considerable pressure to your ascension. It is unexpected that while your literary skills may be lacking, your military prowess is commendable, even exhibiting a hint of martial strength. Thank you for your praise, Father Emperor. Zhu Qian, uncertain of the emperor's intentions, could only express his gratitude. The emperor waved his hand dismissively. Although your reputation has grown significantly from your exploits in the Shade Sea, which has somewhat muted the voices opposing your succession, for the royal family, martial ability is ultimately not the path to follow. I recall that prior to your entry into the Chaos Demon realm, you exhibited no difficulties with literacy. Over the past 2 years, I have tasked others with investigating your situation. While there are a few cases in the world akin to yours, we have not uncovered any useful information. Nonetheless, this matter requires your attention. As long as you can read normally, no one can undermine your position. Zhu Qian was taken aback that the emperor would specifically investigate these matters for him, and he recalled the records within the alien scrolls. However, considering that the writing in this world was inscribed on bamboo slips, reproducing them would be troublesome, likely akin to solitary volumes in the Yanbei Hall. It seemed that only bookish individuals would chance upon such texts. Thank you for your concern, Father Emperor, Zhu Qian remarked, suddenly feeling as though he had done nothing to warrant such insistence on his succession. He then ventured, Father, regarding the second prince, he is not suitable. The emperor frowned. He is excessively reliant on the queen, a fact I have overlooked. Moreover, you are the rightful first heir. Unless absolutely necessary, I do not wish to change my mind. Understood, Zhu Qian nodded. The purpose of my summons extends beyond this, the emperor continued. Regardless of whether the throne eventually belongs to you, as the eldest prince of Tianyan, there are certain royal secrets that you must come to know. Yes, Zhu Qian replied, curiosity piqued at the prospect of being summoned for such secrets. It was evident that the royal family, as mortals, had certain hidden cards that allowed them to maintain their position atop the dynasty. However, these cards were solely within the grasp of the successive Tianyan emperors. The emperor's initial words were startling. Do not be misled into thinking that cultivators are wholly beneficial. They are a double-edged sword. Among the multitude of cultivators, there are surely many who resist mortal governance. Fortunately, with the presence of Zhang Tian, those cultivators who are unaware of the true circumstances may disregard the royal court. Yet they cannot afford to disregard Zhang Tian. Father Emperor, I have heard that Zhang Tian Zhenren is affiliated with the royal court. Is that true? Zhu Qian recalled the words spoken by Han Li. The emperor pondered for a moment and replied, you must have heard that from the princess of Dait is not entirely accurate. However, it is perhaps for the best that you remain unaware of his affairs for now. As Zhu Qian pondered the mysteries surrounding Zhang Tian, he suddenly heard Tianyan Huang inquire, do you understand why our 2 great dynasties are compelled to unite against the demons? This was a matter that truly perplexed Zhu Qian, who uncertainly replied, is it for expansion? Tianyan Huang shook his head and remarked, what you speak of is merely a fragment of the truth. Are you aware of what dynasty preceded the dual sovereigns? Zhu Chen answered, "It was the Tai Huang dynasty." Tianyin Huang nodded and asked, "And what of the dynasty that came before Tai Huang?" At this, Zhu Chen found himself at a loss, for their calendar began with the first year of Tai Huang, and both dynasties claimed the rightful lineage of Tai Huang without establishing a new one. Before Zhu Chen could respond, Tianyin Huang continued, "The earliest known dynasty in this realm dates back 16,000 years to the Yi dynasty. Its existence in this world remains shrouded in mystery, as does its demise. However, according to records, the Milky Way is said to be the birthplace of the Yi dynasty." Why Yi dynasty? Zhu Chen felt an inexplicable quickening of his heartbeat as the name of the Night Clan, the creation deity He Yi, flashed through his mind. Could it be? Legends say that the Yi dynasty ruled this world for countless millennia before abruptly bringing about its own destruction. After an epoch of prolonged dominion, the world was plunged into 3,000 years of chaos, a period later referred to as the Era of Demons. It was not until the Age of Sovereigns commenced that peace was finally restored. As Tianyin Huang spoke, he gestured for Zhu Chen to proceed. Zhu Chen promptly filled a cup, and after Tianyin Huang took a sip, he asked, "Can you fathom what the Age of Sovereigns entailed?" Before Zhu Chen could respond, Tianyin Huang elaborated. "It is said that the human race, mortals and cultivators, represent two distinct species. The Age of Sovereigns was an era dominated by cultivators. They revered the strong, with each king possessing cultivation beyond the transformation god stage. These transformation god masters carved out territories, each ruling their own domain. Mortals, as the lowest tier of existence, lived in abject servitude, their lives hardly better than that of swine or dogs. The very name of this era suggested the presence of numerous kings. Were each of these kings indeed transformation gods? How many transformation gods existed? Zhu Chen found himself lost in thought. Had these transformation gods all perished from old age? Zhu Chen felt he had posed a foolish question, yet his curiosity remained piqued. If so many transformation gods had arisen in the past, why did it seem as though only Zhen Tian remained in the present? What force, aside from natural death, could annihilate such a multitude of transformation gods? No, Tianyin Huang directly refuted. The lifespan of a transformation god is an enigma, yet the Age of Sovereigns endured for over 8,000 years before it ultimately faced annihilation. Why? Zhu Chen inquired. Tianyin Huang shook his head and replied, "I do not know. The records from the first 3 eras are scant at best. What is certain, however, is that it was a catastrophe. In the wake of this disaster, all cultivators above the foundation establishment stage perished, leaving the world in a state of disarray. And what came after? Beyond the foundation-laying stage, all perished." These few terse words left Zhu Chen with the sensation of witnessing a profoundly shocking disaster film. Subsequently, the realm of mortals was granted a reprieve, heralding the dawn of the stellar dynasty, governed by humanity. Unlike the singular devotion of cultivators to their path, the mortals soon ushered in an era of prosperity. Even the examinations of the preceding epochs were rediscovered and documented during the reign of the stellar dynasty. Yet, during that period, no cultivators above the foundation-laying stage emerged. However, what could it be? Zhu Chen felt as though he had transformed into an insatiably curious child today. The stellar dynasty must have met its demise, yet how did it fall? A millennium. The Tianyin emperor sighed, lamenting that the stellar dynasty, which had ruled the world for less than 1,000 years, was utterly obliterated by the demon race in a mere 2 years. The demon race. The last remnants of the stellar dynasty's royal lineage fled to the eastern side of the Hengduan Mountains, sealing the only passage on both the eastern and western flanks to preserve their bloodline. And thereafter emerged what you now know as the Tai Huang dynasty. Zhu Chen finally grasped the implication. The world that the Tianyin emperor spoke of included the lands west of the Hengduan Mountains. So, does this mean we are descendants of the stellar dynasty? Queried Zhu Chen. The Tianyin emperor drained the last of his tea and replied, "One could certainly say that is it true that the long-rumored land west of the Hengduan Mountains is a realm of death due to the presence of the demon race?" Zhu Chen inquired, while refilling the Tianyin emperor's cup. "If that were the case, wouldn't the pitiful human race be utterly surrounded by the demons?" "Not quite," the Tianyin emperor countered, shaking his head. After the inception of the Tai Huang dynasty, cultivators began to re-emerge here, and by the end of the Tai Huang era, during the dual emperor epoch, considerable strength had been established. Thus, the second-generation Tianyin emperor ordered the opening of a passage through the Hengduan Mountains, issuing bounties and dispatching numerous cultivators to investigate the situation. At this juncture, the Tianyin emperor paused, adjusting his seating. What was the outcome of the investigation? The results must have been rather grim. Otherwise, the Tianyin dynasty would have expanded westward into the mountains. The Tianyin emperor inhaled deeply and stated, "Among the cultivators sent to gather intelligence, aside from Zheng Tian, All others perished there. Ah! When Zhang Tian returned, although he bore no visible injuries, his countenance was shrouded in gloom, and he appeared exceedingly weak, taking a considerable time to recuperate. According to his account, the moment they departed the confines of the Hengduan Mountains, they became lost in that realm, where light was but a distant memory. Increasingly bizarre entities began to manifest around them. Such beings, though vaguely referenced in ancient texts, had never materialized since the onset of the Taihuang era. The cultivators, unaware of how to confront these anomalies, only found themselves overwhelmed, leading to their disarray. Separated from one another, Zhang Tian remained isolated for a full 2 months, increasingly burdened by those peculiar entities. Ultimately, he stumbled upon a dilapidated structure. Just as he believed he had found a clue, he was abruptly transported back to the periphery of the Hengduan Mountains. Thereafter, he retraced his steps along the mountains to the passage he had originally traversed. Returning to Tianyin, Zhu Qian inhaled sharply and inquired, "What are those enigmatic entities?" The Tianyin emperor shook his head and replied, "No one can elucidate their nature, for they date back over 4 millennia, and the records are woefully incomplete. Nevertheless, for a considerable period following that time, numerous intrepid cultivators ventured westward in pursuit of the bounty, yet none ever returned. Eventually, for reasons of safety, our dynasty sealed the passage once more and dispatched imperial soldiers to guard it. Unless someone were to return, it would remain closed. Alas, to this day, not a single soul has come back." After speaking extensively, he emptied his cup and, finding it unsatisfactory, proceeded to drink directly from the teapot. Zhu Qian was taken aback by the Tianyin emperor's casual demeanor, which was a rare sight. He pondered deeply and decided to temporarily set aside the distant and ethereal matters concerning the Hengduan Mountains, asking, "Is there a connection between the demon clans here and those that obliterated the Starry dynasty?" The Tianyin emperor narrowed his eyes and replied, "I do not know. In fact, towards the end of the Great Emperor era, humanity became aware of the existence of the demon clans beyond the Sea of Sand. Yet they exhibited no aggressive tendencies. Although the cultivation community began to revive at that time, there was still a lack of confidence, leading to the construction of border walls without any intention of launching an offensive into the demon forest." Speaking of border walls, Zhu Qian recalled the earthen dragon and suddenly remembered something, saying, "I have heard that the gray crystal only disrupts the true energy of cultivators and has no effect on demon clans. If there are indeed demons west of the Hengduan Mountains, is it possible for them to traverse the mountains and come here?" The Tianyin emperor replied, "That is highly improbable. Although the gray crystal is ineffective against the demons, according to ancient records, they regard the Hengduan Mountains as sacred and are quite averse to approaching them casually. This aversion is also the reason why the descendants of the Starry dynasty were able to escape here unscathed." Zhu Qian nodded. "Then why are we attacking the demon clans now?" The Tianyin emperor did not respond immediately, instead saying, "Having heard so much, why don't you take a guess?" Zhu Qian, still processing the plethora of information, found the conflict between the demon and human clans quite apparent, and thus remarked, "Is it because of the historical extermination of clans by the demons, leading both sides to inevitably engage, prompting us to launch an offensive to test the waters?" The Tianyin emperor smiled. "You are only partially correct." Suddenly shifting the topic, "How many cultivators do you believe exist within this dynasty?" Zhu Qian shook his head. For nearly a millennium, the cultivation trend has flourished, with all armies of the dynasty composed of cultivators. Even the most junior soldiers possess the strength of early qi refinement. The Tianyin emperor stated, "The Law Hall assists the 2 major dynasties in purging malevolent cultivators, with their subordinates numbering over 10,000 foundational cultivators and thousands of golden elixirs. Not to mention the countless sections." Zhu Qian began to grasp the implications, pondering whether this was a critique of the excessive number of cultivators. He then heard the Tianyin emperor declare, "Let us not forget, prior to the demons, we mortals were subjugated by those cultivators for 8,000 years. Though it is true that Zhu Qian's strength may not be overwhelmingly formidable, it cannot be deemed weak either." Thus, while he had just heard accounts of the dire plight of mortals during the Age of Kings, he did not dwell on it excessively, and instinctively overlooked this reality. Consequently, he promptly declared, "I understand, Your Majesty. I thank you, Father Emperor, for your reminder." The Tianyin emperor finally allowed a smile of relief to grace his face. The matters discussed today between the Tianyin emperor and Zhu Qian were either inscribed in the royal family's secret archives or solely retained in the minds of each generation of Tianyin emperors as closely guarded secrets. As the firstborn prince of Tianyin, Zhu Qian ought to be privy to such knowledge. However, the emperor's summons to discuss history bore an additional implication. Quite simply, while one may engage in battle and strive for merit, there is no need for excessive effort, nor should one regard those cultivators as true brothers. The dynasty's decision to launch an offensive against the demon race is not solely predicated on the threat they pose, but also stems from an overabundance of cultivators. Zhu Chun grasped the emperor's intent, yet he remained somewhat perplexed. If there is a taboo against cultivators, why not deploy the higher-tier cultivators to the demon forest instead of merely sending lower-ranked soldiers? Is it purely a matter of cost-saving? Although the emperors of these two great dynasties are aware of the historical demise of the Xingqian dynasty at the hands of the demon race, that event is but a distant memory. Thus, their current arrogance is unmistakable. They remain oblivious to the fact that deep within the demon forest lies the existence of a demon emperor, not across the Hengduan Mountains, but right within the heart of the forest. While it is unclear why the demon race has yet to take decisive action, persistently engaging in harassment and skirmishes, Zhu Chun is unconvinced that they harbor no ulterior motives. However, the source of such intelligence is difficult to articulate, so it is prudent to refrain from speaking recklessly. The royal family's urgency to suppress cultivators ultimately stems from a singular word: fear. As the firstborn prince and the primary heir of the royal lineage, he must not instill fear in the emperor. Upon exiting the palace, Zhu Chun chose not to wander aimlessly, instead making his way directly to the Qinli residence. However, the only one to greet him at the door was Yin Yuan. Zhu Chun paid it no mind. While Yin Yuan explained, "The madam is likely sulking due to your prolonged absence in the Shaho Sea." With a chuckle, he added, "When I am at home, I often find her constrained and restless. Surely she would not sulk simply because I wish to stay away. I believe she has grown accustomed to being wild these past 2 years. It is only upon hearing of my return that she throws a tantrum." Zhu Chun shook his head and laughed. Yin Yuan cleared his throat and muttered, "The madam is such a well-mannered person. How could she be wild?" Zhu Chun was left bemused, realizing that Han Li only appeared decorous on the surface. How had Yin Yuan not discerned this all this time? Lost in thought, he suddenly noticed an unusual expression on Yin Yuan's face. "What is it? Is something amiss?" Zhu Chun inquired with curiosity. Yin Yuan's gaze flickered as he opened his mouth, then shook his head. Zhu Chun became even more intrigued and pressed. "What is truly happening?" After a moment's contemplation, Yin Yuan replied, "Your Highness, upon your return this time, His Majesty is likely to request that you remain for a while longer. Is he not?" Zhu Chun shook his head, saying, "That is difficult to say. Besides, I do not wish to linger. After all, the matters pertaining to his inability to discern literature have yet to be resolved, and accumulating prestige can only be achieved through battle. Otherwise, should he rely on others to assist him with reading and writing indefinitely? While this approach is clearly not untenable, the Tianyin Emperor would certainly not permit any actions that could undermine imperial authority." Chapter 160. Returning to the manor Lu Chang, "Are you still planning to go?" Just as Zhu Chun found his thoughts drifting, Yin Yuan suddenly inquired. Zhu Chun pondered for a moment. He realized he was not in dire need of money at the moment. Although that place was indeed an excellent opportunity for growth, he found himself questioning whether it was wise to continue taking risks under the guise of Ziguang. The incident of Ziguang's resurrection had posed a significant mystery for the Empress. While she had deduced that Ziguang was, in fact, Jingang, she could hardly fathom that Jingang and the Crown Prince were one and the same. Furthermore, with Zhu Chen's departure for battle, Ziguang had not reappeared since, leaving her thoughts shrouded in uncertainty. Thus, he shook his head and replied, "For now, I shall refrain from going, allowing that individual to retain a semblance of mystery. Moreover, who knows what further schemes she might employ against Ziguang?" Yin Yuan nodded, understanding the cryptic reference Zhu Chun made to her. Despite the perplexing nature of Zhu Chen's words, he found himself in agreement, albeit with a furrowed brow. At tea that moment, Zhu Chun returned to the eastern courtyard, weary from his travels. After a lengthy discussion with the Emperor Tianyin at the palace, he was eager to indulge in a soothing soak in the warm pool and did not press further. To his surprise, upon entering the eastern courtyard, he encountered Han Li hastily making her way out. "What are you doing?" Zhu Chun inquired, puzzled. Han Li stammered, momentarily taken aback, before abruptly turning to retreat inside. Zhu Chun was left bewildered, but then Kagan approached and said, "It's nothing. She just changed her clothes a few times. I didn't expect you to return so soon." "Really? Is that the reason?" Zhu Chun shook his head, bemused. "What is there to change for? We, the direct descendants of the royal family, simply wear the same golden-patterned white robes, don't we?" "Well, they do have different styles," Kagan retorted playfully, sticking out her tongue. Zhu Chun was at a loss for words. Kagan had inadvertently revealed her master's secret, but still had the audacity to defend her. At tea that moment, Yin Yuan took his leave, and Zhu Chun chose not to linger on the matter any longer. He proceeded to the bathing chamber. As he luxuriated in the warm waters, Zhu Chun couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. Those with golden elixirs could at least possess some attributes and learn targeted techniques, whereas he was left relying solely on brute force. Moreover, his inability to read rendered him utterly ignorant of the intricacies of true energy techniques, and he could not even harness true energy himself. Lost in thought, he raised his right hand and examined his palm. With a mere thought, a fissure appeared in his palm, revealing a single eye. However, the pupil was dilated, giving it an unsettling appearance. At least he had finally acquired a modicum of special skill, albeit one that was rather disconcerting. During the past 2 years in the Sand Sea, he had discreetly experimented with this ability to extract information from captives. As a result, he had managed to learn quite a bit of demon language and understood how the demon race had established themselves in the Sand Sea. Yet, he had gleaned no other useful information, only trivial memories. Eventually, he encountered only common and lesser demons. Throughout this time, the two significant drawbacks of his soul-searching method had gradually become apparent. Firstly, the subjects he sought to read were invariably deceased. Secondly, the fragmented memories of these enemies would sometimes uncontrollably flood Zhu Chen's mind, leaving him somewhat unsettled. After all, the most accessible thoughts he could retrieve were those of the deceased's final moments. Is there not a saying that one should not gaze into the eyes of the one they intend to kill? Indeed, the same holds true for slaying demons. As for Zhu Chen, it is no longer merely the experience of meeting their gaze. He has witnessed the fleeting images that dance before a being's eyes in their final moments. How could he be devoid of any sense of guilt? He perceives that engaging in such deeds repeatedly serves as a form of tempering for his own psyche. While it may serve as a formidable trump card, it must be wielded with utmost caution. Yet, against those who harbor a singular intent to harm him, he would show no mercy. Chapter 161. An itch for blood. Upon finishing his bath, Zhu Chen emerged with a refreshed demeanor. Han Li sat in the main hall, resting her chin on her hand, seemingly lost in thought. Zhu Chen approached and took a seat beside her, pouring himself a cup of tea. "What's the matter? I've returned after such a long absence, and you can't even muster a greeting or say a word." Noticing Han Li's apparent discomfort, Zhu Chen teased her deliberately. Upon hearing his words, Han Li's awkwardness dissipated, and she replied, "What is there to say? You are quite impressive, aren't you? A grand prince charging into battle outside, showing no desire to return. Throughout the entire history of the dynasty, it seems there has been no one quite like you." "Heh," Zhu Chen chuckled. "Isn't that rather splendid?" "Splendid? You are not a cultivator. How do you intend to protect yourself, relying solely on a modicum of strength?" Han Li scoffed. All right, I concede that I return only to be chastised by you." Zhu Chen feigned a pained expression. A hint of a smile broke through Han Li's demeanor as she inquired, "What was it like over there?" With nothing pressing to occupy his time, Zhu Chen took a moment to organize his thoughts and then began to regale her with tales of his adventures, embellishing them with a touch of flamboyance. The exaggerated elements left Han Li somewhat bewildered, struggling to discern the truth from fiction. When he recounted the incident of acquiring a map from the demon clan, she curiously asked, "Did that golden core sent by the queen to protect you truly perish in battle for your sake?" Zhu Chen flashed a grin, declaring, "That is the power of my charisma." Humph! Han Li was not easily convinced by such a claim. Undeterred, Zhu Chen continued his narrative. Naturally, he omitted any mention of the matter concerning the peculiar eyes, focusing instead on the defense of the city and the various appearances and abilities of the lesser demons. While these details were somewhat noted in the court records, experiencing them firsthand through narration was a different sensation altogether. After listening for a while, Han Li suddenly asked, "What do you mean by lesser demons? Is that a new classification of the demon race you've devised?" Zhu Chen inwardly regretted his choice of words. Having acquired a fair amount of knowledge about the demons, he had neglected to be cautious with his language. "I merely coined the term myself. They do not utilize true qi, and referring to them by the rank of cultivators seems rather awkward. Wouldn't you agree?" Han Li chuckled, though it was unclear whether her laughter was sincere or merely polite. "You certainly have your own ideas. If it weren't for your peculiar illiteracy, who else would concoct such whimsical notions?" Of course, the who in question was none other than the queen herself. However, Zhu Chen found little merit in her assumption, considering that prior to entering the chaotic realm of demons, he had not exhibited such peculiarities. It could only be said that she had plotted this from the outset. The more exceptional one was, the swifter their demise. By the time Zhu Chen returned, it was nearing evening. After a brief exchange, they soon found themselves at the dinner table. Before dinner, Zhu Chen typically frequented the study, but today was a different affair. After all, he had just returned, and it was only fitting to gather together for a meal. Fortunately, the royal family had their own dining etiquette, with each person having their own table and an array of exquisite dishes. Yin Yuan had specially prepared a plethora of light vegetarian fare for Zhu Chen. Han Li watched in amazement from the side, remarking, "Why not indulge in some meat? Have you grown accustomed to hardship outside?" Yet his face clearly conveyed the surprise of seeing such a robust man subsisting on vegetarian food. Zhu Chen feigned ignorance. He too longed for those flavors. However, now those foods only turned his stomach. This was indeed a significant drawback on the path of cultivation. He wondered if further advancements in his skills would bring about a change. In the Chenli residence, only Zhu Chen and Han Li were of royal blood. Thus this time, Yin Yuan, Ku Shang, and Kagan also took their seats among the guests. Yet, before Yin Yuan and Ku Shang, there were only fruits and fruit wine. After a brief conversation, the topics inevitably returned to matters of warfare. Kei Shang, of course, remained unimpressed, thinking that once he reached the nascent soul level, these mundane conflicts would be no more than child's play. Zhu Chen caught a glimpse of Ku Shang's expression and mused that it must be due to their 2-year separation that he was itching for trouble, and it was time to deal with him again. Suddenly struck by inspiration, he remarked, "In fact, during my time in the Wind Fortress, I was not renowned for leading troops into battle, but rather for my prowess in drinking. Oh, before you left the imperial city, I never saw you partake in any alcohol," Han Li said incredulously. Zhu Chen unabashedly glanced at Ku Shang and replied, "That was because I had not yet tasted it in the Wind Fortress. The soldiers were well known for drinking the fire wine of the Wind Nation, so naturally, I joined in. The result? I became utterly addicted. Can you guess what happened next?" "Humph." Ku Shang expressed his impatience with Zhu Chen's teasing. "I ended up incapacitating a Golden Corps general with my drinking," Zhu Chen declared proudly. Kei Gon gasped in disbelief. Han Li looked skeptical, while Ku Shang downed his sweet fruit wine in one gulp and burst into laughter, saying, "Your Highness, that fire wine is brewed primarily from the fire snake fruit of the Wind Nation. Not even ordinary people, let alone Foundation establishment cultivators, can drink it excessively. That general must have been pretending. It's best not to spread this tale." Upon hearing this, Zhu Chen's face flushed with indignation. "What nonsense are you spouting? He was clearly brought low by my drinking. If you don't believe me, why not challenge me to a contest?" Han Li blinked, choosing to remain silent, yet his expression suggested he was eager for some entertainment. "All right," Ku Shang exclaimed, slapping the table as he rose. "While this sweet fruit wine is as weak as water, we may not have fire wine here, but how about we switch to Jin wine?" "Yes, fetch me 2 jars of Jin wine," Zhu Chen replied eagerly. Kei Shang retorted, "2 jars? That won't suffice. Have them bring 10 jars. 10 jars? Zhu Chen's expression shifted, though internally he was elated. "Is that too much?" Ku Shang asked, looking quite pleased with himself. Zhu Chen, feigning a fierce demeanor, gritted his teeth and declared, "10 jars it is." Pfft. Kagan laughed aloud from the side. "What are you laughing at? Do you wish to compete as well?" Zhu Chen pointed at Ku Jie and, "No competition for me." Kagan quickly shook his head, suppressing his laughter. "But do take care in your drinking." With a grand gesture, Zhu Chen declared, "No worries, I have confidence in my drinking capacity." Han Li cast a furtive glance at Zhu Chen, and for reasons unbeknownst to her, she suddenly felt an inexplicable premonition that Ku Shang was destined for misfortune. Yin Yuan shook his head, fully aware that Zhu Chen was about to bully someone again. Before long, the guards presented 10 jars of fine wine. Kei Shang opened one jar, inhaled the aroma, and chuckled. "Your Highness, don't accuse me of bullying." Zhu Chen paid him no heed, swiftly opening a jar himself. The fragrance of the wine wafted through the air as he silently poured it into his mouth with both hands. Ku Shang, thinking Zhu Chen was merely putting on a brave front, chuckled nonchalantly and lifted a jar to drink as well. After finishing one jar in a single breath, Ku Shang wiped his mouth and smiled at Zhu Chen, who was still engaged with his first jar. With a huff, he opened another jar and guzzled it down. The fine wine, renowned in the realms of Yu and Wang, while not as potent as fiery spirits, still possessed considerable strength. For an ordinary person, consuming a couple of cups would be deemed excessive, while those at the Foundation establishment stage might manage to down nearly half a JA or AS for those at the Golden Core stage. Even with an exceptional constitution, downing 1 or 2 jars posed no issue whatsoever. After finishing 2 jars in quick succession, Ku Shang, despite his Golden Core physique, began to feel a slight intoxication. He patted his belly and looked back at Zhu Chen. Zhu Chen was still pouring wine into his mouth, and Ku Shang shook his head, suppressing a tone of disdain as he cautioned, "Your Highness, perhaps you should drink more slowly. It would be unwise to harm your health." Just as Zhu Chen finished his drink, he tossed the empty jar onto the ground. His face flushed and retorted, "Why should I drink slowly? Are you waiting for me to finish my 3rd jar?" With that, He opened another jar and continued to drink without the slightest intention of slowing down. The empty jar rolled across the carpet, colliding with two other empty jars. It was then that Kushang realized that two additional empty jars had somehow appeared at Zhu Chen's feet, and the one he had just discarded was the third. Chapter 163. Drinking under the table, he was somewhat incredulous and glanced around, discovering that aside from Yin Yuan, who calmly savored a sweet fruit wine, everyone else was staring at Zhu Chen in a daze. Kei Gan's mouth hung wide open, and upon seeing Kushang glance over, he urged, "You should drink up." This spurred Kushang into a slight panic, prompting him to open the third jar and drink. However, halfway through, he couldn't help but use his true energy to dispel the effects of the alcohol. Zhu Chen, on the other hand, rapidly finished his last two jars, propping his bulging belly as he staggered over to Kushang and patted him on the shoulder. Kei Shang, fully focused on drinking and exuding the scent of alcohol, was naturally taking his time, and Zhu Chen's sudden pat startled him, evoking an inexplicable sense of guilt akin to being caught red-handed. Before he could even lower the jar, Zhu Chen had wrapped an arm around his shoulder and was lifting the jar to pour into his mouth. As he poured, he exclaimed, "Little Shang, hurry up. I've already finished. Look, I'm not even drunk, but your pace is lacking. It's not just about the wine. It's also about speed." He then called out to the guards outside, "Bring in another 10 jars." Kushang, feeling rushed by Zhu Chen's pouring, found himself unable to dispel the alcohol's effects in time. His face turning slightly red, he glanced at the 5 empty jars on Zhu Chen's table, then at his unsteady posture, and turned his despair into joy, hastily declaring, "All right, I was merely trying to let you win by drinking slowly. Let us drink again." After speaking, he secretly cast a glance at Yin Yuan, uncertain whether it was due to a tinge of guilt from utilizing true energy or merely a clever ruse to appear modest. Zhu Chen, with an enigmatic smile, remarked, "Excellent." Could dared to be left speechless, while Han Li's eyes sparkled with excitement. Throughout Zhu Chen's drinking spree, she had remained by his side, undeniably aware of the intoxicating aroma of the potent liquor. They were truly engaging in a drinking match befitting a golden core. Zhu Chen was indeed formidable, yet the real astonishment lay ahead. The two of them proceeded to consume nearly half of the entire wine cellar. Despite Zhu Chen's staggering state, he somehow managed to incapacitate Kushang with his drinking prowess. Even after this, he shook his head in dissatisfaction, exclaiming, "The soldiers of Wind Fortress are indeed fiery, and this little Shang is quite something, a golden core, yet drinks like a delicate flower." If Kushang had heard this, he would surely have spat out a mouthful of blood. Given the chance to sip slowly, with his true energy, he could potentially empty the entire wine cellar without issue. However, Zhu Chen offered him no such opportunity. Aside from a few hasty retreats to relieve himself, he drank with a fervor that rivaled water. Having boasted, how could he reduce his pace? He could only endure the contest. Consequently, he now lay sprawled on the ground, unconscious, his legs twitching sporadically. This was a severe loss of face. Alcohol is not tea. While a small amount poses no threat, excessive consumption yields no benefits. Unlike the edge-bound generals, Kushang, in this state, would require considerable time to recuperate. With his constitution, toxins would naturally be expelled through his pores, and the effects of alcohol were no exception. This was somewhat akin to the golden core's ability to detoxify and dispel cold through true energy, yet distinct in that his reactions were entirely spontaneous, without any depletion of true energy. Furthermore, the golden core lacked the ability for such rapid wound healing. As for the earlier boast of incapacitating the guide, it was merely fanciful nonsense. Zhu Chen simply wished to toy with Kushang. Even if he had encouraged him to drink vigorously, Kushang would still not be his equal. With Kushang incapacitated and Zhu Chen inebriated, there was no need for the banquet to continue. Ke dared, and Yin Yuan took charge of tidying up the aftermath, while Zhu Chen and Han Li departed first. On the way back, Han Li could not help but steal glances at Zhu Chen. This man was becoming increasingly inscrutable to her. Such subtle gestures could hardly escape Zhu Chen's notice. However, at that moment, he feigned drunkenness, swaying as he was assisted back to the east courtyard. Upon entering the room, he suddenly slammed the door shut and, without any ceremony, embraced Han Li, capturing her lips with his in a fervent kiss. Taken aback by this sudden onslaught, Han Li found herself unable to evade, caught completely off guard. After a lengthy moment, Zhu Chen released her, chuckling, "Little Lear, after 2 years of carefree living, isn't it time to fulfill your responsibilities?" His playful demeanor bore no trace of intoxication. Han Li, still somewhat dazed, could hardly be blamed. Zhu Chen exuded a lingering aroma of alcohol, rich and intoxicating, leaving her feeling inexplicably tipsy as well. And truth. After such a long separation, the two, who had managed to grow familiar with one another, had become somewhat estranged. Yet, this estrangement was instantly shattered by Ju Chen's unexpected advance. Han Li barely uttered a word before Ju Chen silenced her with another kiss. Ju Chen was not there to discuss matters with her. The marriage had already been concluded, so what else could there be to say? A considerable transition period had been provided, and it would have been wise to have sorted things out sooner for a more stable existence. Ju Chen was decisively assertive, leaning in for a kiss while swiftly guiding Han Li into the room, methodically shedding her garments one by one. Without any hesitation, he commenced their initiation into adulthood. However, reality proved to be anything but romantic. At the break of dawn the following day, Ju Chen was abruptly awakened by an overwhelming stench. Upon closer inspection, he was astounded to discover that the source of this foul odor was none other than Han Li herself. She was covered in muck, yet her breathing remained remarkably steady. Confounded by the situation, Ju Chen determined that it was too unbearable to endure, so he scooped up Han Li and hurried towards the bathhouse. Upon arriving at the bathhouse, he laid down a rug on the floor and gently placed the still unconscious Han Li upon it, then proceeded to pour water over her. After a considerable time, he finally managed to restore her to a semblance of cleanliness. As the sun began to rise, an inexplicable light filtered in, casting a sacred aura upon Han Li. Ju Chen was momentarily taken aback, pondering that this might merely be a psychological effect stemming from the contrast. He then playfully tossed her into the pool. Han Li exclaimed, in truth, she had already been roused, but her shyness, the disconcerting sensations following a night of wild abandon, and the sudden realization that she was being doused with water by Ju Chen rendered her momentarily speechless, especially upon noticing her own repugnant state. Ju Chen, fully aware that she was awake, took the opportunity to tease her after he finished pouring water over her. He had barely tossed Han Li before he leapt into the water to join her. Unbeknownst to her, this playful action caused her to scream. Splash! Han Li found herself securely in Ju Chen's embrace. Awake now? He inquired with a smile. Han Li turned her head away, too embarrassed to respond. Ju Chen, undeterred by her bashfulness, asked with a hint of shyness, "Do you feel any changes in your body?" Upon hearing this, Han Li lowered her head even further, retorting in a muffled tone, "You scoundrel." Ju Chen felt a flush of embarrassment, yet he deemed it essential to clarify the situation. Upon reflection, Han Li's earlier condition bore a striking resemblance to his own experience during the Foundation establishment phase. Moreover, ever since he acquired that peculiar eye, he had inexplicably developed a heightened sense of perception. Though it was not the ordinary method of sensing like that of typical golden elixirs, he could accurately gauge the martial prowess of his opponents. When he awoke just now, he had been far too relaxed and had completely overlooked it. Now, recalling the details, he realized that although there was no true chi present, this was indeed indicative of foundational strength. Ju Chen's heart raced with excitement, yet disbelief lingered. Had he truly established a foundation? Surely, the cause could not lie solely with Han Li. Could it be possible that he had the ability to assist others in their foundational establishment, all within a single night? Hey, why not give me a punch to test it out? Ju Chen eagerly proposed. Huh? Han Li was taken aback. Ju Chen opened his mouth, suddenly recalling that his own skin was tough and resilient, and a single blow might not yield accurate results. Thus, he hastily scrambled out, dashed to the hall, retrieved a decorative long sword from the wall, and hurried back to the bathhouse, presenting it to Han Li, saying, "Come out and show me some swordplay." Han Li was adorned with a tangled mess of dark hair, her mind clouded by the effects of intoxication. What folly was she indulging in? Ju Chen, however, crouched down and intently remarked, "First, take a moment to assess whether your body feels any lighter." Observing Ju Chen's earnest demeanor, Han Li finally sensed that something was amiss. Yet, submerged in the water, she felt little different. Fortunately, Ju Chen was exceedingly generous, and having seen all that needed to be seen, she resolved to climb out of the pool regardless. However, after just a few steps, she suddenly felt as light as a feather, as if she could leap into the air with the slightest effort. "How do you feel?" Ju Chen inquired, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Han Li, astonished, replied, "It truly feels as if I have become lighter. What is happening?" With a swift motion, Ju Chen discarded his sword and seized Han Li, racing toward the bedroom. "What are we doing?" she exclaimed. "Quickly get dressed. We must seek Yin Yuan." In the study, Yin Yuan scrutinized her for a considerable time, shaking his head as he declared, "No, I do not perceive any true energy, and your meridians appear obstructed." There is no indication of foundational cultivation. Just a moment, Xiao Lier, why not strike him with all your might? Han Li blushed at the endearing moniker, but, noticing Zhu Chun's eager expression, she consented with a slight nod. Raising her small fist and mustering her strength for a punch. Bang! Her fist landed on Yin Yuan as if it had struck a stone, producing no more than a slight flutter of his clothing. Han Li retracted her fist, pouting, "Is that sufficient?" Yet, Yin Yuan stood in stunned silence, exclaiming, "That punch possessed the essence of an attack born from foundational cultivation, perhaps at the initial stage or just shy of the mid-stage." Really? Han Li was taken aback. Zhu Chun, feeling a surge of pride, recognized that he had brought Han Li to Yin Yuan primarily to ascertain whether she had acquired a physique akin to his own or if she had genuinely entered the foundational stage. Yin Yuan was aware that Zhu Chun had gained some power from the realm of chaos, yet he remained oblivious to the intricacies of the situation, leaving him bewildered and unable to offer any explanation. However, Zhu Chun was acutely aware and, after careful contemplation, began to feel a sense of trepidation. While the ability to cultivate foundational energy was indeed remarkable, it was plausible that it stemmed from the fusion of true source energy within the body. Could it be that his blood and flesh also possessed such properties? He hoped he was not destined to become akin to Tang Seng's flesh. This matter should remain known only to the two of them. It must not be divulged to others. What on earth is happening? Han Li found herself utterly perplexed by the current situation. Ahem, Zhu Chun cleared his throat, forcing himself to explain, "There are no outsiders here, so I shall be candid with you. You are aware that I entered the realm of chaos during my childhood, correct?" Han Li nodded. "After emerging, although I lost my ability to read, my body became somewhat formidable. Last night, we consummated our union, and it seems you have been somewhat infected by this constitution of mine." "Infected?" Han Li gasped, hurriedly rifling through the documents on the table, relieved to find that she could still recognize the characters inscribed upon them. Chapter 166. The vitality of the merging beings. Although you are not yet a true foundational cultivator, your body possesses the latent power akin to that of an early foundational stage cultivator utilizing true body techniques. Zhu Qian interjected with a slight cough. Crack! Han Li inadvertently shattered the bamboo slip. "Handle it gently," Yin Yuan admonished, his concern palpable. It was then that Han Li realized she had not exerted any force. Eager to try again, the scroll was swiftly snatched away by Yin Yuan, who urged, "Your Highnesses, we cannot afford to mistreat these scrolls." Zhu Chen wore a sullen expression. Han Li's mishap with the bamboo slip was of no concern to him. Nevertheless, he pulled Han Li aside and patiently began to explain. Born into royalty, Han Li had never envisioned possessing the physique of a foundational cultivator one day. Fortunately, she was not a stubborn fool. Quickly grasping the situation, she gasped, "So, even a mortal with no potential for cultivation can attain foundational status if they sleep with you?" Zhu Chen nodded, stating, "It should be so. Can you imagine if I were to invite all the beauties of the world to share a single night with me? The human race would easily conquer the demon race. Do you dare?" Han Li's eyes widened in fury, on the verge of an outburst. Coughed, "I was merely jesting." Zhu Chun quickly backtracked, "So you must keep this a secret. Otherwise, I shall find no peace." Transforming all the uninitiated women of the world into foundational cultivators. He had only whimsically considered it. Even if Han Li agreed, he would not entertain the notion. Setting aside the feasibility of such an endeavor, he simply lacked the time, as his own advancement remained paramount. Han Li finally broke into a smile, replying, "That is only natural." Despite being led in circles by Zhu Chun, she ultimately remained unclear about his true capabilities. Thus, life continued peacefully for over half a month. During this time, the 4 foundational stage experts who were privy to Zhu Chen's true strength were finally summoned. Their names were Yin Fan, Siyuan He, Siyuan Zi, and Siyuan Zhu. From their surnames, it was evident that aside from one being of semi-royal lineage, the other 3 hailed from the same military clan. As for Zhu Chun, rather than hastening to acquire treasures from the vault, he chose to remain secluded within his chamber. Meanwhile, Han Li, feeling increasingly buoyant and cheerful, often ventured outside with a retinue of guards, masquerading as an ordinary noble scion. Naturally, in the presence of outsiders, she diligently upheld her dignified royal image. In truth, Zhu Chun was striving for a breakthrough. Although the queen had yet to take action, should she sense a threat and be willing to risk deploying forces above the nascent soul stage, Zhu Chun would indeed find himself in a perilous position. Thus, he was determined not to slacken his efforts, focusing intently on enhancing his strength as swiftly as possible, in pursuit of what rightfully belonged to him. The closer he approached his threshold, the more he felt compelled to push himself. In recent days, He exerted himself to the point of total exhaustion, collapsing before ceasing his efforts. Upon awakening, he would resume his cultivation. In fact, the cyclone in his dantian had reached a point where it could no longer absorb energy, regardless of his attempts to stimulate it. Zhu Qian threw all his might into his endeavors, even contemplating whether to participate in duels at the Lekking to spur his breakthrough. After he had fainted 19 times, on the 20th occasion, the cyclone was nudged slightly by him. Then came the familiar process of inversion. Zhu Qian quickly sat cross-legged to sense it. The true source energy within the cyclone, intermingled with a multitude of golden threads, seeped into his limbs and bones. What he did not realize was that these golden threads were, in fact, the life energy that only manifested during the nascent soul stage. When the golden elixir within transforms into life energy, it is deemed to have reached the nascent soul stage. The nascent soul gradually takes on the practitioner's own form within the dantian as life energy accumulates. Practitioners in the golden elixir stage possess true source energy but do not act recklessly. Those in the nascent soul stage cannot utilize even a fraction of life energy. It is only when the nascent soul within the body eventually awakens that they enter the realm of enlightenment. And at that moment, the golden nascent soul in the dantian will gradually merge with the practitioner's entire being, ultimately forging the spiritual body of an enlightened being. Thus, although he was far from complete, Zhu Qian had already become, in essence, a half-spiritual being. Chapter 167. Stirring trouble. The process of fusion lasted merely half an hour before it concluded, and upon opening his eyes once more, Zhu Qian had quietly completed his enhancement. He clenched his fists, feeling an overwhelming surge of power that yearned for release. He did not hasten to test his strength with Yin Yuan. Instead, after conferring briefly with Hanli, he waited until midnight, donned a night cloak, and scaled the wall to venture outside the courtyard. Although Zhu Qian lacked light body techniques, he was agile and had received some training, coupled with combat experience from the Sand Sea, all while suppressing any fluctuations of true energy. Thus, under the gentle illumination of the twin moons, he stealthily approached the city wall. He intended to venture into the outskirts for a thorough trial of his newfound abilities. Zhu Qian leapt onto the city wall purely by virtue of his strength, never anticipating that he could jump so high now. However, just as he landed atop the wall, he was detected by the guards. "Who goes there?" This wall was reinforced with gray crystals, and the guards were astonished that someone could scale it so effortlessly. In the moment of their astonishment, Zhu Qian had already leapt over the wall. The alarm sounded, and the guards reacted swiftly, with the captain leading a contingent to pursue him. It was no jest. Anyone capable of such a feat was either a high-level practitioner or a member of the demon race. As for evil cultivators, while they were indeed enigmatic, they could not so brazenly disregard the gray crystals. Furthermore, the figure appeared entirely human. If one were to consider practitioners, the commotion from the wall just moments ago had not manifested any fluctuations of true energy. The most suspicious possibility was the demon race. A demon appeared in the imperial city. A humanoid demon at that. This was a matter of great significance. It was imperative to apprehend it. The great nascent soul sage, Yin Shi, was responsible for the security of the entire imperial city. Upon hearing the report from the royal guards, he narrowed his eyes and remarked, "It cannot be a practitioner. The likelihood of an evil cultivator is also slim, and it seems to be humanoid. Thus, it is most likely a demon cultivator." Moreover, the demon fled upon seeing people, suggesting it specializes in reconnaissance. Unless it is deliberately causing chaos, he commanded that all security be heightened throughout the city and dispatched 2 additional teams of royal guards to pursue and apprehend the demon cultivator without fail. Yes, Zhu Qian was oblivious to the conclusions the royal guards had drawn, but he sensed that he might have stirred up trouble and could only run for his life. The first team of royal guards set out promptly, though they were already a step behind. After wandering outside for a while, the captain gestured for a halt, dismounted, and gently caressed the grass. Listening intently, he then remounted and, accompanied by his guards, set off in a particular direction. Zhu Qian sprinted for some time, feeling the absence of pursuers behind him, before he finally slowed his pace. He mused to himself about the futility of his reckless endeavor, contemplating that there were numerous secluded spots within the imperial city. Why had he chosen to recklessly venture out? Now, he was left uncertain about how to return. However, having already ventured forth, he resolved to disregard his worries. Moreover, the city walls offered him some advantage, allowing for the possibility of evading pursuit for a while longer. Just as he began to relax, an unexpected sense of danger surged within him. Zhu Qian was unarmed, left with no choice but to remain on guard with his bare hands. The night breeze caressed gently, causing the wild grass in the wilderness to sway gracefully. Amidst the undulating movement, the grass inexplicably grew taller. Suddenly, with a rustling sound, the grass accelerated in its growth. Some entwined around Zhu Chun, while others transformed into sharp blades of grass, lunging toward him. Engaging both mind and body, with a sweeping motion of his arm, Zhu Qian disregarded the distinctions between soft and hard. He turned his body, capturing the encroaching grass in both hands, and with a powerful tug, uprooted them entirely. Chapter 168. The fierce fist. As the roots were torn from the earth, the grass quickly wilted. Yet, it was evident that the wood element cultivator had not fully unleashed his abilities. A surge of vital energy caused the grass on the ground around Zhu Chun to spiral and grow once more. The pursuing captain of the Imperial Guards, named Kai Yi, was a half-royal, age 98, and an experienced sentinel of the Imperial City. He had reached his bottleneck at the age of 43, achieving the later stages of the Golden Core. Since then, he had devoted himself to serving as an Imperial Guard and honing his skills. To this day, aside from various ordinary techniques, he had mastered the art of tracking and the use of wooden prisons to an extraordinary level, even managing to utilize the wooden prison while simultaneously employing thorny barriers. This grass-laden wilderness provided him with a sense of confidence. However, being inherently cautious, he would never reveal himself until he had ascertained the opponent's strength. Thus, he discreetly employed the wooden prison to hinder Zhu Qin's movements while simultaneously directing the other Imperial Guards to encircle him from a distance. Zhu Qin found himself ensnared within the spiraling, soft grass, trapped in a wooden cage. Yet, he had already discerned Kai Yi's position and surmised that the latter was clearly at the later stages of the Golden Core. Judging from the precision of the skills deployed, it was evident that Kai Yi had reached an almost transcendent level. Nevertheless, Zhu Chun felt a lingering belief in his own combat potential. Thus, he refrained from making any hasty actions, opting instead to deplete some of his opponent's vital energy. He patiently awaited the precise moment when the wooden cage had fully closed around him before suddenly launching his counterattack. With a flurry of strikes, his fists and feet struck against the grass walls, yielding no response. Instead, he was rebounded. Kai Yi felt a surge of smugness, having specifically employed a flexible wooden prison this time. While reveling in his triumph, the ground unexpectedly trembled as Zhu Chun forcibly lifted the wooden prison, uprooting the very soil beneath. Kai Yi had indeed mastered the control of wood, but he had no command over earth. Under Zhu Qin's brute strength, even the deepest roots were pulled free. Finally, as Zhu Chun completely raised the wooden prison, his legs sank, and with a mighty roar, he charged forth in the opposite direction of Kai Yi. With wings unfurled, how could one dare to let him escape so easily? A loud command resonated. Intercept him. Once more, he employed the wooden prison technique to pursue Zhu Chun. However, Zhu Chun evaded in an unpredictable manner. Displaying an uncanny ability to anticipate his moves, as he darted through the wilderness, it gradually transformed into a forest of peculiar trees. Yet he remained elusive, never truly captured. In terms of endurance, no one could rival Zhu Chun. Yet, he too feared that prolonged engagement would attract reinforcements, hence he half evaded, half resisted, breaking free from the wooden confines and thorny traps, gradually making his way toward Kai Yi. Indeed, Kai Yi was awaiting reinforcements, increasingly convinced that the adversary was a humanoid demon cultivator. Even if he could not capture it, he must delay it until others could follow the trail he left behind. The moment was upon him. Kai Yi soon noticed Zhu Chun approaching slowly. He began to assess the trajectory of his opponent while bracing himself for the encounter. Unexpectedly, when there was still a considerable distance between them, Zhu Chun launched himself towards him with astonishing speed. Boom! Just as Kai Yi attempted to retract his vital energy, Zhu Chun collided headfirst into his face, causing blood to gush from his nose. In a flurry, he summoned his vital energy for protection. But before he could retaliate, a relentless barrage of fists and feet rained down upon him. The Imperial Guards hurriedly surrounded him. However, their attacks fell upon the demon with no more effect than stones sinking into the sea. The demon seemed almost disinterested in their efforts. Chapter 169. Chaos unleashed. As trained Imperial Guards, their methods of attack were far from limited. Their most standard tool for capturing individuals was the gray crystal net cylinder. Although its cost was exorbitant, deploying this specialized net from a particular apparatus in a coordinated barrage often ensured a successful capture. However, at this moment, not only was the net still strapped to the horse, but it was also evident that the opponent was not intimidated by the gray crystal. Should the net be launched, it might only result in Kai Yi facing an even worse predicament. While they hesitated, the demon suddenly halted its assault and turned its gaze toward them. The guards were taken aback and quickly formed a defensive formation, but to their astonishment, the demon sprang upward. breaking free from their encirclement and sprinting into the distance. The guards swiftly called for their horses, but there was no one left to pursue. A flurry of hands helped lift Kai, whose face was so battered it was nearly unrecognizable with a swollen visage. He climbed out of the pit with the aid of the guards, shivering at the horror of the encounter. In their confusion, they failed to notice that Zhu Qian had already circled back, incapacitating a guard and donning his attire, blending into the crowd in a disheveled state. "Quickly return and report," Kai uttered, his words barely coherent. "Yes," Zhu Qian nodded, head lowered, hastily mounting the white steed and racing toward the city. Upon reaching the city wall, he charged directly toward the gate. "Urgent report," at the wall, heightened vigilance had been established due to the earlier commotion. Yet, mistaking the disheveled Zhu Qian for a demon, the guards relaxed their scrutiny. "What's the situation?" "There's an ambushed," Zhu Qian managed to utter before losing consciousness. "You, take him for treatment. You, report immediately to General Yin Shi," commanded the small leader at the gate. "Yes, yes." Then Zhu Qian was lifted by others and rushed towards the medical hall. However, before he could reach his destination, he suddenly sprang up, knocking the two men unconscious, and swiftly made his escape. That night was destined to be a sleepless one for the imperial city. The reinforcements dispatched encountered the injured Kai and soon realized they had been deceived. They hurried back to seek out the imperial guard who had sent the message, only to hear news that the two guards heading to the medical hall had been struck down. At this point, the highest-ranking general of the imperial city, Yin Shi, could no longer remain idle, for according to the description, it was not merely a human figure. It was unmistakably a humanoid form. He immediately ordered a citywide search. As for the culprit, Zhu Qian had already shed his armor before the guards discovered the issue and slipped back to the Chenli residence. After returning, Zhu Qian took a bath and then fell into a deep slumber. Not rising until the sun was high in the sky, it is worth mentioning that his penchant for cleanliness was likely a trait carried over from the mortal realm. Fortunately, due to his noble status, a mere bath did not require an excessive amount of time. Upon waking, Zhu Qian did not wander aimlessly outside. Instead, he took advantage of his refreshed spirit to absorb a surge of true source qi. Indeed, the rate of absorption and the range of influence had expanded, but fortunately, his heightened sensitivity allowed him to avoid detection, ensuring he could conclude his practice before being discovered. However, the golden hue within his cyclone had not shown a significant increase. Nevertheless, Zhu Qian understood that after a breakthrough, the upper limit of accumulation within the cyclone would be vastly different. In fact, the current color variation of the cyclone primarily depended on the quantity of golden threads within it, as this cyclone was not a mere thin layer but a dense spiral formation. After a considerable period of absorption, Zhu Qian found himself lost in thought. He felt it was time to redefine his own level. He had never experienced the power of the qi refining stage, as his body had directly reached the foundation establishment stage. From foundation establishment to entering the golden core stage, he had only encountered 3 distinct phases. Now, his golden core, after a lengthy initial period, was able to contend with those in the late golden core stage. Thus, it was possible that his pace of advancement was more akin to that of demon cultivators. Chapter 170, Misunderstanding. However, demon cultivators did not possess the cyclone within him. After contemplating this several times, Zhu Qian decided to refer to his realm as the mid-golden core stage. The reason for using the terminology of cultivators was merely for the sake of convenience and comparison. Having established his realm classification, Zhu Qian continued his cultivation until nightfall. When Hanli returned to the room and saw Zhu Qian, her expression was somewhat peculiar. "What is the matter?" Zhu Qian inquired curiously. "You don't know." Hanli's expression grew even more unusual. "What happened?" "I didn't go out at all today," Zhu Qian replied, shrugging his shoulders. The upper echelons of the entire imperial city are in an uproar, claiming that a demon cultivator capable of human speech infiltrated last night. Although it was dark and they couldn't see clearly, the figure bore a striking resemblance to our human race. That demon cultivator even managed to beat the old general at the late golden core stage, and now they are conducting house-to-house searches. However, to maintain public order, they haven't clarified the situation to the common folk, merely stating they are searching for evildoers. Hanli explained that's so. Zhu Qian had not anticipated being mistaken for a demon cultivator. With the frequent skirmishes against the demon race, the human race had come to understand their adversaries more thoroughly in the past. In this northern region of the dynasty, it would have been unlikely to suspect a demon cultivator in such matters. Zhu Qian felt a sense of secret relief, grateful that upon his return, he had not adopted the guise of Ziguang and Lucheng. Otherwise, even though the stone pillar during the duel could temporarily obstruct the true energy, prolonged exposure would inevitably reveal his true identity, and he could easily be reported as an aberration by his opponents, disregarding the rules. "What are you pondering?" Han Li inquired suspiciously, leaning closer to scrutinize Zhu Chen's eyes. "I recall you mentioning last night that you intended to step out. The timing is rather coincidental. Did you not hear a single sound?" Zhu Chen cleared his throat, hesitating for a moment. Realizing she was already privy to quite a bit, he decided against deceiving her any further and boldly confessed, "Well, you must promise to keep this a secret. It was indeed I who engaged in the altercation last night. However, I truly did not intend for it to happen." Upon hearing this, Han Li looked incredulous. "You managed to inflict such damage upon someone at the late stage of the Golden Core?" Zhu Chen was taken aback. "What of it? I did not deliver a fatal blow." Han Li blinked, exclaiming, "You may not have intended to kill, but the poor fellow's face was left swollen like a pig's head. He can hardly show himself in public." As she spoke, her eyes sparkled with excitement, and she grasped Zhu Chen's garment, saying, "You have concealed your capabilities quite well. Who would have imagined that you could best a prince at the late stage of the Golden Core?" Zhu Chen chuckled. "You are not lacking either, being a princess at the Foundation establishment stage. By the way, do you believe our royal family looks down upon the bloodlines of cultivators? Otherwise, why the stringent selection process to ensure the royal lineage remains devoid of any innate cultivation talent?" "Ah, you should direct those inquiries to your father. I am not in the know," Han Li replied with a smile. Sighing softly, Zhu Chen recalled the secrets the Tianyin Emperor had shared with him, revealing that there were indeed many hidden truths. "Why the sigh?" Han Li remarked. Settling onto his bed, Zhu Chen embraced her, for they had now become a true couple, and said, "Never mind. What truly matters is enhancing our strength. Shall I assist you in your cultivation once more?" Han Li's face flushed crimson as she playfully retorted, "Aside from the noticeable improvement on the first day, subsequent changes have been rather minimal." "Haven't they? That does not warrant complacency," Zhu Chen asserted firmly while mischievously reaching for the collar of Han Li's garment. Meanwhile, upon hearing rumors of possible demon cultivators infiltrating the imperial city, the Empress recalled the formidable being that had escaped from the high walls of the corpse disposal site in Lucheng. However, after its last appearance to collect a bounty, that being had not resurfaced, leaving her uncertain whether the entity she saw was indeed the same. Yet the fingerprints could not lie, and the corpse had undeniably vanished. Now, reflecting on the past, she realized her previous assumptions about the evil cultivator had not been entirely accurate. Isolated from the demon tribe within the imperial city, she had never considered the possibility of demon cultivators. She still could not uncover the organizational structure behind Yin Yuan. If it were indeed demon cultivators, everything would fall into place. Yet, this would imply a connection between Yin Yuan and the demon tribe. The Empress found herself ensnared in a far greater misunderstanding, one that was horrifically plausible. Chapter 171. A piece of news. 3 days passed under the tension in the imperial city, and Zhu Chen finally resolved to venture into the palace to seek the Empress for the treasured artifact. Han Li was not in the courtyard again, and one could only wonder where he had wandered off to this time. Most likely, he had changed into casual attire and gone shopping. However, just as he exited the eastern courtyard, he spotted Yin Yuan pacing anxiously at the entrance of his courtyard. "What are you doing? Is there something urgent?" Zhu Chen inquired, puzzled. "Your Highness." Yin Yuan, upon seeing Zhu Chen, quickly opened his mouth to say something but hesitated after uttering just 2 words. Zhu Chen felt a twinge of displeasure. Was there really something he could not be told? It seemed that since his return, Yin Yuan had been harboring something he wished to discuss yet refrained from doing so. "What is it?" Zhu Chen furrowed his brow slightly. Yin Yuan took a deep breath and summoned his resolve, saying, "Your Highness, this matter concerns the evil cultivator we brought to Yin Beitang." The name of the evil cultivator from Yin Beitang, Yijia, immediately sprang to Zhu Chen's mind. His brows twitched slightly, and after a moment's pause, he waved his sleeve and began to stride out. "I do not wish to hear about that person." "Your Highness!" Yin Yuan gritted his teeth and hurriedly stepped forward to block Zhu Chen's path. "Regardless of whether you wish to hear it or not, this is something that must be reported to you." Zhu Chen sidestepped Yin Yuan and continued on his way at that moment. Yin Yuan called out from behind, "If you do not go and take a look soon, the person may be lost." Zhu Chen's steps abruptly halted. He turned around to face Yin Yuan, his expression stiff. "What do you mean by lost?" Yin Yuan sighed and replied succinctly, "It is said that she is in critical condition. If we delay, she might end up buried in the cemetery of Lucheng." Zhu Chen tightened his brows. His fists clenched, his legs seemingly anchored to the ground, unable to move. After a long pause, he finally forced the words from between his teeth. "Let." The two changed into casual clothing and exited the estate. Yin Yuan had already arranged for a carriage. Throughout the journey, Yin Yuan recounted the circumstances to it. Turned out that he had discovered Yi Jia's presence in the evil cultivator fighting arena of Lucheng 6 months prior. She had changed so drastically that he nearly failed to recognize her. However, knowing Zhu Chen's aversion to the girl's name and her status as an evil cultivator, he had initially refrained from reporting it, merely keeping an eye on her situation. Yet, her condition had deteriorated day by day. By the time Zhu Chen returned, she was barely clinging to life. But the arena continued to summon her for battles with alarming frequency. He had long wished to speak to Zhu Chen about this, but he felt that as a prince, Zhu Chen would surely understand the plight of captured evil cultivators, and that he should not meddle in matters beyond his concern. Thus, he had delayed until now. Upon receiving news that she was on the brink of death, he felt compelled to inform the prince. After all, they had known each other since childhood and had shared a close bond in Yanbei Tang. After listening to Yin Yuan's account, Zhu Chen wore a solemn expression, remaining silent, lost in thought. The two soon arrived at Lucheng and made their way directly to the evil cultivator fighting arena. Upon reaching the registration desk, Yin Yuan handed a substantial token to the registrar, stating, "We wish to visit the holding area for the evil cultivators die in Lucheng. Captured evil cultivators could be bought and sold. Though even those of the lowest cultivation level commanded a hefty price, let alone the more unique ones." The registrar collected a hefty sum of gold tokens and skillfully summoned someone to guide them. The place where the malevolent cultivators were imprisoned lay deep underground within the arena of their contests. Upon traversing the lengthy corridor, 2 rows of cages came into view. In Chapter 172. The unrecognizable, most of the cages housed individuals, with some containing entities far removed from human form. Yet, they all shared a common trait. They were shackled by silver chains. This scene felt hauntingly familiar. Within the recesses of Zhu Chen's mind lingered memories of a similar sight witnessed years ago in the celestial tower of Yanbei Tang. Even the pale, luminous walls bore an uncanny resemblance. The guide led the 2 of them to the end of the passage, where Zhu Chen suddenly realized that the cages were not merely 2 narrow rows, but rather divided into 8. At the end of the corridor, there were no cages, but instead, a stone table stood, behind which sat a figure clad in black, adorned with a ghostly mask. The surface of the table was riddled with indentations, each housing a ring. Zhu Chen did not focus on the rings but rather scrutinized the masked figure, as he sensed a disquieting aura emanating from him. To his astonishment, he found himself unable to gauge the figure's cultivation level. Simultaneously, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity intertwined with that unsettling presence, as if he had known this person prior. Interested in purchasing a malevolent cultivator? The masked figure inquired languidly. Zhu Chen remained silent. Standing still, Yin Yuan nodded in affirmation, stating, "Yes. The malevolent cultivators were strictly regulated by the dynasty. You may peruse here for now. The ones on the right are available for direct purchase. However, should you wish to finalize a transaction, you must disclose your identities to me. That is the rule," the masked figure continued. Yet, the 2 remained motionless. "What is it?" Yin Yuan directly asked. "We wish to see the one who lost in the contest this morning." Number 17. The atmosphere shifted sharply. Although the individual before them made no overt move, Zhu Chen felt as though a colossal finger had seized his head, as if any slight movement could result in his brain bursting. Zhu Chen understood that this was not an actual attack, but merely the sense of impending doom that his keen perception had detected. "Number 17 is already a waste," the masked figure declared, and with his next words, all pressure suddenly lifted as if it had never existed. Nevertheless, she had once been an exceedingly dangerous malevolent cultivator. Even a half-dead individual would command a considerable price. "That is of no consequence," Zhu Chen replied, "but I must first ascertain whether she is alive or dead." The masked figure nodded, instructing someone to offer them seats while summoning another individual. "Immediately bring back number 17. "Yes." After a considerable wait, a bloodied figure was brought forth on a stretcher by 2 faceless attendants. Once the stretcher was laid down, it revealed a gaunt silhouette, resembling a corpse, lying there with its face obscured. One attendant lifted a foot to clear the exposed left arm, which bore the distinct engraving of the number 17. "Turn her over," commanded the masked figure. The attendant raised one side of the stretcher, allowing the figure to tumble out. At last, Zhu Chen beheld her face. "Is this Yi Jia? How can this be the once flawless Yi Jia?" Regardless of whether it is the familiar angel or the unfamiliar demon, the figure before him is neither. The emaciated body, with disheveled hair matted with blood and grime, presents a ghastly sight. Although the light is dim, he can still discern her tightly shut eyes and the horrifying scars crisscrossing her face. She is clad in a scant, tattered piece of fabric, and a filthy bandage is wrapped around her right forearm. The exposed skin bears numerous wounds of various sizes, with a significant portion of her neck missing, revealing a fresh gash from which no blood flows. Since being brought forth, she has emitted no sound. Is she dead? He unconsciously clenched his hands together, the pressure causing the knuckles to pale. Perhaps his sudden exclamation was too jarring. The lifeless fingers of the corpse twitched ever so slightly. Chapter 173. Difficult to save, not entirely deceased. The masked figure cast a sidelong glance at the ground and spoke. You see the person. Do you wish to acquire her? He took a breath and replied. How much? Yin Yuan was taken aback. Based on previous interactions, he had not anticipated that he would genuinely wish to purchase her. However, upon reflection, it became apparent that the prince had always displayed a merciful disposition towards those who posed no threat. 1,500,000 gold. The masked figure stated. Is a dead person, worth 1,500,000 gold? He scoffed. Ha! The masked figure replied with a chilling smile. Before her descent into darkness, she was at the peak of the golden core stage. Yin Yuan interjected helplessly from her performance in the arena. She is far from golden core level. The masked figure replied unhurriedly. Indeed, she once possessed such prowess, but it was shattered when she was captured. Otherwise, how could she possibly be here? 1,000,000 gold, he suddenly interjected. That is all I possess. As he spoke, he retrieved the royal identity token from his bosom and tossed it to the masked figure. It finally dawned on him why she seemed so familiar. This individual was once the mountain master of Yin Beitang, the master of Yijia, the esteemed Bingli. He had claimed he was going to accept punishment, but he had not anticipated being relegated here as a supervisor. The masked figure squinted at the token, slowly rising, her gaze seemingly piercing through the mask on his face. I did not expect it to be, Your Highness. Will you sell or not? He pressed again. After a moment's silence, the masked figure replied, Since it is Your Highness, in the name of the royal family, a discount can certainly be arranged. However, I must first caution you, Your Highness, this individual is likely beyond salvation. He nodded and stated, No matter. Yin Yuan, please take care of the necessary arrangements. Understood. Yin Yuan responded reluctantly. 2 black masked attendants carried the body into his carriage before taking their leave. Yin Yuan drove the carriage hurriedly back. Having made the purchase, he needed to quickly arrange for her rescue. Sitting in the carriage, he gazed at the lifeless Yijia beneath him, lost in thought, uncertain of what occupied his mind. After a long pause, he suddenly said to Yin Yuan, May I borrow your knife for a moment? Yin Yuan did not quite comprehend his intent, but he nonetheless passed the knife back to him. After receiving it, he drew the blade and pressed it forcefully into his palm, blood beginning to flow from the wound. He hastily pried apart her cracked lips with one hand, while using the other to drip blood into her mouth. As the wound in his palm gradually healed, he tightened his grip once more, allowing a few more drops to fall into the gash on her neck. Uncertain of the efficacy of this method, he felt as though he had no choice but to resort to desperate measures. Upon returning to Chen Li's residence, Yin Yuan promptly dispatched someone to escort Yijia to a guest room, while also summoning physicians to administer aid. Zhu Qian stood at the door of the guest room, a sense of bewilderment enveloping him as he gazed at the sky, his mind a blank slate. It was not until darkness fully descended that several physicians emerged one after another. What is the outcome? Zhu Qian inquired upon seeing Yin Yuan as the last to exit. Yin Yuan replied, For reasons unknown, her condition appears somewhat improved compared to when we encountered her in Lucheng, so her life is, thankfully, preserved. However, her physical state. What is it? Zhu Qian pressed. I had not noticed until today, during the physician's examination, that her tongue had been cut, one of her ears rendered deaf, compounded by the damaged golden core and her prior condition. It truly seems a tragic bargain. Zhu Qian fell silent for a moment before asking, Was this done in Lucheng? Yin Yuan shook his head. It is difficult to ascertain. Before arriving in the imperial city, she had been in the custody of the Zhao kingdom, and by the time she was brought here, her face was already marred with injuries, so it is quite possible that it was done there. Zhu Qian's expression darkened. Your Highness, if I may speak candidly, the does not regard heretical cultivators as human, so any occurrence is hardly surprising. Zhu Qian closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and composed himself before opening his eyes once more, finally achieving a sense of calm. Understood. Chapter 174. The evil containment ring. Yin Yuan removed a ring from his finger and handed it to Zhu Qian, saying, This is the evil containment ring. Zhu Qian accepted it. Examining it closely, it bore a distinct design unlike other containment rings. Can it be used by those without true energy? He queried. Yin Yuan nodded. Indeed. The user need only drip their blood onto the inner side of the ring, then wear it immediately. The mother insect will be attuned to the user's intentions. However, this can be overridden. so do not easily entrust it to others. Zhu Chun furrowed his brow in contemplation before returning the ring to Yin Yuan, stating, "You should handle her arrangements." Yin Yuan was taken aback, wishing to say more, but Zhu Chun waved his hand dismissively, saying, "I am uncertain how to approach her. It is better if I do not see her, lest it trouble my heart. Furthermore, once she has regained some strength, do not let her stay in the guest room any longer. It draws too much attention." As he spoke, he paced back and forth for a few moments, then patted Yin Yuan on the shoulder, adding, "After all, she is an evil cultivator. Utmost caution is essential." Yin Yuan nodded with a look of relief, affirming, "Of course." With this commotion, Zhu Chun could no longer make his way to the palace. So he donned a stern expression and headed towards the east courtyard that Kei Shang was stationed at the entrance of the east courtyard. Ever since Zhu Chun had bested him in a drinking contest, he had thrown himself into his cultivation with renewed fervor. Observing Zhu Chun's grave demeanor as he passed, Kusheng felt a twinge of curiosity. Hanli had returned long ago, but with his mind in turmoil, Zhu Chun yearned for solitude and quietly slipped away to the open hot spring to cultivate. As his mind sank into the dantian, his chaotic thoughts gradually faded, allowing him to concentrate fully on absorbing the true source of energy. It was not until he felt somewhat weary from his cultivation that he indulged in a bath and returned to his bedroom, embracing the peacefully sleeping Hanli and drifting into a deep slumber. The following day, Zhu Chun was roused by Hanli. She had no idea when Zhu Chun had returned the previous night. Rubbing his head, Zhu Chun remarked, "I came back early last night. As someone who also practices cultivation, I naturally meditate before sleeping." Hanli, with a hint of skepticism, replied, "Is that so? No wonder you've been so elusive lately. But didn't you say that this physique is the result of your emergence from the chaotic demon realm?" "Ah," Zhu Chun said while dressing, "this physique is not immutable. I have no choice but to practice a little each day." Intrigued, Hanli inquired, "How do you cultivate?" Zhu Chun felt a pang of regret for not having been entirely forthright with them. However, upon reflection, he realized that clarity might not have been beneficial, especially considering the inexplicable origin of this energy cyclone, which was likely related to the golden light of the Night Clan within his brow. After all, if he were merely an ordinary mortal, his body should have shattered upon consuming the Foundation Establishment pill. At that time, the only extraordinary aspect he could discern was that golden light entering his brow. Otherwise, could it be linked to his identity as a transmigrator? The notion of being a transmigrator was absurd in an era with such intricate divisions of labor. He, a mediocre high school student, found himself relying on a meager amount of knowledge that was utterly insufficient here. Had he known, he would have diligently studied chemistry and mathematics to impress these rural folk untouched by the industrial age. But now, it was all in vain. Moreover, he could hardly remember the meanings of characters. Even the script from before his arrival was merely a series of shapes, devoid of significance. Why so silent? Hanli, noticing Zhu Chun's distraction, became momentarily displeased. "Nothing. I was contemplating how to articulate this, but it seems to be etched in my mind. Yet I cannot express it." Zhu Chun fabricated a response. "Your mind is rather peculiar. The characters carved outside cannot be absorbed, while those inscribed within cannot emerge." Hanli teased. Zhu Chun chuckled, contemplating that he must visit the palace today to procure a treasured weapon, and perhaps have an audience with the queen as well. Chapter 175. Within his capabilities with his current observational acuity, he was confident in his ability to select a fine weapon. Furthermore, the queen must be aware of the matter concerning the 1 million gold he spent in the bustling city on a nearly deceased malevolent cultivator. Once dressed, he bid farewell to Hanli and, accompanied by several guards, made his way to the palace. Shortly after Zhu Chun's departure, Hanli set out as well. However, unlike Zhu Chun's assumption, her purpose was not merely to enjoy a leisurely outing. The tea house she frequently visited had long been acquired by the covert forces of the Great E. The intelligence network had been steadily expanding, yet she had never considered making use of it until now. The circumstances had changed. She felt an immense sense of gratitude for heeding her elder brother's advice and making thorough preparations. This was not merely a matter of Great Yi's intentions towards Tianyin, but as the wife of the great Prince Zhu Chun, she perceived that he was not as incapable as the tale suggested. Thus, she believed it essential to leverage the power granted by her brother for the benefit of both Zhu Chun and herself, as it was the only course of action available to her at present. After the announcement, Zhu Chun waited in the courtyard for quite some time before the queen finally arrived, gracefully late. She appeared in a resplendent crimson robe adorned with golden patterns, her face lightly made up. Each subtle expression exuded an enchanting allure that, considering Zhu Chun's true age, would typically be the type of woman he found most appealing. However, he certainly would not allow himself to genuinely feel that way. This was not the tranquil world he longed for, and moreover, she was the wife of his rather ungrateful father, certainly not a benign presence. Your humble son pays his respects to mother. Ju Chun stood up early and stepped forward toward the queen. The queen nodded slightly and replied, "No need for such formalities." With a smile, she added, "You certainly have been patient, taking so long to remember to retrieve your precious artifact. Come with me." Ju Chun chuckled and quickly followed, saying, "I just returned from the battlefield. I must take some time to relax." Relax? Are you aware that purchasing a forbidden practitioner is officially recorded in the royal registry? You spent 1,000,000 gold on a dying heretic? The queen remarked nonchalantly, as if offering a friendly reminder. Ju Qin anticipated that she would be the first to learn of this matter, uncertain of how she would approach it, however, considering her influence extended beyond the royal authority into the legal halls. It was only a matter of time before his acquisition would be uncovered. Thus, he decided to be forthright. To be honest, the heretic I purchased was an old acquaintance of mine. Oh? The queen tilted her head slightly, recalling, is it the disciple of the former mountain master of Yinbei Hall? Given that there was only one heretic Ju Chun had known from Yinbei Hall, he nodded affirmatively. The queen involuntarily smiled and said, "Then do you know that the person who sold that heretic to you, who was supervising the arena battles, is indeed the former mountain master?" Ju Chin's body tensed, feigning shock. "What?" The queen sighed. "You are quite loyal. But that mountain master, having been betrayed by his beloved disciple, not only lost his position but has also been relegated to overseeing here in the royal city for 20 years. I suspect he would relish the thought of making his dear disciple suffer. So, does this mean her injuries were all due to him?" Ju Qian interjected, continuing to feign astonishment. The queen, however, responded, "Not necessarily. After all, it is quite normal for several heretics to die each month in the royal city." Ju Chun was keenly aware of her insinuation, as she subtly directed suspicion toward others while simultaneously exonerating herself. Chapter 176. Re-entering the Treasure Vault. Nevertheless, he continued to ponder deeply. This Ice Force Grandmaster, while not necessarily a friend, seemed to be no ally of the Queen either. There appeared to be others colluding between the Queen and the legal hall. Yet, despite understanding this situation, he found himself inexplicably growing resentful toward that Ice Force Grandmaster. As they conversed while walking, they soon arrived at the entrance to the second treasure vault. To his surprise, the queen followed him inside this time, accompanying him as they perused the treasures. This was somewhat inconvenient. The last time he had been here was before his expedition. At that moment, I pondered the perilous nature of your venture onto the battlefield. Being a royal devoid of martial prowess, I was taken aback by your extraordinary talent, capable of vanquishing the demon clan. The Empress suddenly interjected. Her tone bore no discernible emotion. Ju Chun sighed and replied, "This matter warrants my gratitude towards you, mother. Had it not been for Yin Chu risking his life to protect me, I fear I would have perished in the demon forest long ago. It is a pity about Yin Chu." Pausing briefly, he cast a glance at the Empress's slightly somber expression and added, "As for what followed, while I indeed trained diligently and my physique is commendable, I remain an ordinary mortal. The legends cannot be as miraculous as they proclaim. Fortunately, no further dangers arose, and I found the experience of drawing a bow and riding a horse far more enjoyable than being cooped up amidst stacks of books all day." Under the silvery, faint glow of the luminous insects, the Empress's countenance finally softened a tad as she remarked, "Now that you have returned triumphantly, your father should not impose too strict a restraint upon you. There are indeed many enjoyable places within the imperial city." Ju Qian immediately responded with a smile. "Indeed. Speaking of which, the bow I took during my last visit here seems to have been the wrong one. I couldn't pull its string at all." The Empress wore a troubled expression. "Although His Majesty has entrusted me to jointly manage the treasury of the dynasty, I must confess my ignorance regarding these treasures. However, it is generally against the principles to exchange items once they have been retrieved from here." Ju Chin's face fell in disappointment. The Empress pressed her lips together and continued, "In truth, that bow of yours is of little use. It would be better suited as a gift to your vassal or royal attendant." Ju Chun shook his head vehemently, declaring, "That is out of the question. Why should I part with my belongings?" The Empress chuckled softly. "No one is compelling you," and then adopted a serious demeanor, inquiring, "Did your shadow guard, King Kong, accompany you to the desert of sand?" "I do not know." Ju Chun feigned indignation, "but he likely did not come. He was absent even amidst the dangers of the demon forest. Furthermore, upon my return, I inquired about Yin Yuan, and he swiftly changed the subject, offering me no substantial answer." The Empress appeared contemplative. refraining from immediately responding to Zhu Chen's words. After a considerable pause, she suddenly smiled again, stating, "After all, Yin Yuan is half royal, with ample resources for cultivation, a generous stipend, and endowed with treasures bestowed by the dynasty. Amongst the myriad practitioners, half-royals are arguably the most secure. Therefore, he must have your best interests at heart and is unlikely to engage in any actions that would jeopardize you. Do not overthink it." Zhu Chen found it peculiar that the Empress had suddenly shifted her stance to defend Yin Yuan. Nonetheless, he maintained a facade of discontent as he replied. He then commenced a thorough exploration of the treasury, inspecting items with a mix of nods and shakes of his head. Indeed, the Empress had merely come to converse, and after their discussion had nearly concluded, she soon found it unbearable to remain and exited. However, as Zhu Chen continued to meticulously select treasures inside, she, as the custodian, could not wander too far and thus settled at a stone table outside the treasury, instructing attendants to brew floral tea. "Have you gleaned anything?" a maid inquired while pouring her tea. The queen licked her lips and mused, "For some reason, I have an inkling that our esteemed prince might be feigning ignorance." Chapter 177. Heavy armor. The maid chuckled and remarked, regardless of his demeanor, "As long as he meets his demise, the secrets of Tianyin will inevitably fall into the hands of the second prince, won't they?" "Ha!" The queen smiled softly and replied, "Given the extent of Zhu Chen's apparent foolishness, we need not risk suspicion in dealing with him. The position of crown prince will eventually be conferred upon Zhu Shua." The maid playfully stuck out her tongue. However, the queen took a sip of floral tea and gazed towards the treasury, saying, "What if he truly is pretending? Then everything might make sense." "How so?" "If he is indeed feigning, it indicates he harbors some wariness towards me. Yet, in this Tianyin, he possesses no tangible power to contend with me, does he?" The maid pondered for a considerable time before suddenly recalling a previous matter, exclaiming in astonishment, "Surely you cannot be suggesting the demon race." The queen nodded, retracting her gaze to observe the petals swirling in her teacup. "Precisely, the demon race. Although it is quite astonishing, it does elucidate why he not only returned safely from the perilous demon forest but also achieved great merit. I had hesitated to consider this, but the recent appearance of humanoid demons at the city walls of the imperial capital warrants careful contemplation. Thus, the being you have been investigating for so long, the Vajra, is likely a demon as well? Indeed, to label him an evil cultivator seems somewhat far-fetched, whereas a demon cultivator becomes increasingly plausible. What should we do then?" The queen gently set her teacup upon the table and declared, "We must dispatch more spies to keep a close watch. If we can ascertain that he is indeed colluding with the enemy, then under the scrutiny of the Tianyin emperor, he shall find no opportunity for redemption, and we shall need not engage in any perilous endeavors ourselves. Understood?" The queen's thoughts drifted once more. As for the spies, Zhu Chen was currently unperturbed, at least. Ordinary spies posed no threat to him. A mere glance in his direction allowed him to perceive their every move with clarity. For instance, this mid-stage nascent soul guard of the second treasure vault, even at this distance, Zhu Chen could sense that his gaze had never strayed. Nevertheless, this was of little concern. He was merely observing, albeit with a discerning wide eye. In truth, Zhu Chen had not yet determined what kind of treasure he sought. Although the abundance of weapons here was notable, most consisted of swords, clubs, and similar armaments, he had contemplated retrieving the dark red chain blade he had seen 2 years prior, yet had been unable to locate it again. Ultimately, he came to a halt before a set of gleaming silver heavy armor. The guard, known as Yin Zhe, was indeed a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator. While the role of a guard was arduous, the rewards were exceptionally high. After 5 years of diligent service without incident, a guard could select a treasure from the vault they protected, a prospect unimaginable for those wandering cultivators. Moreover, given the precarious state of the Tianyin dynasty, his true benefits extended well beyond this. Yet at this moment, he felt somewhat dazed. 2 years prior, he had witnessed with his own eyes the prince take away a black bow and a tube of black arrows. While the bow itself was noteworthy, the tube of arrows was also of considerable value. Observing the prince hesitate in front of the heavy armor, he couldn't help but ponder whether this young lad was contemplating the acquisition of the entire suit of armor. Was it not rather unscrupulous of the prince to be so covetous? Regardless of whether he himself had any use for it, the thought made him shake his head in disbelief. As for Zhu Chen, he indeed harbored intentions toward that suit of heavy armor. Although the glimmering silver armor appeared cumbersome, its design was undeniably exquisite. However, that was not the crux of the matter. The real issue was that if he donned this armor and ventured into battle, could he not shift the blame for numerous shortcomings onto the armor, thereby concealing his own capabilities? He reached for the nearly fully enclosed helmet, weighing it in his hands. It seemed that an ordinary person could barely wear it, but once adorned, they might struggle to move. Yet, that sufficed. As long as he could wear it, the rest was merely for show. After all, it was well known that this prince possessed a modicum of brute strength. Thus, he began to lift it. Yin Zhe watched in trepidation and swiftly stepped forward to intervene, saying, "Your Highness, this armor is a complete set." Zhu Chen looked up, displeased. "Is that a problem?" He felt a thrill at berating Yin Zhe. For the royal identity he bore was indeed formidable, far more so than merely achieving the status of a Yuan Ing. Regrettably, he was overshadowed by the Empress, and aside from Yin Yuan, he had no other formidable cultivators under his command. It would be prudent to consult Her Majesty the Empress regarding this matter. "Why?" Zhu Chen retorted, growing even more irate. "Must the armor be divided?" Yin Zhe, feeling utterly frustrated yet rendered speechless, could only reply, "No, it's just that this armor is excessively heavy. You must consult the Empress to arrange for someone to assist you in transporting it." Zhu Chen considered this. He certainly could not return in a disheveled state. So he said, "Fine, I will speak to the Empress. But remember, it is this entire set. If it is delivered incorrectly, I shall hold you accountable." "Yes, yes." Yin Zhe immediately bowed his head in acquiescence. Zhu Chen grunted in acknowledgement and proceeded to exit. Only then did Yin Zhe slowly lift his head, his eyes filled with disdain. Upon exiting the treasury, Zhu Chen promptly approached the Empress to request the fully armed suit of armor. The Empress had just been mulling over the prince's conspiracies, and upon witnessing Zhu Chen's foolish yet endearing antics, she was momentarily taken aback. In truth, the second level of the treasury contained not only weapons but also many lightweight armors, some far superior to the one Zhu Chen originally possessed. However, no one had anticipated that he would opt for this entire flamboyant suit of heavy armor. This suit was classified as a third-grade initial-tier treasure, yet due to its robust quality and being a complete set, it could easily be deemed a third-grade mid-tier treasure. Although heavy armor was not particularly favored in Tianyin, if placed in the hands of any early-stage Yuaning cultivator with an affinity for metal, the power it could unleash would be significantly greater than a mere enhancement. Thus, it was no wonder Yin Zhe felt a pang of heartache. Yet, what could Zhu Chen possibly do with it? Transform into an iron lump unafraid of combat? He might even suffocate within it. The Empress graciously approved the request and commanded that someone assist Zhu Chen in having the heavy armor delivered to his residence. In truth, Zhu Chen had come accompanied by guards. However, given the sensitivity of the treasure vault, it was prudent to have someone from the queen's retinue retrieve the items. Once he had secured the precious artifacts, he bid farewell to the queen. Shortly after returning to the Chenli residence, the heavy armor was delivered. Yet, Zhu Chen instructed that it be taken directly to the study rather than the eastern courtyard. Such equipment required trial fitting before determining its suitability. Should it prove ill-fitting, he could always seek minor adjustments from the royal third-rank craftsman. However, donning the heavy armor was not a task he could undertake alone. As he began to extract each piece from the chest, he called upon Yin Yuan to assist him in putting it on. Yin Yuan, who had been perusing texts in the study, was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Zhu Chen retrieve the various components of the formidable armor from the large chest, letting out a gasp. Nevertheless, he obediently approached to help Zhu Chen with the fitting. Now 19, Zhu Chen had grown to be quite tall, and coupled with his background of having stayed in the academy, many were inclined to believe the absurd notion that he had achieved the Qi refinement stage solely through external martial prowess. Chapter 179. The feathers beneath the wings once adorned in the heavy armor, the already imposing Zhu Chen exuded an even greater aura. The armor itself was exquisitely crafted, adorned with numerous embellishments, and featured a row of ice crystal-like decorative edges on the shoulder plates, further enhancing its regal splendor. "How does it fit? Is it suitable?" Yin Yuan inquired. With the helmet donned, Zhu Chen's face was obscured, revealing only his eyes and a few ventilation openings. He took a few hops, feeling that aside from a slight discomfort, the weight of the armor was hardly a concern for him. However, he still needed to maintain an appearance of composure in front of others. Removing the helmet, he remarked, "It's acceptable, though a few adjustments are necessary. Please help me take it off, and I shall explain it, of course," Yin Yuan replied, proceeding to assist Zhu Chen in removing the armor. Zhu Chen inadvertently caught sight of Yin Yuan's fingers and hesitated before asking, "Whom did you give the ring to?" Yin Yuan was momentarily stunned, but realizing Zhu Chen was referring to the evil suppression ring, he promptly answered, "I entrusted it to Yin Fan for safekeeping. I instructed him to keep watch over it," he added. "The 4 individuals you requested are quite commendable." "You were not previously acquainted with Yin Fan?" Zhu Chen inquired. "The Yin clan, aside from our immediate circle?" comprises 6 major branches, further divided into 3 tiers. Even within the same branch, there exist numerous smaller divisions. Thus, it is not uncommon for many members of the Yin clan to be unaware of one another. Yin Yuan elucidated. Zhu Chun nodded, recognizing that the half-royal lineage was indeed extensive. However, his inquiry had been casual. I asked the individual awake. Zhu Chun asked again. Not yet, Yin Yuan replied, while internally contemplating that although the crown prince feigned indifference, he was indeed cautious in handling that matter. Should we go check on him? No need. The atmosphere turned somewhat somber. The heavy armor was cumbersome to wear and equally troublesome to remove, taking quite some time before he was finally free of it. Zhu Chun pointed out several areas requiring adjustment to Yin Yuan, who diligently noted them down. After carefully repacking the armor into the chest, he personally took it to the royal craftsman for the necessary modifications. The study had always been a space accessible only to the princes and Yin Yuan. However, it now included Han Li, who was now considered half a confidant of Zhu Chun's secrets. Once Yin Yuan departed, Zhu Chun sat in silence for a while, lost in thought, before rising to make his way to the eastern courtyard. His realm has now ascended, and he has procured the treasured artifact. Is it not time to once again petition for passage to the southern border wall? Han Li found herself momentarily lost in thought, standing in the guest room of the western courtyard, gazing at the frail figure upon the bed. She had heard whispers that Zhu Qian had spent the 1 million gold bestowed upon him by the Tianyin Emperor to acquire a nefarious cultivator, now housed in the guest room of the western courtyard, which prompted her visit. To her surprise, the gatekeeper, a royal attendant, displayed remarkable diligence, refusing her entry until Kushang resorted to force, reluctantly allowing her passage. However, no sooner had Han Li entered than he trailed closely behind her. Han Li, disinterested in engaging with him, scanned the room and quickly spotted the figure on the bed. Yet, as she approached, she was taken aback to find a girl, emaciated and marred by scars, lying there motionless, resembling a corpse. After observing for a moment, Han Li suddenly noticed a black feather beside the girl's pillow. Gently picking up the feather for a closer inspection, she found it as hard as iron. It must belong to the wings of Bai Luo. Upon it was intricately etched a broken character. What is this? Han Li inquired of Yin Fan. Realizing he could not best Kushang and that she was the prince's consort, Yin Fan could only respond with a strained expression. This should be a feather from Bai Luo's wings. That is not what I meant, Han Li frowned. Where did this come from? Why is it beside her pillow? Chapter 180. Reason Yin Fan, taken aback, replied, this was extracted from her wound by the physician, but we do not know why it was sewn in. Has she arrived in such a state? Han Li mused at the character on the black feather, sensing something significant was just beyond her grasp, yet unable to articulate it. Almost. Han Li exhaled, stating, as long as it is not that sort of inhuman, ghostly cultivator, I suppose it is acceptable. As for Zhu Qin's intentions, I am no longer inclined to speculate.